Ji Chuan slowly opened his eyes, finding himself surrounded by wandering zombies. He screamed in fright, hiss, hiss, hiss. What's wrong with my throat? Ji Chuan realized in horror that his voice was unusually hoarse, and he couldn't even scream. Looking at his own arm, which was cyan with patches, he remembered he was dead. The zombie virus broke out, plunging the world into chaos. Fortunately, he had inherited his parents' villa and managed to survive for a while. His girlfriend Su Wanwan called him, saying that her parents' home was in a densely populated residential area, surrounded by too many zombies, with very little food and water. She was crying on the phone, making his heart ache. He briefly comforted Su Wanwan and decided to drive over to pick up his girlfriend's family. He usually stayed at home and had stocked up a lot of food in the villa. Moreover, there were few zombies in the villa area, and the villa walls were high, making it relatively safe. However, when he struggled to reach his girlfriend's home, he found that besides Su Wanwan's parents, there was also a strange man named Lu Hao. Su Wanwan said that Lu Hao was her cousin who happened to be visiting when the virus broke out. Although Ji Chuan was a bit unhappy, he respected his girlfriend's family and still took everyone back together. Several days passed peacefully. Ji Chuan felt that Su Wanwan and her cousin were too intimate. Su Wanwan only told him not to overthink, saying she and her cousin had grown up together and were naturally close. That night the moon turned blood red. Everyone's body underwent changes except for Ji Chuan. The internet was still up, and the platform broadcasted news. All humanity had awakened different levels of supernatural abilities, giving hope against the zombies, urging everyone to hold on. Su Wanwan awakened water-based ability, Lu Hao awakened strength-doubling ability, and even Su Wanwan's parents had some ordinary abilities. Only Ji Chuan had nothing. The next day, after Su Wanwan's family confirmed that Ji Chuan indeed had no ability, Lu Hao directly picked him up, intending to throw him out of the villa. Despite his desperate pleas to Su Wanwan's family, he could not change his fate of being abandoned. How could you be worthy of our Wanwan? A water ability holder will have great responsibilities in the future. Yes, you're a useless waste who can't even do anything. Don't waste food. Wanwan, talk to your parents. I saved your family. Ji Chuan looked at Su Wanwan in despair. Under the boost of the strength ability, Ji Chuan was completely powerless against Lu Hao. Ji Chuan, times have changed. I can survive with my powerful ability without your help. If it weren't for your money and the fact that you have no parents, would I have ever liked you? To be honest, Lu Hao and I have been together for a long time. He is much stronger than you. Hearing Su Wanwan's words, Lu Hao curled his lips into a contemptuous smile. Without further hesitation, he flung Ji Chuan over the high wall of the villa with a strong throw. Ji Chuan landed with a muffled grunt, pain spreading throughout his body, but he knew this was not the time to lie down. He forced himself to stand up with all his strength. The distant zombies had already noticed him and were moving towards him. Ji Chuan stumbled and ran away. From the force of Lu Hao's throw, he felt that his leg might have been injured to the bone. Every step brought heart-wrenching pain, but his strong will to survive drove him to keep running. Several zombies were getting closer. His ankle was swollen like a black plum. Damn it, damn it. Ji Chuan moved towards the fitness center in the villa area. It was the nearest building he could enter. Just as the zombies behind were about to catch him, he slammed the fitness center door shut. The banging and howling from behind continued relentlessly. Ji Chuan leaned against the door, gasping for breath, his forehead covered in sweat. Intense pain shot through his ankle, and he grimaced in agony. He tried to hook a mop in the corner with his leg, intending to use it as a crossbar to brace the door. But it was a bit too far. If he moved further in that direction, the door behind him would be pushed open by the zombies. At that moment, Ji Chuan felt desperate. He slowly shifted his body, pressing one side against one door and using his arm with all his strength to brace the other door. Finally, his left foot hooked the broom. He quickly grabbed it and with all his might placed it horizontally across the door. However, he didn't notice that when he bent down to grab the broom, the door gap opened wider. At that moment, a zombie's claw reached in and scratched his arm. When he felt the pain from the wound on his arm, Ji Chuan despaired, as if he had already seen his own death. He let out a bitter laugh, enduring the immense reluctance and the pain surging through his body. Heat, pain, chaos. Gradually, Ji Chuan lost consciousness. After an unknown period of time, when Ji Chuan woke up, he found that he had turned into a zombie. However, he still retained his consciousness, and the surrounding zombies showed no interest in him. But when he tried to stand up and walk, he fell to the ground as soon as he exerted force. Damn it, which bastard ate my left leg? Cursing inwardly, Ji Chuan saw that his left leg was only half remaining. He didn't know if he was lucky or unlucky. With consciousness, there was still hope for revenge. But being a zombie with half a leg missing, how could he take revenge? He probably couldn't even catch up with Su Wanwan's mother now. What is that? Ji Chuan saw a zombie in the distance whose brain seemed to be glowing, making it stand out among the others. Out of curiosity, Ji Chuan hopped towards the glowing-headed zombie with difficulty. When he realized the zombies were completely uninterested in him, he instantly lost his psychological pressure, even feeling that this wasn't so bad. When Ji Chuan got closer, he found that the glow was not from the zombie's head itself, but from a crystal-like object inside, its head emitting green light. As if the crystal had an innate attraction to Ji Chuan, a surge of excitement rose in his heart. He wanted to break open the zombie's head and take the core. Ji Chuan looked for a tool on the ground. With one leg missing, his combat power was greatly reduced. He wasn't sure he could take down this zombie with his bare hands. He found a barbell bar from the fitness center. Hopping behind the zombie, he swung it with all his strength at the zombie's head. The zombie fell without any reaction. Ji Chuan swung the bar again and again until the zombie's head was like a smashed watermelon. Perhaps because he had become a zombie himself, Ji Chuan found that killing a zombie didn't cause much psychological pressure. He crouched down and took the green core out of the zombie's head. Overcoming nausea as if following his instinct, he swallowed the core in one gulp. He felt the core merge into his body, providing him with powerful energy. Ji Chuan finally understood. Everyone had obtained different abilities. The reason he had felt no ability was that his ability could only manifest when he became a zombie. Zombie King can see the cores inside other zombies and devour them to become his own power. At the moment he saw the ability, Ji Chuan felt as if reborn. He finally had a trump card for revenge. From now on he only needed to keep finding zombies with crystal cores to grow stronger. He felt the power brought by the newly devoured crystal core. It was a primary healing type crystal core regeneration, which could enhance his regenerative ability. Ji Chuan carefully sensed the changes in his body. The flesh like bamboo shoots after rain was visibly growing slowly at the broken part of his leg. Slow is fine, at least he'll have legs again, he muttered. Ji Chuan walked towards areas with many zombies. He was no match for Su Wanwan and Lu Hao. He was merely a zombie that could regenerate slowly with no advantage in combat. But after walking for a long time, he no longer saw any zombie with a crystal core. He realized how precious crystal cores were. Moving too slowly, Ji Chuan decided to search for a functioning car, planning to drive to where zombies were more plentiful. Ordinary people driving might attract zombies, but after discovering that zombies showed no interest in him, he was determined to drive. In the early days of the apocalypse, everyone still had food at home, and people were reluctant to venture out. Few people or cars moved on the streets. So in the villa district, he began searching house by house. If a villa was occupied, there would be a car, but the occupancy rate in this suburban villa area was very low. Ji Chuan observed each villa's appearance. It was easy to tell which were occupied, for example by whether curtains were hung. Seeing a window with curtains but not drawn, he decided to search there. Usually occupied villas would have their curtains drawn, so it was likely this one was empty. Ji Chuan pulled open the back gate, which led to where cars were parked, and was usually unlocked. But just as he entered, he saw a girl about to get into the car. She looked at him in terror, her legs already trembling. Ji Chuan surprisingly found that the girl also had a crystal core in her mind, emitting a faint golden light. But Ji Chuan still had his humanity and did not feel hungry. He didn't want to kill an innocent person. "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you," Ji Chuan intended to say, but when he opened his mouth, only a hissing sound came out, which seemed terrifying from the girl's perspective. It was her first time so close to a zombie. Her home's food was running out, and she had planned to go out looking today, never expecting a zombie to open her back door she had just unlocked. "Don't come any closer." The girl's legs trembled. Ji Chuan seemed to realize she couldn't understand him, so he started gesturing. Ji Chuan pointed at the girl, then at his own mouth, then shook his hand, indicating he didn't want to eat her. The girl noticed that this zombie seemed to be trying to communicate. "You mean let me into your mouth, don't struggle, Whoa. The girl burst into tears. Ji Chuan was speechless. Maybe pretty girls put all their stat points into beauty. Annoyed, he changed the order of his gestures, first pointed at his mouth, then shook his hand, then pointed at the girl. "I said I want to eat you, can't you understand?" The girl watched Ji Chuan's gestures, interpreting them one by one. "You don't like me. I know you don't like me, don't eat me, whoa. Ji Chuan's head ached. He even considered changing his mind and eating her right now just to take her crystal core. Under the girl's terrified gaze, Ji Chuan hopped towards her. When he reached out his hand, the girl fainted in fear. Ji Chuan simply took the car keys and yard gate remote control from the girl's hand, then dragged her back into the room and closed the door. Then he got into her pink car and headed towards the city center. When Gu Yunxi slowly regained consciousness, she gasped in shock, but found herself still in her home. "I'm not dead." Gu Yunxi cautiously looked out the door. Her car was gone, and the keys were gone too. She seemed to finally understand what had happened. "That zombie didn't eat me, just stole my car. Zombies can drive." That zombie looked a bit like a neighbor from this complex. She had been too scared earlier, and Ji Chuan was dirty with blood on his face. Now remembering that zombie seemed familiar from the complex. "Oh, the car is gone, and there's no food. What do I do? How can I go out?" Gu Yunxi sat on the floor, burying her head in her knees like an ostrich, and started crying again. Ji Chuan drove all the way into the city. Finally, in the city center, he found an area dense with zombies, one of which was emitting a faint light. Ji Chuan picked up a stone casually. With his previous experience, he cleanly finished off the zombie in front of him. He then extracted the crystal core and swallowed it. Ji Chuan felt the energy surge through his body. This time it was a primary speed crystal core, which would speed him up, but he'd have to wait until his leg grew back to experience it. Ji Chuan planned to check the shopping mall since such enclosed spaces gathered many people, increasing the chance of zombies, with crystal cores forming. He saw all kinds of goods within easy reach, but none of it was useful now. Because of the large number of zombies, no one dared to come in to explore. Ji Chuan thought of something, so he entered a supermarket, grabbed a suitcase, and filled it with food and water. This was compensation for borrowing that neighbor's car and scaring her unconscious. He continued searching the streets, but found no more zombies with crystal cores. Ji Chuan didn't know the condition for crystal core formation. Zombies with cores are so rare, why does that girl have one? Or do all living people have one? Thinking this, Ji Chuan decided to look for living humans. But it was early apocalypse, many had stored food and wouldn't risk going out, so there were almost none on the streets. But if he risked entering crowded residential buildings, he feared that humans with powerful abilities might kill him again. He didn't want to take that risk. Right, I should check if Su Wanwan and the others have crystal cores. Ji Chuan knew the structure of his own villa very well and knew from which angle he could see inside. He just needed to observe Su Wanwan and her group. That was the best data he had. There were 4 people in total. With this thought, Ji Chuan drove back. Gu Yunxi seemed to hear the door opening sound. She quickly went to the window, poking out half her head to check the yard. She saw her pink car driving in from outside. That zombie from the day got out of the car and actually walked to the trunk and took out a suitcase. What's going on? Zombies have luggage. Didn't he only have 1 leg during the day? Now he has 2. Seeing Gu Yunxi's half-head, Ji Chuan pointed at the door. Is he asking me to open the door? Gu Yunxi gasped, covering her mouth, and started shaking again. But somehow she walked to the door, because if the zombie really wanted to eat her, he would have done it when she was unconscious during the day. After hesitating for a while, she opened it anyway. She figured without food she'd die anyway, so she might as well see what this neighbor wanted. Ji Chuan did not enter. Instead, he slid the suitcase in and pointed at it. You want me to open the suitcase? Ji Chuan nodded. This silly girl finally understood one thing correctly. Gu Yunxi nervously opened the suitcase and found it was full of food. Ji Chuan pointed at the food, then at Gu Yunxi, then at his mouth, indicating the food was for her to eat. Food. Give to me. Then you eat me. Whoa. So that's why he didn't eat her. She was too thin. He was going to fatten her up first. Ji Chuan was so furious he wanted to curse. Ji Chuan turned around in anger and stormed out, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. The surrounding zombies, drawn by the noise, began to gather in his direction, but after receiving a few heavy slaps from Ji Chuan, they all turned back and retreated. Gu Yunxi stared blankly at Ji Chuan from the room, lost in thought. Was this zombie actually angry? Could it be that he had brought her food? He had driven away the other zombies and meant her no harm. Could he really be a good zombie? Her stomach growled loudly. Gu Yunxi grabbed the food and stuffed it into her mouth, devouring it quickly. This was the first full meal she had eaten in days, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes once more. Ji Chuan walked back toward his villa. If he drove, he would be discovered immediately, which would be too dangerous. He was still no match for the 4 of them. Su Wanwan's water-based ability could unleash water jets, but he had no idea what else it could do. Lu Hao's strength-doubling power made him a formidable fighter. Su Wanwan's parents, on the other hand, had rather useless abilities. One could produce a spark like a matchstick, while the other could summon a gentle breeze to cool people down. Ji Chuan climbed onto the rooftop of an empty house nearby. With no lights on in the darkness of the night, he had perfect cover as he watched the situation inside the building. A blue core, a green core. This was the first time Ji Chuan had seen a blue core. It must belong to Su Wanwan, and it suggested that her water ability might not be a basic one. But why didn't Su Wanwan's parents have cores? Ji Chuan speculated that only powerful abilities would generate cores. Perhaps zombies with cores were once humans with strong abilities before their transformation. At this thought, Ji Chuan understood. The virus had struck so suddenly that many people had turned into zombies before they could awaken their abilities under the red moon. This was still the early stage of the disaster. People rarely went out, and even if they did, those with abilities were strong enough to avoid being killed and turned into zombies. But soon that would change. Everyone's supplies were limited, and those who didn't venture out to find food would starve to death. Ji Chuan held back his impulse. He wanted to summon a horde of zombies right now, but his own front door was sturdy. Even if he set the house on fire, Su Wanwan's water ability could easily extinguish the flames. More importantly, he wanted to take his revenge personally. Letting them die at the hands of ordinary zombies would be too merciful. He wanted to send them to hell with his own hands. Recalling their smug faces, Ji Chuan clenched his fists until his knuckles trembled. Gu Yunxi was savoring the happiness brought by the dessert when she heard the yard gate creak open again. Ji Chuan strode into the yard, opened the car door, and drove off, even locking the gate behind him after leaving. What a strange zombie. He treats my place like a garage, she muttered. She had originally planned to drive out and look for food herself, but since her neighbor had already brought her some, she didn't mind letting him keep the car. Gu Yunxi felt that she wasn't as afraid of him anymore. The only reason Ji Chuan kept driving Gu Yunxi's car was that there was simply no other vehicle available. Cars were everywhere on the streets, but who knew where the keys were? Nowadays, few people dared to go out except for zombies. If anyone else drove, zombies would pounce on them. Finding food for her was just his way of paying the rent for the car. Ji Chuan always considered himself a gentleman. The city was eerily quiet at night. Ji Chuan wandered aimlessly. Why don't the zombies bother that driver? Someone wondered. A person filmed a video from their window capturing a pink car driving nonchalantly through the streets, while nearby zombies paid it no attention. Comments flooded the video. Maybe zombies hate pink. Your intestines are pink, and they still rip them out. Zombies don't move at night. Are you crazy? Night zombies are way faster than daytime ones. Try it if you don't believe me. A pink car must be driven by a woman. Zombies don't eat brainless female drivers. Female drivers cause 17 of accidents, but only 116 are their fault. You male drivers are the brainless ones. Can you stop with the gender war at a time like this? Ji Chuan had no idea that his driving was sparking a heated debate online. He was too busy searching the entire city for the glow of cores. Finally, he spotted 2 glimmering cores moving slowly in the distance. They were in a wooded area, so Ji Chuan stopped the car and decided to investigate on foot. But as he drew closer, he realized the cores belonged to living humans, not zombies. As a zombie, Ji Chuan's hearing and sense of smell were exceptionally sharp, and he could even make out their conversation. Brother, Nan, I'm scared. I think there are zombies over there. Don't worry, he'll protect you. You have fire abilities. If a zombie comes, just burn it. Brother Nan, what's your ability? You never told me. I can create air walls for protection. It's not as strong as yours, so I didn't mention it. I see, Brother Nan. How much farther? Are you sure there's a shop downstairs in that complex? I'm sure. I bought cigarettes there before. Let's leave early. If we're late, there'll be nothing left. Okay. Ji Chuan was about to turn back. He didn't want to kill innocent people, and judging by their conversation, their abilities seemed formidable. Rushing in recklessly could get him killed. Just as he turned to leave, a woman's scream pierced the night. Oh, Brother Nan, it's a zombie. Shut up. A zombie stood just a few meters away from the woman at the corner. It was the closest she had ever been to one, and its terrifying face made her scream involuntarily. Though she quickly covered her mouth, a horde of zombies had already started charging toward them. Run! Without a second thought, the man sprinted back the way they had come. Taking the detour through the greenery had helped them avoid many zombies, so retracing their steps was the safest option. Brother Nan, wait for me. The woman's legs felt like jelly, but she forced herself to run after him. Despite having fire abilities, she had never used them in combat. If she stopped to take aim, the zombies would catch her. Nighttime zombies were indeed faster than their daytime counterparts. Their shouts had drawn the attention of nearby zombies, and though the path back had been clear before, zombies had now infiltrated the woods. Damn it. Seeing their escape route blocked by zombies, the man cursed and scrambled for another plan. Burn them, he snarled at the woman. He had only brought her along because of her fire ability. Why else would he want someone to share his supplies with? But she was completely useless, nothing but a burden. Brother Nan, save me. I can't do it. If I stop to aim, they'll grab me. The woman was in despair. The man who had promised to protect her was now running much faster than she was, and if the zombies caught her, she would surely die. As the zombies closed in, the man suddenly stopped and turned to face her. Sorry, he said. Brother Nan. Before she could react, he raised his hand. A flash of light blinded her temporarily. He had never possessed an air wall ability. His power was nothing more than a useless flash of light. Zombies tracked their prey by scent and sound, so his light was utterly ineffective. He had brought her along for two reasons. First, she had an offensive ability. Second, in case of danger, he could blind her to buy himself time to escape. The woman wailed in agony, knowing she was about to die here. The man ran off without looking back. With fresh prey in front of them, which zombie would bother chasing him? A horde of zombies, drawn to the woman's wails like dogs to a bone, swarmed upon her. Before long, the screams ceased. Ji Chuan watched the entire scene unfold, his expression dark. Instead of rushing to eliminate the zombie that had consumed the crystal core, he picked up a stone, a grim resolve settling on his face as he activated his speed-based ability and gave chase to the man. Blame your own uselessness. Having such a powerful ability and still being a waste. Damn it. The man sprinted towards an area devoid of zombies, but he sensed something pursuing him. Zombies' footsteps were heavy, and this sound was different. It sounded more like an electric scooter or some other motorized vehicle. The sound grew closer. Curiosity getting the better of him, he turned his head and came face to face with Ji Chuan's ghastly pale visage. Just as he had with the zombie, Ji Chuan brought the stone down upon him. The man died, his head bloodied, never understanding why Ji Chuan had ignored the woman to chase him instead, or how he could wield a stone. This was Ji Chuan's first kill, yet his heart remained eerily calm. He smiled bitterly, acknowledging to himself that he had become a monster. His reason for killing the man was simple. He had betrayed his own companion, reminding Ji Chuan of Su Wanwan. Such people deserve to die. Expressionless, he manually cracked open the man's skull, retrieved the green crystal, and swallowed it. Although the blinding light seemed useless, a green crystal was better than nothing. After a brief sensation of the crystal integrating, Ji Chuan retraced his steps to find the fire ability crystal core. He had no interest in the corpse on the ground. Since becoming a zombie, he felt neither hunger nor fatigue, only a consuming desire for crystal cores, a desire he could control. Was this the power of the zombie king? Returning, he found the zombie still feasting. He pulled it from the horde, dragged it to a nearby tree, and cracked open its skull, like a walnut, retrieving the blue crystal core it had just consumed. Ji Chuan swallowed the crystal. His body emitted a golden light, and a comforting power surged through him, visibly altering his physique. He seemed taller, more robust. As a former shoot in his body had merely been average, now he could see muscle definition on his arms. It seemed he had leveled up after absorbing this crystal. He felt a significant boost in all his abilities. Odd. Ji Chuan discovered to his delight that his voice was less hoarse. Perhaps if he consumed more crystals, he could speak again. Ji Chuan still wished to remain human-like. After all, his current kind were incapable of communication. He focused on his newly acquired ability, conjuring a ball of light in his hand, dazzlingly bright for a brief moment. For an ordinary person, this skill could be used to attract attention for help or as a surprise tactic to temporarily blind an opponent. Next, he used the fire ability from the first blue crystal. With a thought, the flame at his fingertip changed size according to his will. With a flick of his wrist, a fireball flew out. The blue crystal was indeed effective. Ji Chuan now had an offensive ability. However, it seemed the fire ability was still countered by Su Wanwan. Ji Chuan frowned. He would have to wait. He returned to the car, found nothing after circling it a few times, and then went to the mall he had visited during the day's looting. He casually packed 2 suitcases with food and prepared to head back. He intended to feed that simpleton. She was the only one he had seen with a golden crystal core. Ji Chuan wanted to understand her ability. The sleeping Gu Yunxi, startled by a knocking sound, broke out in a cold sweat. She tiptoed to the window and saw her little pink car parked in the backyard. Ji Chuan was standing at the front door looking up at her as if she were an idiot. Huh, he looks different, more human and stronger. More importantly, Gu Yunxi saw that Ji Chuan was dragging 2 suitcases. Her fear subsided. She went downstairs and opened the door for Ji Chuan, sensing no malice from him. This time Ji Chuan entered without hesitation. What are you doing? Startled by his boldness, Gu Yunxi instinctively stepped back. The moonlight outlined her curvaceous figure through her pajamas. Ji Chuan looked down, feeling no blush rise to his cheeks. Odd. Ji Chuan pointed at the 2 suitcases. Gu Yunxi understood he wanted her to open them. As expected, they were filled with food. She also noticed that his voice sounded more human. What are you? A zombie? Ji Chuan nodded, then shook his head, trying to convey that he was a zombie, but with human consciousness. You're a zombie, but your neck hurts a lot now. Looking at Gu Yunxi's earnest face, Ji Chuan felt like cursing. He mimed holding a pen, moving his hand back and forth, asking if she had won. You want red wine? I only have tap water here, no wine. Gu Yunxi mistook his gesture for holding a wine glass. No. Can I eat the golden crystal? Will it make me stupid? Ji Chuan screamed internally. Ignoring her questions, he began rummaging through her house. Finally, he found an eyebrow pencil on the entryway cabinet. Oh, you want to write? Gu Yunxi finally understood. She went upstairs to get a pen and notebook. What is your name? Gu Yunxi was astonished to see the zombie actually write. She took the pen and paper and wrote, Gu Yunxi. Ji Chuan looked exasperated. He wrote heavily, you can just say it. I can understand. Oh right, I forgot. I'm a zombie now, but I have human consciousness. Oh my god, so you don't eat people? Not yet. It was true he hadn't eaten anyone. He only cracked open their skulls for the crystals. But he wasn't hungry now. Whether he would want to in the future, he himself wasn't sure. That's great. You scared me to death earlier. I knew a zombie couldn't drive. And thank you so much for the food. I've been rationing a bag of cookies for 3 days. I was about to starve. What's your ability? I don't have one. Gu Yunxi looked dejected. She had seen the news, but she truly hadn't felt any ability manifest. Ji Chuan was puzzled. Was she hiding it from him? But he doubted Gu Yunxi's mind was capable of such deception, and her expression seemed genuine. Everyone has one. Maybe you just haven't discovered yours yet. Ji Chuan thought of himself. His own ability had only appeared when he became a zombie. If such a strange ability could happen to him, other unusual ones must exist. Suddenly struck by an idea, Ji Chuan walked to the mirror on the first floor. He wanted to see his current appearance and, more importantly, his crystal core. The man in the mirror was pale with eerie dark red pupils. He was indeed stronger than his former self, but it was still obvious he was a zombie. A black halo emanated from him, or rather a mass of black energy swirled around his body. His crystal core was black. Ji Chuan. Ji Chuan finished writing and pointed at himself. Ah, your name is Ji Chuan. I've actually seen you around the neighborhood. Ji Chuan nodded, pointing upstairs. You sleep? I don't need to, I can keep watch for you. Gu Yunxi's face showed hesitation. Having a zombie in her home frightened her, even if Ji Chuan was just an ordinary man. A stranger in her house made her uneasy. Ji Chuan walked to the center of the living room and raised his hand, summoning a massive fireball that nearly singed the crystal chandelier on the second floor. Startled himself, he made the fireball vanish. If I wanted to harm you, I would have done so already. Hearing Ji Chuan's words, Gu Yunxi nodded, a flicker of gratitude in her heart. Without the food he provided, she might have perished while foraging today. She then headed upstairs. Dawn was still a while away. Having woken up midway, she still felt drowsy. Downstairs, Ji Chuan pondered the fireball. He hadn't intended to unleash such force. Had he grown stronger? Or was it simply a lack of control? Another reason he had come to Gu Yunxi's place was the view of his own villa. Her home, situated on higher ground, offered a clear sight line to his house. This must be why Gu Yunxi recognized him, though he had no memory of her. Whenever he stepped outside, she could see him from her window. Ji Chuan stared at his villa, faintly catching the glimmer of Su Wanwan's crystal core through the window. He gritted his molars, aching to storm over and tear them apart. But Ji Chuan knew it wasn't yet safe. He only had to wait, and his goal would soon be within reach. The food stored at home could last one person about 2 months, but for 4 people it would only stretch to half a month. Even if he hadn't found a way to counter their abilities by then, they would slowly starve. Ji Chuan sighed. He planned to venture out during the day from tomorrow onward. With each passing day, more people would deplete their food supplies, forcing them to explore and perish, yielding more crystal cores. Indiscriminate killing carried risks. It could draw official attention, leading to his capture for study, or provoke powerful ability users to strike him down. But if he only killed zombies, surely humans wouldn't attack him. Besides, Ji Chuan felt he still retained his humanity. He had no desire to harm a good person. More importantly, Ji Chuan knew he was still too weak to flaunt his power openly. Daylight arrived. Gu Yunxi came downstairs, rubbing her eyes. Seeing Ji Chuan standing silently by the window, she felt a warmth. She hadn't spoken to anyone in so long since the apocalypse began. He'll make you breakfast. Ji Chuan gave her an exasperated look without a word, then slammed the door as he left. Oh right, he doesn't eat. Guess I'll have it all myself, he. Gu Yunxi caressed the delicacies in the suitcase with delight, as if handling precious treasures. She hadn't expected Ji Chuan to have such good taste, choosing all the snacks girls loved. Of course, Ji Chuan knew how to pick them. Su Wanwan had taught him. If he chose wrong, she would get angry, and he'd have to coax her for ages. The easiest way to appease her was with a handbag. Though Ji Chuan knew Su Wanwan was somewhat materialistic with his parents gone, and no family left, she had entered his life when he was most vulnerable. He needed an emotional anchor. And Su Wanwan always professed how much she loved him, how much he meant to her. Now Ji Chuan realized he had been utterly deluded. To Su Wanwan, he was merely a blood bag willing to spend on her. Every sweet word, every tantrum, every holiday, each demanded a material reward. She had even asked to manage his finances. Ji Chuan had said she could after marriage. He had done everything he could for her. Why did she treat him this way? Recalling the intimate gestures between Su Wanwan and Lu, how those two must have been scheming long before. Su Wanwan, I will make you regret this. Ji Chuan gripped the steering wheel, casually changing directions. He spotted groups of people cautiously exploring the streets, but none of them bore the glow of a crystal core. It seemed most people had useless abilities like Su Wanwan's parents, which didn't generate crystal cores. Ignoring them, he drove on. A video of the pink car driving nonchalantly through the streets was posted online again. Curious about the owner, the most liked comment speculated that the driver had an ability that didn't attract zombies. Isn't that invincible? Free to grab supplies. Sister owner, please team up. I have a powerful ability. I can protect you. Sister owner, look at me. 184 centimeters, 8-pack abs, a puppy who can be sweet or fierce. My ability is peak stamina. Upstairs, how about considering me? I have plenty of supplies. My family owns a supermarket. But upon seeing the license plate, Kai Kuan opened the insurance company's system. As a claims adjuster, he could trace the owner through the plate number. Gu Yunxi residing at No. 16 Lushan Villa, Hushi District. Kai Kuan squinted. She was less than 3 kilometers away. If she could freely gather supplies, intercepting her haul would be a brilliant move. And if he could control her, making her use her ability continuously, supplies would never be an issue. If she turned out to be beautiful. Kai Kuan licked his lips. He planned to strike tonight. During the day, she'd be out collecting supplies, and if the villa had surveillance, his plan would fail. But striking at night, while she slept, was safe. With her ability, the villa must be secure. Imprison her, dominate her, seize the villa. A foolproof, profitable deal. Kai Kuan was exhilarated. Perhaps the apocalypse wasn't such a bad thing. Without laws, people would finally unleash all their primal instincts. He even dreamed of using his powerful ability to establish a new dynasty. A lecherous grin spread across his face. He picked a black long-sleeved shirt from the wardrobe for nighttime stealth, flicked his suspenders, and thought the reflection in the mirror looked utterly perfect. Ji Chuan arrived at a gas station, figuring out how to refuel the car. Press this. I never paid attention before. He fiddled with the pump and helped himself to a tank of 98-octane fuel. Hey, how do you drive without zombies attacking you? A voice sounded behind Ji Chuan, but the speaker dared not shout, fearing it would attract the undead. Lin Lulu had come to scavenge supplies at the gas station convenience store. To her surprise, she encountered the owner of the viral pink car, only to find it was a man. Ji Chuan didn't want to turn around and startle her, so he pretended not to hear, walking to the car and opening the door. Hey, Lin Lulu was annoyed. How rude could this guy be? There's plenty of supplies in the convenience store here. Aren't you taking any? But she saw the car already starting. What a weirdo, turning down free supplies. Then again, since he drove around freely, he probably didn't need supplies. But if that were the case, why was he out? Lin Lulu found it odd. Watch out. A zombie emerged from a corner of a building, charging straight toward them, dangerously close to Ji Chuan's car. Thinking it was attacking him, Lin Lulu fired an arrow of light from behind. The light arrow pierced the zombie's body. Though heavily wounded, it fell to the ground, but still crawled toward her. She fired another arrow, this time through the zombie's head, and also through the tire beside it. Damn it. This crazy woman. The zombie was after her. I just filled up with 98 octane. After all that effort, the fuel was wasted. Ji Chuan fumed, storming out of the car to curse at Lin Lulu. But all that came out were garbled sounds. Witnessing Ji Chuan's furious roar, his pallid face and bloodshot eyes filled Lin Lulu with dread. The being before her was no human. She raised her hand to strike at Ji Chuan, but he moved with blinding speed, instantly appearing before her. At such close range, her light arrows were utterly useless. Ji Chuan thrust his hand upward, and Lin Lulu was stunned to see a massive fireball erupt beside her ear. This zombie could wield fire-based abilities. She thought today would be her end. Yet the searing pain never came. Following Ji Chuan's gaze behind her, she turned to see a zombie collapse to the ground. Lin Lulu stared at Ji Chuan in disbelief. Why did you save me? Ji Chuan had saved her because of her earlier kindness, sharing supplies and attacking a zombie that threatened him even though it wasn't targeting her. When Ji Chuan turned back, he realized the girl before him also possessed a golden core. Her ability had indeed proven useful. Unable to answer Lin Lulu, Ji Chuan walked straight to Xiao Fun to inspect the tires. I'm sorry. Watching Ji Chuan, Lin Lulu understood that his strength far surpassed the zombies. Her well-intentioned intervention had only caused trouble. Oh, I know there's an auto shop nearby. They must have repair tools. At her words, Ji Chuan rose and gestured with a nod for her to lead the way. What exactly are you? On the road, Lulu's curiosity grew. Though Ji Chuan's appearance differed from ordinary zombies, his behavior was eerily human. Ji Chuan pointed to his throat and uttered hoarse sounds. Ah, you can't speak. Lulu cautiously scanned their surroundings, but Ji Chuan strolled as if on a leisurely walk. In the distance, the auto shop sign finally came into view, but the pedestrian street was swarming with zombies. Just as Lulu hesitated, a voice called out to them. Hey, you'll be spotted if you go straight through that crowd. Come this way. Lulu turned to see a red-haired woman peeking from a corner. Lulu flashed a grateful smile and moved toward the woman. Ji Chuan followed silently. Though the red-haired woman noticed Ji Chuan's pallid skin, the distance, and his company with Lulu eased her suspicion. She led them into an underground passage. This way is safer. The passage was unfinished, bare pipes overhead and dim light, even during the day. Thank you, sister. I had no idea how to get past those zombies. No need to thank me. We have to help each other in times like this. But in the shadows, the red-haired woman's lips curled into a barely perceptible smirk. Sister, is this passage heading the right way? It feels like we're going in the opposite direction. Almost there. I know this area well. The direction is correct. Yet when they reached the end, there was no staircase leading upward. Zhang Yin, you've done well. A stranger's voice rang out, startling Lulu. In the dimness, she hadn't noticed anyone else was there. This girl is quite a looker, and she's carrying a bag of supplies. I saw that. You'll get your share. Ji Chuan had already sensed more than one person at the tunnel's end. Though the light was faint, the glow of crystals was unmistakable, 1 blue and 2 green. Brother Wang, she's all yours. As for the guy following her, you handle him. Lulu finally realized their predicament. She tried to summon a light arrow, but her arms felt as heavy as lead, impossible to lift. Hey, beautiful, what ability do you have? Can you still use it now? Unable to see clearly, or even raise her hand, she cried out. Who are you? What do you want? Don't resist. Let us have some fun, and we'll take care of you. You won't lose out. Girl, no one can beat us here. One of us has night vision, another gravity control, and the third healing abilities. Just suffer quietly. Even if you hurt us, we can recover. With that, the burly leader drew a dagger and approached Ji Chuan with a lecherous grin. Let's deal with this kid first. Ji Chuan had been curious about the blue crystal's ability, but their carelessness in revealing all 3 powers meant he no longer needed to hold back. A blinding flash erupted like a nuclear explosion in the darkness, forcing everyone to clutch their eyes in agony. What's happening? The sudden brilliance in the pitch-black tunnel left everyone blinded by Ji Chuan's attack. The burly leader writhed on the ground, engulfed in flames. Save me. Save me. Boss, where are you? Another man crouched, groping toward the voice, but a muffled groan escaped him as blood sprayed from his throat. A dagger had pierced it. He tried to activate his healing ability, but before the green light could flicker, he lost consciousness forever and collapsed. Sensing the chaos, the last man scrambled backward in panic. Don't come near me. Don't come near me. He unleashed gravity abilities toward the approaching footsteps, but they never ceased. He didn't know that basic gravity control required targeting a part of a living body. Blinded, he couldn't lock on. Besides, whether Ji Chuan counted as a living being was debatable. With a despairing wail, the dagger pierced his skull. Lulu and Zhang Yin opened their eyes. Though the sounds had painted a grim picture, the reality was a visceral shock. The stench of blood mingled with burning fat filled their nostrils as the flames on Brother Wang's body illuminated the 3 corpses. But the man before them didn't stop. He used the dagger to cut open a corpse's skull and brought the brain to his mouth. Lulu vomited. Zhang Yin was paralyzed by terror, indifferent to the grotesque act. Up close, as she realized his face was utterly inhuman. After consuming the 3 crystals, Ji Chuan felt his body change. For the first time, he had devoured crystals from his own kind. His healing ability had strengthened. Not only could he regenerate faster, but he could now use healing powers on others. Ji Chuan approached Zhang Yin. Ignoring her trembling, he slashed her arm with the dagger. Don't kill me. I was forced. Zhang Yin shook like a leaf, but the zombie was using healing energy on her wound. What was happening? Why did it resemble the ability of one of the thugs? As the wound healed, Ji Chuan continued his experiment. The wound grew larger, the healing slower, until Zhang Yin begged for a merciful end. Ji Chuan finally understood his limits. He could heal any wound, but deep cuts healed slowly, lost limbs couldn't regenerate, and fatal injuries were beyond his power. Watching Ji Chuan's actions, Lulu felt a chill. But remembering that without him, she would have suffered unspeakable torment, she hardened her heart and ignored Zhang Yan's pleas. Ji Chuan once again felt his body being strengthened. It seemed that higher-grade crystals had a more significant effect. The sensation from consuming green crystals was barely noticeable, whereas each time he ingested a blue crystal, his body would sense a surge of energy. If Lulu were to attack him, Ji Chuan would not hesitate to kill her. His initial impression of the person who damaged Little Pink was already poor. Moreover, if someone he saved turned against him, it would remind him of Su Wanwan, and he would be more than willing to kill her to taste her golden crystal. But Lulu did not act. She simply watched him quietly as he paused his experiment. Even after he stood up, she said, "Thank you for saving me," twice. Ji Chuan glanced at her slightly embarrassed expression. Now he could clearly see the surrounding environment, and this ability could even be shared with others. Oh, how is everything so clear now? Did you make me see this? Let's go. Ji Chuan spoke, instinctively surprised that he had actually managed to utter words. Though his voice was hoarse and slow, he could indeed speak. You can talk. Lin Lulu covered her mouth in astonishment. Moreover, Ji Chuan's appearance was becoming more human-like. Was this zombie evolving? It's just a bit slow. Lin Lulu's curiosity about Ji Chuan grew stronger. What exactly are you? Human or zombie? Before, I was human. After death, I still have consciousness. So that was it. Lin Lulu finally understood why Ji Chuan looked like a zombie, but behaved more like a human. My name is Lin Lulu. What's yours? Ji Chuan. The two returned to the ground floor. Ji Chuan instructed Lin Lulu to wait while he walked into the car dealership, smashed the glass door, and entered as if no one was watching. The surrounding zombies showed no reaction. If I follow him, maybe I can survive. Who else can ignore zombies to scavenge for supplies? Lin Lulu stared at Ji Chuan's retreating figure, lost in thought. Besides, wasn't this zombie actually kind of handsome? And he had saved her twice. Soon a car drove out of the dealership. Ji Chuan had not only found repair tools, but also discovered that many car keys were still there. He chose the best off-road vehicle, finally able to abandon Little Pink. Get in. Lin Lulu took the passenger seat. A zombie driving her through the apocalypse. This scene was utterly surreal. After this enhancement, Ji Chuan realized that besides physical strengthening, he could sense a connection with other zombies. As the car moved forward, many zombies drawn by Lin Lulu's scent lunged at the vehicle. But with a mere thought from Ji Chuan, the approaching zombies retreated back to their original positions. It seemed his zombie king ability had finally evolved to the point of minor control over other zombies. Can you drive? Yes, I got my license in my freshman year when I had nothing else to do. But I've hardly driven, so I'm terrible. Just follow me later. On the apocalyptic streets, there were no other cars, and the surrounding zombies could be driven away. Even with poor driving skills, it would be hard to cause an accident in such conditions, especially since traffic rules no longer applied. Arriving at the gas station from earlier, Ji Chuan began changing Little Pink's tires. Meanwhile, Lin Lulu was looting the gas station's convenience store. Her backpack was already full, but now there were 2 cars to fill. Shuttling back and forth with supplies, she looked like a hamster who had found food, her face beaming with happiness. She wouldn't have to worry about supplies for days. Once everything was loaded, Ji Chuan led the way while Lin Lulu followed closely behind. The road conditions were even simpler than a driving test. All she had to do was accelerate and control the speed with no traffic regulations to worry about. It was nearly dusk when they returned to Gu Yunqi's house. 2 cars pulled into her courtyard. Hearing the noise, Gu Yunqi was relieved to see Little Pink, but what about the off-road vehicle in front? She silently observed the scene from the 2nd floor. Besides, Ji Chuan, a girl, seemingly around 20 years old, got out of the car. Could this be Ji Chuan's girlfriend? Was that why he went out every day? To find her? Gu Yunqi felt a strange tightness in her chest. Ji Chuan knocked on the door, and she hurried downstairs to open it. When the door opened, Lin Lulu saw Gu Yunqi's lovely face and curvaceous figure. She unconsciously swallowed. So this was the mature older sister type. It seemed Ji Chuan had lived with her before the apocalypse. They even cohabited. As sister-in-law. Lin Lulu tried to sound affectionate to build rapport, considering she would be living under their roof. This villa was far better than her rented room, where even going downstairs was dangerous. Are you sick? Ji Chuan tilted his head at Lin Lulu, not noticing Gu Yunqi's face turning crimson. You can talk. Gu Yunqi snapped back to reality. Ji Chuan could actually speak. She's not my sister-in-law. I thought you two were a couple. No, we're not. Gu Yunqi's blush deepened. I'm Lin Lulu. Brother Ji Chuan saved me twice today. What should I call you, sister? Lin Lulu blinked and linked her arm with Gu Yunqi's. Such a beautiful woman. She just wanted to cling to her. I'm Gu Yunqi, Ji Chuan's neighbor. Thanks to him, I didn't starve. Neighbor. Then why doesn't brother Ji Chuan go back to his own place and stay with you? That's right. Gu Yunqi's simple mind had never considered this question. His house was just downstairs, even deeper into the neighborhood, and better than hers. Why didn't he go back there? Could he really have feelings for her? Gu Yunqi felt her face could fry an egg. Sister Yunqi, what's wrong? You look so red. Are you feeling unwell? No. Maybe it's a bit hot. Ji Chuan sighed, and in a very slow tone told them his story with Su Wanwan. That's too much. Lin Lulu clenched her fists. How could there be such an ungrateful person? Gu Yunqi's expression also turned cold. Her gaze shifted to Ji Chuan's villa, unable to imagine the despair he had endured, and she felt a pang of sympathy. Brother Ji Chuan, let me help you take revenge. I'm very strong. After learning about Lin Lulu's light arrow ability, Gu Yunqi felt a twinge of inferiority. Ji Chuan had helped her so much, but she had no ability at all, she would only be a burden. Ji Chuan shook his head. This is my business. He wanted to take revenge himself to make Su Wanwan and her family suffer a fate worse than death. Now that he had the strength to do so, he planned to visit the person who made him gnash his teeth that very night. To better utilize his abilities, Ji Chuan waited patiently until late at night. At that hour, he could activate his night vision. Zombies were more powerful, and he could command the surrounding minions to assist him. Just as he was about to set his plan in motion, Ji Chuan heard the sound of the courtyard gate opening. As dusk approached, Kai Kuan moved toward Gu Yunqi's villa, calculating that she would soon return home, making it easier to succeed after her exhausting day. He had awakened a formidable ability to control metal, a discovery made during online exchanges. Unlike the useless powers described by other netizens, his metal manipulation offered both offense and defense, and he believed none of the known abilities could rival his. His journey proceeded smoothly. Even when encountering zombies, he could remotely control a fruit knife to effortlessly pierce their heads, further bolstering his confidence. He already envisioned the blade at Gu Yunxi's throat, forcing her submission as shame flushed her face. The thought spurred him on with heightened excitement. Number 16. This is it. Kai Kuan ascended the slope into the compound. Spotting the little pink figure in the yard confirmed that Gu Yunxi had indeed returned. Using his ability, he gently unlocked the yard gate, the faint sound unlikely to draw her attention. With the same method, he planned to open the villa door, making Gu Yunxi his easy prey. As a zombie, Ji Chuan possessed exceptionally acute hearing. The moment the gate opened, he signaled the other two to silence. Someone had entered. Lin Lulu assumed a defensive stance, while Gu Yunxi, frightened, hid behind her, wishing she could help, but knowing she would only be a burden and danger. A helpless reality. The lock clicked softly, and the door creaked open. Kai Kun's lecherous grin hung on his face, eerie in the darkness. Around him floated several steel forks and knives stained with blood and reeking of decay. To his surprise, 3 people stood in the living room staring straight at him. As he prepared to strike and eliminate the man, first a beam of light shot toward him, blinding him in the night. It was Lin Lulu who had unleashed a light arrow, but this time it resembled a rocket. No longer slender and light, but packed with immense energy as it blasted toward Kai Kun's chest. In his shocked gaze, a massive hole tore through his chest. His body collapsed like a deflated sack, the edges of the wound smoking with charred black. Lin Lulu couldn't believe what she saw. Her light arrow had never displayed such power. I killed someone. She stared blankly at her own hands. If you hadn't killed him, he would have killed us. Ji Chuan pointed at the bloodstained, foul-smelling knives scattered on the floor. Lin Lulu nodded dazedly. But what was that light arrow just now? Mine never looked like that before. Ji Chuan recalled the scene when Gu Yunxi demonstrated her fireball, and a suspicion dawned on him. He dragged Kai Kun's corpse into the yard, and controlling a low intensity, used his fire ability. Yet the flames instantly devoured the entire body like a ravenous beast, reducing it to ashes, leaving only a purple crystal core. Ji Chuan's suspicion was preliminarily confirmed. But before revealing the result to the others, he needed to absorb Kai Kun's core, the only purple one yet seen. He shoved the core into his mouth. His body slowly rose into the air as black energy enveloped him entirely. He felt his broken form continually repairing and refining, and in a daze he sank into slumber as if dreaming a long dream. In the dream, he stood atop a mountain of bones, coldly gazing into the distance. Beneath him were thousands of zombie soldiers, and by his side stood a few figures. In the distance was the elite human force, their various abilities flashing like beautiful auroras, yet all brimming with murderous intent toward him. Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi stared at Ji Chuan in astonishment. In their eyes, he resembled a giant cocoon wrapped in black energy. The black cocoon fell to the ground like a person swathed in thick black silk, the silk-like energy rippling like ocean waves. Sister, what's happening? Have you seen this before? Gu Yunxi shook her head in bewilderment. Should we leave him in the yard? Should we drag him inside? Okay, I can't move him alone. Let's try together, sister. Lin Lulu approached Ji Chuan and cautiously touched him. When her hand contacted the silk-like black energy, it swirled around her fingers like mist. She felt his arm, cold yet solid. Watching Lin Lulu, Gu Yunxi moved to the other side and grabbed the other arm. Together, they dragged Ji Chuan's body into the first-floor living room. Gu Yunxi panted slightly. Lulu, did you and Ji Chuan collect supplies all day? There's a bed upstairs. You can rest. They'll keep watch. I've slept a lot these days, so I'm not tired. Yunxi, what's your ability? Gu Yunxi lowered her head and shook it. I don't have one. How is that possible? Everyone has an ability. Everyone I've met. Maybe yours is just hard to find. Gu Yunxi forced a bitter smile. Considering her pride, Lin Lulu refrained from boasting about her own powerful ability or offering to take the watch. Sister, I'm not tired. I can keep watch. Brother Ji Chuan saved me twice today. I owe him this protection. She then recounted the day's events to Gu Yunxi. It had been a long time since Gu Yunxi had chatted with another woman like this. She found Lin Lulu's story fascinating. They were merely strangers who had met by chance. When Lin Lulu first entered, Gu Yunxi had assumed she was Ji Chuan's girlfriend. If only I had an ability, I could join you in gathering supplies. You definitely have one. You just need to discover it. Ji Chuan's ability is so unique. Who would have thought a zombie could retain human consciousness and even evolve? Ji Chuan hadn't revealed the full extent of his Zombie King ability to the two, as it inherently positioned him as an enemy of humanity. He only told them it allowed him to keep his consciousness. The two chatted in the living room like long-lost best friends reminiscent of college dorm days, a rare, beautiful moment in this bloody apocalypse. When Ji Chuan awoke, he found Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi huddled together under a single blanket, having apparently kept watch for him all night. He didn't wake them, but quietly approached the mirror. He sensed a great change in himself since waking. The reflection showed him looking no different from an ordinary person, yet more robust and taller than before his death. But his eyes were like rubies, gleaming with a scarlet luster that seemed to pierce souls. His skin was exceptionally pale, devoid of all color. Ji Chuan. Gu Yunxi opened her eyes at the sound of footsteps and gasped at the sight of the man before her. Awaken. Lin Lulu wiped her mouth. Am I still dreaming? How did brother Ji Chuan become so handsome? I'm so hopeless. Lin Lulu approached Ji Chuan and touched his arm. What are you doing? Ji Chuan realized he could now speak fluently, no longer stuttering. Startled by his voice, Lin Lulu jerked back. This isn't a dream. Her face flushed as she returned to Gu Yunx's side. I thought I was dreaming you became handsome. It was an undeniable fact that Ji Chuan had become handsome, making it difficult to associate him with a zombie. Gu Yunxi and Lin Lulu looked at Ji Chuan with strange expressions, as if a neighbor's little brother had transformed overnight into a male celebrity. Well, my good looks have left you speechless. Actually, I'm pretty much the same as when I was human, just a bit more muscular. Men always have a blind self-confidence about themselves. In truth, Ji Chuan was not only much more muscular, but his facial features were no longer the round Otaku-like shape. They had become sharp, clean, and angular. You speak much more fluently too. Gu Yunxi was about to compliment his voice when she noticed that Ji Chuan's voice, though slightly hoarse, had an unexpectedly magnetic quality. His youthful puppy-like face contradicted his deep, resonant bass. Ji Chuan nodded, recalling his earlier hypothesis, and decided to conduct another experiment. By the way, Gu Yunxi, I have a theory about your ability. Lin Lulu, go to the yard and fire a light arrow into the distance with the minimal amount of power. Although Lin Lulu was somewhat perplexed, she did as Ji Chuan instructed. She gently raised her hand. Under normal circumstances, using her ability like this would likely fail to gather energy, or the arrow would be too weak to fly far. But to Lin Lulu's astonishment, the arrow in her hand shot forth like a powerful laser, flying straight into the distance. She recalled the rocket launcher-like light arrow she had used to kill Kai Kuan. Could this be because of Sister Yunx's ability? I have an ability. Is it to make arrows thicker? Gu Yunx's response once again left Ji Chuan speechless. He then walked into the yard. I'm now going to use a minimal amount of energy to activate my fire ability. Ji Chuan lightly raised his finger, and a pillar of flame erupted into the sky. The two girls felt an immense wave of heat. I suspect your ability is enhancement. It can significantly amplify the abilities of others. Gu Yunxi covered her mouth in surprise. So she wasn't a useless person without an ability after all. Try to actively disconnect our link, meaning stop using your ability to enhance. Following Ji Chuan's instructions, Gu Yunxi focused on ceasing her support to the both of them. The flame on Ji Chuan's finger shrank to the size of a lighter's flame. Seeing this change, Lin Lulu fired a light arrow with the same force as before, and it shot out like a sewing needle. Gu Yunxi concentrated. As she increased her power, the flame in Ji Chuan's hand could grow or shrink at her will. She finally understood why she thought she had no ability. It was because her ability could only affect other abilities. Ji Chuan frowned at the flame in his hand, another possibility dawning on him. He channeled more power, making the flame larger. Gu Yunxi, now think about making this flame smaller. Gu Yunxi thought it over. If it was to make it smaller, then it shouldn't be about outputting energy, but absorbing it. A thin sheen of sweat appeared on her forehead as she struggled to redirect the flow of energy. To their amazement, the flame in Ji Chuan's hand actually began to shrink. Ji Chuan walked over to Gu Yunxi in surprise and grabbed her shoulders. Your ability isn't enhancement, it's modulation. You can control the output power of another person's ability. Sister Yunxi, you're amazing. What a powerful ability. Gu Yunxi cried, tears of joy. What was so? I'm not useless. I can help everyone. Ji Chuan understood the terrifying potential of the golden crystal core. If this ability was controlled, well, it could even decide the outcome of a battle. Your ability level is the same as hers. I can see ability levels. Hearing Ji Chuan's words, Lin Lulu's big watery eyes widened. Really? My ability is as strong as Sister Yunx's. Her own light arrows were merely convenient for long-range attacks, but they paled in comparison to Sister Yunx's ability. Yunx's ability was a universal tool, useful in combination with anyone. In danger, she could simply lock the opponent's ability to its minimum power. You can keep sensing. You two indeed have abilities of the same level. Perhaps your ability has other effects that you haven't mastered yet. Lin Lulu nodded happily, looking forward to developing her own ability. It's time for revenge. Ji Chuan's face turned cold. Now he was fully confident he could torment Su Wanwan's family. He had been longing for this day. Ji Chuan, let me come and support you. Gu Yunxi also wanted to help him for once. And me, brother Ji Chuan, let me try out other effects of the light arrow. I can help too. Ji Chuan shook his head. He wanted to deal with them himself and didn't want the two girls to witness such a brutal scene. He'll do it alone. Seeing Ji Chuan's resolve, Gu Yunxi nodded. Be careful. Ji Chuan opened the door and set off towards his villa. Every step was filled with intense hatred. Thinking of the faces of Su Wanwan's family, a storm raged within Ji Chuan's heart. He gathered all the zombies in the vicinity and surrounded his villa. Brother, how I feel like there are loud zombie roars all around. Do you hear them? Su Wanwan was a bit nervous. Usually during the day it was quiet, and the slow-moving zombies would wander around scattered. But now she could hear their low groans from every direction. Lu Hao seemed to notice the anomaly too. Can't be. There aren't many zombies around here, and they don't move much during the day. Don't be scared, Wanwan. If any zombies come, I'll fight them off for you. You're so good to me, brother Hao. Compared to that waste, Ji Chuan, being with you is the best decision I've ever made. Lu Hao affectionately tapped Su Wanwan's nose, then went to the window, pulled back the curtain, and looked towards the gate. Lu Hao was shocked. Although the villa had high walls through the gaps in the gate's railings, he could see that the outside was packed with zombies. The number was unimaginably large. What's going on? Wanwan were surrounded. Hearing Lu Hao's exclamation, Su Wanwan ran over to look. The sight of the zombies outside made her scalp tingle. Su Wanwan's parents came out of their room. They had been on night watch and had just fallen asleep in the morning, but during this time no one dared to sleep deeply. They came out to see what was happening upon hearing the noise. How can this be? Why are these zombies only surrounding our house? Su Wanwan's parents checked from several angles. There wasn't a single zombie around the other villas, only theirs was surrounded. The gate? The gate is open. Who opened it? Lu Hao, already on edge, felt his hair stand on end. At a time like this, opening the gate was suicidal. Mom, Dad, was it you? Hurry, did you step on the remote? Su Wanwan watched the zombies pour in, frantically searching for the gate remote. No, we didn't. Su Wanwan's parents had been on night watch and had kept the remote on the most conspicuous coffee table. How could they have stepped on it? What they didn't know was that the gate had opened because Ji Chuan had absorbed the metal manipulation crystal core. Su Wanwan grabbed the remote and pressed it again and again, but the gate remained wide open, unresponsive. The zombies, like old folks on a discount day at the supermarket, swarmed the villa. Some were already banging on the windows trying to get in. Oh, Lu Hao, think of something. Su Wanwan, frantic like an ant on a hot pan, ran towards the second floor. Lu Hao and Su Wanwan's parents were also terrified. Before their bewildered eyes, the villa's door swung open on its own. Lu Hao was the first to grab a kitchen cleaver, swinging it at the approaching zombies. Empowered by his immense strength, the zombies he struck snapped in two like celery stalks. Yet the horde was overwhelming, with an endless tide still flooding in. Su Wanwan's parents, armed with a mop and a spatula, warily watched the zombies crashing through the windows. But their abilities were utterly useless, offering no help in the fight. The sound of shattering glass erupted from all sides as zombies poured in through the windows, encircling the three on the first floor. Son-in-law, protect us. Wanwan can't lose her parents. The two elderly were still in their pajamas, barefoot on the floor. The proximity of the zombies nearly frightened them into cardiac arrest. You two old fools with such worthless abilities, you're just wasting food. Lu Hao's eyes burned with madness. A plan had formed in his mind, a way to carve out a sliver of hope for himself. What did you say? The elderly couple screamed in despair as they realized Lu Hao had grabbed them. His overwhelming strength made it impossible for them to break free. He shoved them toward the door. He was using Su Wanwan's parents as human shields to block the zombies on both sides, all to make a dash for the exit. Lu Hao, you heartless beast. I won't let Wanwan marry you. Su Wanwan's mother kept spouting irrelevant threats. Lu Hao found it laughable. Who cared about marrying her daughter now? Even Su Wanwan had grown tiresome. If he survived with his strength, he could have any woman he wanted. The surrounding zombies seemed cowed by his ferocity. They launched no further attacks, and even slowly parted, creating a path leading out of the villa. Lu Hao was ecstatic. Heaven itself was sparing him, offering a way out. The elderly couple flailed their arms, letting out piercing screams, but they were only near the zombies, not actually attacked. As Lu Hao dragged them out, he found himself face-to-face with Ji Chuan. Ji Chuan stood before him, pale-faced with bloodshot eyes, watching the trio with keen interest. The zombies slowly closed in around them, even piling up into a throne of corpses. Ji Chuan sat upon it like a death god descending from hell. Ji Chuan. Su Wanwan's mother recognized him first. Though his build was different, his facial features were largely unchanged. Seeing how the zombies obeyed Ji Chuan, the three immediately grasped their situation. Chuan, you have to stand up for us. That heartless Lu Hao tried to use us as shields to save himself. Yes, Chuan, we've always liked you. It was all Lu Hao's doing. The harsh things we said before were forced on us by him. And he thinks you and Wanwan are still the best match. I didn't give you permission to speak while standing. Ji Chuan's voice was icy. His gravity ability pressed down on their knees, forcing them to their knees instantly. The sudden heavy fall made Su Wanwan's parents wince in pain. At their age, their knees were like brittle coal. Overwhelmed by the crushing pressure, Lu Hao couldn't rise despite his strength ability. Cold sweat dripped from his brow. Brother Ji Chuan, it was all that bitch Su Wanwan. She seduced me, she planned for you to pick us up, and she made me throw you out. It's not my fault. Lu Hao, you monster. Wanwan is so kind, she would never do such a thing. It was you who liked her and manipulated her into it. Lu Hao, you bastard. We kept your secret and took you in when the virus first broke out, and this is how you repay us. Su Wanwan trembled under the bed on the second floor. She could hear the shouting from outside, but couldn't understand what Lu Hao and her parents were arguing about. What was happening downstairs? They mentioned Ji Chuan. Shouldn't he be dead? That useless waste thrown against the wall should have been devoured by zombies. How could he still be alive? But Su Wanwan's mind went blank. A suffocating fear gripped her as she saw countless feet, bloody mummified bones exposed, pacing around her. These terrifying zombies were searching for her. The sound of their ragged breaths mixed with the stench of decay filled her nostrils. She clamped her hand over her mouth, praying they wouldn't find her. But her hope shattered when she saw a half-bodied zombie at the stair corner. It clawed its way up to the second floor, one eyeball dangling from its socket, while the other swiveled, searching. When it reached the top, its gaze locked onto her. A grotesque smile stretched across its rotting face, and it crawled toward her rapidly, letting out a low, guttural growl that seemed both a laugh and a snarl. Don't kill me. Tears streamed down Su Wanwan's face as she clawed at the floor. But several zombies had already grabbed her legs, tearing at her clothes, and dragged her roughly out from under the bed. The zombies hauled her all the way to Ji Chuan, then retreated back into the horde. Seeing Ji Chuan before her, Su Wanwan froze for a moment before forcing her sweetest smile. She crawled to him on her knees, wrapping her arms around his calf and pressing her chest against his knee. Brother Chuan Wanwan was so scared. You came to save me, didn't you? I think of you every day. But before she could finish, Ji Chuan kicked her away. She hit the ground with a muffled groan. Don't touch me, filth. At his words, Su Wanwan burst into tears. In the past, her tears would always make Ji Chuan flustered and had give her anything she wanted. Brother Chuan, don't be like this. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have listened to Lu Hao's sweet talk. He seduced me and wanted to kill you. I know I was wrong. Can we go back to how we were? As she spoke, she crawled toward him again, flaunting her curves and vulnerability. Su Wanwan, you slut. If you hadn't thrown yourself at me, would I have even looked at you? Brother Chuan, I'll be your dog from now on. He'll never betray you. Lu Hao prostrated himself on the ground, reverently lifting Ji Chuan's foot. As a top-tier club entertainer, he knew many tricks to please wealthy women and had even serviced male clients for money. Now he would use every skill to ingratiate himself with Ji Chuan and survive. But Ji Chuan only stared coldly at Lu Hao, making him break out in a cold sweat. Yet Lu Hao dared not stop his fawning. I know you won't betray me. From now on, you're mine. Lu Hao was overjoyed. His professional skills had come through. He might just survive this. But just as Lu Hao opened his mouth to pledge his loyalty, he found he could no longer speak. Ji Chuan's hand had pierced through his neck. The speed of Ji Chuan's strike stunned everyone present. They hadn't even seen what happened. Su Wanwan watched Lu Hao collapse into a pool of blood. She stumbled backward, falling to the ground, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Before their shocked eyes, Lu Hao rose again, his eyes vacant. He knelt to Ji Chuan in obeisance, then stood behind him like the other zombies. Ji Chuan turned around in anger and stormed out, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. The surrounding zombies, drawn by the noise, began to gather in his direction, but after receiving a few heavy slaps from Ji Chuan, they all turned back and retreated. Gu Yunxi stared blankly at Ji Chuan from the room, lost in thought. Was this zombie actually angry? Could it be that he had brought her food? He had driven away the other zombies and meant her no harm. Could he really be a good zombie? Her stomach growled loudly. Gu Yunxi grabbed the food and stuffed it into her mouth, devouring it quickly. This was the first full meal she had eaten in days, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes once more. Ji Chuan walked back toward his villa. If he drove, he would be discovered immediately, which would be too dangerous. He was still no match for the four of them. Su Wanwan's water-based ability could unleash water jets, but he had no idea what else it could do. Lu Hao's strength-doubling power made him a formidable fighter. Su Wanwan's parents, on the other hand, had rather useless abilities. One could produce a spark like a matchstick, while the other could summon a gentle breeze to cool people down. Ji Chuan climbed onto the rooftop of an empty house nearby. With no lights on in the darkness of the night, he had perfect cover as he watched the situation inside the building. A blue core, a green core. This was the first time Ji Chuan had seen a blue core. It must belong to Su Wanwan, and it suggested that her water ability might not be a basic one. But why didn't Su Wanwan's parents have cores? Ji Chuan speculated that only powerful abilities would generate cores. Perhaps zombies with cores were once humans with strong abilities before their transformation. At this thought, Ji Chuan understood. The virus had struck so suddenly that many people had turned into zombies before they could awaken their abilities under the red moon. This was still the early stage of the disaster. People rarely went out, and even if they did, those with abilities were strong enough to avoid being killed and turned into zombies. But soon that would change. Everyone's supplies were limited, and those who didn't venture out to find food would starve to death. Ji Chuan held back his impulse. He wanted to summon a horde of zombies right now, but his own front door was sturdy. Even if he set the house on fire, Su Wanwan's water ability could easily extinguish the flames. More importantly, he wanted to take his revenge personally. Letting them die at the hands of ordinary zombies would be too merciful. He wanted to send them to hell with his own hands. Recalling their smug faces, Ji Chuan clenched his fists until his knuckles trembled. Gu Yunxi was savoring the happiness brought by the dessert when she heard the yard gate creak open again. Ji Chuan strode into the yard, opened the car door, and drove off, even locking the gate behind him after leaving. What a strange zombie. He treats my place like a garage, she muttered. She had originally planned to drive out and look for food herself, but since her neighbor had already brought her some, she didn't mind letting him keep the car. Gu Yunxi felt that she wasn't as afraid of him anymore. The only reason Ji Chuan kept driving Gu Yunxi's car was that there was simply no other vehicle available. Cars were everywhere on the streets, but who knew where the keys were? Nowadays, few people dared to go out except for zombies. If anyone else drove, zombies would pounce on them. Finding food for her was just his way of paying the rent for the car. Ji Chuan always considered himself a gentleman. The city was eerily quiet at night. Ji Chuan wandered aimlessly. Why don't the zombies bother that driver? Someone wondered. A person filmed a video from their window capturing a pink car driving nonchalantly through the streets, while nearby zombies paid it no attention. Comments flooded the video. Maybe zombies hate pink. Your intestines are pink, and they still rip them out. Zombies don't move at night. Are you crazy? Night zombies are way faster than daytime ones. Try it if you don't believe me. A pink car must be driven by a woman. Zombies don't eat brainless female drivers. Female drivers cause 17 of accidents, but only 116 are their fault. You male drivers are the brainless ones. Can you stop with the gender war at a time like this? Ji Chuan had no idea that his driving was sparking a heated debate online. He was too busy searching the entire city for the glow of cores. Finally, he spotted 2 glimmering cores moving slowly in the distance. They were in a wooded area, so Ji Chuan stopped the car and decided to investigate on foot. But as he drew closer, he realized the cores belonged to living humans, not zombies. As a zombie, Ji Chuan's hearing and sense of smell were exceptionally sharp, and he could even make out their conversation. Brother, Nan, I'm scared. I think there are zombies over there. Don't worry, he'll protect you. You have fire abilities. If a zombie comes, just burn it. Brother Nan, what's your ability? You never told me. I can create air walls for protection. It's not as strong as yours, so I didn't mention it. I see, Brother Nan. How much farther? Are you sure there's a shop downstairs in that complex? I'm sure. I bought cigarettes there before. Let's leave early. If we're late, there'll be nothing left. Okay. Ji Chuan was about to turn back. He didn't want to kill innocent people, and judging by their conversation, their abilities seemed formidable. Rushing in recklessly could get him killed. Just as he turned to leave, a woman's scream pierced the night. Oh, Brother Nan, it's a zombie. Shut up. A zombie stood just a few meters away from the woman at the corner. It was the closest she had ever been to one, and its terrifying face made her scream involuntarily. Though she quickly covered her mouth, a horde of zombies had already started charging toward them. Run! Without a second thought, the man sprinted back the way they had come. Taking the detour through the greenery had helped them avoid many zombies, so retracing their steps was the safest option. Brother Nan, wait for me. The woman's legs felt like jelly, but she forced herself to run after him. Despite having fire abilities, she had never used them in combat. If she stopped to take aim, the zombies would catch her. Nighttime zombies were indeed faster than their daytime counterparts. Their shouts had drawn the attention of nearby zombies, and though the path back had been clear before, zombies had now infiltrated the woods. Damn it. Seeing their escape route blocked by zombies, the man cursed and scrambled for another plan. Burn them, he snarled at the woman. He had only brought her along because of her fire ability. Why else would he want someone to share his supplies with? But she was completely useless, nothing but a burden. Brother Nan, save me. I can't do it. If I stop to aim, they'll grab me. The woman was in despair. The man who had promised to protect her was now running much faster than she was, and if the zombies caught her, she would surely die. As the zombies closed in, the man suddenly stopped and turned to face her. Sorry, he said. Brother Nan. Before she could react, he raised his hand. A flash of light blinded her temporarily. He had never possessed an air wall ability. His power was nothing more than a useless flash of light. Zombies tracked their prey by scent and sound, so his light was utterly ineffective. He had brought her along for 2 reasons. First, she had an offensive ability. Second, in case of danger, he could blind her to buy himself time to escape. The woman wailed in agony, knowing she was about to die here. The man ran off without looking back. With fresh prey in front of them, which zombie would bother chasing him? Although Su Wanwan had killed her own parents on Ji Chuan's orders, Ji Chuan had no intention of letting her off. A simple death would be too merciful. He could spare her life, instead choosing to make her suffer in agony. He would torment her, repeatedly healing her with his ability, each time cycling through this process to make her experience the same despair he had once felt. But before he could act, Ji Chuan heard a distant rumble, unlike the sound of an ordinary vehicle. Frowning, he turned his gaze toward the noise. Sister Yunxi, what is that? Is that an armored vehicle? Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi had been watching the battle near Ji Chuan from the window, though the horde of zombies made it hard to see clearly. And now an armored vehicle was driving into the neighborhood. Gu Yunxi stared at the armored vehicle, a sense of unease creeping over her. She had a bad feeling, fearing that Ji Chuan might be in danger. Only official forces could mobilize an armored vehicle, and to them someone like Ji Chuan was a threat that needed to be eliminated. Lulu, I feel uneasy. I'm afraid something might happen to Ji Chuan. After a moment's thought, Gu Yunxi made up her mind. Stay here. I'm going to check it out. Sister Yunxi, Brother Chuan told us to wait for him here. It's dangerous outside. But ignoring Lin Lulu's warning, Gu Yunxi stepped out anyway. Lin Lulu let out a sigh. Her ability was useless up close, so she also walked out, staying high above and concealing herself as she approached. The armored vehicle drew nearer, and Su Wanwan, hearing the sound, looked over curiously. There's a water attribute ability user. The old man in the vehicle suddenly opened his eyes. At his words, the others all wore excited expressions. This rescue mission might yield a pleasant surprise. If Old Wong could sense this ability user, it meant they were still alive, and surviving amidst such a zombie horde suggested they were formidable. Moreover, water attribute abilities often provided a stable source of fresh water, a scarce resource in the apocalypse. The team members prepared for battle, and Shui Zishuan's previously frivolous expression faded, replaced by a calm confidence. They had reached the outskirts of the zombie horde. Wu Qian told Song Hui to stay inside the vehicle and climbed onto the roof first. Spotting Su Wanwan at the center of the zombie circle, he assumed she was the water attribute ability user. But what was that thing directly opposite her? It looked like a person, but with pallid skin, sitting on a throne made of zombies, its eyes glowing red. Meeting Ji Chuan's gaze, Wu Qian felt a chill rise from the depths of his heart, a pressure he had never experienced before. In an instant, he knew this entity was extremely dangerous. Water attribute ability, user, will rescue you. Hold on. Wu Qian shouted, then raised his hands to his chest. Though his hands were empty, a submachine gun materialized out of thin air. He opened fire on the zombie horde, mowing down every undead in his path. Other zombies, noticing the commotion, charged toward him. Su Wanwan felt a flicker of hope. The ability she had displayed was powerful, could she possibly escape? She carefully observed Ji Chuan's movements while keeping an eye on the battlefield. Her strategy was simple: to survive, she would not act rashly. If the armored vehicle team proved superior, she would flee from Ji Chuan. If Ji Chuan prevailed, she would stay. Choosing wrong would mean certain death. Inside the vehicle, Song Hui was anxious. Unable to see outside, he could only pray that the water attribute ability survivor was Ji Chuan. Sun Tao, seeing the situation was still in their favor, waited in the vehicle without feeling tense. At 1 o'clock, the water attribute ability survivor. At 11 o'clock, zombie level unknown, no action taken yet. Hearing Wu Qian's report from the roof, Ji Chuan frowned. A mutant. We've run into something so rare. It's different from any mutant we've encountered before. Be careful. Ji Chuan nodded, and then her figure vanished. Old Wang opened his eyes again. There's a new ability user approaching. Their power is formidable, seems like control. They're still a bit far, so my perception isn't precise. What a... Sun Tao exclaimed in shock. Was this place hiding so many talents? A legendary ability, no less. With control on the scene, Captain, we've got this in the bag. Even if these zombies are mutants, they're still dead. This will end soon. Ji Chuan stood up and raised his hand. The zombies that had been charging all halted and retreated, ceasing their attack. What a... Wu Qian couldn't believe his eyes. Sun Tao also sensed something strange. The zombies had stopped advancing. But from his angle, he couldn't see Ji Chuan. What's going on, Captain? Did you scare the zombies away? This is a personal grudge of mine. Please do not interfere. Ji Chuan's deep voice rang out, and everyone felt an immense pressure. Wu Qian nearly dropped his gun. He had never seen a zombie that could speak. Old Wang, is there a life sign at 11 o'clock? Wu Qian began to doubt himself. He hoped the source of that pressure was a human, just with unusual skin and eyes. No life signs. It's a zombie. Hearing Old Wang's words, Wu Qian swallowed hard. He felt this mission was more perilous than any before. Su Wanwan looked expectantly at Wu Qian, hoping he could save her. Falling into Ji Chuan's hands would surely lead to a terrible fate. She suddenly felt someone touch her, but saw no one around. I said this is my personal grudge. Please do not interfere. A wave of immense pressure descended, forcing Ji Chuan to her knees. Her form materialized beside Su Wanwan. Ji Chuan. Wu Qian tensed instantly. The situation defied his understanding. What should he do? Abandon the rescue? Negotiate with the zombie? What exactly was this thing, and how had it detected Ji Chuan? Ji Chuan hadn't seen Ji Chuan, but his sense of smell was exceptionally keen. At such close range, he had already caught the scent of an unfamiliar human laced with a strong aroma of candy. Sun Tao's palms were sweating. Hearing that Ji Chuan was in trouble, he couldn't stay put any longer and climbed onto the roof. Sun Tao, what are you doing out here? Our apologies for the intrusion. Please forgive our earlier actions and let our people go. We'll leave immediately. Su Wanwan felt a wave of disappointment, but dared not say a word. She hadn't expected Ji Chuan to be so powerful. Thank goodness she hadn't listened to her foolish mother and tried to fight him heathen. She would have been the first to die. Ji Chuan magnanimously raised his hand, and Ji Chuan immediately felt the pressure on her legs vanish. Gasping for breath, she stood up. Observing Ji Chuan with a grave expression, Ji Chuan glanced at Sun Tao and gave him a look. Thank you, sir. We'll go now. But the smile on Sun Tao's face vanished in an instant. His entire aura exploded, electricity crackling along his arm as he unleashed several lightning bolts like heavenly thunder toward Ji Chuan at blinding speed. Ji Chuan, watch out. Gu Yunxi had just approached and witnessed the scene. She rapidly reversed her power, and Sun Tao felt his lightning's strength wane until it slowly dissipated. But his original goal wasn't to kill the monster before him. He had no confidence in that. He only needed to buy a single moment. As Ji Chuan attracted Sun Tao's attention, Ji Chuan had already taken Su Wanwan's hand, and in an instant they were on top of the car, while Old Wang had long been waiting with Song Hui at the entrance. Ji Chuan hurriedly touched the others, preparing to continue the transfer, but just before the transfer, a white light flashed, and Su Wanwan spat out a mouthful of blood. She had been struck in the abdomen by a light arrow, and before anyone could react to what had happened, they had already returned to the base. During the standoff, Song Hui had always wanted to check, but was stopped by Old Wang. He seemed to hear a female voice calling Ji Chuan's name. When Song Hui opened his eyes in anticipation, thinking Ji Chuan had been saved, he instead found a pale Su Wanwan before him. Emily, hurry and save her, Wu Qian shouted, and a woman in white rushed over, placing her hands on Su Wanwan's abdomen as a continuous stream of energy flowed into her, visibly healing the wound. Seeing Su Wanwan's expression calm down, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Although they had lost an armored vehicle, this time the value of a survivor with water-type abilities was significantly higher. Is there no one else outside? Didn't you see a boy? About 175 centimeters tall, with a handsome face. Song Hui anxiously asked Wu Qian, who shook his head. Was that monster considered handsome? He was indeed good-looking, but a sharply defined face was better described as stern. Plus, he seemed to be around 182 centimeters tall. Song Hui felt weak all over, suddenly remembering something. He approached Su Wanwan and shook her shoulder. Where is Ji Chuan? Where did Ji Chuan go? What did you do to Ji Chuan? The people nearby quickly pulled Song Hui away. Are you crazy? She just suffered serious injuries. Don't disturb her rest. The injured Su Wanwan wore a pained expression, and since she had taken off her coat, she was only in her underwear, which had already attracted many men's interest in the base. Ji Chuan must still be there. I heard someone call his name. Ji Chuan, take me back. Ji Chuan's face turned pale. She had exhausted nearly all her remaining energy, bringing 5 people over such a long distance. Little brother, are you trying to get me killed? Ji Chuan can't be your girlfriend, right? If you're gay, just tell me, and we'll be best friends. Don't you dare get close to her. Our team will not deal with this matter. The people in the base looked at each other completely unaware of what had happened. They only knew that the second team had taken on a mission, lost an armored vehicle, and brought back a water-type ability user with most of their powers expended. The combat strength of the second team was already considered top-notch with 2 attack-type abilities, 1 exploration-type ability, and 1 escape-type ability, yet they still ended up in such a dire situation. What exactly had they encountered with the current weak zombies? Li Jingru called Wu Qian to the office. Are you saying there was a zombie that could communicate, and that other zombies follow its orders? Li Jingru narrowed his eyes, feeling the oppressive atmosphere from the description alone. It could break Cui Zishuan's stealth transfer Sun Tao's lightning strike inexplicably weakened, and there were unknown light arrow techniques. Is this zombie aggressive? Wu Qian recalled that throughout the entire incident Ji Chuan had not initiated any attacks. He only reminded them that it was his personal grievance, but were the subsequent light arrows his doing? Uncertain. The scene was too complex, perhaps only the water-type ability user who faced him for a long time knows the details. Li Jingru nodded. From Wu Qian's description, this was no longer a mutated species. Regular mutated zombies showed no signs of intelligence and could not communicate. They merely had a few unique abilities akin to abilities themselves. However, the zombies Wu Qian and the others encountered had far too many techniques. If they were aggressive, it would pose a very troublesome problem that needed to be resolved with full force. Let me in. Don't block me. Song Huai tried to rush in front of Li Jingru's door, but was stopped by someone. Let him in. Li Jingru lit a cigarette, and Song Huai stood anxiously across from him. Earlier on the battlefield, I heard someone call my friend's name. He must still be there. I need to go back and find him. Li Jingru looked at Wu Qian in confusion. Wu Qian was entirely focused on Ji Chuan and Su Wanwan, and had not noticed the presence of others, but when Sun Tao released the lightning strike, a female voice indeed called out warning to be careful. Understanding the general situation, Li Jingru called for Old Wang again. Old Wang, were there others on the scene? Old Wang nodded. I seem to sense the approach of control, but it's a bit far. I can't be 100% certain. Li Jingru identified the cause of Sun Tao's inexplicable weakened lightning. If control really arrived, it would indeed have this effect, but why would the holder of control help a zombie? Li Jingru couldn't figure it out. It's too dangerous to go now. I can't risk the lives of base members. Many things are still unclear. Li Jingru exhaled a puff of smoke, and Song Huai felt a bit despondent. Since there's such a powerful monster, if we don't save my friend now, there won't be another opportunity. What if my friend is the so-called control you mentioned? Not saving him would be a huge loss. If your friend is control, then the situation becomes even more complicated, because control helped that monster, and your friend and the zombie are on the same side. Hearing Li Jingru's analysis, Wu Qian gasped. Yes, control could weaken Sun Tao's lightning power, but wouldn't that be helping the zombie? Song Huai felt a bit lost. No way Ji Chuan couldn't be with the zombies. He was so naive and afraid of things like ghosts. How could he possibly be on the same side as zombies? That silly boy would definitely scream and run away when near them. He didn't believe it. He had to find him himself. If not, he could just drive over quickly. There was no time to wait for Ji Chuan's situation. Thinking of this, Song Huai was about to rush out. Stop him. As soon as Li Jingru finished speaking, Song Huai was restrained by 2 people and couldn't move. Let me go. Let me go. Song Huai struggled fiercely. Our agreement was that the base would help you find your friend. Once there, whether he is alive or dead, you must return to join the organization. The agreement has been fulfilled. Please do not go back on your word. Bullshit. My friend is right there. Even if you control me, I won't use my abilities. Why are you being so untrustworthy, little friend? I could have used force, but I just wanted to respect you. The base is a united family, Lona. A cool girl walked in, her lips painted a deep purple, looking somewhat uncomfortable. This little friend wants to join our big family, but is too agitated. Luana walked up to Song Huai, raised her hand, and reached toward his forehead. What are you doing? Let me go. Let go. Respectful leader, I will contribute my strength to the base. Thank you for agreeing to my joining. Song Huai's gaze became vacant, and Luana nodded to Li Jingru before taking Song Huai out. Gu Yunxi rushed anxiously towards Ji Chuan. Ji Chuan, are you alright? Ji Chuan shook his head. Thank you. Your ability has improved again just now. Gu Yunxi blushed and lowered her head, catching sight of the 2 corpses on the ground, instinctively averting her gaze. Do you think I'm ruthless? Gu Yunxi shook her head. They were cruel to you too. This is between you and them. I have no right to judge. Brother Ji Chuan. Sister Yunxi. How dare you 2 whisper secrets without me? Lin Lulu hopped down from the hilltop step by step. She had tried to activate her skill from a great distance earlier, never expecting to hit her target. Unfortunately, the wound wasn't fatal, and she hadn't helped Ji Chuan finish off that vile woman. Looking at Lin Lulu, a smile tugged at Ji Chuan's lips. Thank you too. Otherwise, Su Wanwan would have been rescued without suffering even a scratch. It was a pity that a squad had suddenly appeared midway. The reason Ji Chuan remained courteous was twofold. First, he could tell from the armored vehicle that they were from the official forces, and he didn't want to antagonize them so soon. Second, from the vehicle, he had spotted 4 purple crystal cores and 1 red crystal core. Unsure of the red core's level, he doubted he could defeat those individuals if it came to a fight. He was still too weak. The color of the crystal cores told him that the official organization surely harbored experts. He had to enhance his strength quickly. Ji Chuan dismissed the surrounding zombies, keeping Lu Hao behind. Lu Hao knelt on the ground, lowering his head toward Ji Chuan's hand. It's a bit bloody. Do you two want to watch? Gu Yunxi turned away, but Lin Lulu only shifted to one side. She had already witnessed similar scenes before, and this time, she even wanted to observe the process closely. Ji Chuan thrust his hand into Lu Hao's skull and extracted a green crystal core. What is this? Is this how you evolve, by eating these? Lin Lulu asked curiously, having seen him consume such stones several times already. My talent hints that I can absorb these crystal cores to strengthen myself. Actually, I'm curious if humans would get the same effect. Either of you want to try? Gu Yunxi stared at the crystal core still dripping with blood and shook her head vehemently. Seeing her reaction, Ji Chuan pulled Lin Lulu over and, catching her off guard, shoved the core into her mouth. The green crystal core was the smallest, slightly larger than an almond, but very hard. Lin Lulu felt a sharp scrape in her throat. Cough, cough. Brother Ji Chuan, you're so mean. Lin Lulu's tiny fist pounded against Ji Chuan's arm, but he paid no mind. How do you feel? Lin Lulu shook her head. Now she was terrified. If she couldn't digest it, what kind of torment would the expulsion be? Just as I thought. Only I can eat it. If it hurts a lot when you have to go, don't worry. I have healing abilities to help you recover. Lin Lulu's face was full of exasperation. That night, indeed, a sharp shriek erupted from the bathroom. All the survivors in the complex trembled, convinced that the screamer was enduring inhuman torture. Holding the crystal core, Ji Chuan felt conflicted. He was deeply repulsed by the thought of swallowing it, but he hadn't yet mastered the power type ability, and wasting the core seemed a pity. Lin Lulu lay weakly on the sofa, adamantly refusing to let Ji Chuan place his hand above the painful area to heal her. Her lips were pale. Brother Ji Chuan, eat it. Eat it, will you? Why aren't you eating? Gu Yunxi, full of concern, wiped the sweat from Lin Lulu's brow with a towel. Ji Chuan went to the sink to wash his hands for the 13th time. While he could stomach crystal cores mixed with brain matter and blood, one laced with feces was a bit too extreme. You reap what you sow. I shouldn't have experimented. Ji Chuan steeled himself and swallowed the power core. Lin Lulu, having finally seen her wish fulfilled, turned her head away in a huff. Let Lulu rest tonight. I'll take care of her. Gu Yunxi went to rinse the towel. Taking advantage of Lin Lulu's turned head, Ji Chuan approached her, placed his hand above the aching area, and activated his healing ability. Ow! A wave of warmth surged through Lin Lulu's pelvic cavity and into her body. She knew Ji Chuan was healing her. Though deeply embarrassed, it was incredibly soothing. She could only bury her head under the pillow, playing the ostrich. You two didn't sleep well last night. Rest well today. I'll keep watch. Currently, Ji Chuan couldn't control zombies from a distance. The day he could, he would have his underlings stand guard while he went out to hunt for crystal cores. Remembering that Ji Chuan indeed didn't need sleep, Gu Yunxi nodded, helped Lin Lulu up, and headed to the second floor. She was truly exhausted now. Ji Chuan recalled the day's events with some worry. He had been very polite to them. Would they appreciate that? But Ji Chuan dared not gamble. Humanity's fear of the unknown often leads to destruction. This place was already exposed. They couldn't stay here any longer. Gu Yunxi had also shown her face. He wasn't sure if those people had noticed her. Staying here would put them all in danger. They should leave tomorrow. He needed to think about where to go tonight. Ji Chuan ordered a group of underlings to guard the entrance while he headed toward the villa left by his parents. The villa was a wreck, leading the zombie horde, and had left the interior in chaos. Ji Chuan searched for his phone, wondering where Su Wanwan and her group had put it. Such an item was useless to them, and they wouldn't have thrown it away. Finally, he found his phone in a drawer and returned to Gu Yunxi's home to charge it. Ji Chuan, what ability did you awaken? Where are you? Ji Chuan, don't scare me. Did Su Wanwan's family do something to you? If you see this, reply to me. Ji Chuan, are you in danger? Su Wanwan's family are bad people. Wait for me to find help. The authorities have set up a base for ability users. I'll go there and try to find someone. My ability should pass their tests. Ji Chuan, wait for me. Reading Song Huai's messages, Ji Chuan felt a pang of sadness. So much had happened to him lately. Ability user base. The phrase triggered a thought. Why had an armored vehicle suddenly appeared today? Song Huai had gone to that base to find help and told him to wait. Could Song Huai have been in that vehicle today? There was also a red core and a purple core holder who hadn't shown themselves. Could one of them be Song Huai? Huai, I'm back. He wanted to ask Song Huai if it had been him today, but his phone still received no messages from Song Huai. He tried calling several times, but no one answered. What was going on? If Song Huai had gone to the ability user base, he should be safe. No place was more reliable than the base. Over time, most powerful ability users would gather there. Had something dangerous happened on the way? Ji Chuan grew worried. He needed to find out where Song Huai had gone and whether he was safe now. Good morning, brother Ji Chuan. Lin Lulu came downstairs yawning and saw Ji Chuan scrolling through videos. A zombie playing on his phone might ruin his eyes. Did you find yourself in any of them? You're a viral car owner. Ji Chuan had found some. The videos were mostly exchanges about doomsday information. Other drivers were swarmed by hordes of zombies, so the smooth passage of the little pink had been a hot topic. Unless one could crush them like the armored vehicle from yesterday, any misstep meant being surrounded and awaiting death. We need to relocate today. It's not safe here. Those official people might come after me. If either of you has a better way out, you can leave me. Staying with me is dangerous. Lin Lulu didn't stop what she was doing. She poured a glass of water, took a sip, and looked at Ji Chuan. Where else is safer than by your side? You can even drive away the zombies in this apocalypse. With you around, what's there to fear? I'm not leaving. They'll stick with you too. Hearing their conversation, Gu Yunxi also came downstairs with her hair loose, her unadorned face radiating a natural feminine gentleness. The most terrifying thing in the apocalypse isn't the zombies, it's people. Recalling Man Gu who betrayed his companion in the woods, the three thugs in the underground passage, Su Wanwan's family, and that guy in suspenders with a middle part who controlled flying knives. Compared to these people, zombies really weren't much. We're not afraid of zombies, so why fear people? Brother Chuan, I can shoot arrows to protect you. Lin Lulu then made a playful fingergun gesture at Ji Chuan. Alright, since you two have decided, pack up the essentials today, and let's find a new place to stay. Don't drive the little pink, it's too flashy. Take the off-road vehicle instead. Gu Yunxi had no objection. In the apocalypse, survival was paramount, houses and cars were irrelevant. After breakfast, the two began packing. Luckily, Ji Chuan had brought back 3 suitcases of snacks, which could hold quite a bit. Take the important stuff. For daily items, I can just grab them from the mall. Hearing Ji Chuan's reminder, Gu Yunxi thought it over and brought extra clothes for herself. The ones from the mall might not be as comfortable as her own. Lin Lulu packed almost all the food supplies, a lingering effect of starving for nearly a week in her rental apartment. Where are we going? Any ideas? Let's head to Starry Villa or Purple Bay. Those properties are in good locations with nice living conditions. Since it's the apocalypse, we might as well live somewhere decent. With you around, we can pick any lock. Ji Chuan nodded, surprised that Gu Yunxi knew so much about high-end neighborhoods. By the way, what did you do before the apocalypse? He asked curiously. Private equity fund manager. This caught Ji Chuan off guard. Gu Yunxi seemed more like a model or influencer. That's quite professional. You studied finance? No, not really. I was just an administrative assistant. But when clients saw me, they wanted to credit their performance to me. So my boss made me get a license and transferred me directly. The clients buying private equity were far more knowledgeable than I was. They probably just enjoyed chatting with me. Who says beauty can't pay the bills? Gu Yunxi's looks had earned her a villa. Brother Ji Chuan, why don't you ask about me? Do I even need to ask? You're loud and brash, clearly a college student. Who else would shoot out a tire right away? Lin Lulu turned her head away from the window in annoyance. The three of them felt like close friends on an outing, the atmosphere light and pleasant. You're awake. Su Wanwan opened her eyes to find herself in a hospital room, a woman in white watching her. Where am I? The ability user base. You've been rescued. Recalling her recent ordeal, Su Wanwan clenched her fists in hatred. Ji Chuan would pay for this. Wu Qian heard the news and walked into the room. Seeing his familiar face, Su Wanwan wept weakly as if she had endured something tragic. Thank you. I would have died out there. No need for thanks. The ability user base is here to rescue survivors. Do you know anything about the zombie you faced that day? Su Wanwan seemed to recall something terrifying. My parents, my boyfriend, and I were living there. We had enough supplies and lived peacefully. That day we heard low growls from zombies nearby, and all the surrounding ones gathered. That monster dragged us out of the villa. It killed my boyfriend first, then my parents. Just as it was about to kill me, you showed up. Thank you. Su Wanwan broke down in tears again. After hearing Su Wanwan's account, Wu Qian felt a chill. According to her, this was a bloodthirsty monster that posed a huge threat to human survival. Why did he say it was a personal grudge? Did you know each other before? Su Wanwan shook her head, tears streaming. Who would know a monster like that? He's a madman who kills for fun. I want revenge for my parents and boyfriend. Seeing Su Wanwan's agitation, Wu Qian calmed her down, chatted briefly about other things, and left. He felt something was off. If, as Su Wanwan said, the zombie had killed her parents and boyfriend, there shouldn't have been 2 intact bodies at the scene. Humans killed by zombies quickly turn into zombies themselves. Yet he had seen 2 bodies in the center of the circle from the rooftop, presumably Su Wanwan's parents. What about her boyfriend? Hadn't he died there? And why hadn't her parents turned into zombies? Moreover, if it were truly a madman who killed for pleasure, as Su Wanwan claimed, why would he call off the zombies and communicate that it was a personal matter he didn't want disturbed? Su Wanwan was in a bad state, and he didn't want to make her feel doubted because of his suspicions. Wu Qian didn't rush to report to his superiors. Undoubtedly, Ji Chuan was a terrifying existence, and confronting him would surely result in casualties. If the other party could be reasoned with, avoiding conflict would be the best outcome. So Wu Qian went to the data center and retrieved Su Wanwan's file from the database. Su Wanwan, 25, unemployed. Parents are ordinary workers. Lives at No. 1 Nanling District, Yellow River Street. Frowning at her information, Wu Qian wondered how an unemployed person from a working-class family could afford to live in Lanchan Villa. Was it her boyfriend's house? He then looked up Su Wanwan's bank transactions. The person who transferred the most money to her was someone named Ji Chuan. That must be her boyfriend. But why did Su Wanwan have transaction records with so many people, all with male names? Wu Qian's brow furrowed as he formed a rough guess about her. On a whim, Wu Qian searched for Ji Chuan's file. Ji Chuan, 24, unemployed. Parents are well-known domestic investors died in a traffic accident. Lives at No. 8. A Lanshan Villa. Wasn't No. 8. Lanshan Villa the one surrounded by zombies that day? Wu Qian clicked on Ji Chuan's ID photo in the system. This is... Although the photo showed a younger Ji Chuan, the facial features were unmistakable. He was the monster he had faced that day. Wu Qian had a rough hypothesis. Since Ji Chuan was a monster, he had pretended not to know Su Wanwan when asked, yet her family lived in his house. Ji Chuan must indeed have a personal vendetta against Su Wanwan, and perhaps he would not attack others. However, Su Wanwan's current state was unstable. He planned to seek her out the next day to inquire about details, while otherwise launching an attack on Ji Chuan based solely on her description might cost innocent lives. Brother Ji Chuan, this penthouse is amazing, you can even see the sea. Lin Lulu happily ran to the floor-to-ceiling window. Thanks to Ji Chuan, they could choose any unoccupied house. A penthouse she couldn't even afford to rent for a single day. If you like it, you can rest here and tidy up. I need to go out to find spirit crystals. Gu Yunxi nodded. Ji Chuan would face no danger in the apocalypse, and the house before them looked dusty, requiring a simple cleaning, so she agreed. Ji Chuan put these on. Gu Yunxi opened the suitcase and pulled out a pair of sunglasses, choosing a unisex style. Wearing sunglasses makes you look more human, it'll be safer. Ji Chuan acknowledged and set off with the sunglasses on. Even in dim light, he could see clearly through night vision. From that squad, he realized many humans possessed formidable abilities, so he couldn't let his guard down. Gu Yunxi and Lin Lulu cleaned the room. Moving to the seaside penthouse offered a vast view, lifting their spirits. Suddenly a knock sounded. The abrupt knocking startled Gu Yunxi. Lin Lulu cautiously approached the door and peered through the peephole. Outside stood a panicked woman glancing around, nervously afraid of zombies appearing in the corridor. Please give me some food. My child can't hold on any longer. My husband went out to search for supplies 2 days ago and never returned. I'm at the far east end of this floor. I heard the door close and knew you were here. Please. The woman's voice carried a sob. Lin Lulu turned to look at Gu Yunxi, who sighed and nodded at her. Lin Lulu opened the door, pulled the woman inside, and quickly shut it, fearing they might attract zombies' attention while Ji Chuan was away. I'll give you some. We don't have much supplies either. No, next time. Thank you girls. Gu Yunxi deliberately brought out a nearly packed suitcase containing only a few cans, some biscuits, and a couple of water bottles. She handed the woman 2 cans, a bottle of water, and a bag of biscuits. Though the woman's eyes lingered on the other items in the suitcase, she said nothing more, grabbed the supplies, and rushed back to her room as soon as the corridor was clear of zombies. Yunxi, if you ask me, we shouldn't have helped. We can't save everyone. She said she had a child, and I softened. It reminded me of how my mother raised me, enduring so much for my sake. Lin Lulu stepped forward and patted Gu Yunxi. It's okay, Yunxi. You're just too kind. The woman anxiously fed some water to the girl in bed, moistening her parched lips. Mom, I'm not thirsty anymore. You drink. Mom isn't thirsty either. Well, save this for Xiaoxian tonight. The woman opened the biscuits, carefully catching the falling crumbs, and brought them to the girl's lips. Mom, will Dad come back? The woman nodded but turned away, tears streaming down her face. Her phone rang, and she hurried to check it, hoping it was a message from her husband, who had gone for supplies. Sister Zhang, be careful. The group in 705 is breaking into doors and looting supplies. Seeing the neighbor's message, the woman shuddered. Now only she could protect Xiaoxian. She had to do something. More people began venturing out for supplies. While driving, Ji Chuan noticed many moving spirit crystals on the road, but most were humans. The zombies were still relatively easy to deal with. Encountering zombies with spirit crystals was convenient now. He could control them to come before him and easily extract the crystals. But why wasn't this particular zombie obeying his command? Ji Chuan stopped the car to investigate. Not far away, a zombie carrying a backpack was slowly moving forward, and in its head gleamed a golden spirit crystal. Ji Chuan sensed the connection between him and the zombie, but it showed no response to his commands. Strange. This is the first time this has happened. Could it be that I can't control a zombie with a golden crystal level? I've indeed never encountered a golden crystal level zombie before. Just as Ji Chuan was about to study the situation further, a figure appeared behind him. Are you crazy? Getting so close to a zombie. A tattooed man raised a makeshift weapon, a wooden stick with a knife tied to it, warning him from behind. But upon seeing the zombie in front of Ji Chuan, the man understood. The zombie's backpack likely held plenty of supplies, the gaps revealed food packaging. The man perked up, immediately stepped forward, and raised his weapon to stab at the zombie's head. But as he drew near, the backpack zombie noticed the attacking man. A stone wall rapidly rose before him, and the unprepared man crashed into it in pain. What's going on? This zombie has abilities. Touching the wound on his forehead, the man quickly changed direction and tried to attack the zombie again. This time the advancing zombie seemed enraged. Several rock spikes burst from the ground. The man hastily used his ability, causing the spikes to inexplicably bounce off, as if hitting something hard as they approached. Die! The man, seeing he was about to strike the zombie, swung his weapon with all his might and hurled the knife in toward the zombie's head. The anticipated killing blow didn't land. Instead, multiple rock walls encased the man and his weapon like a rock flower, blooming in an instant. Then the walls began to contract inward, crushing everything. The man inside the rock walls couldn't believe what was happening. He struggled to resist with his ability, but under the intense pressure, he was crushed into a pulp. Seeing the man dead, the zombie continued moving in its original direction, as if it had a destination it must reach. Ji Chuan frowned. So this was the power of a golden crystal. Witnessing the zombie's attack, he wasn't sure he could defeat it. Its methods were brutally violent. Although it ignored him, it was not under his control. He wasn't certain if attacking it would provoke a counterattack. Ji Chuan first picked up the dead man's crystal. It was a blue crystal. Swallowing it, he felt the surge of power, a defensive ability, body hardening. After mentally preparing himself, Ji Chuan decided to attempt an attack. With body hardening, he was at least safe from rock spikes. As long as he used his speed to avoid being encased and crushed by the rock walls, he could proceed. With that in mind, Ji Chuan launched a massive fireball at the zombie. The fireball flew toward the zombie's head, but after the flames exploded and dissipated, the rock wall in front of the zombie crumbled, and the zombie glared at Ji Chuan with fury. Sensing the rock spikes forming beneath his feet, Ji Chuan swiftly sidestepped to evade the zombie's assault. He seized control of the man's weapon, hurling the blade toward the zombie's head, but a wall of rock rose just in time to deflect the flying knife. He hadn't expected such a massive technique to be unleashed so quickly, only intensifying Ji Chuan's desire to claim the crystal core. Unfortunately, the metal available on the street was too scarce for Ji Chuan to leverage his manipulation abilities effectively. The ground trembled faintly beneath him. He shifted positions instantly as several stone barriers erupted from the earth behind him. This zombie's moves are ruthless, Ji Chuan muttered while strategizing a way to defeat it. He closed in rapidly, reasoning that if the zombie's primary attack was encasing targets in rock walls, getting too close would force it to abandon that tactic, or risk trapping itself as well. But the zombie seemed to read his intent, conjuring multiple rock walls before him. Ji Chuan dodged the first few, but the final one launched him into the air. Rock spikes shot toward him, only to be deflected by his hardened skin, shattering on the ground with sharp cracks. The zombie roared in fury, clearly frustrated by Ji Chuan's tenacity. It tried to create distance to unleash its killing move. Yet Ji Chuan, empowered by his speed abilities, stuck to it like a leech, all while directing the blade to strike from behind. The zombie struggled to defend against attacks from two angles, growing increasingly flustered. Fireballs exploded before the zombie's eyes, and the blade pierced its neck, but the creature felt no pain. As long as its head remained intact, it could still move swiftly. It changed its tactics. The rock walls no longer merely blocked or rammed, but swung at Ji Chuan like fly swatters, snapping streetlights and trees in half with brutal force. Anything struck by those walls shattered instantly under the immense impact. The barrage of flying walls and debris intensified. Despite his speed, Ji Chuan's body was battered under the relentless assault. What's happening over there? Du Ling watched the battle from afar, stunned that a zombie could wield such abilities. It was far more terrifying than any mutant had encountered before. Its versatile attacks were devastatingly lethal. But the young man in sunglasses was equally formidable, displaying incredible speed, reflexes, and resilience along with fire-based powers. How was that possible? Had never heard of anyone possessing multiple abilities. Sheer physical prowess couldn't explain the young man's performance. Du Ling sensed his extraordinary strength and decided to recommend him to the ability user base. He pulled out his phone to record the fight, hoping to persuade his captain to recruit Ji Chuan. He also noticed that despite the intense battle, the surrounding zombies remained unperturbed. Could he be the owner of that pink car? The one with the ability to avoid zombies? Du Ling grew even more excited. The base had been searching for that driver for a while. With him, they could gather supplies without risk. He put down his phone. He had to help Ji Chuan to ensure he didn't die here. A dense volley of rocks slammed into Ji Chuan's right arm. Even with his hardened skin, it was no match for the golden crystal core's power. The arm was stripped to the bone, but Ji Chuan felt no pain. He rolled to the left, launching a fireball and directing the blade at the zombie's head, but the creature's earthen walls blocked everything. Ji Chuan caught the scent of a stranger and turned warily toward the source. The man simply watched the zombie, raising two fingers to his face. Two vines erupted from the ground at the zombie's feet, coiling around its legs and climbing rapidly until they covered its entire body, even its face. Seizing the moment, Ji Chuan struck with a fireball, turning the vines and the zombie into a blazing pyre. With a final howl, the creature collapsed. Thanks. Ji Chuan glanced at the man, brushed off the dust, and watched as the wound on his arm slowly healed, flesh regenerating over the exposed bone. Du Ling stared in awe at Ji Chuan's recovery. Hey, come to the ability user base. You're strong, you'll definitely pass. A powerhouse like you want lack resources there. The man before him was incredible, speed and strength far beyond normal. From what had observed, Ji Chuan possessed fire manipulation, metal control, and self-healing. Du Ling couldn't fathom it. Perhaps Ji Chuan's ability could evolve, possibly a legendary grade power never seen before. Ji Chuan didn't reply. He simply picked up the crystal core and noticed the backpack seemingly protected by the zombie was intact. He handed the unburnt bag to Du Ling as a token of thanks. Du Ling refused it. He wanted Ji Chuan to join the base and his team instead. His planned abilities complemented fire powers, perfectly enhancing combat effectiveness. Since Du Ling declined, Ji Chuan turned and headed back to the car, intending to bring the backpack home. He was eager to absorb the golden crystal core, but recalling his previous experience of falling unconscious, he dared not do it here. Watching Ji Chuan drive away, Du Ling was thrilled. It was indeed the car owner. Other zombies didn't approach the moving vehicle. He hoped his sincerity would persuade Ji Chuan to join. I forgot to tell him my name, or which squad I'm in. Would he even find me if he joins? Du Ling fumed at his own carelessness, but he believed they would meet again. Next time head, make sure to share that information. Ji Chuan drove straight towards Xiu Bei, eager to absorb the crystal core. From both offensive and defensive perspectives, this earth-based ability was incredibly powerful, far superior to his current methods. With it, he'd stand a chance against those wielding purple crystal cores. He also owed thanks to Gu Yunx's sunglasses, which made him appear human and unexpectedly earned him help from the ability user base. But as he climbed the stairs at Xiu Bei, he heard fierce arguing coming from one of the floors in the new stronghold. A burly bald man was wielding a large sledgehammer, pounding on the door of the eastern unit. Open up, you bitch. If we have to break in, it won't be so easy for you. Inside, the woman frantically searched for a hiding place, finally tucking her child into the guest bedroom closet with some water and canned food. As the hammer punched a hole through the door, she steadied herself and prepared to open it. Sorry, I'm in bad shape. That's why it took me so long. She wasn't lying. She hadn't eaten in days, was feverish from stress, and barely drank any water. Her exhaustion was plain to see. Damn nuisance. Just hand over all the food. Trembling, she offered half a bag of crackers. This is all I have left. You think you can fool me? Search the place. The bald man slapped her, and she collapsed, seeing stars. Frowning, Ji Chuan followed. He didn't want the door of the apartment head just clean to be smashed in. Uncle Six and his crew had dispatched the zombies in the stairwell and secured the entrance door. Their plan was to plunder supplies from every household in the building. Zayuan, being a newly developed high-end residential complex, had a low occupancy rate and few surrounding amenities. Venturing far for resources carried too much risk, making robbing the residents the most efficient choice. They were merely the renovation workers for Unit 705, armed only with construction tools, yet they were already the top combat force in the building. Compared to these refined homeowners, they were nothing short of a pack of demons. For an ordinary person, killing requires a great deal of mental preparation, but for someone like Uncle Six, there was no such burden at all. I really have no food left in my home, and the door is broken too. Please have mercy. Shut up. The bald man kicked the woman in the chest. The world spun before her eyes, but she had to protect Xiao Xian, forcing herself not to pass out. Uncle Six, the fridge and kitchen are empty. No food in the bedroom either. Nothing in the study. Guest room. Oh, there's a little girl here. Xiao Xian. The girl's cries rang out, and the woman's face twisted in panic. Sir, I'll do anything you want. Please let Xiao Xian go. The bald man's eyes gleamed as he looked at the child his subordinate had captured. Not bad looking, this little lass. Tender too. Take her away. He licked his lips lecherously. No, Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian. Just as the bald man was about to finish off the sickly woman with his hammer, he found the hammer frozen midair, unable to fall. The same happened to the hacksaw's wrenches and drills in his men's hands, all suspended in the air. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't hold onto the tools, which flew away on their own. What the hell is this? As the bald man stared in wonder at the hovering tools, they swiftly launched an attack on them. The iron hammer smashed the bald man's skull to pieces. He didn't even have time to scream before his body crumpled to the floor. The others tried to flee but were pierced through their bodies and had their limbs severed by the tools from behind. The room instantly filled with a thick metallic stench of blood. Under the woman's stunned gaze, Ji Chuan walked in. He casually applied healing to her, restoring her condition. Thank you. The woman's pupils contracted sharply when she saw the scorched backpack in Ji Chuan's hand. The charm on it was a cartoon figure Xiao Xian adored, one her husband had let her attach before he left. Where did you get this backpack? Did you see its owner? Seeing the woman's anxious expression, Ji Chuan understood. So the zombie's final obsession was to see his wife and daughter. He's dead. He asked me to give you these supplies. Ji Chuan spun a lie, a token of gratitude for the golden core head obtained from killing the woman's zombified husband. The woman wept uncontrollably. Her last shred of hope was shattered. Ji Chuan only wanted to ease her pain, and they didn't really need that bag of supplies anyway. This room is tainted now. I can find you another place. The rest is up to you. With that, he turned and walked out. The woman dared not delay as she grabbed her terror-stricken daughter's hand and hurriedly followed Ji Chuan out. Ji Chuan casually opened a door for the woman, placed the backpack inside, ignored her thanks from behind, and went straight back to his own room. Seeing that it was Ji Chuan at the door, Lin Lulu breathed a sigh of relief and lowered her hand, ready to fire a light arrow at any moment. Ji Chuan, are you okay? Your clothes. Gu Yunxi noticed his clothes were filthy, one sleeve full of holes, and his arm seemed injured, though the wound had mostly healed. I'm fine. I'm going to absorb a golden core now. I'm not sure if he'll fall into a deep sleep. He'll need you two to keep an eye on things. Gu Yunxi nodded, but Lin Lulu chimed in. You should absorb it right on the master bed. You're pretty heavy, and dragging you around is exhausting. Ji Chuan was all muscle now. He looked lean, but was actually quite heavy. Last time it had taken both of them a lot of effort to drag him into the living room. Ji Chuan went to the bedroom and swallowed the golden core. Black energy enveloped him once more. His body grew scorching hot, and crystalline patterns emerged on his skin, glowing with a blue luster within the black energy like a koi fish with luminous blue scales. The energy from the golden core continuously merged into Ji Chuan's body. If previous cores had been like pouring a cup of water into him, this one was a waterfall cascading energy into every corner of his being. Ji Chuan's body began to convulse. Gu Yunxi and Lin Lulu watched anxiously. Previous absorption processes had been calm. What was happening this time? Ji Chuan appeared to be in great pain. Gu Yunxi wanted to check on him, but as she drew near she felt her own energy being drained by the black aura around him. At this moment Ji Chuan was like an energy black hole. Yunxi, are you okay? Lin Lulu saw Gu Yunxi's condition falter and quickly pulled her away. Gu Yunxi gasped for air and shook her head. I'm fine, but Ji Chuan. Watching his pained expression on the bed, she was deeply worried. This time Ji Chuan had a nightmare. He dreamed of a full-scale war with humanity. Su Wanwan looked at him with disdain and countless human superpowered beings attacked him, including Song Hui. Ahoy! Ji Chuan shouted loudly, but Song Hui's gaze was vacant, as if he couldn't hear him at all. The zombies were routed under the assault of the powerful human superpowered beings. Ji Chuan didn't want to harm these humans, nor did he want to hurt Song Hui, but no matter how he tried to communicate they seemed unable to hear him. The humans' eyes were filled with hatred, and Su Wanwan looked especially smug. As the superpowered beings were about to reach him, Gu Yunxi stepped in front of him, first only to be pierced through by a blade. Lin Lulu exhausted fired light arrows, but had her arms severed by a flying weapon. They both fell like broken kites. Song Hui stood coldly before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged a knife into Ji Chuan's chest, but Ji Chuan's head was also lopped off by the humans behind him. No, don't. Ji Chuan woke up screaming, his chest heaving violently. Before him was still the bedroom, with Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi looking at him with joy along with the woman he had saved and her daughter. Ji Chuan, you're finally awake. Gu Yunxi rushed over to check on him. Everything was normal. He looked even more handsome. She had grown used to his transformations. But Ji Chuan felt as though some power was about to burst forth. He had a premonition that the next time he absorbed a golden core this power would be unlocked. Brother Chuan, thanks to Sister Zhang Yun. You were in a really bad state earlier. You scared us both to death. Zhang Yun smiled sheepishly. I didn't expect my ability to be useful. She had intended to thank Ji Chuan further and return half the supplies, but when she opened the door, she found him writhing in pain on the bed. Her ability Soothe could calm a person's state. She had only used it before when Xiao Xian was scared. To her surprise, after using it this time, Ji Chuan's condition seemed to improve significantly. Big brother, thank you. Thank you for saving me and my mom. Xiao Xian had been terrified at the time, but afterward, she felt sorry for not expressing her gratitude. Xiao Xian timidly placed a small cartoon pendant in Ji Chuan's hand. Brother, this is my good friend Bounce. It will protect you. Ji Chuan patted Xiao Xian's head and nodded. He refused Zhang Yun's supplies and escorted them back. Ji Chuan recalled the dream from before, feeling an emptiness in his heart as an immense sorrow washed over him. He had thought himself already a monster incapable of grief, yet the nightmare had still plunged him into despair. Upon inquiring with Gu Yunxi, he learned that a full day and night had passed, but this time his transformation was even more pronounced. He could now sense the life forms and zombie positions across the entire residential area with his mind, and even exert control over all the zombies in the region. This made collecting the area's spirit cores remarkably swift and convenient. After absorbing a few more cores, he planned to visit the psychic base, sensing that Song Hui was there and in danger. Song Hui's state in the dream was deeply unsettling. He needed to uncover what had transpired. His phone still showed no reply from Song Hui. Ji Chuan descended to the first floor, commanding the zombies that held spirit cores to move toward him. The number of zombies with cores had visibly increased, and more psychics were falling to their jaws. All the spirit cores in this area were devoured by Ji Chuan. Observing his own dormant state after absorption, he realized he needed allies. The period of slumber following the consumption of high-grade cores would be his most vulnerable moment. He also required a secure base to maximize resource utilization and ensure the survival of his companions. While waiting to absorb the cores, Ji Chuan considered several potential strongholds: luxury hotels, boarding schools, hospitals, and prisons. These locations not only offered lodging, but also came with comprehensive facilities that could be quickly transformed into ideal fortresses. Thus, Ji Chuan discussed the matter with the others, summoning Zhang Yun and her daughter as well. I intend to establish an ideal stronghold. Are you willing to join? This residential area remains perilous and resources are hard to gather. Zhang Yun agreed without hesitation, having witnessed Ji Chuan's prowess. She felt safe under his protection, and since neither she nor her daughter possessed combat-type psychic abilities, they would face death once their supplies ran out. I am willing. If we stay here, we will eventually perish. Our abilities wouldn't even grant us entry into the psychic base. Living in your stronghold would be our best option. Ji Chuan removed his glasses. Are you still willing, knowing this? I am in fact a zombie. His scarlet pupils left no doubt about his inhuman nature. Zhang Yun had already noticed his appearance when he awoke. His eyes and skin were distinctly unlike those of a human. Xiao Xian isn't afraid of the big brother. He's a good person. Zhang Yun patted her daughter's head and nodded at Ji Chuan. You saved my life. I am willing. Ji Chuan then shared his thoughts on potential strongholds with the group. Gu Yunxi suggested a luxury hotel, citing its superior amenities and living conditions compared to the other options. Lin Lulu naturally favored the hotel, as well deeming a hospital or prison a form of torture. Zhang Yun suddenly recalled something. My neighbor's brother works as a manager at the Oriole Hotel. Perhaps we could ask her about the situation there. The neighbor Zhang Yun referred to was Su Qi, a kind woman who often looked after Xiao Xian when Zhang Yun was busy. It was she who had warned Zhang Yun about the construction workers from Unit 705 looting homes. Xiao Qi is your brother at the Oriole Hotel. How are things there? Sister Zhang, you're safe. There are many zombies there. My brother is trapped. The situation is dire. Are the facilities complete? Would it work as a stronghold? The facilities are quite comprehensive, but zombies roam everywhere now. Without them, it would be an excellent stronghold. High walls, full amenities, and independent water purification and power systems. But no one can clear the zombies there. Would you like to come with us? We've met someone remarkable who can do it. Really? Imin, please save my brother. Come downstairs, the building is free of zombies now. Su Qi stared at the message from Zhang Yun stunned. How could there be no zombies? Xiao Qi looked downstairs. Su Qi went to the window and pulled back the curtain. Below, Zhang Yun was waving with Xiao Xian accompanied by 3 strangers. Yet not far from them were zombies showing no aggression whatsoever. Su Qi covered her mouth, unable to believe her eyes. The zombies stood motionless as if following some command, while the others loaded luggage onto an off-road vehicle. All right, Sister Zhang, you'll be right down. Su Qi recalled the online story of the pink car owner who drove without attracting zombies. Perhaps one of those 3 possessed a psychic ability to repel zombies. This might indeed allow them to reach the Oriole Hotel and rescue her brother. She quickly packed her meager supplies and hurried downstairs. Just as Zhang Yun had said, the entire corridor seemed empty. Not a single zombie in sight. Sister Zhang. Su Qi embraced Zhang Yun emotionally, having not seen a familiar face face-to-face in so long. Zhang Yun briefly introduced Ji Chuan and the group, and they set off for the Oriole Hotel. Brother, we're coming to save you. Which room are you in? Chi-Chi, don't come. It's too dangerous. The whole hotel is infested with zombies. Hold on, brother. I've met someone with incredible psychic powers who can rescue you. Upon seeing Su Qi's message, Su Shun felt a glimmer of hope. Leaning against the guest room door, he hadn't eaten in days, surviving only on a few bottles of water and instant coffee from the room. He could scarcely believe there might still be a chance to live. Thinking of his sister's face, Su Shin bit his lip and replied, okay, I'll wait for you. I'm in room 1702. Seeing her brother's reply, Su Qi took a deep breath, hoping their luck would hold. Throughout the drive, no zombies obstructed them, and Su Qi came to trust in Ji Chuan's strength. Su Qi, what's your psychic ability? Lin Lulu broke the awkward silence in the car. Cleaning. I can clean objects without using water. Su Qi spoke with little confidence, feeling her ability was utterly useless. But Lin Lulu grabbed her hand, eyes sparkling. That's amazing. I hate doing laundry, and cleaning rooms takes so much time. Water is scarce now. Your ability is incredibly practical. Su Qi felt a bit happier hearing that at least she wasn't just freeloading off their protection. By the way, Su Qi, can you clean people too? I've never tried, but I can give it a shot. Su Qi attempted to use her ability on Lin Lulu. A refreshing sensation enveloped Lin Lulu, leaving her not only feeling revitalized, but also with instantly silky clean hair. Sister Yunchi, you should try too. No more washing hair. Xiao Chi-Chi is so awesome, ha. The group then took turns experiencing an instant shower inside the car. Ji Chuan also felt that having such a member in the stronghold would be highly beneficial. Seeing Su Wanwan in good spirits chatting and laughing with others, Wu Qian decided to uncover the questions he wanted to know. Su Wanwan, let's talk some more. Captain Wu, that's not fair. Wanwan just agreed to have lunch with me. The man beside her grew irritated. He had finally cheered Su Wanwan up and secured some alone time with her. Was Wu Qian about to steal her away? Cui Zhan, don't be difficult. This is official business. Seeing Wu Qian's expression, Cui Zhan dropped his smile. Then Wanwan, we'll have dinner together tonight. Su Wanwan smiled and nodded at Cui Zhan, then turned to Wu Qian with a curious look. Captain Wu, what is it? Do you know Ji Chuan? Su Wanwan's heart tightened, but she composed herself. She had crafted a tragic persona, her entire family slaughtered by monsters, and had never mentioned to the organization that the monster was Ji Chuan. If they learned that Ji Chuan only hated her, would they still help her hunt him down? No. Oh, then why did you accept Ji Chuan's bank transfers for 2 years covering all your daily expenses? Wu Qian grew more convinced there was a hidden story. Su Wanwan was clearly not telling the truth. She merely shook her head, tears streaming down her face as if bearing an immense grievance. Wu Qian frowned. Is the monster you faced Ji Chuan? Did he really kill your parents? Confronted with Wu Qian's questions, Su Wanwan's heart raced. She had no idea how to explain herself, panic flooding her mind, yet she instinctively used tears as her shield. Captain Wu, it's not what you think. Let's talk tonight. I need to calm down. My parents' death still weighs heavily on me. Wu Qian looked at Su Wanwan's tear-streaked face and felt a twinge of guilt. Perhaps his interrogation had been too harsh, as she was just a girl who had lost her parents, not a criminal. Despite his doubts and suspicions, he nodded. As Wu Qian's back disappeared, Su Wanwan's expression shifted from fragility to a hint of venomous resentment. Why does he know about Ji Chuan? And how did he see the transfer records? Can they access my files and bank statements here? Su Wanwan sighed, realizing this was an official base. Retrieving such information would be easy. She had to use her limited time to fabricate a convincing story. She couldn't allow the authorities to coexist peacefully with Ji Chuan. She had to paint him as a villain, urging them to eliminate him quickly. Her fragile, pitiful image must be preserved. Otherwise, where would she find refuge in this apocalypse? Su Wanwan thought of a way out of her predicament. You all praise Sister Qi, but never praise Xiaoxian. My ability is amazing too. The atmosphere in the car was light all thanks to Su Qi's cleaning ability, which left everyone feeling refreshed. Hearing Xiaoxian's words, Gu Yunxi looked at her with a smile. Oh, what ability does Xiaoxian have? Xiaoxian closed her eyes, seriously placed her hands together in front of her chest, and a glowing orb appeared between her palms. Slowly a figure emerged within the light. A flash of light, and a cute cartoon puppet materialized. Sister Yunxi, this is for you. Wow, so adorable. Xiaoxuan, you're amazing. You have the ability to create puppets. Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi were delighted, but Zhang Yun felt awkward. Both she and her daughter had useless abilities, and in the new base, they would be free riders. She knew she had to work harder to make up for this debt. But Ji Chuan was surprised. Xiaoxuan's ability must be far greater than this. He could see that her crystal core was purple. Perhaps she was too young to have fully developed it. They arrived at the gates of the Olivier Hotel. The courtyard and entrance were swarming with all kinds of zombies. Ji Chuan kept the ones with crystal cores and ordered the rest to march out of the hotel, stationing them around the perimeter as guards. Su Qi could hardly believe her eyes. She had thought Ji Chuan merely avoided attracting zombies, but now they moved like a disciplined army, filing out of the building and taking positions around the hotel. What kind of ability was this? It was as if Ji Chuan was their master. Seeing the empty courtyard, Su Qi felt a surge of hope. Her brother could be saved. My brother is in room 1702. He has access to the hotel's facilities and security systems. Let's go find him. Ji Chuan nodded, telling them to go ahead while he checked the ground floor for safety. Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi knew Ji Chuan needed to absorb the crystal cores, a bloody sight they didn't want others to see. So they led Xiaoxian and the others upstairs. Brother, it's me. Open the door, it's safe. Su Shun heard the voice and felt a joy of survival. He quickly opened the door to find his long-missed sister standing before him. Su Shun hugged Su Qi and wept. Brother, it's okay. There are no zombies in the building. Lin Lulu handed him food and water, which he devoured ravenously. He was starving. If Su Qi hadn't told him she was on her way to rescue him, he might not have held on. There should be other survivors in the hotel. Let's go save them. Su Shun snapped back to reality, though others were likely in danger too. Ji Chuan walked slowly out of the elevator. I know where the survivors are. With all zombies cleared, Ji Chuan could sense the remaining life forms in the area. He led the group to gather the survivors in the lobby. The survivors in the lobby looked at each other still in post-apocalyptic shock. Only after confirming everyone around them was human did they dare to speak. Sensing no other life forms, the lobby held 35 people. Most had died while searching for food outside after their rooms ran out of supplies. It wasn't tourist season, so the expensive Olivier Hotel had low occupancy. Don't be afraid. There are no more zombies in the hotel. My ability can temporarily drive them away. Ji Chuan's deep voice carried an authority that, even without demonstrating his power, marked him as a strong leader. I plan to make this hotel a survival base. The facilities are complete, and he'll regularly go out to find supplies to ensure everyone's safety as much as possible. But in return, I hope you'll honestly disclose your abilities and not betray this base. Those who accept can stay. Those who don't, I can guarantee your safe departure from the hotel. After Ji Chuan fell silent, someone finally spoke up. Really? Can you really guarantee my safe departure? Yes, I can ensure you leave safely, but I can't guarantee you'll be able to return safely. Ji Chuan clapped his hands and pointed at the hotel entrance. The zombies that had crowded the gate moments before now retreated to both sides, clearing a wide path. Upon witnessing the zombies' reaction, one person dashed headlong without looking back. This hotel had been a nightmare, tormenting him for so many days. He couldn't bear another moment here. After seeing the first person leave without being attacked by the zombies, the others set off one after another. Some were uncertain about the outside world, others simply wanted to escape the place that had trapped them for so long, and a few were worried about their family and friends outside. They didn't trust Ji Chuan, this strange man with odd behavior and sunglasses, so they followed the crowd and walked out. Only 11 of the 35 remained. Are you all sure? Once you leave, it won't be so easy to come back. Hearing Ji Chuan's words, the 11 in the hall nodded. A few were aware of the outside situation, knowing their weak abilities couldn't guarantee survival out there. Some were originally hotel employees who decided to stay upon seeing Su Shun remain, as Su Shun had always treated his staff well. Ji Chuan took off his sunglasses, revealing blood-red eyes. Only then did everyone realize he didn't seem entirely human. I won't harm you, and I'll do my best to protect you. I hope we can trust each other. But if betrayal occurs, I won't show mercy. A few were startled by Ji Chuan's appearance. One asked hastily, can we still leave now? Yes, but it'll briefly erase your memories of this period to keep the stronghold safe. Memory erasure was one of the abilities Ji Chuan had gained from absorbing 2 core crystals. After absorbing the crystals from zombies in 2 areas, his abilities had significantly improved. Absorbing the same type of crystal would strengthen the corresponding power. Ji Chuan extended his hand toward the man's head and activated memory erasure, making him forget the moment after Ji Chuan removed his sunglasses. The man then ran out on instinct, and Ji Chuan made no move to stop him. One by one, only 6 remained. Seeing no one else wanted to leave, Ji Chuan nodded to the group. He then checked his current abilities. Green crystal speed boost, intermediate strength doubling, intermediate bright light gravity, intermediate healing, intermediate wind blade poison, mist aroma memory, erase blue crystal regeneration, advanced night vision area body, hardening, intermediate metal generation, malice perception, purple crystal metal manipulation, firepower, gold crystal earth essence. Ji Chuan found it strange. Fireball should have been in the blue crystal, but it wasn't there. Instead, a related ability firepower appeared in the purple crystal. Could it be due to absorbing several fire-type crystals recently? He didn't dwell on it, deciding to check later. Yunqi, register the new member's abilities. Su Shen, since you know this place, arrange everyone's accommodation and duties. They'll go out to search for supplies. Brother Chuan, let me go with you to find supplies, Lin Lulu said following him. You're an attack-type ability user. Stay and protect everyone here. Hearing Ji Chuan's arrangement, Lin Lulu pouted. Lu, leader, let me accompany you. My ability is a pouch. I can store items in my mouth. But it's very clean, like an extra space in my mouth. It won't get saliva on anything. A chubby girl spoke up. It was thanks to this ability that she had survived the blood moon by finding a sealed room in the restaurant. Ji Chuan nodded. This was a basic spatial ability. He had been hoping to find a spatial ability crystal, but hadn't encountered one yet. What's your name? Why did you decide to stay? Ji Chuan casually chatted with the chubby girl in the car. My name is Yuju. I'm timid and afraid to live outside on my own. My ability is useless, and even if I left, I wouldn't know who to turn to. I eat a lot too, and the food at home wouldn't last me more than a few days. Ji Chuan understood. This girl, though timid, was rational. She knew how to survive and seized the opportunity to show her worth. In truth, another reason Juju stayed was that she found Ji Chuan incredibly handsome. She had always loved idol dramas, and when Ji Chuan removed his sunglasses, she thought he looked like a dashing vampire. Previously, Ji Chuan had only managed supplies for 2 people, but now the stronghold had 12 mouths to feed. The search for supplies would be much larger, and relying on a single off-road vehicle was troublesome. Having a spatial ability user would save a lot of time, allowing him to focus more on absorbing crystals. Whenever they passed a supermarket or convenience store, Ji Chuan would get out to check. By now, many survivors were scavenging everywhere, and most convenience stores showed signs of being looted. They found a convenience store with its doors still intact. Ji Chuan and Juju got out, and he easily opened the door using metal manipulation. Juju wasn't surprised by the zombies avoiding them. She had seen it at the hotel. Her eyes lit up at the sight of so many supplies inside the convenience store. Like a hamster, Juju began stuffing entire shelves of supplies into her mouth. Strangely, her cheeks barely bulged. It seemed the items vanished into thin air as they entered her mouth. Ji Chuan packed useful items into a suitcase much slower than Juju. How much can your ability hold? I've never tested the limit, but I think I can handle the supplies of this small convenience store. Hearing this, Ji Chuan stopped what he was doing and instead lifted other shelves. With his strength ability, he tilted the shelves so their contents poured directly toward Juju's mouth. Items were absorbed into her ability as they neared her lips. I feel the right side is full now, I'll store them on the left. Counting the empty shelves, Ji Chuan estimated Juju's storage space to be about 20 cubic meters. A basic spatial ability was still too small, but it was incredibly useful for gathering supplies. This was the fastest and largest haul he had ever collected. Will supplies spoil inside the space? I think so. It's like normal storage. I collected a lot of food from the back kitchen before, but a few days later some bread had already gone bad. Ji Chuan understood. A basic spatial ability had its limits. Fortunately, the hotel had plenty of freezers and complete facilities, so the collected supplies would last a long time. Su Shin briefly introduced the hotel's layout, and then proposed a division of labor displaying strong managerial acumen. Chi-Chi, use your cleaning ability to clear out the top-floor presidential suite for the leader. Then clean the executive suites below, we can stay there first. The whole building is too much work, don't exhaust yourself. Brother Zhao, I'm glad you stayed. Your cooking is excellent. You can be in charge of meals, and combined with your ability, the food even has restorative effects. Perfect. Sister Zhang, can you help Brother Zhao with the prep? Zhang Yun was very pleased with Su Shin's arrangement. She had been worried her ability wouldn't be useful. No problem, I love cooking too. The other 3 men were assigned to the monitoring room to take shifts watching the hotel security. 2 women would follow Su Shin to learn the layout of each area and register fingerprint codes, serving as the base's internal affairs staff. By the way, Su Shin, what's your ability? Gu Yunxi asked after recording the new member's abilities. Su Shin leaned in and whispered in her ear. Gu Yunxi's eyes widened in surprise. Wu Qian looked at the time and walked out of the base as Su Wanwan had arranged to meet him in the woods outside. Though he found it somewhat odd, he assumed Su Wanwan had some unspeakable reason for wanting privacy, and he could understand a young woman's shyness. Thus he arrived at the woods on time. Su Wanwan had not yet appeared, so Wu Qian lit a cigarette on the spot. Captain Wu. It was Su Wanwan's voice. Wu Qian dropped his cigarette and crushed it under his foot. Just as Wu Qian was about to ask Su Wanwan something, she said, "May I ask why Captain Wu summoned me here?" Wu Qian found it strange, but assumed Su Wanwan wanted him to repeat his own question. "Why did you say you don't know Ji Chuan?" "Captain Wu, please conduct yourself with dignity." Su Wanwan's voice trembled as she turned on her phone's recording. Wu Qian felt bewildered. "What are you saying?" "Captain Wu, I have no interest in you. Don't, let me go." Su Wanwan raised her voice as if suffering great indignity. Su Wanwan lifted her hand, a flicker of malice in her eyes. She manipulated water into Wu Qian's nasal passages and trachea, and a suffocating sensation hit him. Only then did he realize something was wrong. You? What? But Wu Qian could no longer speak. He reacted, swiftly grabbing Su Wanwan's hand to stop her from using her ability while summoning a blade with his other hand. Captain Wu, what are you doing? No. Su Wanwan began to scream. Wanwan. Cui Zhan rushed out from behind, seeing Wu Qian about to attack her. That afternoon he had run into Su Wanwan and invited her to dinner, but she had looked troubled, saying Captain Wu had asked to meet her outside the base, and she didn't know why. Remembering that Wu Qian had already disturbed him at noon, and now again in the evening, Cui Zhan felt both annoyed and suspicious. From the day Su Wanwan first arrived at the base, Cui Zhan found her delicate and beautiful, stirring his protective instincts. Moreover, she had a great figure, and there weren't many attractive women at the base. So that evening he decided to follow Su Wanwan to see what Wu Qian was up to. He couldn't let someone else get ahead of him. Wu Qian was an old bachelor too, but he had a certain masculine charm and was captain of the second squad. Su Wanwan might be snatched away by him. But from a distance he heard Su Wanwan scream. What was Wu Qian doing? Cui Zhan couldn't believe his eyes. Wu Qian was not only grabbing Su Wanwan, but also holding a knife in his other hand. Seeing Su Wanwan's terrified expression, Cui Zhan thought that bastard Wu Qian was trying to force himself on her. Without a second thought, he activated his sprint and drove his blade straight through Wu Qian's side. Wu Qian's eyes widened in disbelief that Cui Zhan would attack him, but he couldn't utter a word. Blood and the water controlled by Su Wanwan completely filled his mouth. Wu Qian, eyes still wide open, slowly lost consciousness. A glint of cunning flashed in Su Wanwan's eyes, but she threw herself into Cui Zhan's arms like a frightened bird. Brother Cui Zhan, thank goodness you came. Captain Wu. I never thought he would do such a thing. 2 tears streamed down Su Wanwan's cheeks, stirring deep pity in Cui Zhan. It's okay, Wanwan, don't be afraid. Seeing that Wu Qian was dead, Su Wanwan withdrew her ability and blood slowly trickled from Wu Qian's mouth, making it appear as if he had merely died by Cui Zhan's blade. Behind Cui Zhan's back, Su Wanwan allowed herself a smile. That afternoon she had discreetly probed and learned that Wu Qian had not mentioned his investigation to anyone. I'm sorry, Wu Qian, but why did you have to make things difficult for me? That night news of Wu Qian's death spread throughout the base. Under the investigation team's scrutiny, Su Wanwan played the recording for them, her performance utterly convincing. She also claimed that ever since Wu Qian had rescued her, he had constantly spoken to her in private, showing signs of pursuing her. Indeed, some had noticed Wu Qian seeking out Su Wanwan alone, but since their conversations were private, no one knew what was said. And with Cui Zhan as a witness to the alleged attempted assault, everything seemed clear. Impossible. The captain would never do such a thing. Sun Tao shouted, his gaze burning as he stared at Su Wanwan. You pair of scoundrels. You must have killed the captain. Sun Tao's fingertips turned white as if he was about to unleash his lightning ability. Sun Tao, stop causing trouble. Speak only with evidence. The head of the investigation team bellowed, and Sun Tao halted, glaring at Su Wanwan with resentment. He would never believe that Wu Qian liked Su Wanwan. Captain Wu had a wife who had passed away years ago, and he had always loved her deeply. Even in the zombie apocalypse, he risked his life to visit her grave. For someone he had only met once, would he resort to violence? Sun Tao didn't believe it. But few people truly knew Wu Qian. He had always been taciturn, and the organization had been established only recently, so the various departments and squads had little understanding of each other. People only believed in so-called evidence, only in what they saw. This matter ends here. I will report the findings truthfully. Everyone must abide by the base's order. Disperse for tonight. The onlookers whispered among themselves. Tonight's incident would become fodder for gossip. The second squad captain tried to rape a newcomer. Captain Wu, you never know a person's true face. What newcomer? So beautiful she drives people to crime. She is indeed pretty. On her first day, when she was unconscious, she was barely dressed. That figure was smoking hot. Sun Tao clenched his fists. This couldn't be the truth. Brother Chuan, you're back so soon. Lin Lulu rushed to greet the off-road vehicle as it pulled in. Gu Yunxi, knowing the supplies had been collected, also came to help, but when she opened the trunk it was empty. Ji Chuan, what happened? Didn't you find the supplies? We found them. Su Shen, take us to the warehouse. And where's the freezer? Su Shen led the way while Lin Lulu circled Ji Chuan several times. Where are the supplies? Need help? Zhu Ju pointed to her mouth with embarrassment, then under everyone's gaze spat out a row of yogurt cups. These don't keep well. One for each of us. Wow, you're like a hamster. Lin Lulu exclaimed, startled. When they reached the hotel warehouse, Zhu Ju opened her mouth wide, and the entire convenience store supplies piled up before them like a small mountain. Though it was only about 20 cubic meters of goods, the sight was still impressive. Zhu Ju scratched her head sheepishly. She had always been low-key bullied during her school days and marginalized at work, relegated to errands and coffee runs. But in this new group, everyone seemed kind, and her ability had found its value. She liked it here. Jia Ziren sprinted forward, refusing to stay in that hotel. The walls were too high, and once the zombies broke out, there was only one exit through the main gate. A death trap. That pale-skinned young man in sunglasses acting like some big shot. He had no interest in playing house with him. The outside wasn't dangerous either. The zombies hadn't attacked him. Could the virus be weakening? How could that edgy sunglasses-wearing kid be responsible? Was he some kind of savior? The more Zirin thought about it, the more he believed leaving was the right call. But his exhaustion from days of sleepless vigilance caught up with him, and he soon had to stop by the roadside panting heavily. Distant zombies noticed him and began to approach. Weren't they motionless before? Why were they coming for him now? His ability allowed plants to grow rapidly. He was heading to an ability user base where such a skill could secure him a role in crop cultivation, a vital logistical asset. That way he wouldn't have to go on dangerous missions. He wasn't about to stay in some small outpost that could be overrun any day. But what to do now? Zirin had no time to think and started running again, only to attract more zombies with each stride. As his stamina waned, he dashed into a nearby warehouse, oblivious to the commotion inside. Zirin braced himself against the door, gasping for air, but the warehouse reeked of blood littered with zombie corpses. A group of people glared at him, their faces twisted with menace. Armed with knives and clubs, one was pulling a blade from a fallen zombie's head. Seeing the swarm of zombies drawn by Zirin, a man spat. Damn it, this idiot. Boss, let me kill him. We just cleared this place for our base, and now he's brought another horde. The others shot Zirin hostile glances. They had searched long for an ideal stronghold, and this warehouse's location and surrounding resources were perfect. It even seemed stocked with supplies. But after all that effort, they discovered it was just a cable warehouse, utterly useless. Already fuming with nowhere to vent, they found their target in Zirin. Don't kill me. The ferocious faces before him were more terrifying than any zombie. What good are you if we spare you? You look tender enough. Might as well roast you. I know where supplies are. I know a better stronghold. Catching their key concern, Zirin devised a plan to save himself. After the group organized the supplies, Ji Chuan went out to collect crystal cores. The current stock should last them a while. He needed to find useful cores quickly to enhance his strength and infiltrate the ability user base to find Songhua. He wasn't sure of Songhuai's situation, but it felt dire. After their last encounter, the base undoubtedly saw Ji Chuan as a threat, not a welcome guest. To secure the area around the stronghold, Ji Chuan ventured into the neighboring district. With his enhanced abilities, he sensed zombies with cores and drew them toward him. He chose a concealed spot, hiding himself to avoid detection. After consuming 3 speed ability cores, Ji Chuan's speed ability evolved from intermediate to advanced, shifting from green to blue. Some abilities like the fragrant skill that released a scent seemed unable to upgrade no matter how many cores he absorbed, a useless trick he ignored. Ji Chuan was still unclear about core absorption and evolution. He released zombies with unusable cores, thinking it was fine to leave some ability users among his minions. Mostly green cores. Under Ji Chuan's command, a line of zombies queued up as he cracked open their skulls like sunflower seeds, devouring the cores. He gained a few basic skills. The only blue core yielded the ability to freeze water into ice, somewhat useful. Ji Chuan spotted a zombie shuffling slowly toward him, its brain holding a purple core. Come on, buddy, hurry up. I'm waiting. Swallowing the purple core, Ji Chuan felt little enhancement. He sensed a new ability spread, increases ability range. A pure support skill. No wonder the purple core zombie was so weak. Alone, it was no different from an ordinary person. But in Ji Chuan's hands, this ability was a game changer. With his array of powers expanding their range, made this purple core as valuable as gold. What is this? Ji Chuan felt that spread could merge with other abilities. Combined with poison mist, it became a purple ability, toxic rain, with fire wall. Ji Chuan didn't rush a decision. He tested the ability alone, observing its effect on his other powers. Attack skills like rock, spike, wind blade, and fireball had wider reach. Poison mist could cover a larger area. Without merging, it seemed more beneficial for now. What about its effect on my zombie king ability? Ji Chuan probed. His perception of life and zombies expanded, and he could issue commands to zombies farther away. Wait, zombies at the stronghold are dying en masse. There's a group of life forms at the gate. Ji Chuan wasted no time speeding back in his car. This is the place, boss. No zombies inside. Great accommodations, plenty of equipment, and a few pretty women too. Zirin led the warehouse crew to the Oligier Hotel. They were looking for a stronghold, and wasn't this the best spot nearby? That young man had claimed he'd protect everyone. Absurd. Let these thugs test his mettle. If they failed, Zirin could claim coercion and defect. If they succeeded, he'd be hailed as the one who found them the perfect base. He'd live under their protection. The outside was indeed dangerous. He'd try for the ability user base when he got a chance. Zirin's plan was flawless in his mind. Boss, this is way better than the warehouse. No zombies inside, and hotel storage must have plenty of supplies. Good work. How many people inside? Less than 20. Most ran out. Some kid wants to be the leader. Who's more fit than you? You're my one and only boss. Flattered, the leader smirked. Together with his men, he began clearing the zombies at the hotel entrance. This team consisted of a full 12 members, and Qian, who had selected only those with offensive abilities when assembling the squad. This way they could eliminate zombies, or humans. He didn't consider other abilities. His approach proved correct while others were still hesitating about going downstairs. He had already led his team on a street sweep to find a stronghold, as the current zombies were no match for them. They hadn't encountered the mutated zombies mentioned online either. The team members unleashed their abilities, hurling weapons, releasing electric shocks, air cannons, walls of fire. A torrent of powers crashed into the zombie horde, felling a swath of them. Jia Ziran marveled at the team's combat prowess, realizing each member was exceptionally formidable. It seemed he had indeed found a reliable haven. Pei Wendong had previously been the head of security at the Oligar Hotel, working alone in Jianghua City. Su Shun had always been kind to him. When Su Shun chose to stay, Pei Wendong unhesitatingly remained, as well taking 2 newcomers to monitor the hotel's security from the surveillance room. The commotion at the entrance caught his attention, and he hurriedly checked the surveillance feed. A dozen or so people were fiercely slaughtering zombies, and their intent seemed hostile. President Su, there's a team of about a dozen people at the hotel entrance. They look like they're about to come in. Hearing Pei Wendong's voice over the intercom, everyone in the warehouse who were organizing supplies wore grim expressions. Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi rushed to the lobby with members possessing combat-oriented abilities. From a distance, they could see the situation outside. What do you think you're doing? This stronghold is off-limits to others. Pei Wendong had already arrived at the entrance from the surveillance room, the ground before him littered with zombie corpses. Qian Hu's group stared back with hostile glares. Your stronghold? This is our stronghold. Open the door now unless you want this gate destroyed. Qian Hu sneered contemptuously at Pei Wendong, but his gaze was fixed on the people rushing over from the hotel. Oh, there are actually some pretty girls inside. And they're clean. Life's pretty good in there, huh? The underlings leered at Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi, their smiles lascivious. In this apocalypse, pretty girls were rare, let alone clean ones. The women they encountered on the streets were almost always covered in blood and grime with disheveled hair, a sight that ruined their mood. But these 2 before them, one a curvaceous femme fatale, the other a fresh-faced girl next door, had them already scheming about how to enjoy them later. I'm warning you. Take one more step and ill attack. Despite Lin Lulu's fierce warning, the outsiders were unimpressed and even laughed. Feisty little thing. Brothers, it's been a while since we had some spicy Sichuan cuisine. Time to change our palate. Before the underlings could finish laughing, Lin Lulu raised her hand and shot a light arrow through the gap in the door. Qian Hu easily sidestepped the arrow, but it grazed the arm of a subordinate behind him. You're asking for death. Qian Hu roared, his machete expanding instantly, as large as a small fishing boat. He brought it down from above, cleaving the door in 2. The underlings surged in, launching an assault on Lin Lulu and the others. Lin Lulu fired light arrows rapidly, while Pei Wendong shielded her. His ability was defense. He could conjure an energy shield for area protection. Gu Yunxi amplified Lin Lulu's attacks. With so many targets, she couldn't focus on weakening them all. Moreover, their abilities seemed evenly distributed, and Gu Yunxi, lacking combat experience, couldn't decide which target to debuff. Enhancing Lin Lulu was the best choice. A constant barrage of flying weapons was deflected by Pei Wendong's shield. Lin Lulu's light arrows grew thicker, but seemed easier to dodge. She fired 4 in succession, only managing to graze a few of them. Though confident in her own power, Lin Lulu and her group lacked combat experience. Their opponents, however, had fought their way through countless zombies. The original team had over 20 members, but those scratched by zombies were executed on the spot. The remaining 12 were battle-hardened. A wall of fire rose at Lin Lulu's feet. Spread out, she shouted, and the others quickly moved out of its range. Pei Wendong's shield had limited coverage. As he lowered it to block the fire, a shard of metal whizzed past his head. Blood trickled from the wound, blurring his left eye. Fall back. Protect yourself. Lin Lulu was frantic, seeing Pei Wendong injured. I'm fine. Watch out. Pei Wendong continued to block incoming projectiles and abilities, knowing that Lin Lulu was their only offense. If he failed to protect her, they would all die. The other 2 men had offensive abilities, but they were merely basic level. Compared to their enemies, their attacks were like a tickle, only serving as a minor distraction. Nice figure, sweetheart. Gu Yunxi, retreating, didn't notice the danger behind her. As if deliberately toying with her, a subordinate grabbed her from behind, encircling her waist without attacking. Gu Yunxi had no means of fighting back. Even if she completely neutralized his ability, she couldn't break free from his strength alone. Sister Yunxi. Xiaoxian cried out. In a distant room, Zhang Yun hurriedly held her back, signaling her to stay quiet. But light emanated from Xiaoxuan's palms. Bao Bao, go help Sister Yunxi and the others. A doll appeared, larger than any she had made before, a little bear carrying a bomb. Under everyone's gaze, it took one step after another toward the battlefield. Xiaoxuan, what are you doing? Zhang Yun was baffled. Xiaoxian had never made a moving doll before. I want to help Sister Yunxi and the others. They're in danger. Zhang Yun knew they were in danger, but in the midst of such a fierce exchange of abilities, what could those with life-oriented abilities possibly do? Lin Lulu aimed 2 arrows at the man behind Gu Yunxi, but fearing she might hit her friend, the shots went wide. One of the men rushed to Gu Yunxi's side, using his basic leaf blade ability to attack the thug. The thug released Gu Yunxi, but retaliated with an electric shock, knocking the man unconscious. The thug laughed more arrogantly, but was forced back by Lin Lulu's attacks. A transparent air cannon struck from behind, sending Pei Wendong crashing to the ground. The entire back of his clothes was shredded, blood trickling from his lips. He struggled to get up. Pei Wendong. Lin Lulu wanted to check his injuries, but couldn't afford to stop her assault. If she ceased her attack, they would all be finished in moments. Little sister, don't interfere with my buddy's game. Otherwise, you might as well stop resisting too. Pick a brother to have some fun with first. The rest can wait. Seeing only 3 people still standing, the thugs smirked contemptuously and eased their attacks. Qian, who refrained from intervening, watching from the sidelines. If he acted, his victims would be left in pieces. The two living beauties were far more valuable. What's that? Qian Hu squinted. A little bear doll was waddling into the crowd, its smiling face seemingly adorable. Qian Hu stared at the little bear before him, yet he couldn't shake the feeling of smelling gunpowder. The fuse on the bomb attached to the plush toy was actually lit. A sense of dread surged within him. Get out of the way. Hearing Qian Hu's warning, his underlings were baffled. What were they supposed to dodge? Before they could react, the bear's innocent smile twisted into a grotesque snarl. Its entire body swelled, its mouth now filled with jagged fangs. As the bear let out a cry of boom, the bomb strapped to it detonated outright. The thugs nearby had no clue what had happened. 5 were instantly killed, and 3 farther away were injured. Zhang Yun could hardly believe her eyes. Her daughter's ability possessed such devastating power. She had merely thought Xiao Xian loved dolls, and had awakened a talent for making them, never imagining those plushies could move, let alone explode. Xiao Xian, can you make more? Zhang Yun looked at her daughter expectantly, failing to notice the sweat beading on her forehead. Xiao Xian nodded. Little Elsa, go help. Another flash of light, and a golden-haired doll in a blue dress appeared no bigger than a water cup. It hopped and skipped toward the battlefield. The reason it moved with such a gliding motion was that the doll had conjured a path of ice beneath its feet. Despite its tiny size, the icy trail allowed it to move with startling speed. The group, having just recovered, saw another doll approaching. This time, they didn't just stare dumbly, but launched an attack directly. Several darts shot toward the doll, but it seemed as if its insides were nothing but ordinary cotton. The darts merely left a few holes in its body. Little Elsa waved her wand, sending multiple ice spikes hurtling toward those nearby. Damn it! What is this? Seeing the ice spikes flying at him, the thug abandoned his assault on Lin Lulu and began to dodge. Such a large-scale attack had to be dealt with first. He unleashed a massive wall of fire. This time the doll caught flame in the blaze, writhing as if in agony. Before long it turned to ash. Little Elsa. Tayo, you go. Xiao Xian's hands glowed again, but the light was faint and soon died out. She collapsed, her forehead drenched in sweat. Xiao Xian. Zhang Yun held her daughter, anxiously sensing how weak she was. The others in the room were equally worried, their own abilities useless in this situation. Su Shun turned and grabbed the hotel's fire axe, but Su Qi stopped him. Bro, you're no match for them. Don't go. Am I supposed to just watch them die? Su Shun's heart raced with desperation. As a man, he had to do something. Wait, listen, it's Brother Chuan. He's back. The sound of an off-road vehicle was jarring in the empty streets. No one dared drive in the apocalypse except Ji Chuan. Under everyone's gaze, Ji Chuan stepped slowly out of the car. Kid, this is our turf. Come any closer, and don't blame us for getting rough. A thug jeered at Ji Chuan. But before he could even react, a rock spike shot up from his backside, piercing through his mouth. The thug dropped dead instantly. The others had no clue what had just happened. What the hell? A blast of air cannon slammed into Ji Chuan with a clang, as if striking solid iron. Ji Chuan raised a hand, and a massive rock wall came down like a fly swatter, crushing a man into a pulp. While the others were frozen in shock, rock spikes similarly impaled them from below, their deaths gruesome. With a snap of his fingers, the rock spikes vanished. The thugs who had collapsed slowly rose to their feet. Qian Hu stared in horror at the scene before him. It's an illusion, right? I knew my men couldn't die. You're still alive, aren't you? But his former underlings' blood seeping from their lips and eyes vacant shambled straight toward him, their movements identical to those of zombies. Stay back. Don't come any closer. Finally grasping the situation, Qian Hu raised his blade, which swelled to an enormous size. He intended to sever the bodies of his fallen subordinates to halt their advance. But the blade froze midair. No matter how hard he strained, it wouldn't budge an inch. Under Qian Hu's gaze, the sword slipped from his grasp and flew toward Ji Chuan. To his utter shock, Ji Chuan shrank the giant blade and snapped it in two with ease, all without ever touching it. Qian Hu collapsed onto the ground. Bereft of his ability and weapon, how could an ordinary man fend off a horde of zombies? No. His former underlings surrounded him and began to tear him apart. In the corner, Jia Ziren trembled uncontrollably. He hadn't expected the man in sunglasses to be serious. He truly possessed such terrifying power. Forcing himself to stay calm, he planned to slip out through the ruined door. But as he reached the entrance, he collided directly with Ji Chuan's body. When had he moved there? Could he teleport? And why was his body so cold? Jia Ziren didn't realize that Ji Chuan was simply incredibly fast. His high-level speed ability made him appear to teleport. You look familiar. Ji Chuan smiled at him, a look that made Jia Ziren's skin crawl. Though the expression was the same as when he had invited everyone to stay, now Jia Ziren only sensed extreme danger. Leader, I've made up my mind. I think our base is the best. I came here to join our base. Jia Ziren truly thought so. If Qian Hu had lost, it meant this base was strong enough, and joining it wouldn't be a bad deal. Oh, I recall saying I could guarantee your safe departure back then, but I never promised you could enter safely. Ji Chuan's smile was radiant. He took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of crimson eyes that exuded a dangerous aura from his handsome face. Jia Ziren finally understood why he always wore them. He wasn't human. Under Jia Ziren's horrified gaze, Ji Chuan gripped his throat with one hand. The crushing force made Jia Ziren desperately claw at Ji Chuan's fingers, trying to pry them away. And Ji Chuan's other hand was reaching for his brain. A chill shot through Jia Ziren's entire being. He fought back, thrashing and slapping, trying to scream, but unable to make a sound. Crack, the sound of a skull splitting. Jia Ziren went limp like a puppet with its strings cut. Ji Chuan savored a blue crystal core, plant growth. So fresh cores tasted this exquisite. Ji Chuan decided he would show no mercy to such humans from now on. Fresh ones were always the best. He first checked the injuries of those on the battlefield, healing his comrades. Fortunately, none were fatal. Ji Chuan. Gu Yunqi threw herself into his arms, sobbing. Don't be afraid. It's over. I'm back now. Ji Chuan patted her back gently. Gu Yunqi had been terrified moments ago. The thought of that thug holding her had made her want to die together with him, but she couldn't even manage that. Lin Lulu watched the embracing pair in silence, her head bowed. But Ji Chuan shot her a smile. Lulu, thank you for protecting everyone. Lin Lulu turned her head away with a hint of pride. I didn't do much. It was a team effort. She helped the revived Pei Wendong to his feet and walked toward the hall. As if realizing her own indiscretion, Gu Yunqi released Ji Chuan, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. She also supported Gung Mao, who had bravely used his leaf blades to help her escape danger. Gu Yunqi thanked him, but Gung Mao, a freshman who had never seen such a beautiful woman before, flushed crimson, shook his head to indicate it was nothing, and was too nervous to speak. Seeing that the battlefield was safe, Zhang Yun hurried over, carrying Xiao Xian, asking Ji Chuan for help. Su Shun, being stronger, helped Zhang Yun lift Xiao Xian and jogged over. Xiao Xian, what's? Ji Chuan was puzzled. It seemed the attackers hadn't even entered the hotel, and he couldn't feel any wounds on Xiao Xian. Why had she fainted? Zhang Yun recounted what had happened, and Ji Chuan understood. He had known from the start that Xiao Xian's ability couldn't be as simple as just making dolls. Such a power wouldn't manifest as purple. It must be overexertion of her ability. She's still too young. Ji Chuan raised his hand to heal Xiao Xian, and soon her complexion visibly improved, becoming rosy. Zhang Yun expressed her gratitude repeatedly. By the way, Su Shin, what is your ability? It was also a purple ability, and Ji Chuan was curious. But from the scene just now, Su Shun hadn't participated in the battle, so it probably wasn't a combat ability. Su Shin lowered his voice. Leader, my ability is loyalty. I can designate a target and view the loyalty level of others toward that target. If the person doesn't resist, I can use the ability to change their state, essentially manually making them loyal. Ji Chuan looked at Su Shun in astonishment, never expecting such an ability. Su Shun was the perfect steward, capable of preventing traitors from emerging. So what's the loyalty level of everyone at our base? Initially, except for Gu Yunqi and Lin Lulu, who were around 75, the newcomers were generally around 20. But after that battle, everyone's loyalty is around 70 now. Gu Yunqi and Lin Lulu are even higher. Goodness, it seemed that a show of force worked best. Seeing his immense strength had given the base members a reassurance, letting them know that following him meant no danger. Ji Chuan nodded, but Su Shun took one of his hands. Closing his eyes, a purple light transferred from Su Shun's hand into Ji Chuan's. Leader, this is the effect of my loyalty. I can select a target to pledge my allegiance to. My loyalty to you will be 100, and you will be able to see the loyalty levels of everyone else in the territory toward you. In truth, Su Shun hadn't wanted to do this initially, nor had he explained his ability in detail to Gu Yunqi. He was merely grateful that Ji Chuan had saved his sister and himself. But through Ji Chuan's actions, Su Shun knew he was powerful, and his promise to protect the base members with all his might was not just empty words. He truly meant it. Another reason for his initial reluctance was that once he chose an allegiance target, he would have to obey any command from that person, which was akin to gambling. Su Shun released Ji Chuan's hand. He didn't find Ji Chuan's hand cold at all. In fact, he felt a lingering attachment. Loyalty was truly terrifying. 100 loyalty made him feel that touching the leader was a blessing. But Su Shun was powerless, unable to turn back. Ji Chuan looked around, and indeed saw everyone's loyalty index. Gu Yunqi 87, Lin Lulu 80. This girl. Zhang Yun 75, Zhu Zhu 86. Why is she so high? Su Qi 74, Pei Wendong 72, Gung Mao 71. Ji Chuan found this index quite interesting. It directly revealed everyone's level of trust in him. Some people, even if known for a short time, trusted him deeply, while others might appear trusting, but were not. With this index, he could judge people intuitively. The higher the loyalty, the harder it is to increase. At 100 loyalty, one can make the person do anything. Anything. Ji Chuan was astonished. The Su Shin before him had 100 loyalty. Bend over. Straight men hated a surprise attack the most. He and Song Huai often played that game, instinctively guarding their backsides on the stairs. Yes, leader. Su Shun's face flushed, and he turned around, lifting his shapely rear. Something's wrong. You're not right. Fine, I believe you. Ji Chuan felt embarrassed by Su Shin's actions. Even though he was now a cold-blooded creature, he felt his cheeks burning. Yes, leader. You are also my master. Master may command Su Shun as you wish. No loyalty was too terrifying. Reaching 100 under Su Shin's ability made him like a human puppet. Su Shun's ability was incredibly powerful. But at the same time, Ji Chuan felt reassured knowing his companions wouldn't betray him. That was enough. Brother. Su Qi looked at Su Shun's flushed face, feeling as if the sky had fallen. Was her brother in love with the leader? Were all his past girlfriends just for show? What was this? Was this the reason he had been single for so long? What should I do? As her brother's most loyal wingman, should I step in this time? How do I choose between ethics and family? It's not what you think. Ji Chuan quickly tried to explain for Su Shun. It's okay, brother Ji Chuan. You're very handsome and exceptionally talented. My brother always talks about you, saying you're the best man he's ever met. Please give my brother a chance, okay? Brother, I chose family. I can only help you this far, Su Chi thought after her inner struggle. She was a modern young woman open to all new things. And imagining the two of them together, she felt a little excited. Was some kind of a tribute awakening? Su Shun was also stunned. What was his sister saying? Had he ever said such things? But as long as it brought him closer to Ji Chuan, he could accept anything. Loyalty was at work, and Su Shun had no idea that selecting an allegiance target would have such an effect. Fortunately, everyone had returned with the wounded, and few were paying attention to them. Ji Chuan sighed. Su Shun, Su Chi, you two go back. I can repair the gate. Yes, master. Don't call me master. Just call me by my name. Brother, you're not a submissive, are you? Su Chi's world crumbled. In her memory, the 186 centimeters tall Su Shun had many girls confessing to him, and each girlfriend was more beautiful than the last. Even if he liked men, he should be the dominant one. Why would he call Ji Chuan master? Su Shun knew exactly what he was saying, but being in a state of complete loyalty created a strange illusion in him. Gaining Ji Chuan's approval was the best reward. Ji Chuan's head throbbed. He waved for them to leave. Like an old scavenger, he mechanically dug out the crystals from the thugs one by one, his face contorted as if swallowing something foul. Should he even bother raising loyalty anymore? This was enough. Reaching 100 was too terrifying. Let it be. Ji Chuan consumed the crystal cores from the gang members, all of which were attack-type abilities, with the lowest grade being blue. Among them, the firewall was a skill that could only be obtained by combining fireball and spread, yet he had acquired it directly now. And these two seemingly useless skills can actually be combined. The blue crystal core air cannon and the green crystal core fragrance unexpectedly merged into a purple crystal core area slumber. The upgrade in crystal core color represented a qualitative leap, and the combination of two cores could indeed give birth to a higher grade crystal core. Ji Chuan was overjoyed and chose to combine them without hesitation. After the fusion, both crystal cores vanished, and he mastered the new purple crystal core area slumber, a skill that proved quite useful for infiltrating the ability user base. Although there were prompts for other crystal core combinations, they seemed of little use. Since combining would cause the original cores to disappear, Ji Chuan decided to only merge combinations that could elevate the core's grade, as combining cores of the same level yielded insignificant results. Using metal creation and metal manipulation, Ji Chuan was repairing the gate. The door, which had been chopped apart by Qian, who was restored to its pristine state. Qian Hu's crystal core was purple metal scaling, allowing the user to enlarge or shrink metal while ignoring its weight, a near-divine skill for ordinary people. However, Ji Chuan himself possessed immense strength and metal manipulation, making this skill only suitable for tasks like architectural repairs. The sneak attack on the stronghold had left Ji Chuan shaken, so he further reinforced the gate and walls, encasing the entire hotel's perimeter in metal and raising its height, transforming it into a fortress of steel. Moreover, the combat capabilities of the members were still too weak. Although Lin Lulu possessed a gold attack-type ability, she lacked battle experience. The other two had green abilities, one defensive, which could barely influence the battlefield. Gu Yongsis' ability was powerful, but she grew flustered in battle, struggling to unleash its full potential. Xiao Xian was formidable, but seemed too young to sustain prolonged combat. Ji Chuan felt a headache coming on. He needed to find stronger members to protect the base while he was away, or train them to enhance their combat prowess, otherwise the stronghold would remain vulnerable in his absence. After fortifying the last wall, the Oligia Hotel had become an iron bastion. Without effective means of attack, breaching its defenses would be nearly impossible. Ji Chuan entered the interior to check on everyone's condition and intended to hold a brief meeting to share his thoughts and gather suggestions. Survivors in nearby high-rises observed the transformation of the Oligia Hotel. The metallic walls made it appear like a masterpiece of art in the apocalypse. Has the Oligia Hotel been taken over by the authorities? There's not a single zombie in sight. Great, the ability user base is too far for me. It's too dangerous to travel there. This hotel is much closer. Anyone want to team up and go? I'm scared to go alone. Are you sure? What are the acceptance conditions for this stronghold? Want they test for abilities too? Ordinary ability users would go in vain. Yeah, what if we risk going and get turned away? Too dangerous. Online discussions about the Oligia's transformation were fervent. People clung to hope and preferred relying on collective strength. Du Ling, who was already on a reconnaissance mission to investigate anomalies, saw this news and decided to check it out. He was an official himself, but the Oligia Hotel was not under government control. Although many small organizations had formed, they were merely bands of survivors in the apocalypse. Clearing the entire Oligia Hotel and reinforcing its perimeter demonstrated considerable strength. He needed to meet the person in charge of this stronghold, assess the situation, and then report to the authorities. Is everyone holding up okay? Ji Chuan examined the wounded. Fortunately, under his healing, they were mostly recovered. We're mostly fine. I've reinforced the outer walls of the stronghold. Ordinary ability users will find it difficult to enter. But I still need to venture out for supplies and crystal cores. During my absence, the base remains vulnerable. So should we seek out more powerful ability users or train your combat skills? What are your thoughts? I can't always be at the base. The group fell silent, aware that their weakness made them a burden to Ji Chuan. They enjoyed the supplies and protection he provided, but could contribute little. I want combat training. Lin Lulu stepped forward first. The face-to-face battle with that group had revealed her helplessness as she needed to grow. Me too. Gu Yunqi also made up her mind. Actually, we could do both. Look, Zhu pulled out her phone showing how the online discussion about the Oligia's transformation had already drawn speculation with some people wanting to join. The stronghold has attracted attention. There might be powerful ability users coming. Ji Chuan nodded. Recruiting more ability users would strengthen the base, and Su Shen's loyalty ability could monitor the member status. Survivors who could safely make it here likely had some skill, and the base was short on manpower for basic tasks like monitoring, patrolling, inventory management, repairs, and cleaning. Even ability users with weaker powers could handle these foundational duties. Moreover, most people would only observe, a few would take actual action. Ji Chuan decided to train the group, first having already devised a method. The combat ability users gathered in the courtyard, and he let zombies in as sparring partners. Gung Mao possessed the green leaf blade ability and Jiang the green stone bullet ability. The two faced off against 2 zombies simultaneously. Pei Wendong had the blue defensive ability. Ji Chuan had 4 zombies attack him at once to test his all-around defense. Lin Lulu faced 8 zombies with reinforcements continuously added. Ji Chuan's requirement for Gu Yunqi was to steadily enhance the abilities of all 4. He had no time to accompany them in endless training. Everything is real combat. If the zombies touch you die. But even in death you can serve the base as zombies. Though he said this, he hadn't actually ordered the zombies to draw blood, aiming only to force rapid growth. His words heightened their psychological pressure, but these ordinary zombies were insignificant compared to ability users. The zombies moved roaring as they charged at their targets. Lin Lulu launched an attack swiftly. Having struggled against multiple foes before, she was eager to accumulate experience in facing numerous enemies. Light arrows coalesced rapidly in her hand, shooting toward the nearest target. The other zombies lunged at her almost simultaneously, forcing her to retreat continuously. From her earlier encounter with the thugs, she had learned that standing still to shoot only made her a target. She couldn't stop moving. She dodged backward, evading the zombies' assaults. Damn it, Ji Chuan's serious about this. Lin Lulu cursed under her breath. She was still too slow. The speed of conjuring arrows couldn't sustain continuous fire, severely hampering her attack frequency. Couldn't she speed it up? She focused on the light arrows formation, but even with heightened willpower, the condensation speed remained unchanged. If speed can't change, what about quantity? With that thought, Lin Lulu visualized the 2 nearest zombies and began gathering light arrows. The second arrow appeared somewhat faint, but Lin Lulu realized it was possible. Her light arrows weren't limited to just one. A faint smile curved Ji Chuan's lips. Truly a gold crystal core. The potential for ability growth was immense. Move, focus, or you'll die. To further spur their potential, he turned and rested nearby, creating the illusion that they were unprotected, sending a shiver through the group as they grew more cautious. Su Wanwan had been handling Project No. 1, of which Wu Qian was overseeing, but he never reported on its progress. Based on your understanding, how much do you actually know about No. 1? Su Wanwan nervously sized up Li Jingru, feeling that this middle-aged man's gaze possessed a disarming power that could see through one's heart. No. 1 was the code name for Ji Chuan, the only zombie discovered so far that could communicate, an exceptionally unique case. Chief, he's nothing but a murderous demon. He killed my boyfriend, slaughtered my parents. Just as he was about to kill me, the base rescued me, but he still struck me, leaving me gravely wounded. Captain Wu didn't look into No. 1 much, he mostly found excuses to chat me up. Su Wanwan feigned grievance again, insisting that Wu Qian had always harbored improper intentions toward her. According to field reports, this zombie can communicate. Didn't he say anything to you? He also mentioned a personal grudge. Does that refer to something between you and him? Li Jingru tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, his expression unreadable. Su Wanwan had long rehearsed her story that afternoon, ready to spin it, even if her plan failed. That zombie used to wander near my home. At first he seemed ordinary, but when my boyfriend found him breaking in, he simply threw him out. Who would have thought he'd turn into that? Maybe the personal grudge stems from us throwing him out of the house. But we were just defending ourselves. To massacre my entire family over such a trivial matter. He's a bloodthirsty monster. This story closely mirrored the truth. A powerless waste had become such a terror. Su Wanwan truly had no idea how Ji Chuan had managed it. The finger tapping on the table stopped. Li Jingru seemed lost in thought. You're saying he was just an ordinary zombie at first, but when you encountered him again, he could control other zombies, break Shui Zishuan's invisibility, force her to kneel, and speak human language. Did he also inflict your injuries? Yes, it was him. He suddenly gained so many abilities. He's too dangerous. We need to eliminate him quickly. Li Jingru felt a chill of fear. If Su Wanwan's account was true, this zombie was evolving at an alarming rate. If he harbored genuine malice toward humans, the consequences once he fully developed would be unimaginable. Understood. You may leave. Report to the logistics department from now on to supply the base with water. Only after Su Wanwan had gone did Li Jingru's expression turn grave. What do you think? The man behind him bowed his head. The part about killing her boyfriend is true. The part about killing her parents is false. Wu Qian chatting her up is false. No. 1 being ordinary at first and evolving later is true. Li Jingru frowned. He didn't care about the deaths of Su Wanwan's family, nor was he concerned about Wu Qian's fate or his feelings for Su Wanwan. Moreover, Su Wanwan's water-based ability was valuable to the base, so he saw no point in pursuing these trivial matters. What worried him most was No. 1's ability to evolve. Appoint Elder Wang as the captain of Team 2. Team 2 knows No. 1 best. Send Teams 2, 6, and 7 to track down No. 1's whereabouts. Report any findings immediately. The man nodded and left. Sun Tao, what do you think you're doing? Wu Qian is supposed to be cremated today. Brother, have a smoke. Our captain had a last wish, to be buried with his wife. Ji Chuan, and I want to help fulfill it. Cut us some slack. Sun Tao handed 2 packs of cigarettes to the man. Such supplies were scarce now, every smoke counted. The man figured that with Ji Chuan's help in the transfer, the base wouldn't notice a missing corpse. Let them handle it as they pleased. It would save him the effort of using his fire ability, which was exhausting for burning a single body. Then hurry up and move him. If you're caught late, don't say I let you do this. Got it, we're on our way. Ji Chuan activated her ability, and the 2 of them along with the corpse appeared beside Wu Qian's wife's grave. Sun Tao carefully examined Wu Qian's body. He had always suspected that Wu Qian's death was suspicious. Wu Qian was neither the type to fall for Su Wanwan, nor someone who could be killed by Cui Zhan. The wound on his waist was deep, clearly the fatal blow. Removing the blade must have caused a lot of bleeding. But why was there another cut on his neck? Sun Tao frowned. Sun Tao, did you work as a coroner before? Ji Chuan found his actions odd, thinking they were just there to fulfill Wu Qian's wish. I have a feeling the captain's death wasn't so simple. There's a deep knife wound on his waist. Look at his neck. Could a blade that made such a big wound on his waist leave such a small mark on his neck? Ji Chuan stepped forward to observe. Maybe the neck wound was a scratch from when the captain dodged. Those bastards Cui Zhan and Su Wanwan must have killed him. Even if we know, what good will it do? The base won't care about a dead man. Ji Chuan's expression turned somber. She had to admit Wu Qian was a good captain who always looked out for the only woman on his team. Hurry up or zombies will get to the captain's body before we finish. Reminded by Ji Chuan's son, Tao dug quickly. Captain, let you reunite with your wife now. Memories of Wu Qian flooded back, filling Sun Tao with deep sorrow. Gu Yunxi fumbled on the battlefield. Everyone was engaged in intense combat, but Ji Chuan hadn't sent any zombies to attack her. Her goal was to enhance everyone's abilities. But she found she could only target one person at a time. No, if she chose another, the enhancement on the previous target faded. Why was she so useless? Everyone was visibly improving, yet she remained stagnant. Gu Yunxi concentrated on activating her ability. In her mind, there was a green orb representing the enhancement. She could direct it to land on anyone. She desperately wanted the orb to affect multiple people at once. Struggling to control it, the green orb under her urgent will seemed to stretch, turning into an oval as it hastily detached from one target and moved to the next. Was that my imagination? For a moment, Gu Yunxi thought the orb had flattened. If only one orb can exist, but its shape can change. Gu Yunxi stopped focusing on moving the orb and instead compressed it, trying to alter its shape. The round orb flattened into a disc, touching Lin Lulu and Gung Mao nearby. The light arrows visibly thickened, and the leaf blade sharp as steel pierced straight through the zombie's brains. Did it work? Gu Yunxi was overjoyed. Push harder. She furrowed her brows, urging her mind to compress the orb further. The green disc expanded until it covered the entire battlefield. Everyone felt their abilities grow stronger. Bored, Ji Chuan activated his life sense ability. With the amplification, he scanned his territory for new targets whose cores he could collect after the training session. Suddenly, his sensory range expanded dramatically. Ji Chuan turned to look at Gu Yunxi, nodded in understanding. She was indeed growing quickly. 3 purple cores suddenly appeared. Was that my imagination? And 2 vanished just as quickly. Ji Chuan noticed something strange in his expanded perception. Cores were appearing and disappearing abruptly, just like that invisible person he had encountered before. So the other party possessed a teleportation ability. But why had 1 purple core remained there, and it wasn't from a zombie? An official spy. A temporary hideout. Ji Chuan had to investigate. He walked onto the field and called off the training. Everyone gasped for air. A real combat was exhausting. I'm going out. You all rest. Ji Chuan got into the off-road vehicle and drove toward the location of the purple core. What's this? Burying someone alive. Ji Chuan arrived at the location of the crystal core only to find a grave before him. His life perception could distinguish between humans and zombies, and the life form with the purple crystal core was clearly not a zombie's. Ji Chuan simply raised his hand, and the mound of earth scattered instantly as a stone slab lifted a person upward. This is the man who drew his gun that day. Ji Chuan was somewhat surprised. The Wu Qian before him was pale as death, but Ji Chuan knew he wasn't dead. Seeing the wounds on his body, Ji Chuan realized he was merely in shock from excessive blood loss. His deathly pallor was also due to the massive hemorrhage. Is the ability user base this reckless? Without further hesitation, Ji Chuan began healing, mending the wounds before securing Wu Qian in the back seat and transporting him back to the stronghold. This situation arose because of the sudden chaos that night. The person tasked with moving Wu Qian's corpse saw the amount of blood loss and his ghastly face and naturally assumed he was dead. They had even checked Wu Qian's heartbeat and breathing. But they didn't know that after severe blood loss a person's pulse becomes extremely faint, their limbs grow cold, their face turns pale, and they remain unconscious. Thus, everyone naturally believed Wu Qian was dead. However, the purple crystal core had already elevated him beyond an ordinary person. His physical condition surpassed the vast majority. He had clung to life for 2 days, ultimately discovered by Ji Chuan. Without Sun Tao's desire to complete the joint burial with his wife, without Gu Yong's sudden enlightenment during training, and without Ji Chuan's idle life perception, Wu Qian would surely have died. Seeing Ji Chuan return with a seemingly severely injured person, the group asked no questions. After bringing Wu Qian to a room, Ji Chuan continued his treatment. He feared Wu Qian might suffer hypothermia from prolonged treatment outdoors, unaware that Wu Qian had already spent a night in the ability user base's morgue. The healing art slowly mended Wu Qian's body, and his complexion visibly improved. But Ji Chuan's healing was still at the green level, limited in effect, and slow to take hold. As Ji Chuan moved his hand toward Wu Qian's chest, cough. Huff. Wu Qian jolted awake, gasping for air. Where was he? Hadn't Cui Zhan killed him? When Su Wanwan used water to block his windpipe, Wu Qian had manifested a knife, with his ability cutting open his trachea to prevent suffocation. But he hadn't expected Cui Zhan to ambush him. You're awake. It was him. Seeing Ji Chuan's face, Wu Qian felt as though he had descended into hell. Yun Jia, take care of him. All right. He just left like that. The woman beside him was human. Had he saved me? Wu Qian's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. He now found himself in a luxurious room, perhaps a hotel, but what was happening? Are you hungry? Have some water first. Zhang Yun gently supported Wu Qian, carefully bringing a bowl of honey water to his lips. Though filled with questions, Wu Qian sensed no malice from the woman before him. He was intensely thirsty, his trachea felt as if it were burning, and his entire body was exceptionally weak. Where is this? This is our stronghold. Our leader brought you back. The leader is Ji Chuan. Wu Qian had noticed a resemblance between number 1 and Ji Chuan when researching earlier. He wanted to verify this guess. Yes. Do you know our leader? Wu Qian shook his head, unsure how to explain. He's a zombie. Why make a zombie your leader? Zhang Yun was taken aback by Wu Qian's question, as if surprised he could ask such a thing. He saved both me and my daughter. He also saved my neighbor and her brother. Zhang Yun pointed out the window. He saved all the survivors in this hotel, reinforced the doors and walls, and let everyone choose whether to stay or leave. Even those with weaker abilities were allowed to remain. Zhang Yun recounted her encounter with Ji Chuan, detailing how he had rescued her and her daughter. Is what you're saying true? Wu Qian couldn't believe what he was hearing. Ji Chuan's actions showed more humanity than the base ever had. For the sake of limited resources, the ability user base refused to accept the weak, only those with useful abilities. It's true, uncle. Without brother Ji Chuan's help, Xiao Xian and mommy would have died. Brother Ji Chuan is a good person. Xiao Xian watched Wu Qian with curiosity from the side. Eat something. You're still very weak. Zhang Yun held another bowl of porridge, spooning it to Wu Qian's lips. He felt a bit embarrassed. I can manage myself. Seeing Wu Qian's discomfort and that he could move, Zhang Yun handed him the bowl. They'll bring you more food to keep if you get hungry. Call me if you need anything. Xiao Xian and I are in the room across from yours. Get some rest. As Zhang Yun left, Wu Qian stared blankly out the window. A courtyard free of zombies, sturdy walls, and a few people chatting happily below. It felt like before the apocalypse. The people in this stronghold seemed to live quite comfortably. Could it be that Ji Chuan posed no threat to humans? He wanted to summon Ji Chuan immediately and question him, and also report his findings to the base leader. But his body was too weak to move, and even holding the bowl to eat exhausted him. He tried to use his ability to retrieve his phone, but failed, his vision going white and nearly fainting. Wu Qian sighed and lay back down. Knock, knock, knock. I've brought you something to eat. It was Zhang Yun's voice. She carefully carried a tray laden with food, setting it on the bedside table. What's wrong? Zhang Yun noticed Wu Qian's pale face and beads of sweat on his forehead, caused by overexertion from using his ability while still weak. But Zhang Yun feared his condition had worsened. She reached out to touch his forehead, relieved to find it cool. No fever. I thought you had a fever. It's fine. Is there any other discomfort? Beyond his weakness, Wu Qian felt an indescribable unease. Surrounded by strangers in an unfamiliar place, burdened with a mission, and having uncovered some truths, there was so much to do, yet he could do nothing. Wu Qian shook his head, unable to articulate his anxiety. Zhang Yun used her calming ability on him. Instantly, Wu Qian felt much better, his entire body relaxing. Had this woman done this? What should I call you? My name is Zhang Yun. Call me if you need anything. And you? Wu Qian. Zhang Yun nodded. Eat some more. Chef Zhao just made it fresh. It won't taste as good cold. Chef Zhao is a real hotel chef, and his cooking is excellent. Let me help you sit up. Looking at Zhang Yun's gentle face, Wu Qian hesitated before sitting up. He needed to eat more to regain his strength. Du Ling arrived at Ji Chuan's stronghold, and the outer wall before him exceeded his imagination. It was even taller than what he had seen online. This was achieved after Ji Chuan acquired metal scaling, making reinforcement much easier. Du Ling's ability leaned more toward support, so he refrained from combat, and instead chose an area with fewer zombies to activate his power. A thick vine slowly rose beneath his feet, lifting Du Ling upward. Upon reaching the outer wall, he climbed over it. Thus Du Ling smoothly entered the stronghold. Jiang Yi also noticed this. His injuries were minor and had mostly healed under Ji Chuan's treatment, so he took charge of monitoring during this time. An unfamiliar human scaled the wall from the southeast, a plant-type ability user. Jiang Yi informed everyone via the walkie-talkie. Lin Lulu frowned, and the group hurried out to investigate. Who are you? Come any closer and we'll attack. Lin Lulu assumed a combat stance. Having just sent off Qian Husgang, she knew that in the apocalypse humans posed a greater threat than zombies. Du Ling raised his hands. No ill intent. I'm a member of the ability user base, just here to check on the situation and see if this new stronghold needs our help. No need. Since you have another organization, please leave immediately. Next time, entering without permission won't be tolerated. Lin Lulu didn't fully trust him either, refusing to believe someone just because they claimed to be from the authorities. Besides, the last time the authorities had taken away that wicked woman Su Wanwan. Who knew what they were thinking? Can I meet your leader? We could cooperate. Upon entering the stronghold, Du Ling found it highly secure, capable of withstanding most zombies. If it was just a small group, he could directly recommend its incorporation by higher-ups. Lin Lulu paused for a moment. She knew Ji Chuan had sharp hearing and could hear their conversation. If he was interested, he would show up on his own. But Ji Chuan did not. Understanding his stance, Lin Lulu grew firmer. The leader isn't here. Please leave. Ji Chuan recognized Du Ling. He had helped him when obtaining the golden crystal core, but he didn't want to get entangled with the authorities too soon, so he chose not to appear. When will he be back? I can wait. A light arrow shot to Du Ling's feet. Please leave. The next shot will hit your body. All right, I'm leaving. Don't be rash. The gate opened, and Du Ling walked out. He braced for a zombie attack, but the surrounding zombies showed no intention of harming him. What's going on? Normally at this distance they'd definitely notice me. The gate closed, recalling the off-road vehicle in the courtyard. Is it him? Du Ling thought of that powerhouse, and combined with the zombies' lack of aggression, he formed a vague conjecture. Captain, the leader at the Oriole Hotel seems to be that powerhouse I mentioned last time. Captain. After waiting for a while, Du Ling received no reply from his captain. What is this? It's stronger than any existing variant. Chief Feng, captain of the 7th Squad, was hiding behind a building, tasked with locating subject No. 1. He had been exploring zombie clusters. Though the 7th Squad wasn't particularly powerful, their abilities generally ensured self-preservation. To boost efficiency, the squad usually operated alone, sharing collected information. From a high vantage point, Chi Feng noticed the anomaly in this area. The high density of zombies made him suspect subject No. 1 had gathered them. He entered the area using his wall-phasing ability. Even if discovered, ordinary zombies were slower than him, and he could quickly evade their attacks by phasing through walls. The closer he got to the periphery, the more unnaturally dense the zombies became, obscuring the center from view. So Chi Feng climbed to a rooftop nearby for a better look. At the center of the zombie horde was a massive, peculiar zombie Chi Feng had never seen before. Even from the rooftop, he could clearly see its broad back covered in grotesque bone spurs. Just as Chi Feng prepared to take photos and report, the colossal zombie seemed to notice him, lifting its head to stare in his direction. To his astonishment, the zombie moved like an agile ape, leaping effortlessly onto the building's facade and bounding rapidly toward him. Each leap shattered the building's windows. Chi Feng wasted no time activating his ability to phase through floor after floor until he reached the ground. He sprinted away, constantly phasing through walls and using buildings as cover. The giant zombie's heavy footsteps echoed behind him, tracking his movements. But as his frequent use of the ability left him breathless, the footsteps stopped. Peeking out, Chi Feng saw the zombie lifting its head as if sniffing the air. Damn, it's tracking by scent. Realizing this, Chi Feng didn't hesitate and ran in the opposite direction. He attracted a few zombies' attention, but once he phased into a wall, they could only pound on it in confusion. Chi Feng thought of the nearby dump and pressed on, gripped by a premonition. If that giant zombie caught him, death was certain. His heart raced, but his ability allowed him to take many shortcuts. Ignoring cleanliness, he quickly phased into a pile of garbage, the stench nearly making him vomit. But he was drenched in sweat and could barely use his ability anymore. The ground trembled. He knew that terrifying zombie was nearby. The footsteps ceased as if it was trying to discern a direction. As the sounds faded, Chi Feng slowly crawled out of the garbage heap. That was close. Don't come near the dump area. Found a zombie far more dangerous than any variant. Chi Feng quickly relayed this to his team. He didn't care about the stronghold leader Du Ling mentioned. The escape had shown him how perilous humanity's situation was. Chi Feng rushed back to the base to report today's findings. Wow, Captain Chi, did you fall into a cesspool? A base guard pinched his nose in disgust. Chi Feng grimaced, but didn't reply, hurrying to report his observations. What? You're saying a zombie far stronger than variants was also found near the eastern dump, bigger than a brown bear? Li Jingru couldn't believe his ears. The 6th Squad had just reported a zombie wielding a steel whip at the foot of South Mountain, displaying aggression several times greater than ordinary variants. The situation was worsening. Zombies seemed to be mutating, with powerful abilities rising among them. Yet humanity hadn't even figured out the conditions for zombie evolution. Ji Chuan was cracking walnuts in a new area. A notable find was a blue stillness crystal core, which could briefly freeze a target. His first time acquiring a time-related ability. He also discovered that the stillness core could combine with an ice crystal core to form a purple time freeze core capable of stopping time in a small area. though any life form entering the zone would also be affected. But it was highly useful for preserving supplies. Ji Chuan combined them, without hesitation, ensuring perishable goods wouldn't spoil. What's this? While controlling zombies with crystal cores to line up for him, Ji Chuan noticed a zombie he hadn't summoned approaching on its own. Sensing no crystal core in that zombie, Ji Chuan grew curious about what this voluntary visitor might be. After cracking open the 8th zombie's skull and devouring its crystal core, the target that had been actively approaching finally came into Ji Chuan's view. This zombie appeared to be female, retaining a feminine silhouette, but its skin was a ghastly grayish blue, and its limbs and chest were covered in what looked like black bone, hard as armor clinging to its body. It held a steel whip, and its expression was fiercely menacing. Ji Chuan felt no fear toward zombies, and since this one showed no aggression, he decided to see what it would do. The steel whip zombie approached Ji Chuan and slowly knelt. Ji Chuan was puzzled. What was she doing? I pay homage to the great king of zombies. Her voice resembled his own when he had first transformed, hoarse and slow. Who are you? I was born from your will. To serve. You. Born from his will. How? Ji Chuan racked his memory, but couldn't recall doing anything special. This zombie could communicate and possessed intelligence, yet it had no crystal core and didn't seem to be a transformed human. Wondering about her strength without a core, Ji Chuan paused his actions. Before him was still a zombie with an uneaten blue body strengthening crystal core. You'll be called Xiaomei. Show me your strength. Defeat this zombie. Ji Chuan commanded both zombies. The blue-cored zombie's skin took on a metallic sheen, and with a roar it charged at Xiaomei. Xiaomei swung her steel whip, coiling it around the zombie's neck. With a powerful yank of her arm, she slammed it to the ground, cratering the earth. Not giving the zombie a chance to rise, her whip constricted like a python around its throat. Like a queen, she planted one foot on its shoulder, and with relentless force tore its head clean off. Hiss! Ji Chuan gasped. He had thought the body-strengthened zombie would be a bane to such cold weapons, but Xiaomei's power was immense, far surpassing a blue-tier psychic. Well done. How did you come to be born here? If she was born from him, why was he completely unaware? And why was she here of all places? When I gained consciousness, I was already here. As you drew near, I could sense your presence. You are our king. Hearing Xiaomei's words, Ji Chuan suspected his ability had some passive effect, creating such a subordinate without his knowledge. After all, his black crystal core was unique. He had never seen anyone else with it. This ability clearly had much more to be explored. Come back to the base with me. From now on, you'll guard it. Yes. The base was short on combat power, and Xiaomei could protect it while he was away. But were there others like her out there? Ji Chuan decided he needed to go out more to find crystal cores to eat. Who knew where else his scattered subordinates might be waiting to be brought home? Anyone there? Let us in. Qiao Xinshi pounded heavily on the towering metal gate. They had spotted a newly built base nearby and came seeking shelter. He and his roommate had been renting a place nearby to prepare for graduate school exams when the zombie outbreak hit. If they stayed, they'd either be eaten by zombies or starve to death. They can't be deaf, can they? How do we get in with such a high gate and wall? Fan Jiahao also began pounding the gate, hoping to attract attention. Though the nearby zombies strangely didn't attack them, they could see more approaching from afar. Just as they considered retreating, the gate opened, and they rushed inside. Who are you? Jiang Yi, having spotted them on the monitor, alerted everyone. Lin Lulu hurried to the entrance. We saw this new base and want to join. We can do any dirty work. What abilities do you have? Qiao Xinshi's face fell as both their abilities were rather useless. We'll show you. They scanned Lin Lulu's group, settling on Jiang. Better to try it on a man. Suddenly Jiang Yi turned around and began doing a plank. Jiang Yi, what are you doing? Lin Lulu stared at him in confusion. I don't know. My body just went out of control. My ability is to make a target turn around, and mine is to make a target facing away do a plank. Huh. Lin Lulu's jaw dropped. Such abilities existed. Individually useless, but they could be combined. When we encounter zombies and can't escape, we make them do planks on the spot. That's how we've survived so far. It doesn't last long, but long enough to flee. Qiao Xinshi rubbed his head sheepishly. As they chatted, the gate opened again, and a jeep drove in. Back at the base, Ji Chuan got out without his sunglasses, followed by Xiaomei. A zombie. Qiao Xinshi, seeing Xiaomei's terrifying visage, far more dangerous than an ordinary zombie, instinctively used his ability on her. Xiaomei turned her head, but her eyes grew fierce, and she glared directly at him. Impossible. Qiao Xinshi realized his ability had failed. It was the first time this had happened. A whip lashed out, but froze midair. Xiaomei, these are base members, people you need to protect. Yes. My king. The base members stared in shock. Xiaomei exuded overwhelming pressure, yet this zombie obeyed Ji Chuan's commands. And she could speak. It was the first time they'd encountered a talking zombie. Ji Chuan to them seemed no different from an ordinary person. This is Xiaomei. She'll stay in the hotel courtyard to help guard the place, keeping it safe when I'm away. Everyone nodded dumbly, but still dared not approach. Who are these two? Ji Chuan noticed the new faces. They're survivors seeking shelter. Their abilities are quite interesting. This is our leader, Ji Chuan. Lin Lulu gestured for them to demonstrate. Jiang Yi once again dropped into a plank on the ground. Ji Chuan was intrigued by their combo ability. He had never encountered anything like it. Try it on me. His deep voice made Qiu Xinshi uneasy and his crimson eyes suggested he wasn't entirely human. But as the leader's command, Qiu Xinshi obeyed, attempting his turnaround ability on Ji Chuan. Did you use it, eh? Faced with Ji Chuan's inquiry, Qiu Xinshi swallowed and nodded. It doesn't work on me. A green core control type ability. Am I immune? Ji Chuan felt no change in his body. You try your ability on me too. He turned around voluntarily, and Fan Jiahao used his ability. Again, Ji Chuan showed no reaction. How? Solid ball, our abilities failed. Maybe the leader's just too powerful. Qiu Xinshi felt an immense pressure from Ji Chuan and Xiaomei, needing every ounce of courage just to stand near them. So it seems I can indeed ignore green control type abilities. Having consumed so many crystal cores, it would be absurd if I could still be affected. With that thought, Ji Chuan turned back and had Su Shen apply a loyalty status to the two. Under its influence, their fear of approaching Ji Chuan vanished. Are you certain you spotted the Steel Whip zombie here? To probe the Steel Whip zombie's capabilities, Li Jingru dispatched several experts with targeted abilities to accompany Squad 6. Upon arriving at the destination, however, they found only a horde of ordinary zombies. Though numerous, none displayed any anomaly. The squad leader surveyed the area multiple times and led the team on several rounds, yet found nothing. How could this be? Did the zombie leave on its own? Li Jingru had targeted the Steel Whip zombie initially because the base possessed a formidable magnetic ability user who could directly seize its weapon. As for the colossal zombie, Qi Feng had reported its destructive power was immense with no obvious weaknesses visible and no effective countermeasure had been conceived. Nearby, the squad leader spotted a bank with multi-angle cameras at its entrance, so he motioned for the team to enter and investigate. After easily clearing the zombies inside the bank, Squad 6 leader Han Yang entered the surveillance room to review the footage from the past few days. This is the zombie. See, the moment we approached, it launched an attack, and we nearly didn't make it out. The team was taken aback by the zombie's ferocity on screen. Its movements were agile, its strikes ruthless, and its combat prowess far beyond that of an ordinary zombie. After their escape, the footage showed only the zombie standing motionless like an NPC returning to its previous position. They manually fast-forwarded the surveillance. Wait, where is it going? The Steel Whip zombie suddenly moved toward the distance where a jeep seemed to be parked, though the details were unclear to the observers. There was no intense struggle. Upon reaching the distant spot, the Steel Whip zombie appeared calm, not brandishing its whip. Soon after, the jeep started and drove out of the frame. The Steel Whip zombie is suspected to have been taken away by a jeep. Han Yang copied the footage and sent it to the base. Had it been subdued by a powerful ability user? Or had someone simply eliminated it? The team arrived at the spot where the jeep had been, only to find the ground littered with zombie corpses. Their heads had been cracked open and they were laid out in a row. Yet the Steel Whip zombie's body was not among them. Who could have done this? Base members marveled at the pile of corpses. Though they too could kill zombies on a large scale, these bodies bore only severe head trauma with no other wounds. It was as if the zombies had their skulls split open in an instant. The ability user's power was unfathomable. The relevant information was sent to the frontline and reconnaissance team's phones. The Steel Whip zombie may have been taken by a jeep that wasn't intercepted by zombies. A formidable ability user capable of defeating a large horde. Du Ling pondered the message. Isn't that just the sunglasses guy, eh? Captain, I know where the base's target is. What are you saying? The one who drove the jeep is the powerhouse I told you about. The Orijar outpost was established by him. Are you sure? Absolutely. I even saw that jeep in the Orijar courtyard. Ji Chuan selected a warehouse to store perishable supplies, and then cast a time-freeze spell on it, ensuring the goods would never expire. However, only he could retrieve these supplies. Anyone else entering the space would also be frozen. After briefing his people, Ji Chuan prepared to resume collecting resources and crystals. By now, Ji Chuan had amassed a vast number of crystals. Through fusion, he had acquired many abilities, and several low-tier ones had evolved after absorbing multiple identical crystals. Green crystals, bright light, healing, intermediate wine blade, intermediate poison mist, intermediate water gun, combat techniques, temperature reduction, matter, decomposition, water, walking, blood absorption, defense boost, intermediate. Blue crystals, regeneration, advanced speed boost, advanced strength boost, advanced gravity, advanced night vision, area, metal generation, memory, erasure, advanced boomerang, malice detection, rapid growth, plant barrier, killing, intent, release, lightning, strike, mental fortitude boost, advanced vision, disruption, sonic attack. Purple crystals, metal manipulation, firepower, firewall, metal scaling, body, hardening, advanced diffusion, area, sleep time, freeze. Gold crystal, earth essence. Ji Chuan now possessed a wide array of offensive and disruptive abilities, yet he still lacked high-tier powers. Though he was eager to seek news of Song Hui, he dared not venture rashly into the ability user base, knowing they had a red crystal user. He had no idea how many such high-level ability users existed, and he wasn't confident in escaping unscathed. Ji Chuan sensed a large number of life forms approaching the outpost, many bearing high-grade crystals. What's going on? Ji Chuan frowned. Were so many experts also seeking refuge at the base? He felt this was no simple matter. It's here. Du Ling led the ability user base's combat team to the vicinity of Orijar. Given the footage suggesting the Steel Whip zombie might have been taken by the jeep, they prepared for battle. Of course, if the Steel Whip zombie had already been dealt with by the powerhouse, Du Ling mentioned the base intended to recruit Ji Chuan and incorporate the Orijar Hotel as a new base. Thus, besides combatants, high-ranking base officials were sent to negotiate, as Du Ling had warned that Ji Chuan would not be easily swayed. Seeing the steel walls surrounding Orijar, the group exclaimed, "The metal ability user here is incredibly powerful to have fortified it to this extent. Indeed, building such a steel fortress in the apocalypse shows true capability. Perhaps they'll become our allies." They easily dispatched the zombies at the gate, and Xiaomei moved toward the entrance. "They'll go check out the interior." One of them slowly rose into the air. The gate and walls are so tall. As his altitude exceeded the walls, the Orijar courtyard came into full view. His expression shifted from surprise to terror. The steel whip zombie. He saw Xiaomei standing behind the gate, raising her steel whip, her face dark and menacing as she stared at him. His body wobbled in midair, nearly falling. The steel whip zombie is right behind the gate. The others snapped to attention and readied themselves for battle. Du Ling was astonished. How could this be? He had been here not long ago and found only humans inside. Still, he stepped back, knowing his own ability was of little combat use. Xiaomei suddenly sprang into action. Despite the high gate, she leaped and climbed with ease, swiftly reaching the flying ability user. Holy crap! The flyer hadn't expected the zombie to move so fast. Being face-to-face with it at such close range was a nightmare. The steel whip lashed toward him. Though he struggled to fly backward, it ensnared his ankle. As Xiaomei descended, he was dragged down with her despite exerting all his strength. Seeing his comrade in peril, Yan Gu, the leader, no longer hesitated and directly used his supernatural ability to attack the gate. He traced a circle in front of him with his hands, and a passage appeared in the metal gate, as if cut by a laser. The group saw the steel whip zombie staring at the person on the ground. The one with flight ability was trembling all over, unable to move due to the steel whip's entanglement. Without hesitation, Yin Guang launched an attack on Xiaomei. Several beams of light shot forth, but Xiaomei easily dodged them with a simple backflip. Due to the rapid whipping, the person on the ground spun a few times and felt dizzy, but reason drove him to quickly use his ability to fly back towards the group. The ability users seized this moment to enter the courtyard. Xiaomei's steel whip lifted on its own, pointing directly at one of them. This was the base's magnetism user who had joined this operation specifically to counter the steel whip zombie, intending to use his powerful magnetic force to disarm Xiaomei. But Xiaomei did the unexpected, using the whip's pull to launch herself towards the magnetism user aiming to attack him. To cover for the magnetism user, Yan Gu seized the opportunity of Xiaomei's fixed trajectory due to the magnetic force, predicted her movement, and launched a swift attack. A powerful laser directly pierced Xiaomei's right arm. Her right hand, along with the steel whip, was seized by the magnetism user. Wait! A deep voice sounded. Ji Chuan had appeared before them, unbeknownst to anyone. Xiaomei retreated behind Ji Chuan and ceased her attack. Everyone watched in astonishment. Only Cui Zixuan trembled behind, even though the man before her wore sunglasses and was taller and more muscular than before. But she couldn't be mistaken. This was no one. The overwhelming pressure was etched into her memory. She had been brought along for this mission specifically to teleport everyone away in case of danger. What are you doing here? Seeing Xiaomei retreat and stop acting, Yin Guang was confused about the situation. The man before them was undoubtedly the leader of the stronghold. But why would such a powerful zombie obey his commands? Should they eliminate the steel whip zombie first, or try to recruit this formidable figure? Seeing that the steel whip zombie truly wasn't acting, Yin Guang decided to first inquire about the man's situation. I am Yin Guang from the ability user base, the leader of this operation. May I ask? Everyone fall back. He is no one. He is a zombie. Cui Zixuan had mustered all her courage to shout, ready to flee at any moment. But the team had 10 people, her limit was 6, and it had taken her a long time to recover last time. Hearing Cui Zixuan's warning, everyone tensed up, ready for battle. They had all heard of no one's deeds, and Cui Zixuan, who had been closest to him that day, couldn't be mistaken. What? Yin Guang couldn't believe a zombie could have such a form. Now only one choice remained: to eliminate the zombie. Cui Zixuan, are you sure? He killed a troublesome mutant. We fought together, and he even offered me supplies as thanks. Du Ling was incredulous, thinking Cui Zixuan had been scared witless by the steel whip zombie. Yin Guang wavered upon hearing Du Ling's words, his peripheral vision fixed on Ji Chuan, fearing any move from him. It was said that no one possessed many attack methods and could command zombies. Command zombies. So the steel whip zombie obeys him. He is indeed no one. But why hasn't he attacked directly and is still talking? Cold sweat broke out on Yin Guang's forehead. His decision could directly determine the fate of everyone present. I almost died in front of him. How could I be wrong? Fall back. Oh. Before Cui Zixuan could finish her sentence, she found herself on her knees, just like that day. Miss that day you merely knelt briefly like this. I had no intention of killing you. Ji Chuan's deep voice filled Cui Zixuan with immense fear. She couldn't even lift her head to look at his pale face. And you took away my enemy. So I suppose I should indeed find trouble with you. Cui Zixuan's eyes trembled violently. She wanted to use her teleportation ability, but she couldn't. She was terrified that a long-range attack might take her out at any moment, or even turn her into a compliant corpse. A misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. We'll leave now. Let her go. Seeing that Ji Chuan could be reasoned with, Yin Guang tested the possibility of retreat. The steel whip zombie, and no One before them were far beyond mutants. This elite 10-man squad couldn't be sacrificed here. You take my enemy, damage my stronghold's gate, injure my subordinate, and now you think you can just leave? Ji Chuan took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of scarlet eyes that sent chills down everyone's spines. Hearing Ji Chuan's words, Yan Guang was about to use his ability to attack, but found his hands heavy, and he was pinned to the ground, unable to move. Too slow. If I wanted to kill you, you'd be dead already. I can let you go, but... Arrogant. Let Yan Ge go. Before Ji Chuan could finish, a hot-blooded youth launched an attack. In the base, he was a powerful offensive ability user and a main combatant of the team. Yan Ge was an excellent leader. Seeing him control the youth was frantic. Could a mere zombie possibly be a match for someone with such a strong ability? Xiao Guang no. Yan Ge sensed his subordinate's intention, but it was too late to stop him. Several shadow spikes flew towards Ji Chuan. This area effect attack had killed countless zombies, and he could now precisely control each spike's angle to strike vital points quickly. Moreover, the attack was very stealthy, capable of killing even ability users before they could react. But just as the shadow spikes gathered, the enraged Xiao Guang dissolved into a pool of blood within several stone walls. Xiao Guang. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Such a powerful ability user had died before them. Du Ling was speechless with shock. Wasn't this the same technique used by the mutant with the backpack that day? Why could Ji Chuan use it now? I said I'd let you go, but it seems you don't want to leave. No, don't anyone move. Yan Guang, pinned to the ground, had sensed everything that happened to Xiao Guang. He didn't want any more sacrifices. Ji Chuan was trembling violently, feeling death drawing closer. We were rash. Well, withdraw. Name your terms. Yan Guang was desperately trying to prevent another attack. If they could negotiate their way out, there was still a chance. I will not harm humans unprovoked, and I dislike being disturbed. But those who attack me, I will not spare. Understood? Understood, understood. Ill report to the leader. We won't disturb you again. However, a woman with black lipstick had a glint of excitement in her eyes. She was the base's powerful mind control ability user, believing her power far surpassed her sister Lorna's. But she had always lived in her sister's shadow, even in her abilities after the apocalypse. Ji Chuan was her opportunity. Controlling him would not only resolve the crisis and earn her merit, but also establish her new status through his formidable power. Her sister only controlled some base tools. A monster like Ji Chuan was the true top-tier combatant with real influence. Thinking this, a faint smile appeared on her lips. Lorna's control required close contact, but hers was different. Luo Yi was exhilarated by Ji Chuan's devilishly handsome face and robust physique. Since childhood, she had been drawn to dark elements, her tastes and style of dress completely different from those of her peers. A creature as powerful and dark as Ji Chuan fit perfectly within her aesthetic. She could hardly wait to control him and become his queen. Luo Na needed to place her hand on the target's forehead to perform mental control, but Luo Yi could do it with just a gaze into their eyes. She slowly lifted her chin, drawing Ji Chuan's attention with a subtle movement, and her eyes began to glow with a blue light. Sister, my ability is the most powerful. Just as Luo Yi believed Ji Chuan was already hers, a rock spike pierced through her eyes. With a scream, Luo Yi collapsed and fell silent after a brief struggle. Those who knew of Luo Yi's ability could infer from Ji Chuan's attack that she had used it on him. However, this elite squad was hastily assembled. Many members were unfamiliar with each other's ability activation gestures and simply assumed Ji Chuan was slaughtering indiscriminately. I told you I wouldn't spare anyone who attacks me unprovoked. But those yet to be controlled could no longer remain calm after witnessing Luo Yi's fate and launched their own assaults on Ji Chuan. No. Yan Guang, already frantic on the ground, struggled to rise and stop these impulsive youths, but was powerless. The immense gravitational force made even breathing difficult. Few could maintain absolute rationality in the face of death. The attacking members, seeing their opponent's hostile intent, decided to coordinate their efforts. Zombies were humanity's enemies by nature. Regardless of what it said, destroying it was the best course of action. Moreover, 2 members had already died here. Avenging comrades was the most praiseworthy act in this apocalypse. As if achieving a rare moment of mutual understanding, various attacks erupted simultaneously. Yan Guang felt utter despair on the ground, wishing he had never taken charge of this mission had he known how foolish this group was. As each attacking member prepared to unleash their ultimate move, multiple rock walls rapidly rose from the ground. Like blooming flowers of stone, they orderly enclosed each rebel with crimson nectar flowing from their hearts. Yan Guang wept as he heard the sound of flesh and blood shattering nearby. Tears born of grief for his fallen comrades and fear of his own mortality. He felt immense regret over his desire to resist. The creature had clearly communicated its intention to let them go, yet their arrogance convinced them they could succeed in fighting back. Ji Chuan, stop. The sounds of battle in the courtyard drew Wu Qian's attention. Dragging his weakened body, he rushed to the scene, with Zhang Yun following closely, worried something might happen to him. Leader, I couldn't stop Brother Wu, Zhang Yun said apologetically. Hearing this, the flyer realized Zhang Yun was one of Ji Chuan's people. It was Wu Qian's voice. Ji Chuan strained to lift her head, and to her astonishment, actually saw his figure. How could this be? She had personally buried Wu Qian with Sun Tao. Captain, you're alive. Ji Chuan wept, never expecting to see Wu Qian again. Ji Chuan turned to look at Wu Qian. I intended to let them go, but they kept attacking. Don't blame me. Seizing the opportunity as Ji Chuan turned the flyer shot toward Zhang Yun and grabbed her by the throat. Let us go, or I'll kill her. Xiao Yun. Wu Qian was deeply conflicted. Zhang Yun had cared for him meticulously over these past days, making him feel a warmth like family. Before him stood his base teammates. Ji Chuan let out a soft laugh. Before the flyer could react, a rock spike erupted from his mouth. The flyer instantly lost all vitality and collapsed like a heap of rags. Only Yin Guang, Cui Zixuan, and Du Ling remained on the field. Ji Chuan, please let them go. Wu Qian pleaded earnestly with Ji Chuan. Cui Zixuan was his former teammate. He had to save her no matter what. She rescued my enemy. Do you think I should spare her? Wu Qian knew the enemy referred to Su Wanwan. He had already witnessed her terrifying nature and understood Ji Chuan's hatred for her. Perhaps they truly had been in the wrong. Ji Chuan had never attacked them unprovoked from the start. He was merely settling his own grievances. If you can spare Zixuan, I am willing to join your stronghold. Captain, Cui Zixuan wept even more bitterly, believing Wu Qian was sacrificing himself for her. Zixuan, Ji Chuan saved me. He has also saved many others. Wu Qian recalled what Zhang Yun had told him. The others in the stronghold also trusted Ji Chuan deeply. Their bond was genuine. If he could save Cui Zixuan, this choice was acceptable. Besides, his reputation was surely ruined back at the base. Hearing Wu Qian's words, Cui Zixuan's eyes widened in shock. A zombie saving people. But her captain was indeed standing before her alive. Ji Chuan considered for a moment, then snapped his fingers. Cui Zixuan immediately felt the gravity lift from her and stood up. Ignoring Ji Chuan, she rushed straight to Wu Qian and embraced him. Captain, I never thought I'd see you again. She planned to use this opportunity to activate her ability and take Wu Qian back. But Wu Qian resisted her ability. Cui Zixuan couldn't believe his choice. Wu Qian simply shook his head. Zixuan, go back. I'm doing well here. Cui Zixuan nodded. She would have another chance. Don't bother me again. You may leave. Hearing Ji Chuan's words, Cui Zixuan looked at Wu Qian reluctantly. Oh, and take him with you. Ji Chuan pointed at Du Ling, who had never attacked him and had even helped him before. This way we're even. Du Ling stared blankly at Ji Chuan, astonished that a zombie could possess human emotions. Watch your words and actions, or you'll die. Ji Chuan placed his hand on Yin Guang's head and unleashed memory erasure at full intensity. Yin Guang rose with a vacant look. Who am I? Where am I? Cui Zixuan and Du Ling were shocked that Ji Chuan could do this, yet he hadn't used it on them. He destroyed my gate and was the first to attack me. Hell, stay and atone. Cui Zixuan hesitated no longer. Grabbing Du Ling, she activated her ability and teleported back near the base. Only the two of them remained from the 10-person squad. They needed to figure out what to report and how to conceal information about Ji Chuan. They had no doubt that saying the wrong thing could mean death or becoming a mindless shell of a person. Go upstairs and rest. Sister Yin, have Su Xin see Wu Qian for his membership registration. Zhang Yun nodded and helped Wu Qian upstairs. It was time for Ji Chuan's favorite part, cracking open walnuts. Don't blame me. You attacked first, though I was just defending myself. The ground was littered with high-grade cores, like takeout delivered right to him. Yin Guang watched in horror as Ji Chuan split open the corpses' skulls and searched for something to swallow directly. As an ordinary man now, he had never witnessed such a gruesome sight. This golden core called Shaoguang actually contains the darkness essence. Such a high-level ability, and he used it so poorly. But after devouring all the cores on the ground, Ji Chuan felt his consciousness beginning to sink into slumber again. Black energy was enveloping him. Seeing the change in Ji Chuan, Gu Yunxi and Lin Lulu already experienced with this, quickly directed everyone to bring him to a room. What in the world happened? Li Jingru took a drag of his cigarette, his expression grim. An elite squad of 10 had been reduced to just 2 survivors, including key combatants and even high-ranking members of the base. Cui Zixuan merely kept her head down, a troubled look on her face. Our group discovered the whip zombie was no longer at its previous location, so we searched the surrounding surveillance footage. We followed the direction the whip zombie had departed, and only to encounter a formidable zombie that could slay them in an instant. I used my ability to bring Du Ling back, but there was no chance for me to save the others. Li Jingru shot a glance at the man beside him, who gave an almost imperceptible nod. Cui Zixuan knew the leader had an interrogator by his side whose ability was said to detect lies. So she and Du Ling had agreed to only share trivial truths, ensuring they wouldn't arouse suspicion. Du Ling, is it true that you told your captain you knew who took the whip zombie, and that you volunteered to lead the search this time? Li Jingru's gaze was terrifying, as if he were looking at a traitor. Yes. Though I wasn't entirely certain, I thought I recognized the off-road vehicle from the footage, so I led the team in its direction. I never expected we'd encounter such a powerful zombie. The team launched an attack, but they were eliminated in an instant. My ability isn't lethal, so I stayed at the back. Zixuan managed to bring me back. Du Ling chose his words carefully, ensuring every detail he gave was true. A powerful zombie. What were its traits? Li Jingru narrowed his eyes. Another formidable zombie appearing. The recent events were giving him a splitting headache. It could use Earth-type abilities, quickly encasing people in stone slabs and crushing them with stone spikes that could pierce vital spots with precision. Where did you encounter it? Du Ling looked to Cui Zixuan for help. Revealing Ji Chuan's exact location would surely displease him. It was in the direction the off-road vehicle headed in the footage. That should be Xinghe District. Du Ling breathed a sigh of relief, noticing the interrogator's subtle nod, seemingly approving of their answers. Li Jingru waved for them to leave. He needed a new plan to resolve the crisis swiftly. Ji Chuan's head was heavy. This was the most excruciating experience he had ever endured. His previous transformations had only been nightmares, but now he felt trapped in reality. He was still that shooting, yet before him stood a horrifying zombie. Ji Chuan stared blankly at its rotting face, unable to move forward. Who are you? Ji Chuan backed away slowly, the grotesque zombie filling him with immense dread. You use my power, and I use your body. Are you the zombie king? Indeed. What is your goal? To create a kingdom of zombies and annihilate all of humanity. Though the zombie's face was skinless, Ji Chuan could see it smiling. It began to walk toward him. Ji Chuan ran in the opposite direction. Stay away. It was a primal human fear. But after running for a long time, he turned to find the zombie, still maintaining the same close distance. Ji Chuan gasped for air. It's useless. You can't escape. The eerie voice finished, and the zombie appeared before him, blocking his path. I am within you. Do not reject me, we are one. I am nothing like you, monster. Ji Chuan tried to use his ability to attack, but nothing happened. He was just an ordinary man. He felt the same despair as when Lu Hao had thrown him out of the villa. The eyeballs in the bloodied face twitched wildly, as if excited by the prey. You fear me. The rotted muscle fibers twisted into a sinister grin. 3 rows of razor-sharp teeth filled its massive maw as it leaned down to observe Ji Chuan with keen interest. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Ji Chuan backed away, trying to flee the monster. But behind him he felt an icy touch accompanied by low growls like a beast's. Unbeknownst to him, zombies had surrounded him, completely blocking his escape. You cannot flee. We shall meet again. Ji Chuan smelled the stench from the massive maw. It extended a withered sharp claw toward his brain. This was the terror of death. Ji Chuan had no doubt the claw could tear him apart. No, stop. Ji Chuan dodged frantically, but the zombies behind grabbed his arms, torso, and legs. He was completely immobilized. The claw touched his head. Out. Ji Chuan jolted awake, gasping for air. Before him were a worried Gu Yunqi and a sweat-drenched Zhang Yun. You're finally awake. This time it took so long. How long was I out? 3 days. Ji Chuan couldn't believe he had been unconscious for 3 days. Seeing the exhausted pair warmed his heart. Was this what it felt like to have companions? He seemed to have had a long nightmare, something important in it, but upon waking he remembered nothing. Ji Chuan, your forehead. Gu Yunqi noticed a deep slit on his forehead, like a closed eye. Ji Chuan raised his hand to touch his face, feeling the anomaly. Yet there was no sensation, no connection to it. It was like a scar on his body. But Ji Chuan knew it couldn't be that simple. He had consumed 7 high-grade cores this time, and he sensed a tremendous change in his body. He could even perceive all life forms within the entire administrative district. With just a thought, he could share the vision of every zombie in the area. He knew Xiao Mei was kneeling in the courtyard facing his direction. Through the zombie's vision, he could observe nearby humans. He tried to strengthen his connection with the local zombies. While sharing their sight, he began to control their bodies. He succeeded. Ji Chuan felt a surge of excitement. He could now control the zombies in the district and act from their first-person perspective. He tried to use their abilities, but failed, realizing that abilities came from cores and zombies without cores naturally couldn't use them. Ji Chuan considered keeping some zombies with cores for possession and action instead of using them all to crack open nuts. I'm fine now. Go rest, you've worked hard. Ji Chuan gave Gu Yunqi and Zhang Yun a smile. Gu Yunqi nodded. She and Lin Lulu had each stayed up an entire day, and Sister Yun had barely slept for 3 days while watching over him. She had always felt her ability was useless, hoping to at least lessen Ji Chuan's suffering while he was unconscious. Ji Chuan went downstairs and called Juju. It was time to replenish supplies. With his new power, Ji Chuan could easily find supermarkets that hadn't been looted. To avoid drawing attention, he didn't take the car. He flew directly to the destination with Juju at night, saving a lot of time. Juju was unusually excited and seemed overjoyed throughout the journey. Entering the supermarket, Ji Chuan effortlessly lifted a shelf and poured its contents into Juju's mouth. He realized this transformation had greatly enhanced his abilities. He even felt an urge to visit the ability user base right away. Ji Chuan returned Juju and he discovered that Xiao Mei could speak normally now, her speech rate much faster than before. Her strength had also increased significantly, and a purple crystal core had even appeared within her. Could Xiao Mei's birth be related to my transformation? After this transformation, I truly felt that Xiao Mei had received a significant enhancement. It is very likely that the stronger I become, the stronger Xiao Mei also grows. Chief, during your slumber, I took the liberty of applying a loyalty status to Yin Guang, as I did not know how to handle him. I hope you can forgive me. Su Shun respectfully spoke from the side, yet Ji Chuan felt a hint of eagerness in Su Shun's eyes. You did well. He has lost his memory, so let him contribute to the base. Thank you, Chief. Receiving Ji Chuan's affirmation, Su Shun displayed a satisfied expression, which made Ji Chuan feel a bit awkward. He cleared his throat a few times and went downstairs. He sensed the types of zombie abilities that possessed crystal cores in the area. Area protection, visual shielding. These two are good. Oh, let's keep them for breaking walnuts. Let people over 50 call themselves dad. Hiss, what's the use of that? Let them fend for themselves. Forming feces into stone. The lethality without solidification is already quite significant. Ew, I don't even want to possess them. Mimicry transform into a selected target lasting 3 hours. This is it. Ji Chuan finally found the ability he desired. Instead of risking his own entry, it would be better to possess a zombie and take a look inside. Furthermore, there was a very suitable mimicry target, Yin Guang. Yin Guang knew that I had wiped the memories of Du Ling and Ji Chuan, so infiltrating through his identity would be the most appropriate. With this thought in mind, Ji Chuan directly controlled the mimicking zombie to proceed toward the ability user base. When transforming into Yin Guang, he intentionally dirted his face and clothes to create an appearance of having escaped. It's Team Yin. The guards could hardly believe their eyes. It was said that Yin Guang had perished during a mission. Although the person before them looked somewhat disheveled, he was indeed Yin Guang. Quickly report. Team Yin has returned. Li Jingru was shocked upon receiving the news. After confirming with Du Ling and Ji Chuan, who said that the zombie had indeed caused Yin Guang to lose his memory, without killing him on the spot, Li Jingru finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fearing that Yin Guang was already a dead zombie, he felt relieved after confirmation, believing that Yin Guang had managed to escape due to his good skills. Ji Chuan and Du Ling exchanged glances. They did not understand Ji Chuan's intentions. Perhaps letting him go after erasing his memories was also a possibility. What on earth happened, Old Yin? I am Old Yin. I don't remember. I just vaguely feel like I need to return here, but I don't recall anything else. Ji Chuan pretended poorly to be in pain and going mad, wondering if those who lose their memory in dramas are always like this. How did you escape? I just ran all the way. There were so many terrifying zombies. They were all chasing me. Don't come near me. Ji Chuan, don't ask anymore. Ew, I'm afraid I'll break character. Li Jingru sighed as he watched Yin Guang acting crazy and asked Emoli to take him to the medical room to rest. Ji Chuan was diligently inspecting the structure of the base, but unfortunately, he could not use his own abilities while possessing, so he had no idea how many people were in the base or what their abilities were. He merely watched the passing ability users, hoping to see Song Huai's face. I'm fine. Don't touch me. Seeing Emoli preparing to draw blood for testing, Ji Chuan struggled, desperately unsure if mimicry could fully simulate a living being. He had limited time and did not want to waste it. Emoli only felt that he was experiencing strong stress after being injured. After all, he was also a high-ranking officer and did not force a check, instead prescribing some calming medication to soothe his emotions, preparing to let him leave. Team Yin, don't be nervous. The base is safe and no one will harm you. Have you not eaten for a long time? I can take you to get something to eat. Emoli tried to speak gently, and seeing Yin Guang nod, he felt relieved. Ji Chuan needed to walk around more to understand the structure of the ability user base. He did not want to waste time in the treatment room. I don't remember anything. What areas does the base include, and how many members are there? This is the largest survivor base in the city, originally a civil defense shelter with very complete facilities, mainly consisting of 11 underground floors, including security defense areas, office areas, living areas, recreational areas, material storage areas, energy supply areas, medical and isolation areas, planting areas, breeding areas, and research areas. Essentially, this place is like a small city. However, the outbreak of the virus was too sudden. The stockpiled materials in the base could not accommodate all the citizens of the city. Initially, they could only screen capable ability users, continuously gather resources, and eliminate surrounding zombies. Once the resources were sufficient, they could accommodate a large number of survivors. Currently, the base has around 2,000 people, with survivors joining every day, but also some sacrificing themselves, so the numbers cannot be confirmed. Hearing Mo Li's words, Ji Chuan felt somewhat emotional. In a city of millions, only 2,000 people had received the organization's protection. Most people under the apocalypse would become wandering zombies. Every day, many people exhaust their supplies to explore, yet through his life perception, he was aware that zombies with crystal cores were increasing. As the elevator descended, it stopped at the 3rd basement level. Team Yin has arrived at the cafeteria. This floor mainly consists of the cafeteria, logistics, recreation, and sports areas. Take a look and see if anything feels familiar and if you can recall something. With Mo Li's words, Ji Chuan began to tour each room. He did not expect the ability user base to be so vast. Why did the authorities establish such a large civil defense shelter? Moreover, no relevant information had ever been released. It seemed that this ability user base had been operating since the apocalypse just began. This is the logistics department where many survivors with life-related abilities will work. It is an important guarantee for the base's living supplies. Ji Chuan's pupils suddenly constricted as he saw the person he despised immensely, Su Wanwan. She was happily chatting with the person beside her. Upon noticing Yin Guang's gaze at the door, she looked somewhat puzzled, as that terrifying gaze seemed to hold a deep hatred for her. As that person followed Emoli away, Su Wanwan curiously asked the person beside her, "Who is that?" Team Yin, from what I heard, only 3 out of 10 elite team members returned from a mission. He ran back, but lost his memory. To survive under such strong zombies, Team Yin must have some skills. Su Wanwan recalled the look from earlier and felt a chill run down her spine. Encountering such powerful zombies. Could it be Ji Chuan? The base wouldn't let zombies infiltrate, right? Is it safe? Feeling uneasy, Su Wanwan believed that the gaze was very similar to Ji Chuan's. Why would a stranger look at her with such hatred? Haha, Wanwan, you really know how to joke. How could zombies possibly get in so obviously? Even if they did mix in, Wang Lao would sense it at the base. Su Wanwan forced a smile and nodded. It should be her overthinking. Yuan, why aren't you eating? Ji Chuan observed the food before him, feeling no appetite. He was only interested in the crystal cores. Meanwhile, the zombie he possessed was only interested in flesh and blood. I'm not hungry. It seems I've thought of something. I need to wander around a bit more. You can go about your business. I will just look around myself. Seeing Yuan's tone soften, Li also breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that wandering might jog his memory. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded, saying, if you get lost or run into any trouble, remember to call for me. All right. Ji Chuan stood up straight, preparing to check other floors, with his primary goal being to find Songhua. A mutated zombie without any other abilities couldn't possibly kill Su Wanwan. Of the base must have healing abilities, and Su Wanwan's water manipulation ability could easily resolve the current situation. Ji Chuan arrived on the 4th sublevel, seeing a dense cluster of rooms which he presumed must be the living area. He excitedly began searching. If Songhua lived here, he would surely have his own room, but the rooms before him only had door numbers. How could he find it? Wang Lao was resting in his room after completing a mission with Team 7. Although he was a temporary captain of Team 2, they had been scattered and borrowed by other teams due to a shortage of personnel. The higher-ups had agreed as well. Without Wu Qian, the main force of Team 2 acting independently was very dangerous. Wang Lao had sensed the presence of zombies not long ago, but being in the base, he thought it was unlikely. Moreover, having just completed a mission and overusing his abilities, he was still somewhat weak. The sensation he felt should be from the remnants of zombies he encountered during the last mission. However, as he rested and regained his strength, the presence of zombies grew stronger. This was not a mere illusion. How is this possible? How could zombies enter the base without any alarms? Wang Lao swallowed hard, sitting up and fully utilizing his abilities. He suddenly opened his eyes. The zombie was moving on this very floor. Without any hesitation, Wang Lao pressed the alarm button in the room. I sensed a zombie invasion. Suddenly, the sound of alarms rang throughout the base, leaving everyone astonished. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. Is this a drill? The logistics team looked around in confusion. Was there any notification? Su Wanwan, however, felt a sense of panic, recalling the look in Yuan Guang's eyes. An unsettling feeling stirred in her heart. There is a zombie invasion in the base. Oh, everyone, please evacuate quickly and secure the doors of your rooms. With the broadcast, chaos began to ensue. In a place like the logistics department, most ability users lacked self-defense capabilities. How could they encounter zombies after managing to escape to the base? People around him quickly locked the door, looking around the room for any suspicious presence before sighing in relief. With so many experts in the base, the zombies should be dealt with soon. The combat teams received the message to quickly reach the 4th sublevel and secure the exits. Ji Chuan was astonished to hear the broadcast. Had he been discovered already? How did they manage to do that? He quickly noticed numerous armed forces guarding all exits. Ji Chuan initially planned to mingle with the crowd and leave, but an old man pointed at him. It's him. I can't sense a human presence on him. He's a mutated zombie. The soldiers were somewhat skeptical. This was once their leader, Yuan Guang. What are you talking about? I just lost my memory. Oh, why am I being called a zombie? Ji Chuan wanted to put on an act. The information he had gathered from this infiltration was too limited, and he wanted to collect more before exiting. Moreover, the ability to mimic was quite useful. It would be a shame to leave it behind. He is definitely a zombie. Initiate the attack. Wang Lao was very certain of his abilities. At such a close distance, he would not mistake it. Furthermore, this zombie posed little threat. He hadn't sensed any strong abilities. Wang Lao, are you sure? He's Team Yuan. The soldiers hesitated to act. If they harmed Team Yuan, who would take responsibility? Besides, the Team Yuan before them could still speak. Can zombies speak? What a joke. Wang Lao might have misjudged. Due to excessive missions, who could bear the responsibility for mistakenly harming Team Yuan? This infuriated Wang Lao. He was merely an exploration-type ability user with no combat capability, yet no one believed him, and such a significant zombie was right in front of everyone. But why did this zombie resemble Team Yuan and could speak? Could it be number 1? So far, he had only seen one talking zombie, which was number 1, and its attacking methods seemed numerous. If it could transform, it was not impossible. Quick! He is very likely number 1. Hearing Wang Lao's trembling voice, the others did not dare to delay. Number 1 was known for its immense power and possessed human intelligence for communication. Therefore, if the speaking Team Yuan was indeed number 1, it made perfect sense. The control-type ability user launched an attack first, and Ji Chuan instantly felt himself bound by light ropes, unable to move. He did not mind such minor tricks. Unfortunately, his current body could do nothing but mimic. Faint. A loud shout followed, and Ji Chuan felt his consciousness fade as he collapsed. When he regained his senses, he found himself in the courtyard with Xiao Mei guarding him nearby. Is this it? He had only briefly checked the 1st, 3rd, and 4th sublevels. He was not clear about the other areas. Su Wanwan was on the 3rd sublevel. That guy called Wang Lao could sense zombies, and if he was not dealt with, he would surely be discovered during the next infiltration. Since he had possessed an ordinary zombie, he could not determine if others posed a threat to him. He had not gathered any news about Songhua. Overall, he had gained a preliminary understanding of the ability user base. It was vast and built underground, providing much better concealment and safety than Ligier. It felt like a base specifically designed for the apocalypse. Ji Chuan vaguely sensed that there must be some secrets hidden within it, otherwise which city would construct such a luxurious air raid shelter. Next time he needed to explore on his own, while possessing was safe, the information he grasped was too limited. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, the fallen Yuan Guang transformed into a zombie. This time no one hesitated and directly launched an attack, instantly smashing the mimic zombie's head. A few people in protective suits disinfected the body, and the isolation type ability users moved the processed body towards the surface. Thank you, Wang Lao. The team leader lowered his head in embarrassment. If it weren't for Wang Lao's insistence, the consequences would have been disastrous. Next time act quickly. I won't misjudge. Wang Lao was somewhat angry about the performance of the combat team. It nearly led to a major disaster. He then returned to his room to continue resting. Wang Lao held a high position, and due to the uniqueness of his ability, many teams invited him. After today, Li Jingru planned to set up a separate room for Wang Lao on the first sublevel, to ensure that any zombie invasion could be detected immediately, otherwise the safest fortress in this city would directly turn into a cafeteria for zombies. After consuming the carefully selected crystal cores nearby, Ji Chuan deployed area protection and visual shielding over the stronghold. From above, the interior of Oligar was no longer visible, appearing only as a patch of darkness. After this scouting mission was exposed, the superpowered base would surely be on alert and might even launch an attack here. But Ji Chuan still found the previous elite squad far from satisfying. Never had he gathered high-grade crystal cores so swiftly. Even if they came again, they would merely become his takeout delivery. Ji Chuan believed the superpowered base could not devote all its combat strength to him. The number of zombies with crystal cores was increasing, and dispatching a large force would pose great danger to the base itself. Moreover, he had left Du Ling and Cui Zishuan alive, conveying his intention not to actively attack humans. This was also the reason he had not erased their memories. With enhanced defenses in place, Ji Chuan decided to explore other regions. Thanks to the base's flyer, he now possessed the ability to travel swiftly. Ji Chuan's superpower energy seemed inexhaustible. Upon absorbing a corresponding ability, he could unleash its maximum output without experiencing the exhaustion that plagued humans after frequent use. This time, Ji Chuan resolved to head east toward the Haichang district, a territory he had never explored, which must have accumulated a considerable number of crystal cores. The city now bore an apocalyptic visage. People without supplies ventured out to scavenge despite knowing the zombies would encircle them. Yet some still attempted to drive through the hordes, hoping that a vehicle offered a greater chance of survival than fleeing on foot. Flames and thick smoke rose from countless spots on the ground. The city's roads were choked with traffic, abandoned vehicles careened wildly. No one could be certain which route remained passable, and all faced the terror of death. Except for Tang Yu. At this moment, Tang Yu was comfortably enjoying hot pot in a safe house on the eastern outskirts. Mom, bring out more vegetables. Those that won't keep, don't waste them. She took a selfie with the feast and sent the photo to her father. Yaya, why aren't you and your mother at home? The house is empty. Yaya, where are you? Yang Yang and Auntie Yen are starving. Let Dad bring them over, okay? Yaya, your birthday is coming soon. Dad has always remembered. Let me celebrate it with you this year, alright? Yaya, it's too dangerous for just you and your mother. Let Dad come and protect you. Tang Yu did not reply to the messages. Instead, she watched the surveillance feed on her phone. Sun Yin was cursing Tang Honkyang's uselessness while Tang Yang cried and screamed for food. Tang Yu merely smiled at the chaos on the screen, as if watching an entertaining drama to accompany her meal. In her past life at the dawn of the apocalypse, Tang Hongxiang had used similar excuses to find their downtown home. Though he brought along his mistress Sun Yin and their child Tang Yang, her kind-hearted mother still accepted them out of more than 20 years of shared history. But to save food, Sun Yin colluded with Tang Hongxiang to push her mother off the balcony to her death. As she stood paralyzed with shock and grief, Tang Yang drove a knife into her body. Mommy, am I amazing? I killed the little bastard. Well done, Yang Yang. You're the best. Sun Yin praised Tang Yang with a gratified expression, as if he had accomplished something remarkable. Tang Hongxiang, indifferent to her agony, feared her blood would stain the house, so he threw her off the balcony as well. When she opened her eyes again, Tang Yu had returned to the time before the apocalypse. I've been reborn. Tang Yu gazed in astonishment at the street below, free of zombies, and saw her mother bustling in the kitchen. She rushed to embrace her, weeping. Yeah, what's wrong? Tang Yu sobbed as she recounted everything, expecting disbelief. But to her surprise, her mother also wept, stroking her head. It's all Mommy's fault. I hurt my Yaya. Being stabbed through must have hurt so much. She knew her daughter best. Tang Yu had always been sensible and would never tell such a lie. So Tang Yu sold the house at a low price and installed cameras inside. She knew Tang Hongxiang possessed the ability to unlock doors. Even if she sold it, he would still find his way there. If new tenants moved in, they would surely deal with Tang Honkyang's family. If not, she could watch them through the cameras. She rented a villa with a basement on the eastern outskirts, reinforced it, stocked up on freezers and vast supplies, and installed solar power equipment. She made thorough preparations before the apocalypse. Her mother possessed a water-type ability, so water was never scarce. When the zombies appeared overnight as foretold, Tang Yu's mother felt a chill of fear watching the news. She was also deeply grateful for this second chance to change their fate. Tang Yu watched Tang Honkyang's family enter the empty house and sneered coldly. In this life, you'll starve in there. Just as she was enjoying her leisurely hot pot, Tang Yu felt the villa tremble. What's happening? It was like a mild earthquake, yet at this point in her past life, there had been no such quake. A gigantic zombie now stood nearly 4 meters tall, even larger than when Chi Feng had discovered it. Bone spurs spread from its back to its shoulders, making it look terrifying. Driven by its keen sense of smell, it detected a strong aroma of human food in the distance. Following its instinct, it traced the scent to this suburban villa. Most humans in the vicinity had already fallen to its claws. After a recent enhancement, it could smell scents from even farther away. Within its territory, it sensed new prey. Ignoring the villa's high walls, the colossal zombie easily leaped from a distance toward the front door. The entire villa shook violently. Tang Yu spotted a green monster outside the window, but its upper body was too massive to see entirely. How can this be? In my past life, I never saw a zombie like this. Tang's mother shielded Tang Yu, her legs trembling. The giant zombie had already punched a hole through one wall. The zombie pressed its face to the broken gap, peering inside. One bloodshot murky eye gleamed with the madness and excitement of a beast eyeing its prey. Tang Yu felt despair. Why, after all her careful preparations in this life, was she still doomed to die before Tang Hongxiang? She hadn't yet witnessed her scumbag father's demise. The zombie's enormous hand reached inside, and she was powerless against such terror. Tang's mother desperately blasted water at the zombie, but it was no more than a child's splash to the creature. Just as the mother and daughter sank into hopelessness, the giant zombie suddenly bolted into the distance, as if it had detected something. Tang Yu's heart pounded. She was frozen in shock, staring at the shattered villa. Ji Chuan was flying straight toward this area, having sensed a red crystal core in the eastern outskirts. It was the first time he had the chance to encounter a red core. Even though it belonged to a human, curiosity compelled him to investigate. What is this? From far away, Ji Chuan spotted a colossal creature charging toward him, moving like an ape on all fours. Though he was high in the sky, he could clearly track its trajectory. The nearly 4-meter zombie halted beneath him, then leaped upward with all its might. Just as Ji Chuan was about to strike back, he realized that the leaping zombie bore no malice. Master, I have finally found you. Bounding like a dog, it pounced toward Ji Chuan's legs. He understood. This was a scattered subordinate, much like Xiao Mei. Perhaps every time he evolved and grew stronger, some zombies would gain corresponding intelligence and undergo evolution. This zombie, though simple-minded, possessed monstrous strength in its massive frame. Undoubtedly a formidable combatant. Ji Chuan nodded. Do you have a name? No name. Please grant me one, master. You shall be called De Zhuang. Great. I am De Zhuang now. Ji Chuan flew toward the red crystal core, with De Zhuang following closely behind. Tang Yu had just felt the joy of survival when the ground began to tremble again. The monster was returning. Even if she hit underground, a single punch would flatten her into pulp. I wonder how many times I can be reborn. Tang Yu resigned herself. In her next life, she would avoid the eastern outskirts. She embraced her mother, tears streaming as she savored the warmth. Hello. The heavy footsteps stopped before the villa. Tang Yu knew the monster stood just outside the door. But why had such a jarring hello sounded? Tang Yu opened her eyes to find a handsome pale face staring at her. The figure hovered in midair, bloodless with crimson eyes, like a handsome vampire from an American drama. Tang Yu stared at Ji Chuan in terror, utterly bewildered. When she looked toward the door, the monster stood motionless there. She still screamed at the sight of the monster. Don't be afraid. He won't hurt you anymore. De Zhuang, sit. Good. Spin. Good. Lie down. To the mother and daughter's astonishment, the former monster obeyed like a well-trained dog, now lying still on the ground. Seeing it truly meant no harm, Tang Yu finally gathered her courage. Who are you? I am Ji Chuan, leader of the Avengers base in Galaxy District. He had improvised the name, feeling it suited him well. The stronghold remodeled from that Oriole Hotel. Tang Yu had seen it online in her past life, but had paid no attention then. In this life, she had come across it. Ji Chuan nodded. I apologize for my subordinate damaging your house. He escaped earlier, and I just found him. This won't happen again. Your villa is no longer safe. As an apology, would you like to live at our base? It's very secure with ample supplies. Tang Yu was stunned by his offer. She had expected to start over, but instead encountered such an opportunity. She rather liked the name, Avengers Base. She hadn't yet witnessed Tang Hongqiang's tragic death, and didn't want to begin anew. She glanced back at her mother, then nodded. Hold on to me. Ji Chuan scooped up Tang Yu and her mother in his arms. Don't be afraid. We'll try to fly slowly. Though his body was cold, contact with him brought a sense of security. De Zhuang followed on the ground, carrying 2 freezers. Can you tell me what your ability is? Ji Chuan was curious. Since De Zhuang hadn't resisted her, it probably wasn't a combat-type ability. What kind of power could manifest as red? Tang Yu took a deep breath. She figured telling him wouldn't hurt. If danger arose, she could always start over. My ability is rebirth. Ji Chuan nearly lost his balance in midair. You are that powerful. There's such an ability. At his praise, Tang Yu nodded. She recounted her past life to him, explaining that encountering De Zhuang had been an unexpected variable in this life. Ji Chuan felt his decision had been wise. A person with the power of rebirth was a terrifying existence capable of infinitely influencing the future. His friendly approach was prudent. Even if he had wanted to seize her crystal core the moment her mind shattered in death, the future would change. We're here, and keep your ability a secret from others. Tang Yu nodded. Though the ground below seemed shrouded in black mist, as Ji Chuan descended, Tang Yu saw a luxurious hotel. The courtyard was immaculate, showing no signs of the apocalypse's ravages. In the courtyard, a zombie wielding a steel whip knelt on one knee, likely another subordinate of Ji Chuan's like De Zhuang. The gate opened, and De Zhuang entered carrying 2 freezers. Xiaomei glared at him fiercely. The king needs no one else by his side. Where did this vermin come from? She lashed her steel whip at De Zhuang, the blows cracking loudly against his body. Master, save me. This shrew is so mean. De Zhuang cowered like a 1,200-pound child retreating to Ji Chuan for comfort. What was this? They knew each other. Why such hostility? Ji Chuan was baffled. Xiaomei, this is De Zhuang. From now on you'll both guard the courtyard. Get along. Yes, my king. Despite her ferocious expression, Xiaomei knelt and acknowledged the order. Su Xin, these are new members of our base. Arrange a room for them. Zhuju, come with me to retrieve more supplies. Yes, chief. Zhuju loved going on supply runs with Ji Chuan. Last time he had carried her the whole way, and she had been ecstatic all night. Xiao Yue, this is Su Shan. Ask him if you have any questions. Zhuju and I will go to your place to retrieve the remaining supplies. You can use them freely. The base is well stocked. Take whatever you need. Tang Yu was surprised by the freedom at Ji Chuan's base. It was undoubtedly better than the ability user base. Even with her rebirth ability, she was otherwise ordinary and likely wouldn't pass their tests. This floor has the gym and swimming pool. The dining hall is upstairs and the warehouse is underground. Su Shun gave Tang Yu and her mother a tour of the Oriole Hotel. Life here felt almost normal despite the apocalypse. 3 meals are prepared by the hotel chef. His ability allows food to restore physical condition and it tastes excellent. My sister Su Chi has a cleaning ability. If you don't want to waste time bathing, you can find her. This is your room. See if you like it. Tang Yu was deeply moved by Su Shun's patient introductions. This was a base with heart. She hadn't expected to spend the apocalypse surrounded by so many people. It would be far less lonely. Looking at the luxurious suite, Tang Yu nodded. The accommodations were excellent, like being on vacation. Miss Tang, would you and your mother like to officially become members of the base? If you agree, I will grant you both the status of loyalty, and the base will protect your safety. Yes, we agree. Tang Yu knew that while her ability was powerful, achieving ideal outcomes was difficult. Relying on a stronger ability user was a better choice. In this life, without Ji Chuan, she might have died at De Zhuang's hands. Even if she started over in a new place, unknown dangers could await. She didn't know if her rebirth could be used infinitely, or if she would go mad after multiple cycles. This base seemed like a place where her tense nerves could finally relax. As 2 streams of light merged into their minds, Tang Yu felt no immediate change, only a stronger sense of trust, respect, and reliance on Ji Chuan. What is this? In the incineration chamber of the superpowered being's base, they were disposing of the corpse of an intruding zombie, which had reportedly infiltrated by disguising itself as Yin Guang. This was also the first time a zombie had breached the base. Fearing the spread of the virus isolation type, superpowered beings promptly sent the corpse to the incineration chamber. After incineration, using fire-based superpowers, the staff discovered a blue crystal core left behind in the remains. They reported this finding, and the crystal core was quickly sent to the research center. Researchers discovered that this crystal core could generate immense energy, even serving as a battery for superpowered beings to fuel their abilities. Many powerful superpowers greatly drained the user's stamina, yet this crystal core could replenish their energy. This discovery was remarkably gratifying. In the early days of the apocalypse, the base had studied zombie corpses and found nothing similar. Why did this particular zombie corpse contain such a crystal core? Chief, I suspect that only mutated zombies produce crystal cores. I request permission to obtain more mutated zombie corpses for research. Li Jingru nodded upon hearing Dr. Xiao's suggestion. If a large number of such zombies could be acquired, the combat capabilities of superpowered beings would be significantly enhanced, allowing them to sustain powerful abilities continuously. Moreover, whether the crystal core's energy had other applications remained to be studied. The plan to swiftly eliminate Subject 1 was temporarily shelved, as stockpiling more of these crystal cores could improve humanity's chances of victory. Li Jingru issued orders to the frontline combat squads, mark the locations of downed mutated zombies, and the base would dispatch isolation-type superpowered beings to retrieve the corpses for research. In Haichang District, the power was out, and some areas had lost water supply. Without human maintenance, many facilities began to fail, intensifying the crisis and urgency felt by humanity in the apocalypse. Without water, humans could barely survive a few days. Countless people, regardless of strength, joined the search for supplies. At the same time, a massive number of zombies emerged. Tang Yu considered herself fortunate, as her stronghold faced no such difficulties. Apart from chatting with base members and watching their training, she spent the rest of her time observing Tang Honkyang's family. They appeared already very weak. In the early days of the apocalypse, venturing outside wasn't as perilous, but now the streets were densely packed with zombies. Without formidable superpowers, the chances of surviving a supply run were slim. Realizing there was no opportunity to hunt down Tang Yu outside, Hunk dropped all pretense, shifting from daily feigned concern to incessant cursing. You deliberately sent me to this godforsaken place, didn't you? You're just as despicable as your mother. You filthy bastard, don't let me get my hands on you. Having personally experienced being thrown off a building by her father in her past life, Tang Yu thought she would no longer feel pain. Yet seeing her father's curses on the screen made her entire body tremble. Do you need me to capture them for you? Once caught, they can be handed over to you. Ji Chuan appeared beside her unnoticed. Tang Yu gazed at his sharp, handsome profile, momentarily lost. Tang Yu didn't know how to speak. Would the ugly, hateful face of her own resentment make Ji Chuan see her as a cruel person? Tang Yu quietly recounted the story of her past life. I can understand. What happened to you in your past life? I too experienced a betrayal in this life. But my enemy has been sheltered by the superpowered being's base. There are many experts there, and am not yet confident I can take revenge and escape unscathed. However, your enemy, I have the power to bring them before you. Looking into Ji Chuan's crimson eyes, Tang Yu felt herself sinking into their depths. Since being reborn, she dreamed every night of the moments before her and her mother's death. Each time she woke up in tears, trembling from shock as immense hatred seemed to consume her. She couldn't understand why her obedience made Tang Yang receive all of their father's love, nor why her kind-hearted mother was repaid with their father's abandonment and betrayal. She had thought that watching Tang Hongxiang edge toward death in this life would be her greatest solace, yet throughout the process, she felt neither joy nor satisfaction. She had always been seeking an answer. As if possessed, Tang Yu nodded. Ji Chuan merely offered a faint smile and flew into the sky. On his way, Ji Chuan noticed something unusual on the ground. The superpowered beings' base teams seemed to be increasing their external operations. Some teams were even loading zombie corpses into armored vehicles. Ji Chuan hovered in the air, squinting as he observed their actions. Zombie corpses were scattered everywhere. What were they doing by collecting them? Hurry up, this is Xinghe District. They say Subject 1 is active in this area. I'm going as fast as I can. I have to isolate all the corpses according to protocol before moving them unless you want to get infected. Alright, but why does the base need so many mutated zombie corpses? For research. I don't know the specifics, I'm just a transporter. Ji Chuan understood from their conversation. Initially, he thought it was just a coincidence that they had picked up a zombie with a crystal core, given that now zombies with crystal cores were everywhere. Now he was certain the superpowered being's base was indeed searching for crystal cores. Ji Chuan had tested it. Humans couldn't absorb crystal cores like he could. So what did they want them for? Ji Chuan had a vague sense of foreboding, but he continued flying toward Tang Yu's former home in the city center. Sun Yin was huddled weakly holding Tang Yang. Tang Hongxiang, marrying you has been nothing but suffering for me and our son. Are you even a man? Can't you go find some food? Tang Hongxiang looked equally haggard. His only superpower was lockpicking, and encountering a zombie outside meant certain death. In the past few days, he had tried breaking into other homes, but either they were empty or the occupants were highly vigilant. The moment he saw them brandishing knives, he lost his nerve. He dared not attempt other floors, fearing he might run into zombies directly. Those two bitches, Tang Yu and her mother, didn't leave a damn thing behind. Tang Hongxiang was also nearing his limit. Watching Sun Yin, who kept cursing him, he swallowed hard. Without weapons or powerful superpowers, hunger was steadily eroding his will. The only food within reach was. With that thought, Tang Hongxiang strode straight towards Sun Yin. The world had crumbled, order was gone. Many things no longer mattered. After all this pretense, there was no need to keep up the act. Seeing Tang Hongxiang's expression, Sun Yin flared up. What are you staring at me for? Staring at me won't fill our son's stomach. Marrying you has been nothing but misery. Tang Hongxiang had never had much family background or talent, but he was decent looking. He had once lived well with Chen Yuru, who came from a moderately well-off family. But at work he met Sun Yin. Sun Yin was drawn to this distinguished-looking middle-aged man, and her father was the director of their unit. Tang Hongxiang didn't hesitate and chose Sun Yin and his career sword. But did he love either Chen Yuru or Sun Yin? Tang Hongxiang felt nothing of the sort. Having crawled out of the mud himself, he didn't need love. Weakened Sun Yin had no mental preparation when Tang Hongxiang grabbed her by the throat. Since Ji Chuan flew off, Tang Yu had been watching the monitors, and she witnessed the scene unfold. Could it be that Tang Hongxiang was actually going to kill Sun Yin? She had thought her father's betrayal stemmed from falling for another woman, but she never imagined he could be so ruthless. Sun Yin, already faint from hunger, struggled weakly, her bloodshot eyes fixed on Tang Hongxiang. Tang Yang, terrified, huddled in a corner sobbing. Sun Yin felt the world slowly darken. Despite clawing desperately at Tang Hongxiang's hands, her strength was no match for a man's. Desperate, Sun Yan's tears flowed. She never thought the man she chose would want to kill her. Ji Chuan entered through the window and witnessed the scene before him. Tang Yu's father was tightly strangling his second wife on the bed. As Ji Chuan's footsteps echoed, the three of them simultaneously turned to look at the uninvited guest. Thanks to the elite squad of the superpower base, Ji Chuan used Roy's mental control on the trio after exchanging glances. Sun Yan's purplish face gradually began to turn pale. The three stood motionless in place. Ji Chuan instructed Tang Hongxiang to hold Tang Yang, then carried the two adults toward the stronghold. He deeply wished to take revenge himself, but the conditions for doing so were not yet in place. But Tang Yu's vendetta was right before him, merely a small favor on his part. Using such a simple act to earn the goodwill of a reborn superpower user was an incredibly worthwhile bargain. Tang Yue, watching the surveillance footage intently, could not recover for a long time. She had agreed to Ji Chuan's request earlier, but now she could not comprehend her father's thoughts. She told her mother everything that had happened. Chen Yuru's expression turned complex as she stood frozen in place. Over 20 years had passed since she first met Hunk, yet after all this time, she realized she did not truly understand this man. When he was with her despite being penniless, he showed her profound affection. He would ride his bicycle through the snow for 10 blocks, just to buy her a warm roasted sweet potato. When she had stomach pain, he would hold her hand and gently rub her belly over and over with concern until she fell asleep. When she grieved over her parents' death, he would embrace her, telling her he was still by her side and would always help her parents take care of their daughter. So when he proposed divorce without warning, Chen only thought she was not good enough and had earned Hunk disdain. Perhaps he had truly fallen in love with another woman. Though her heart ached immensely, if one truly loved someone, shouldn't they wish for their happiness? Chen had always been timid, blaming herself for every hardship, and she possessed an exceedingly soft heart. Thus, when she heard her daughter say that in the previous life she still pitied Hunk's plight and welcomed his family, and she felt it was indeed something she would do. Yet it ultimately led to the brutal deaths of both her and her daughter. But when she heard her daughter say Hunk had just tried to strangle Sun Yan, what was the reason for that? She had thought Hunk left her out of love for Sun Yan. In the previous life, he became an accomplice to help his wife and child survive longer. So why would he now choose to kill Sun Yan? Did that tender man with the warm smile exist only in her memories? Soon Ji Chuan brought the three before the mother and daughter. Here are the people. Do with them as you wish. They are under control and can be made to do anything. Will they answer any question truthfully? Hearing Chen Yu's question, Ji Chuan nodded. Under mental control, they cannot lie. Why did you come to me and my mom? I knew Yuru had a habit of hoarding food and was soft-hearted, so she wouldn't refuse me. Hearing Hunk's words, Chen Yuru was stunned. Was this the man she had lived with for over 20 years? If supplies ran out, would you kill me and my mom? Yes. Hearing the resolute answer, you still shed tears. She never imagined her father could so easily abandon her and her mother. Hongxiang, did you ever love me? No. Then why did you marry me? Because you were naive and came from a well-off family. You were my best choice. Chen Yu's hands began to tremble. She had been so foolish. Then do you love Sun Yan? No. Her father is a bureau chief, which would secure me a better position. Then who is the most important person in your life? Do you care about Yaya at all? Do you care about your son? Chen Yu's voice was choked with sobs. She had devoted her youth to such a man, and countless warm memories now seemed bitterly ironic. In my life, only I am important. I only care about myself. Tang Yu and Chen Yuru finally learned the answers they sought. Tang Yu raised a dagger with trembling hands. She had found it after Ji Chuan told her to bring the three before her. Every day since her rebirth, she had fallen asleep with hatred in her heart. But Chen Yuru snatched the dagger from Tang Yu's hand. Mom. Tang Yu thought her kind mother was still trying to stop her, and she felt both anger and sorrow. Yeah, in the past life it was all my fault. I was weak all my life. Let me do this. I can't let scum dirty my daughter's hands. Chen Yuru let out a cry as if to steel herself. She raised the dagger and stabbed at the three's vital points, tears streaming down her face. The three regained consciousness from the intense pain, staring in disbelief at the bloody holes in their chests. Sun Yan and Tang Yang, already weak, soon collapsed. Tang Hongxiang, with a slightly stronger physique, clutched his agonizing wound. Though he had been under mental control, he remembered his earlier answers. Tang Hongxiang looked into Chen Yuru's eyes. Yuru, I'm sorry. After coughing up a mouthful of blood, he fell backward stiffly. Chen Yuru could not tell if the apology was genuine, and with Tang Hongxiang's death, it could never be verified. She collapsed to the ground, grief-stricken, her face a mess of tears and bloodstains. Tang Yu embraced her mother, crying as well. Mom, it's over. Chen Yuru nodded in Tang Yu's arms. It was unclear whether her sorrow was for Tang Hongxiang's death or for the youth they had once shared. Ji Chuan wanted to give the mother and daughter some privacy, so he turned to leave. But Tang Yu, still in tears, mouthed the words, "Thank you" to him. Ji Chuan nodded and left. The scene before him stirred up some painful memories of his own. His parents had once doted on him just as much. Although he graduated from a prestigious university, he disliked the office politics at the company he joined, so he quit and became a homebody. His parents were not angry that he left the renowned company. Instead, they worried about what grievances he had suffered. Busy as they were, they always attended every important moment of his life, joyfully recording those moments on video. But a car accident took them away. A high concentration of alcohol was found in his father's system. His father was not a drinker and would never have driven while intoxicated with his mother in the car. Yet that was how it happened. Ji Chuan could only weep night after night, while watching the videos his parents had made of him, the background filled with their happy, proud voices. During his darkest moments, he was fortunate to have Song Huai and Su Wanwan by his side. That was why he was so tolerant of Su Wanwan. Why? Ji Chuan suddenly thought of something. Song Huai had explicitly told him that he had awakened a very powerful ability that would surely attract the attention of the superpower base. But why had there been no word from him after he entered? Combining this with the mental control skill he had obtained from Roy Ji Chuan formed a suspicion. Song Huai had likely been mentally controlled or imprisoned by the superpower base. The power system and water circulation system are gradually collapsing, and the base of the ability users is completely eliminating zombies. Survivors can follow the teams from the ability users base to the base. Look, the official base is currently conducting large-scale rescue operations. Zhu Zhu pointed at the screen and said to the crowd, her phone's volume turned up loud enough for everyone to hear. The sun is rising from the west. It turns out they only accepted useful ability holders before, but now that so many people have died, they have started indiscriminately absorbing new members. Lin Lulu rolled her eyes nonchalantly and forcefully shoved a small strawberry cake from the table into her mouth. Either the ability user's base is not short on supplies right now, or they need a lot of labor. What Shinga said makes sense, but why isn't anyone coming to our outpost? Only the plank support duo has arrived. We also just came by chance. Mainly there hasn't been any accurate news about this outpost online, it's all just speculation. If people knew how good this outpost was, I'm sure a large number would flock here. Chio Xin felt fortunate about her decision, having spent several joyful days in this outpost. The only labor she had done was watching the surveillance in the monitoring room, and even that was done in shifts. It was simply too pleasant. Shouldn't we take advantage of the internet while it still exists and publish a recruitment announcement? Otherwise no one would dare to come. No way. This was Wu Qian's first time going downstairs. Due to his previous severe injuries, a simple healing spell had only saved his life. Under Zhang Yun's care for so many days combined with the restorative food prepared by Chef Zhao, he had just begun to regain his strength. If we publish related news online, it will definitely attract the attention of the authorities. There are many powerful ability users at the ability user's base, and public speculation about Aoli Jar won't bring officials to investigate. But if we release accurate information, that will be different. There are many experts at the ability user's base, while we only have one expert, our leader. That would be very troublesome. Moreover, with them absorbing new members on a large scale, there will surely be more experts appearing. In the apocalypse, there are too many people traveling together. The officials do not have the energy to investigate every spontaneously organized civilian group, but if word gets out that there is a brand new outpost here recruiting members, officials will definitely come. Wu Ge, can the experts at the ability user's base be more powerful than our leader? Our leader is simply incredible. I'm just a small team leader of a frontline reconnaissance squad. The real combat force members are all exceptionally strong combat type ability users, and much of the information regarding advanced abilities is confidential, so I'm not clear. Wu Qian recalled the young man who went on a mission to Lanshan Villa with him. It seemed that he was a classified ability holder. Moreover, he had gone to Lanshan Villa to find a friend. Could his friend be Ji Chuan? 175 with a handsome face. Wu Qian shook his head, recalling Song Huai's description of his friend. That description simply did not match Ji Chuan. Registration office of the ability user's base. What ability do you have? I can know the exact time every time I wake up. Do you have any relatives or friends in the base? No, my family only has me and my daughter left. The staff looked at the little girl beside the man. What is her ability? She can blow bubbles without soap water. The base staff did not hide their frown. Please hand over your phone and all electronic devices. Electronic signals interfere with the base's equipment. The man hesitated for no moment, taking out an old phone and placing it on the table. Negative 9th floor. The guide nodded and then smiled at the father and daughter, saying, "Follow me." The girl held her father's hand tightly, appearing somewhat nervous. Don't be afraid, one, we are safe now. The ability user's base has food and water. The little girl timidly nodded, stepping into the technologically advanced elevator, unable to believe that such a luxurious base could exist in the midst of a devastated world. The father and daughter had struggled for days and finally saw a team of ability users killing zombies nearby, following them to the base without hesitation. They were filled with joy at surviving. When the elevator door opened, it looked like a gigantic laboratory with many intricate devices visible through the windows of the room and numerous white-coat researchers bustling about. It seemed that all were staff members, their uniforms standard and tidy. There were no survivors like them moving around the corridor. The guide arranged for them to a large room, but there were already many people inside. Moreover, the door to the room was very sturdy with no windows at all. The father and daughter entered the room and walked to the corner under the gaze of the crowd, where an old man was resting with his eyes closed. Old man. Old man. The atmosphere in the room was strange. The man only felt like he was waiting to be assigned to a dormitory, and he wanted to ask the person next to him what was going on. The old man opened his eyes to look at the man, but one eye was extremely cloudy, as if the eyeball had gone blind. When can we be assigned a dormitory? Do you know? The man asked cautiously. The old man chuckled softly. We are all test subjects, and we do not need lodging. What do you mean? The man couldn't believe his ears. Old man, don't be talking nonsense. This is an official base. We are rescued survivors, not lab rats. A blonde nearby heard the shout, but was also unsure, having already waited in this room for 10 hours. Every time they knocked loudly on the door and asked questions, the guards warned them, so no one dared to do so anymore. The old man did not respond, but continued to close his eyes. His ability is hearing. After the introduction, the base's registration staff showed a disdainful expression, wondering what good it was to have better hearing if you were blind in one eye. But his hearing can ignore obstructions, locking onto all sounds within a radius of 50 meters. He heard the staff talking about reporting experimental data and the screams of the test subjects. The survivors assigned to this level had only one fate to be used for experiments. He did not want to argue or explain further. Let the people in this room hold on a hope, otherwise they could only wait despairingly for death. Seeing the old man closing his eyes, the man felt that the old man had some mental issues. How could the officials possibly use the public so blatantly for experiments? Don't be afraid, Wan. Soon we will have our own room, and you can sleep beautifully. The man affectionately stroked his daughter's head, and the girl nodded, leaning against her father's chest. Obediently, not crying or making a fuss, she merely looked around at the strangers in the room with unease. The lab echoed with the terrified voices of the test subjects. Don't come over, don't come over. Let go of me, let go of me. Just moments later, the voice abruptly stopped. The old man, with his eyes closed, showed no change in expression, but his hands were already covered in fine sweat. Ji Chuan, who had ventured out in search of crystal cores, found himself in a predicament. The teams from the ability user base were steadily pushing deeper into the city, making it nearly impossible to openly manipulate a horde of zombies in a specific area to harvest their cores without drawing attention. Thus, Ji Chuan could only choose a relatively remote area with fewer ability users, summoning only those zombies that possessed high-grade crystal cores, striving to minimize any notice from others. Hey, you there? The guy in green, how did you even pass the assessment with such lousy aim? Oh, for crying out loud, we're here to collect mutants. How are we supposed to gather them if you crack the earth and bury them underground? I'm sorry, Captain Xia, but that mutant was about to unleash its ability, and I got scared. Use your damn heads. I don't want useless people on my team. Mess up again, and you're all going back to the frontline reconnaissance squad. Yes, sir. Get moving. You're practically begging to die out here. Xia Yiqing was utterly exasperated with the newcomers before him. That rascal Song Ci had once again foisted the rookies onto him. He had already trained several batches for Song Ci, who always found a way to shirk his duty, even resorting to whining and clinging to him. How could a grown man be so adept at acting cute? Yet Xia Yiqing was inexplicably susceptible to it. Guanling found the task of collecting mutant corpses to be a headache. Her ability was Earth Fissure, comparable to a powerful localized earthquake. It was devastatingly effective, but when the corpses fell into the chasms and the earth closed back up, how could anyone retrieve them? Now she only dared to activate her ability on a small scale, just enough to make the mutant zombies unsteady on their feet. What do you think you're doing? Xia Yiqing had appeared beside her without warning, and with a single gesture, he tore a nearby zombie into pieces. Guanling hadn't even seen how Xia Yiqing had moved. Captain Xia, I was afraid that if I used Earth Fissure, the zombies would fall into the cracks. So you're just going to shake the ground. Are you giving the zombies a massage? And you're not even aware of the battlefield around you. Every time Xia Yiqing trained newcomers, he felt like he was about to expire from sheer frustration. Then what should I do? Guanling was on the verge of tears. Listen up, everyone. You need to be creative with your abilities. Your powers are incredibly strong. In real combat, to maximize your abilities' potential, you must imagine the most suitable tactic for the moment. Xia Yiqing shouted loudly, unconcerned about attracting a horde of surrounding zombies. If you find that your ability isn't suited for offense, then use it for defense, for support, for control. Now imagine trapping those mutant zombies. Don't release Earth Fissure directly beneath them. Instead, use it to create a barrier around them. Your teammate's ability has great destructive power, but poor accuracy. By trapping the target, you're essentially fixing a target for him. Hearing Xia Yiqing's words, Guanling felt as if she had awakened from a dream. A square-shaped Earth Fissure rose up, isolating the mutants in the center and forming an island. Mutant zombies, unlike their mindless counterparts, would not simply stumble into the fissure. Instead, they would launch attacks from their current ground. Seeing that the zombies had lost their area of movement, the man in green aimed at the trapped zone and shot a ball of green gas. The gas, resembling the head of a monstrous entity, corroded the mutant's flesh upon contact. The mutant visibly decayed into a pile of bones before their eyes. A member of the retrieval team looked delighted. I always love going on missions with your team. We barely need to isolate anything and we can just pick up the crystal cores. The man in green grinned and exchanged a knowing glance with Guanling. Where are you looking? Keep moving. Do you think there's only one zombie here? Others are still fighting, and you two are exchanging lovey-dovey looks. Alerted by Xia Yiqing's reprimand, they quickly refocused on the battle. Captain Xia was notoriously strict, but it was undeniable that newcomers under his tutelage experienced significant improvement in their abilities. Captain Xia, I sense a high-level mutant zombie approaching. Should we retreat with the newcomers? One of Xia Yiqing's veteran members cautioned from behind. To train the rookies, only a member with a detection-type ability had been brought along. Old Yuan, isn't this perfect? A premium teaching material. ITLL do wonders for the newcomer's growth. Captain, I feel that this mutant possesses multiple abilities. I've never encountered such a situation before. Something feels off, though it might be my mistake since it's still some distance away. It stopped moving seemingly in an abandoned factory about 3 kilometers from here. Xia Yiqing's eyes lit up. If it won't come to us, well, go to it. If it really has multiple abilities, it must be packed with crystal cores. Finding it would fulfill our team's KPI for the month. Speed things up here. We got a big job coming. Hearing Captain Xia's announcement, the team fought with renewed vigor against the remaining zombies. His teaching methods had markedly improved their skills, and their confidence was soaring. Everyone eagerly anticipated the big job Captain Xia had mentioned. With him around, any opponent was merely a source of combat experience. No one will find me here, right? Ji Chuan had noticed a significant number of high-grade crystal core zombies in this area, so he chose a nearby abandoned factory to wait and harvest them. The abandoned factory lacked both good hiding spots and supplies, making it a place humans rarely ventured. Although he could sense several teams of powerful individuals in the vicinity, he didn't think they would come here. To avoid drawing their attention, he dispersed all the zombies near the factory. Come on guys, hurry up. I still have other areas to cover. Ji Chuan sensed the movement of high-grade crystal core zombies approaching, but he also detected a human team heading his way from a distance. What's this? Could they be coming for me? Ji Chuan narrowed his eyes, locking onto the target. 1 red crystal core and 6 golden crystal cores. This was the most formidable team he had encountered so far. He casually possessed a nearby ordinary zombie, but a man wearing goggles on that team suddenly snapped his head around, staring directly at his location. Is he looking at me? Ji Chuan had merely possessed a common zombie, and possession didn't grant him any abilities. He didn't think he could be detected. Catching Yuan Sen's gaze, Xia Yiqing immediately attacked the zombie, shattering it into pieces. Strange. It's just an ordinary zombie, but I sensed a powerful energy from it. Xia Yiqing, however, harbored no doubts, and continued walking forward, having complete trust in his teammates' judgment. Ji Chuan in the abandoned factory was questioning his very existence as a zombie. How had they found him? By what means? Was a detection-type ability user with a golden crystal core this overpowered? Could they even detect a possession? He wasn't entirely sure of the attack methods of the red crystal core wielder leading them, but it was undoubtedly lethal. The human base truly harbored many experts. Fortunately, he hadn't acted rashly. Ji Chuan hesitated. He had never fought against an ability user with a red crystal core before, and was uncertain how his own strength would fare in such a battle. He sensed their movement trajectory was indeed heading straight for him. Their target was undoubtedly himself. A smile crept onto Ji Chuan's face. He still had abilities like flight time, freeze area sleep, and high-speed amplification. If he couldn't win, he could just run. With that thought, Ji Chuan stepped out of the factory, flew up to the eaves, and fixed his gaze on the direction of the approaching group. He awaited their arrival. Yuan Sen's perception grew stronger. The target had shifted slightly, but remained in place. The other's supernatural energy was unlike anything he had encountered before. Initially, he thought his inability to sense it clearly was due to distance. Other supernatural abilities, whether from zombies or humans, were always intuitive. In Yuan Sen's mind, merely stars of different hues. But when he sensed Ji Chuan, it was like a mass of black mist, yet within that mist lights of many colors shone through. This was why Yuan Sen believed the target possessed multiple abilities. Yet as they drew closer, the black mist did not become clearer, it remained an abyss, revealing nothing beneath its surface. Captain Xia, I have a bad feeling. We're almost there, but I still can't get a clear read. Oh, old Yuan, we're in for a treat. It's a shame the other team members won't gain such valuable experience. Xia Yiqing spoke with an air of calm detachment, the composure of a true powerhouse. In the distance, the group spotted a solitary figure. He sat on the factory eaves watching them. Though far away, his ruby-like eyes were strikingly vivid. Bathed in the afternoon sunlight, his pale skin gave the impression of a quiet, fragile youth basking in the sun, a unique beauty in the apocalypse. You're here. His voice was deep, belying his youthful appearance. Hey little brother, it's dangerous up there. Don't move. Need us to get you down. Xia Yiqing called out warmly to Ji Chuan. Captain, he's a zombie. A flicker of surprise crossed Xia Yiqing's eyes. He looked doubtfully at Yuan Sen, questioning his judgment for the first time. Such a beautiful youth, a zombie. He felt as if he were admiring a work of art. Little brother, are you a zombie? Xia Yiqing continued to call out warmly. Yes, I am a zombie. Everyone tensed, ready for battle. A talking zombie. That was the legendary number 1. All except Xia Yiqing. He had absolute confidence in his own strength. No zombie in the apocalypse had yet posed a threat to him. If you don't attack me, I won't hurt you either. Ji Chuan smiled at Xia Yiqing, appearing equally relaxed. This sparked intense curiosity and excitement within Xia Yiqing. Oh, little brother, you seem quite strong. It appears harming us is merely your choice. Don't you need our opinion? Xia Yiqing waved his hand. The newcomers reacted swiftly, dispersing into a battle formation. They sensed this would be the most valuable combat exercise they'd ever experienced, putting their training to the test. So you must harm me, is that it? Ji Chuan asked, looking into Xia Yiqing's eyes. Xia Yiqing was not affected by his mental control, which surprised Ji Chuan. It seemed he needed to explore his control abilities further. He attempted to control a girl nearby. This isn't working as usual. This captain is interesting. Too bad, little brother. You're a zombie. There's no other way. Let these kids see how true power fights. As Xia Yiqing finished speaking, the entire factory eve shattered. Ji Chuan soared into the air, looking back at the ruined structure. So fast. How did he do that? What kind of ability is this? Even with his advanced speed enhancement, he couldn't perceive Xia Yiqing's attack. The newcomers launched their own attacks swiftly. A mass of green mist, grinning like a monster, lunged at him, but it was far too slow to reach Ji Chuan. Killing intent gathered rapidly around him. Ji Chuan dodged by instinct. The air exploded near his ears. There's nothing there. Ji Chuan narrowed his eyes. What kind of ability was this red crystal? Without his malice perception to sense nearby killing intent, he would struggle to evade such invisible attacks. A continuous surge of killing intent manifested in blades of wind materialized around Ji Chuan, slicing and exploding around him. The entire process was instantaneous, like a sudden detonation. Are you a wind element user? Can wind element abilities achieve such speed and power? Xia Yiqing paused, then a smile spread across his face. Little brother, you're truly a master. Many high-level ability users wouldn't even notice. Several stone spikes erupted from the ground. Yuan Sen grabbed 2 companions and dodged swiftly. His energy perception allowed him to sense the flow of energy across the entire area. Xia Yiqing instantly conjured a fierce gale, blowing the other three into the air, evading the stone spikes. This revealed his true ability. His usual fighting style made it hard to guess his element. But as they were airborne, Guanling unleashed a massive fissure in the ground, leaving them stranded on isolated islands upon landing. Guanling, what are you doing? Is this how you apply what you've learned? Xia Yiqing was furious. Captain Guanling is under mental control. Xia Yiqing gritted his teeth. Ji Chuan didn't want them falling into the crevice. How else would he crack the walnuts? He watched Xia Yiqing with keen interest. Despite the variety and speed of his techniques, as long as he could perceive the attack trajectory and dodge, the man posed no threat. Continuous explosions followed. Ji Chuan noticed the opponent's attacks became faster and denser, making them hard to evade. Though several wounds appeared on his body, they slowly healed under his regeneration. Realizing his proud attack patterns couldn't fatally wound Ji Chuan, Xia Yiqing changed his strategy. Instead of pinpoint strikes, he unleashed a hurricane. Ji Chuan mid-flight felt violent air currents rapidly converging. Without hesitation, Ji Chuan activated the Dark Essence ability he had acquired some time ago. Unlike the earlier minor shadow attack from that little light, he now unleashed the full power of the Dark Essence. The clear afternoon sky instantly plunged into darkness, as if the area were encased in a black orb. The newcomers panicked, losing all visibility, consumed by fear. The hurricane still raged, but Xia Yiqing had no idea where Ji Chuan was. Ji Chuan stood playfully among them. Captain, he's right beside us. Yuan Sen sensed him, but could no longer speak. Shadow spikes had pierced his body. Even in darkness, he could locate him. Yuan Sen was his primary target. This was the first time Xia Yiqing felt the threat of death. With his immense power, he had never let an opponent live past 3 seconds. All were instantly obliterated. Though his combat experience was vast, it was only experience gained from overwhelming strength. He never believed he would encounter a zombie of equal strength, but today he realized how arrogant he had been. You are quite interesting. Ji Chuan's voice echoed right beside her ear, and in an instant Xia Yiqing unleashed a wind blade at the source of the sound. The scream came from her own teammate. Xia Yiqing's attack had directly killed the newcomer she was mentoring. In an instant, a terrifying sensation surged from the soles of her feet. Even with full vision, it was difficult to land a hit on Ji Chuan, let alone now, when she had no sight. Her own ruthless techniques had now become a death warrant for her comrades. Captain, save me. The screams of her teammates rang out one after another. For the first time in her teaching career, a newcomer had died. Xia Yiqing, lost and helpless, attacked wildly, but dared not strike recklessly. They were trapped on an isolated island formed by a fissure in the earth, surrounded by their own teammates, making friendly fire all too easy. Do you think I need your permission to harm you? In the darkness, Ji Chuan's ghostly whisper shattered Xia Yiqing's psychological defenses. She recalled how at their first meeting she had naively believed he was merely an advanced teaching tool. Hearing Ji Chuan mock her with her own words, Xia Yiqing dared not utter a single syllable. If she made a sound, she would help him pinpoint her location. But she did not know that even without night vision, Ji Chuan could see everything clearly within his domain of darkness. He leisurely eliminated those around him, extracting and storing crystals. These numerous golden cores might induce a deep slumber, so he dared not devour them recklessly. The sound of flesh tearing. Xia Yiqing mustered her courage and launched a wind blade toward that direction. The crystal, along with the brain, was sent flying. Ji Chuan swiftly leaped up and caught it in his hand. You are not being good. Xia Yiqing felt an immense pressure crushing her body. She struggled with all her might, veins bulging in her legs. She felt that if she did not resist with full force, this power would crush her completely. In the darkness, she heard footsteps. A pair of scarlet eyes lit up before her. An overwhelming terror engulfed her in an instant. Her body still fought against the gravity, but her consciousness was slowly fading. Do not resist. Ji Chuan's eyes were like the gates of hell, dragging Xia Yiqing's soul into the abyss. Yes, master. Xia Yiqing knelt on one knee like a soulless puppet. So that's how it works. It seems I need to weaken high-level psychics before I can use mind control. Ji Chuan was pondering the application of his mental domination. Just as he was about to take the day's red crystal, he sensed a malevolent presence in the distance. He dodged instinctively, but 4 cards flew straight toward him, ignoring his evasion. What is this? For tens. For playing cards surrounded him: the 10 of hearts, 10 of clubs, 10 of diamonds, and 10 of spades. All 4 suits present. The 4 cards spun, emitting a blue light that stung Ji Chuan's eyes. They formed a luminous cage, trapping him within. A slender figure ran from afar, leaping lightly to Ji Chuan's front, then hoisting the dazed Xia Yiqing onto their shoulder. Ji Chuan noticed that this person was also a red core psychic. Ji Chuan tried to break the cage, but it remained unresponsive. The barrier severed all his connections to the outside world, as if he were in another dimension. The figure carrying Xia Yiqing bounded away like a wild rabbit, disappearing from Ji Chuan's sight. Soon after, the cards began to warp and cracks appeared in the barrier. Ji Chuan exerted his strength again, shattering the cage with ease. The 4 tens drifted to the ground, looking like ordinary playing cards. Song Ci slapped Xia Yiqing's face one blow after another. Despite his slender frame, each slap carried considerable force. After a few strikes, Xia Yiqing's face was swollen. Her eyes gradually focused, shifting from emptiness to sheer terror. I don't want to die. Xia Yiqing came to her senses only to find herself face-to-face with Song Si's delicate features. She was lying in the base's medical bay. Big fool Qin, you're awake. Song Si spoke only to see 2 streams of tears flowing from Xia Yiking's eyes. He gently placed Xia Yiking's head on his shoulder, holding her and patting her back softly. It's okay. But Xia Yiqing was engulfed in endless sorrow, guilt over her decisions, fear of facing Ji Chuan, and remorse for the fallen teammates. Overwhelming negative emotions consumed her heart. As strong as she was, she could only weep silently at this moment, unwilling to say a word. Song Si remained silent, letting her lean on him. Did you hear? Captain Xia faced Subject 1 with newcomers and was wiped out. What? Captain Xia couldn't beat Subject 1. Yeah, I heard Captain Xia was rescued by Captain Song passing by, and it cost Captain Song 4 cards. Huh, I don't know what Captain Song's ability is. What cards? They say Captain Song's ability is a deck of playing cards, and once used they're gone. Good heavens, 4 cards. Did they take out Subject 1? Seems not. They only trapped Subject 1 long enough to escape. My god, I'm not going to the Galaxy District anymore. I can't take on missions there. I need to tell my captain. Hey, keep it to yourself. Don't say I told you. Got it. The story of Xia Yiking's encounter with Subject 1 spread throughout the base. As one of the main combat team's pillars, she was renowned for her devastating attacks and unpredictable ability bursts. Many who had sparred with her couldn't even identify her power type. Most believed Xia Yiqing was an explosion-type psychic. With a flawless mission record and a reputation for training newcomers, she was truly the king of the battlefield. But now that even Xia Yiqing had failed against Subject 1, every team that knew the details was in turmoil. They found every excuse to avoid missions in the Galaxy District, knowing that encountering Subject 1 meant certain death. No one believed they could be as lucky as Xia Yiqing, who had been saved at the cost of 4 of Song Si's cards. Seeing the dispirited Xia Yiqing, Li Jingru felt helpless. Are you saying Subject 1 communicated with you? That as long as you don't harm him, he won't harm you. Xia Yiqing nodded, her eyes vacant. Chief, it's all my fault. I was too arrogant and made the wrong call. Subject 1 only retaliated after I attacked and waited for some time. He didn't initiate aggression, and we were the ones who sought him out. Recalling Ji Chuan's warning and Yuan Sen's dissuasion, Xia Yiqing wanted to slap herself. Yuan Sen was an extremely rare exploration-type psychic. His energy perception could detect the subtlest fluctuations in power. Whether it was psychic zombies or the techniques unleashed by abilities, all emitted energy waves. He could use his perception to avoid such risks. But her longtime comrade had died because of her own foolish decision. At this thought, Xia Yiqing broke down again, memories of Yuan Sen flooding back like a massive hammer, striking her heart again and again. Li Jingru sighed. He had thought that with the crystals and a few elite fighters they could eliminate Subject 1. But he never expected Subject 1 to be so formidable. How many should he send? Too few risked total annihilation, and too many would cripple the base's other operations. Since Subject 1 had said he wouldn't harm humans if left alone, just as Cui Zixuan and Du Ling had once claimed, perhaps they should truly leave him be. Li Jingru waved his hand, dismissing Xia Yiqing. He felt as if several more strands of his hair had turned white. Ji Chuan hummed a tune as he flew toward the base, clutching 6 golden crystals. Today had been exceptionally fruitful, and his good mood led him to spare those low-level walnuts. It wasn't his fault really, he had shown restraint, but the other side was so aggressive that they forced his hand. If he were still human, he might have admired Xia Yiking's character, a confidence befitting a strong individual. But now they were destined to be on opposing sides. The next time they met, he might not hold back. Though the Red Crystal's attacks were formidable, his own vast array of abilities more than compensated for his shortcomings. Before the battle, he had been overly anxious. This time he had gained a formidable reconnaissance ability, one that could detect even his possession of an ordinary zombie, proving its exceptional power. Upon returning to the base, he told Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi that he might fall in a slumber once more. The two nodded, accustomed to this. They planned to summon Zhang Yun later, as her soothing ability had always alleviated Ji Chuan's suffering during his comas. Yet after consuming all 6 golden crystals, Ji Chuan felt nothing unusual. Though his energy had grown stronger, there were no signs of transformation. It seems I won't be unconscious this time, Ji Chuan said awkwardly to the 2 women by his bed. Lin Lulu rolled her eyes. Let's go, Yunxi. Let's play poker. A loser buys a lipstick. Gu Yunxi cast a worried glance at Ji Chuan before being dragged away by Lin Lulu. A lipstick is too much. How about a bottle of nail polish instead? Zhu Ju doesn't paint her nails as she has no nail polish. Their voices faded into the distance. That brat is getting more and more disrespectful, Ji Chuan muttered. He noticed that after absorbing large quantities of high-grade crystals, many of his abilities could now be combined. Among them, Speed Boost Advanced, Strength Boost Advanced, Mental Enhancement Advanced, and Defense Boost Advanced could merge into the Golden Crystal Perfect Physique, greatly enhances all physical attributes, while granting immunity to all abnormal states. Metal Manipulation, Metal Shrinking, Metal Generation, and Strong Magnetism combined into the Golden Crystal Essence of Metal. Temperature Reduction, Firepower, Firewall, and Flame Control merged into Essence of Fire. Other combinable abilities lacked advanced levels, so Ji Chuan refrained. He then reviewed his current skills. Green crystal blinding light healing intermediate wine blade intermediate poison mist intermediate water gun combat technique material decomposition water walking blood drain defense boost intermediate stench taste erasure blue crystal regeneration advanced gravity advanced night vision area memory erasure advanced boomerang malice perception rapid growth plant barrier murderous intent release visual distortion sonic attack tornado whirlpool purple crystal body hardening advanced diffusion area sleep time freeze mind control flight zone protection visual block light power blizzard golden crystal essence of rock essence of darkness perfect physique essence of metal essence of fire corrupted plague wraith earth split energy perception heavenly thunder starfall illusory realm. His vast skill pool gave him confidence to face even red crystal ability users. Ji Chuan could tap into the full potential of every ability, something humans could not. The newcomers today, though possessing powerful golden crystals, wielded them less effectively than the mutated purple crystal zombies. When facing strong opponents, they froze in fear, overly reliant on their stronger comrades. With this in mind, Ji Chuan resumed training the group. Lin Lulu, having just drawn a good hand in cards, yelled that she would come down after finishing the round. Zhu Ju, insisting that the leader's orders took precedence, quickly dragged Gu Yunqi away. Lin Lulu pouted in anger. Today an elite squad attacked me. Their leader was powerful, but they were so dependent on him that they were useless in battle. So I defeated them easily. You all need the courage to stay calm against strong foes. Even if your abilities aren't the strongest, relying on others will never let you grow. Lin Lulu rolled her eyes from the audience, noticing Ji Chuan was becoming more like an old cadre. Lin Lulu, your opponent is Xiao Mei. The other attack type ability users face Zhuang. What I have to fight Xiao Mei. Ji Chuan, are you crazy? Lin Lulu suspected he was punishing her for rolling her eyes. Xiao Mei looked like she could flay someone with a single whip. You're a long-range attacker, what's there to fear? Is Xiao Mei's whip longer than your arrows? Hit her 3 times, and you win. Lin Lulu stared at Xiao Mei, whose muscular frame rivaled that of a bikini champion. Her face brimmed with excitement as her whip cracked against the ground. Lin Lulu swallowed hard, resolving to hide her displeasure with Ji Chuan more carefully in the future. The others looked resigned. Even at full strength, they doubted they could shave a flake of skin off Zhuang. His massive frame already possessed terrifying strength coupled with extraordinary speed. One punch could send a person flying. Zhuang bounced joyfully, clearly excited. The group felt a mild tremor in the hotel courtyard. Those without attack abilities watched from the windows amused. With Wu Qian's arrival, the base gained another combat powerhouse. His ability was item duplication, allowing him to briefly replicate lightweight objects he touched. Thus, he had touched all the weapons in the base. The courtyard split into 2 matches: Lin Lulu versus Xiao Mei, and Wu Qian Gu Yunqi Pei Wendong Jiang, Yi Xiao Xian, and Geng Mao versus Zhuang. Xiao Xinshi and Fan Jiahao were relegated to the audience by Ji Chuan, who considered their abilities mere mascots. Zhang Yun watched Xiao Xian with concern, but Xiao Xian gave her a reassuring look. Xiao made Zhuang avoid vital spots and go easy. Yes, Kingmaster. Lin Lulu's goal is to hit Xiao Mei 3 times. Everyone else's goal is to get one of Zhuang's hairs. Any questions? Leader, my ability can also fight. I can join. Ji Chuan looked at Qinyuru, who seemed timid. Anshin, are you sure? Qinyuru nodded. Seeing Xiao Xian's courage to train, she felt she, as an adult, should be stronger to protect Yu. Mom, can you do it? Tang Yu asked with concern. Qinyuru simply nodded, summoning all her determination. To avoid physical suffering, Lin Lulu swiftly moved in the opposite direction of Xiao Mei. However, Xiao Mei remained indifferent, merely playing with the steel whip in her hand, as if she held Lin Lulu in no regard. Meanwhile, a group of people surrounded the colossal figure of Zhuang, nervously swallowing their saliva. Qinyuru was especially tense. The horrifying image of Zhuang breaking into her villa was still vivid in her mind. When his eyeball pressed against the crack in the wall, staring at the mother and daughter, her breath nearly stopped at that moment. Our target is his hair. Given his speed and agility, I doubt we can climb to the top of his head to get it. Let's try using our abilities to shoot down his hair. No, don't hit Zhuang's head. Hearing Wu Qian reveal the plan to the group, Zhuang quickly covered his head with both hands like a wronged, chubby child. Zhuang's grievance elicited no sympathy from the group, standing before them, like an immovable wall, exuding nothing but overwhelming pressure. Then let's begin. Ji Chuan's cold voice rang out, and the battlefield instantly erupted into chaos. Before Lin Lulu could form her first arrow, Xiao Mei suddenly kicked off the ground from a distance with immense force, her entire body shooting toward Lin Lulu like a bullet, leaving only a crater in the earth. Lin Lulu was almost frightened into fleeing by the sight before her, but she seized the opportunity to fire light arrows, striving to slow Xiao Mei's approach with her attacks. Zhuang, who had been aggrieved moments before, became ecstatic upon hearing Ji Chuan's command. He swung his thick arm toward Wu Qian. He had heard this man propose the plan to the others, assuming he must be the leader of this makeshift team. With his abundant combat experience, Wu Qian immediately dodged Zhuang's attack. To shoot down Zhuang's hair, he quickly replicated a flying knife into his hand. But as the light flashed, Wu Qian was astonished to find that instead of 5 flying knives had appeared. He nearly dropped them to the ground. Gu Yunqi nodded at Wu Qian, and he exclaimed in surprise, could she be controlled? Without further hesitation, the moment Zhuang turned and withdrew his hand, Wu Qian hurled the flying knives toward Zhuang's hair. Seeing this, Gung Mao also released leaf blades from a distance. However, the leaves deviated from their trajectory after flying a certain distance, lacking the power to sustain long-range attacks. Gu Yunqi was flustered. She had failed to enhance Gung Mao's state earlier and now attempted to expand the range of her ability. In her mind, she continuously compressed and expanded a green orb of light, aiming to cover the entire battlefield with her enhancement. De Zhuang nimbly dodged Wu Qian's flying knives, a delighted smile spreading across his face. He had been a courtyard guard at the base for so long without encountering any enemies, and it was terribly boring. The other guard, Xiao Mei, would lash her whip whenever he got close, making her seem terrifying, so he dared not approach her. But the current battle was quite entertaining. Just as he intended to leap forward lightly to crush Wu Qian, he realized his movements were like a phantom. Wu Qian had no time to react. With no defensive skills, that strike could have instantly killed Wu Qian on the spot. Both De Zhuang and Wu Qian were extremely startled, but they could not stop. Inertia had turned De Zhuang's body into a high-speed meat missile hurtling toward Wu Qian's face. Boom! De Zhuang crashed into a wall of rock, clutching his head in pain. Ji Chuan had protected Wu Qian in time. Gu Yunqi, while enhancing your teammates, you also enhance the enemy. Hearing Ji Chuan's rebuke, Gu Yunqi realized her mistake. Although she had spread the orb of light across the entire battlefield, De Zhuang and Xiao Mei were also within its range, becoming enhanced targets. Sister Yunqi, it's you. On the other side, Lin Lulu was on the verge of tears. She had already struggled to evade Xiao Mei's pursuit, and while her light arrows had thickened, Xiao Mei's explosive power seemed superhuman. Forget hitting Xiao Mei, as she couldn't even aim. She felt that Xiao Mei's movement was faster than her own ability to shift her hands. She had already been struck by Xiao Mei's whip once. Although she knew Xiao Mei wasn't using full force, the blow still left her wincing in pain. Gu Yunqi quickly stopped her enhancement ability and focused on weakening De Zhuang. But De Zhuang's strength and speed were inherently high, not reliant on any ability. The weakening ability had no effect on De Zhuang. Gu Yunqi fell into deep thought. If she could only enhance her teammates and must avoid the enemy, she couldn't use a circular spread. She began experimenting with the shape of the green orb, trying to mold it into a crescent. By avoiding De Zhuang in the middle, the crescent's other arcs could cover the rest of the group. Jiang Yi's stone bullets had been ignored by De Zhuang all along, hitting him like grains of sand. But suddenly the stone bullets grew to the size of soccer balls. Caught off guard, De Zhuang felt some pain and quickly raised his arms to block in Jiang Yi's direction. Seizing this opportunity, Wu Qian replicated a grappling hook and threw it onto De Zhuang's back. He rapidly climbed up De Zhuang's back, shouting, "Cover me." Feeling Wu Qian's movement, De Zhuang quickly shook his body, trying to throw him off, and reached back with his hand to grab him. But his arms were too thick and his back too broad. He couldn't reach Wu Qian, who was in the middle of his back. The others intensified their attacks, making it hard for De Zhuang to keep his eyes open. Under the enhanced ability, Chen Yuris water stream was like a high-pressure hose continuously shooting at De Zhuang's head to obstruct his vision. De Zhuang was too powerful. Finding he couldn't grab Wu Qian, he began to shake and jump violently. Wu Qian felt like he was on a wild horse's back, jolted and sliding down as if all his internal organs were about to be rattled loose. After enduring 5 lashes, Lin Lulu was covered in wounds. Xiao Mei wore a contemptuous smile, as if merely disciplining an insect. Lin Lulu had improved noticeably since last time, increasing the number of light arrows to 3. But no matter the quantity, against absolute speed and agility, missing the target was futile. Numbers are useless against her. Lin Lulu scurried around with her injured body like a panicked fawn, just as her name suggested. I must shoot an arrow of substance, one that hits. But how can I hit when she dodges so quickly? To conserve her energy, Lin Lulu abandoned the idea of multiple arrows, which only exhausted her further. She tried to deepen her connection with the light arrows. Sister Youngsis' ability could change its state according to her will. Ji Chuan had once said that her ability was on the same level as Sister Youngsis. Could her light arrows change according to her thoughts? A whip coiled around Lin Lulu's left leg, causing her to lose balance and fall to the ground. She turned in panic, only to see Xiao Mei approaching her step by step, wearing a queenly smile. She quickly fired an arrow, but Xiao Mei merely tilted her head slightly, without any ripple, dodging the light arrow. Just as Xiao Mei raised her hand to deliver a blow that would render Lin Lulu unconscious, a light arrow shot straight through her abdomen from behind. Xiao Mei winced in pain, feeling incredulous. She turned her head, but saw nothing unusual. Lin Lulu realized she could indeed change the direction of her light arrows. Lin Lulu raised her bow and released another arrow. This time Xiao Mei dodged the luminous arrow while hastily glancing back at its trajectory. The arrow that had been flying straight began to curve back after missing its target, forcing Xiao Mei to keep evading. Seizing the moment, Lin Lulu rose to her feet. Dragging her bleeding left leg, she ran backward. As she fired another arrow at Xiao Mei, she realized that controlling 2 luminous arrows simultaneously was already her limit. The 2 luminous arrows had already clouded her consciousness, yet she knew that if she held on and landed a hit, victory would be hers. Ji Chuan is really going all out, not even giving me a hand. Gazing at her wounds, Lin Lulu worried about scarring, but recalling Ji Chuan's healing ability, she simply sighed. Xiao Mei moved with remarkable agility. Despite being struck by 1 arrow, her zombie nature meant she barely felt pain, maintaining nearly the same speed as if uninjured. Like a gymnastics champion, she dodged the 2 arrows with all manner of difficult maneuvers. Beads of sweat formed on Lin Lulu's forehead as she felt her consciousness growing hazy. If she didn't hit soon under such intense use of her ability, she would collapse first. The luminous arrows slowed, and Xiao Mei noticed this, a smile creeping back onto her face. She evaded the arrows, methodically waiting for Lin Lulu to exhaust herself. Xiao Xian, intimidated by the towering De Zhuang lurking at the edge, was kept at a distance by the others who were protective of her. Pei Wendong shielded Xiao Xian as best he could. A single swing of De Zhuang's massive arm could spell death for her. After hesitating for a long time, Xiao Xian set her sights on De Zhuang's hair. She scoured her memory for doll forms, wondering what kind of doll could seize De Zhuang's hair. As Wu Qian was flung off by De Zhuang, Chen Yuru used the force of water to cushion his fall, preventing injury. Enraged, De Zhuang turned and pursued Wu Qian, pounding the ground with each punch, leaving deep craters. Wu Qian could only roll clumsily across the earth. A flash of golden light shimmered in Xiao Xian's hand. The doll, which should have been petite, rose slowly under Gu Yongxi's ability, now standing as tall as a person. The doll was unmistakably modeled after Xiao Mei, though its features were crudely stitched, buttons for eyes, and a mouth sewn with crossed threads. Xiao Xian recalled that De Zhuang had seemed terrified of Xiao Mei over the past few days in the courtyard. So she created a doll in Xiao Mei's likeness, and it worked. The Xiao Mei doll emitted a voice even shriller than the original, "You filthy insect. Behave yourself." At the sound, the furious De Zhuang's eyes flickered with fear as he found a second Xiao Mei standing before him. In the distance, Xiao Mei was still dodging the luminous arrows. The Xiao Mei right in front of him threw De Zhuang into confusion. But as he stared at the doll in a daze, it lashed a steel whip toward his neck. De Zhuang had to grip the whip with both hands to prevent it from strangling him. The doll's strength was nearly a match for Xiao Mei's. Ji Chuan observed the shifting battlefield with keen interest. Everyone was growing rapidly through real combat. Spotting his chance, Wu Qian used his grappling hooks to climb De Zhuang's body again. This time, however, whenever De Zhuang tried to jump or twist, the Xiao Mei doll held him fast, rendering him immobile. The others also attacked De Zhuang with their abilities, providing cover for Wu Qian. Standing on De Zhuang's shoulder, Wu Qian yanked hard at his head and grabbed a fistful of hair. Meanwhile, Lin Lulu collapsed from exhaustion. Just as Xiao Mei was about to deliver a finishing blow with her steel whip, Ji Chuan called out, "It's over." Everyone did well. Ji Chuan healed the group, and Lin Lulu gradually regained consciousness. This drill showed great improvement from all of you, but we need to learn from the experience. Xiao Mei wins, De Zhuang loses. De Zhuang and Lin Lulu both hung their heads, looking disheartened. De Zhuang, why did you only attack Wu Qian? Ji Chuan wanted to gauge the extent of De Zhuang's intelligence. Because he gave orders before the battle started, he's the captain. I needed to cripple the team's core first. Your thinking is sound, but when you find one opponent too tough, you should prioritize taking out the others nearby. They can help the core member secure victory. Each member on De Zhuang's side played to their strengths. That's teamwork. And next time, don't reveal your plan to the enemy. Ji Chuan turned to Wu Qian, who nodded. Lin Lulu, why did you lose? Because I was alone, so I lost. Lin Lulu turned her head away indignantly, accusing Ji Chuan of settling scores under the guise of training. You lost because you're too lazy. Ji Chuan gave her a gentle flick on the forehead. You only train when I make you. Your ability is so powerful, yet even now it's still underdeveloped. If real danger comes, can you protect everyone? Among us, your ability is the most suited for offense. All you do is snack and play cards with no sense of urgency. Hearing this, Lin Lulu lowered her head, unable to argue. All right, you made significant progress today. From now on, everyone can train with De Zhuang and Xiao Mei, or you'll always remain inexperienced newcomers. I don't want what happened to the team at the ability user base to happen to you. You have the strength to fight, but lack of experience and courage turns you into easy targets. Look at Jiang Yi. Right after training, he's already doing planks. Great attitude. Keep it up, everyone. Dismissed. Ji Chuan's words ignited the spectators' spirits. Xiao Xinshi and Fan Jiahao wanted to contribute, and without thinking they used their abilities on Jiang Yi. Just wait until I stand up, you two will get it. Jiang Yi didn't retort aloud at Ji Chuan's praise, but inwardly fumed, his face dark as those two mascots always targeted him. Gu Yunqi helped Lin Lulu up and led her toward the hall. Lulu, you were amazing out there. I saw your luminous arrows could track the target. Lin Lulu's face showed no joy. I think Ji Chuan is right. I've always relied on his protection. Every time danger came, I couldn't really help. That's not true. You've saved us before, Lulu. You're our main force. But Lin Lulu's expression was filled with melancholy. My ability is indeed stronger than the others. I had the power all along, but only today did I discover what it could really do. She blamed herself, knowing Ji Chuan had always been kind and never harsh, but she couldn't keep being so carefree. Today's experience taught her that waiting to be protected only put her in danger. Learning to protect herself was the safest path, and she had been taking things too easily. Everyone must be tired. Dinner's ready. Eat up and you'll feel better. Chef Zhao warmly invited everyone to the dining hall. Making food with restorative properties was the only way he could contribute, and he cherished this base deeply. Every member was doing their part for the group. Lin Lulu sighed and resolved to undergo special training with Xiao Mei every day from now on. Huang Mao had already been waiting in the waiting room on the 9th floor for 12 hours, but this time it was the staff coming to escort him. Finally, it's my turn. Your work efficiency is too low. Huang Mao complained. Unlike the beautiful woman who had guided him to the waiting room this time, he was escorted by 2 armed guards. The 2 guards showed no reaction to Huang Mao's words, merely flanking him as they moved towards their destination. I'm tired. Where's my room? I just want to sleep now. Why does this floor look like it's all laboratories? Where's the living area? Huang Mao started to feel uneasy as he looked at the surroundings, recalling what the blind old man had said about them being experimental subjects who didn't need accommodations. At that time, he thought the old man was talking nonsense. However, as they walked through the floor, he discovered it was indeed filled with laboratories. Clearly, the people from that room had never come out. How could that old man possibly see these labs? Huang Mao fell silent, a thread of anxiety rising within him. Despite thinking the old man's words were absurd, the scene before him didn't resemble a place that offered lodging. This floor resembled a research center or perhaps a hospital. In his anxiety, he arrived at a room where the center featured a single bed. Rather than a bed, it resembled a multifunctional chair one would sit in at a dentist's office, surrounded by various connected devices. One could more aptly say the entire room looked like an operating theater. Several individuals in white coats were already standing there watching him. Did we take a wrong turn? Huang Mao felt cold sweat running down his back as he looked at the scene and instinctively reached for the door behind him, only to find the guards blocking his actions. Come over and lie down, and we're going to do a physical examination. The white coat staff spoke in a gentle tone, as if addressing a frightened child facing a dentist. It seemed normal to come to the base for a physical, especially given the outbreak of the zombie virus outside. They couldn't just let people live here. Huang Mao thought this and gathered his courage, convincing himself that those terrifying ideas were just his overactive imagination. Moreover, these 2 guards didn't seem like they would allow him to leave. Huang Mao had no choice but to lie down on the bed. However, as he did, he found his hands and feet were being restrained by metal locks on the bed. What are you going to do? Huang Mao panicked. Oh, what kind of physical examination would restrict his freedom like this? One of the white coat staff picked up a mask without explaining anything and placed it over the struggling Huang Mao's face. In just a moment, he fell asleep like a child. A blue crystal core is embedded in live specimen No. 53, a 23-year-old male. Embedded core electrical type specimen's ability type enhancement target embedding location heart experiment begins. After a simple disinfection, the scalpel cut open Huang Mao's chest. Just moments ago, Huang Mao had been boasting that it was finally his turn, claiming to be the strongest in the room. Zhomi didn't care as long as he and his daughter were safe. Waiting was fine. He knew the base accepted many survivors, and arranging rooms for them one by one was perfectly normal. Just being able to save them was enough for him to feel grateful. Waiting a little longer was nothing. Moreover, people were continuously being called out of this room, and others were entering, so he just had to wait. The door opened again. Zhuoji in pain. The old man beside Zhomi trembled. No one else was as impatient. He slowly stood up and sighed, looking at Zhomi's daughter in his arms. The old man leaned close and whispered, "There's a freight elevator 30 meters to the southeast. The code should be 1218. If you have the ability, take the child and escape." Zhomi felt somewhat perplexed. Why escape? What was the old man talking about? How did he know the elevator's location and code? Thinking back to the old man's previous words, Zhomi furrowed his brow as he recalled the entire process. Inquiring about abilities was normal, but after the staff learned about his and his daughter's abilities, they indeed showed looks of disdain. He had also handed over his phone, but weren't the members of the frontline teams communicating using their phones on their way back to the base? Could it be that only those going out on missions were allowed to have phones? Why did this waiting room have no windows, and instead of a lounge it felt more like a confinement room with thick metal doors? Zhomi felt a bit anxious watching his daughter sleep peacefully. He was extremely worried. If he got out, he would need to carefully observe the surroundings, and if anything seemed off, he would do whatever it took to save his daughter. The door opened again. Zhou Yuan. The man no longer had the joy he had when he first entered the base. He picked up his daughter and walked out heavily. 2 guards led the way, one in front and one behind, while Zhomi carefully surveyed his surroundings. It was indeed all laboratories and equipment, and his unease grew stronger. He began to recall the old man's words about the freight elevator to the southeast. "Gentlemen, I need to use the restroom. Oh, I've been waiting so long that I can't hold it anymore." The 2 guards exchanged glances. "Then hurry up." They changed their course, leading the man towards the restroom. Sure enough, they spotted the elevator to the southeast, but the restroom was at the far end, and they were about to miss it. Zhomi had no chance to enter the elevator. Even if he did, he would be subdued by the 2 guards. He trudged along holding his daughter. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up." The guards had become alert to Zhomi's behavior. With no other choice, he picked up a trash can from the hallway and threw it with all his might at the guards, then rushed towards the freight elevator as fast as he could, holding his daughter. In just a moment, he was easily subdued by the guards. Pretty clever. Zhomi, who was already holding his daughter, found that throwing a trash can had no effect. The guard with confinement abilities had already bound his arms, and another guard snatched his daughter away. 1-1. The sudden movement made Zhou Yuan cry, but the guards gave them no chance to breathe and directly took him to the operating room. "Let me go. Give me back my daughter." Zhomi had no power to resist as the guards took Zhou Yuan to another room. Zhomi had already seen the operating table in front of him. "How did you find out?" The staff in white coats looked at Zhou's registration information, waking up to know the current time. What a useless ability, but it's still a rare time-related ability. This specimen is quite good. Zhou Mi completely believed the old man's words now, but it was already too late. He did not respond to the white coat staff, but struggled intensely as everything before him indicated that his daughter was undergoing similar experiences. His daughter would also be used for their experiments. Realizing this, Zhou Mi's eyes turned red. The family he had fought to protect in the apocalypse was down to just his daughter, and now he had placed her in danger himself. The strength of an ordinary person was utterly insignificant. The guards easily restrained Zhou Mi on the operating table. The white coat staff placed a mask over Zhou Mi's face, and he fell asleep. Zhou Mi believed his ability was to know the time upon waking because whenever he fell asleep, there was a time panel in front of him that kept moving. It was as if the screen of an electronic clock was continuously repeating itself in his dreams. No matter what scene he dreamed of, the time-bearing electronic screen was always present. Moreover, he had checked several times upon waking, and it matched normal time. In pain, Zhou Mi cried in his dreams, knowing that both he and his daughter were to become subjects of experimentation, most likely facing death. If only I could go back to before we got on the vehicle. Given another chance, he would never place his hopes on going to the ability user base. No matter how difficult it was, he would strive to keep his daughter alive. The time panel in his dream began to shake violently, and Zhou Mi was astonished to see the time on the screen continually retreating. The time froze at noon today, the very moment he encountered the ability user base team with his daughter. A blinding light flashed in his dream, and Zhou Mi slowly opened his eyes. What are you waiting for? Get it. After clearing the nearby zombies, the superpowered squad members found the man before them rather peculiar. A moment ago, he was overflowing with gratitude, telling his daughter they were finally saved. Yet now he stood frozen in place. What are you doing? Are you coming or not? Zhou Mi stared at the surrounding scene, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Feeling the warmth of his daughter's hand, he realized he had truly returned to the moment before boarding. Tears burst forth instantly. Ignoring the squad members' urgings, he scooped up his daughter and sprinted into the distance. Captain, what's wrong with that guy? He's running away instead of getting on. Should we chase him? Let him be. There are many survivors waiting for our rescue. If he doesn't want to come, so be it. Hearing the vehicle door slam shut and the engine fade into the distance, Zhou Mi's taut nerves finally relaxed. He had escaped that man-eating den of horrors. But now where should he take his daughter? Ji Chuan felt a momentary daze. What just happened? What was I supposed to do? Oh right, I came out to find spirit cores. The problem is too many superpowered squads are active now. I need to avoid them. Ji Chuan soared through the sky, sensing the spirit cores across the entire region. There are quite a few high-grade cores nearby. But where should I go to crack them open? Ji Chuan fixed his gaze on an abandoned factory. He drove away all the zombies in the vicinity, ensuring it would barely draw any attention from the superpowered squads. Ji Chuan waited idly for the walnuts to drift toward him when he noticed a lavishly equipped team heading his way. He had a premonition. They were coming for him. He wasn't sure why he was so certain, but he simply flew to the factory's eaves and waited in silence. Should I possess someone to observe? I've never fought a red spirit core before. Yet the moment the thought arose, Ji Chuan dismissed it outright. How strange today is. Ji Chuan felt his mind in chaos, yet it seemed he could make the right decision about everything before him with absolute certainty. The team had already gathered beneath him. Hey young man, it's dangerous up there. Don't move. Need us to get you down. We meet again. Ji Chuan's deep voice rang out, but he himself was startled. Why did he say again? The leading man was also puzzled. Had they met before? Captain, he's a zombie. Hearing Yuan Sen's warning, Xia Yiqing frowned. This handsome young man, like a work of art in the apocalypse, was a zombie. This time you still have a chance to flee. Before you make a move, I won't harm you. Will you cherish it? Ji Chuan's voice was even more languid and confident than Xia Yiqing's. Young man, you seem quite strong. So confident you can defeat us. Xia Yiqing waved his hand, and everyone assumed a battle formation. Ji Chuan leaped into the air with ease, the eaves behind him exploding. Xia Yiqing launched a barrage of attacks, yet Ji Chuan dodged every single one, as if he possessed precognition, perfectly anticipating his trajectory. Is this possible? A flicker of unease rose in Xia Yiqing's heart, but he dared not halt his movements. The newcomers had heard of number one and stood frozen in place. Even if the newcomers attacked, it would be nothing but scratching an itch. If he couldn't handle Ji Chuan, everyone would die. Yet before he could unleash his gale, Ji Chuan had already moved. The entire sky darkened. In an instant, pitch blackness enveloped everything, making it impossible to see even a hand in front of one's face. Captain Xiaohe's. Ugh. Before Yuan Sun could finish, he collapsed to the ground. Hearing Yuan Sen scream, the newcomers panicked, shrieking and launching chaotic attacks, nearly hitting Xia Yiqing. Everyone calmed down. Sense his position. But Xia Yiqing felt as if a mountain had been pressed upon him. His entire body tensed, veins bulging from his legs. He heard his teammates' unending screams accompanied by the sound of flesh tearing. It was as if Ji Chuan were disemboweling them, fear gnawing relentlessly at Xia Yiqing's heart. He had never experienced such a one-sided battle. A pair of scarlet eyes lit up before him, and Xia Yiqing nearly screamed in terror. Kneel. Yes, master. Xia Yiqing sank to his knees like a soulless puppet. Ji Chuan made no further move. He swiftly burst out of the barrier and fired a speck of light toward a direction his subconscious dictated. The light shot forth like a bullet, and upon reaching its destination, the area began to be devoured by gray. Time within the region stood still like an artistic space carved from plaster. Inside, a slender, delicate-featured youth was pulling out 4 playing cards poised to throw them forward. Yet now he was frozen motionless. Ji Chuan walked in slowly, cupped the youth's face in his hands, and fixed his scarlet eyes on the young man's gaze. "Put down your cards." Ji Chuan's ghostly whisper echoed, and the youth's body gradually regained its color. He knelt silently before Ji Chuan, the two of them, like the protagonists of this gray realm. "Yes, master." Ji Chuan tilted his head, hoisted Song Si onto one shoulder, and then picked up Xia Yiqing on the other. He flew back to the stronghold. Ji Chuan felt as if the day had passed in a blur, yet he couldn't grasp what had happened. It was like a dream, and he recalled every detail of it. Only this time he had mended all the regrets from that dream. "Chief, who are these two?" Su Shen looked at the two people Ji Chuan had brought back with some curiosity. Both had been subdued via mental control, which was unusual. Ji Chuan rarely forced anyone into the base. "The captain of the superpowered base's combat team. The other one is no pushover either. They tried to kill me, and I turned the tables." Ji Chuan spoke as if it were nothing. "Grant them loyalty." Su Shen nodded. The two, still under control, offered no resistance and accepted the state of loyalty. Xia Yiqing gasped for air, still in the throes of his near-death terror. But upon seeing Ji Chuan, the fear vanished, replaced by a deep-seated respect and trust. "Chief." Xia Yiqing bowed his head. Ji Chuan nodded. "Chief." Song Si, standing beside him, also bowed. Hearing the voice, Xia Yiqing turned in shock. "Xiao Si, what are you doing here?" "Thanks to you." Song Si rolled his eyes. That big fool Xia had dragged him into this mess. "What? I was trying to save you, but the chief caught me. So here I am. Our chief is incredibly strong. Even you got caught." Xia Yiqing swallowed hard, feeling foolish about his arrogance. Song Si sighed. The bad news was that he was captured. The good news was that Xia Yiqing was here too, and he actually kind of liked this new chief. He had no deep attachment to the superpowered base. Having the important people by his side was enough. Clatter. It was the sound of a bowl hitting the floor. Wu Qian was by the window sipping the medicinal porridge Zhang Yun had brought him when he spotted two figures in the courtyard. They were unmistakably the two main captains of the combat team. Wu Qian felt the urge to slap himself. Both were top secret-level superpowered elites. Had they defected too? This time Ji Chuan once again chose to combine the evolvable crystals. He summoned everyone down for training, hoping they would grow as quickly as possible. "Old Wu, you're not dead." Xia Yiqing and Song Si exclaimed in astonishment at Wu Qian. "They said you were a philanderer, but who would have thought you'd latch onto the leader's coattails?" Wu Qian was at a loss for words, unsure how to explain. "It's nothing like that. I was framed by Su Wanwan. I was nearly dead, but the leader saved me. I knew Uncle Wu was upright and couldn't have done such a thing." Song Si flashed a sunny smile, looking like a guileless child. Xia Yiqing, however, felt a deep pang of guilt after hearing Wu Qian's words. So many people around him had been saved by Ji Chuan, who had even given them a chance to leave. Yet he had stubbornly insisted on his own path, not only attempting to kill Ji Chuan, who had rescued so many, but also costing his own team members their lives. The guilt, compounded by the influence of his loyal state, left Xia Yiqing utterly dejected. Fortunately, Song Si was there to keep him company. Living in this stronghold didn't seem so bad after all. "And you too. How did you end up here?" Song Si pointed at Xia Yiqing. Big dummy Xia overestimated himself and tried to kill the leader. "I overestimated myself trying to save him from the leader. When we woke up, we were both members of the stronghold." Xia Yiqing hung his head in shame. "Enough reminiscing. Let's start training." Ji Chuan used Xia Yiqing's group as an example, urging everyone to keep improving and once again split them into two teams. Xia Yiqing and Song Si were singled out. Ji Chuan felt that this kind of training would be of little use to them. "Leader, I can take charge of training the members from now on," Xia Yiqing said. Song Si nodded in agreement. "Leader Big Dumb. Brother Yiqing is indeed very experienced in teaching ability users. He's a renowned instructor in the base. I always hand over the newcomers assigned to me to him because I found he teaches much better than I do. If newcomers learn well, their chances of survival increase." "So that's what you were thinking, Xiao Si? I thought you were just being lazy." Xia Yiqing grabbed Song Si's hand excitedly, never expecting Song Si to be so kind-hearted. No wonder he always let Xia Yiqing teach the newcomers. It was all for their benefit. Song Si gave an awkward smile and nodded. In truth, the main reason was his own laziness, impatience, and bad temper. Ji Chuan nodded. He had intended to offer guidance himself, but upon hearing Song Si's suggestion, he decided to let Xia Yiqing give it a try. "Then Xia Yiqing, you'll be in charge of training Dazwang's team. Song Si, you try guiding Lin Lulu." Both nodded. Multi-person combat instruction was Xia Yiqing's forte, and while Song Si lacked Xia Yiqing's experience, he was more than capable of handling a novice like Lin Lulu. "Then let the training begin." Without a word, Lin Lulu raised her hand and shot an arrow. "Sis, you just shoot like that. What else?" Lin Lulu was a bit exasperated with this newcomer. The young man's words were rather unpleasant. "Don't you aim." "I did aim." Xiao Mei's steel whip had already lashed out. Talking to Song Si, while facing Xiao Mei, Lin Lulu found herself struggling, her arm already injured. "Your ability. I feel you've barely developed it." Lin Lulu bristled at Song Si's words, determined to show him a thing or two. She instantly fired 3 light arrows. "Is that all you've got? What use is quantity if you can't hit your target?" Lin Lulu was now tempted to make Song Si her target. "How can I hit her when she's so fast?" Another lash struck her leg, and she winced in pain. "Sis, who can outrun an arrow?" Since you can't aim at a fast-moving target, why not try making the arrow chase it? What? Make the arrow chase it? Lin Lulu was dumbfounded. Did he think her arrows were obedient dogs that could chase things on command? Could she communicate with her arrows? She tried to sense the connection between herself and the arrows. Her eyes widened in shock. She could actually feel her will influencing the arrows. She attempted to change the arrow's trajectory, and the arrow indeed flew in the direction she imagined. Following Song Sis' advice, she mentally connected with her arrows and gave them commands. The arrows began to pursue Xiao Mei on their own. The first arrow pierced Xiao Mei's abdomen from behind, while the next two arrows chased her simultaneously. Sis, you're pretty sharp. If you hadn't caught on, I wouldn't have bothered with you anymore. Lin Lulu finally understood why Song Si was reluctant to teach newcomers. His mouth was foul, and he had no patience. His instructions were also vague and unclear. It was sheer luck that she had figured it out on her own, a testament to her brilliance. She fired light arrows continuously. Xiao Mei was already struggling to dodge 2 arrows, and when the number increased to 5, she quickly succumbed. Ji Chuan was pleasantly surprised by Lin Lulu's performance. It truly took experienced guidance to foster rapid growth. Little girl, why aren't you moving? What's your ability? Xiao Xian had already experienced Xia Yiking's strictness, feeling as if she were back in school facing her homeroom teacher. My ability is to create dolls with abilities. I'm thinking about what kind of doll could turn the tide. Dolls with abilities. Xia Yiqing pondered for a moment, then suddenly understood. A puppeteer, huh? Winning here is simple. Old Wu stopped trying to climb his neck, switch to offense. Everyone increase your firepower. Wu Qian knew Xia Yiqing was experienced and followed his instructions to the letter. Little girl, the puppeteer is a very powerful ability. You can create strong puppets through your imagination. Think, what is the most powerful puppet you've ever seen? Xia Yiqing guided Xiao Xian gently. Xiao Mei is afraid of Dazhuang. Xiao Xian spoke like a child eager to answer in class. She had often noticed that whenever Dazhuang approached Xiao Mei would whip him far away. Think again. Is there anything more powerful than Xiao Mei? Just as she thought she had the right answer, Xiao Xian fell into deep thought again. Something more powerful than Xiao Mei. Superman. Powerpuff Girls. Sailor Moon. She scratched her head, watching everyone struggle in the arena. Dazhuang swung his arms ferociously, so different from his usual gentle self. I know. Light emanated from Xiao Xian's hands, and with the enhancement of Gu Yongxi's ability, a figure slowly materialized. It was a crude doll of Ji Chuan. Xiao Xian remembered that Dazhuang was most docile in front of Ji Chuan, and Ji Chuan was the strongest person she had ever seen. The doll's face was round with 2 red buttons for eyes. Its body lacked Ji Chuan's muscular definition, instead resembling a Michelin man with its bulbous segments. Yet its overall features unmistakably identified it as Ji Chuan. The Ji Chuan doll slowly floated onto Dazhuang's head. With a time freeze, Dazhuang turned gray. The doll plucked a strand of Dazhuang's hair, and Dazhuang reverted to green. The battle was over. Xiao Xian, you're amazing. Lin Lulu rushed over and began pawing at the Ji Chuan doll. Ji Chuan's face darkened. Ha ha ha, your doll is adorable, Ji Chuan. Xiao Xian, how long can this doll last? Can you give it to me? Ha ha. Lin Lulu was far less injured than last time, and now she was laughing with unrestrained joy. A doll this big will disappear quickly. Xiao Xian had a premonition, and sure enough, moments later the Ji Chuan doll collapsed like a pile of cotton. What about a smaller doll? Smaller dolls without abilities should last forever. Xiao Xian, make me a doll of the leader. Zhu Zhu had somehow appeared before Xiao Xian, her cheeks flushed. And me? Gu Yunxi also raised her hand, blushing. Ji Chuan looked exasperated. Do you all think I'm invisible? Everyone fell silent. But Lin Lulu whispered in Xiao Xian's ear, offering to make them privately in exchange for candy. Xiao Xian nodded happily. Ji Chuan pretended not to hear. Su Xin also planned to ask Xiao Xian for a custom Ji Chuan doll. From that day on, Xiao Xian became the most sought-after person in the stronghold. After the training ended, Ji Chuan continued to emphasize the importance of growth, stressing that everyone should rely more on themselves rather than others. Xia Yiqing took the initiative to assume the role of training instructor, and he was very strict. Ji Chuan nodded in approval. He was very satisfied with Xia Yiking's training. Lin Lulu lowered her head, knowing that Ji Chuan had always been quite lenient. As the main combat force of the base, she needed to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the base and could not solely depend on Ji Chuan. She decided to train more with Xiao Mei and let Song Si guide her. Although he had a sharp tongue, his insights were keen, allowing him to see her potential. Ji Chuan was about to probe further into Xia Yiqing and Song Si's knowledge, wanting to know the whereabouts of Song Huai within the base. As the leaders of the combat team, the two might know something. But he sensed 2 golden crystal cores approaching within the area, surrounded by a large number of zombies. Ji Chuan sighed. He initially thought to let them fend for themselves and gather 2 more crystal cores, but upon possession, he found a father desperately protecting his daughter, which softened his heart. Ji Chuan flew over. Zhou Yuan was curled up in her father's embrace. The zombies had surrounded them. Although her father wielded a scavenged machete with all his might, he posed no real threat to such a multitude of zombies. She felt that both she and her father would die here. She did not understand why Dad had not gotten on the base's vehicle, but every decision her father made had its reasoning. Being with her father was the most reassuring. Zhou Mi's eyes turned crimson, despite her trembling legs, she still raised the knife and wildly slashed at the zombies before her. Why was this happening? She had already been reborn once, why could she not escape the fate of death? She wanted to activate her abilities again, but now without sleep, she could not find that screen with time. Jomi felt despair. Dying on the operating table, or in the mouth of a zombie, the current situation was even worse than choosing the former. Nwan, I'm sorry, but it was Dad who made the wrong choice. As the zombies lunged at them, Jomi held his daughter tightly in his arms. He trembled all over, but the imagined pain of being torn apart did not come. The surrounding zombies all halted their movements, silently retreating to welcome their king. Ji Chuan slowly descended from the sky, standing before the father and daughter. Jomi noticed the abnormality around him and slowly looked up to meet Ji Chuan's blood-red eyes. Jomi could not comprehend the situation before him. He glanced around. The previously ferocious and frenzied zombies were now eerily quiet. You are safe now. Ji Chuan's deep voice was the most beautiful sound Jomi had ever heard. In his understanding, zombies did not speak. So while Ji Chuan appeared somewhat grim, he should just be a powerful human with abilities. Thank you. Do you know the way to the Oligia Hotel? I heard there's a stronghold there, and I want to try to see if my daughter and I can join. After giving up on going to the ability user base, Jomi was considering where to go next, knowing that with their abilities, it would be impossible for them to survive. He could only pin his hopes on a collective. Rumors online suggested that there was a new stronghold in the Xinghe district, and since he was close to Xinghe district, he could only try his luck. In a city full of zombies, he did not have the luxury of time for deep thoughts. He could only keep moving forward with a glimmer of hope. I am the leader of the stronghold. Oh, I can take you there. Jomi burst into tears, realizing that this opportunity did not go to waste. With an enhanced perception of energy, Ji Chuan was able to understand it more thoroughly than Yuan's son. Yuan's son could only sense the type of abilities, but Ji Chuan could directly feel the specifics of the abilities. When he saw Jomi and his daughter, he wanted them to join the base, not realizing they were already looking for their stronghold. This was because he saw that Jomi's ability was actually related to time, specifically the sleep rewind. Although Tangyu's rebirth was more dominant, Jomi's ability had greater strategic value. Even if the activation conditions were somewhat harsh and might not be usable in emergencies, this ability was undoubtedly very powerful. Ji Chuan suddenly found the answer to his strange feeling throughout the day. That feeling of having seemingly experienced everything before, of having a strange premonition of many scenarios. Upon seeing Jomi, he understood that Jomi had activated his abilities at least once. It seemed that others did not have this feeling. Why was it that he was left with such an impression? Ji Chuan could not comprehend. As for Zhou Yuan's ability, Ji Chuan could not understand it. It was a healing type ability, but was named Mermaid. What did a mermaid have to do with healing abilities? While experiencing flight, Zhou Yuan gradually relaxed, curiously looking down at her feet, realizing she was really flying. Dad, we are flying. Zhou Yuan exclaimed excitedly. Although this big brother felt a bit cold, he could actually fly. He was a superhero. Nwan, don't move around. Zhomi felt a bit dizzy from the aircraft. Having never been on such an open-air plane, and already fearing heights, he struggled to control himself and turned pale. Fortunately, the journey was short. He saw himself entering the black mist above the hotel. Upon landing, he discovered that the entire hotel was surprisingly tidy in this apocalyptic world. Ugh! Zhomi could not hold back. At the moment of landing, he threw up, but with an empty stomach, he only expelled some bile. He continuously apologized to Ji Chuan, feeling embarrassed. Ji Chuan raised his hand, and Zhomi, fearing he was about to be struck, closed his eyes only to feel a wave of warmth envelop him. A green light emanated from Ji Chuan's hand. The dizziness that had overwhelmed him moments ago suddenly dissipated as Ji Chuan was treating him. Thank you, leader. It's mealtime now. You and your daughter should go to the restaurant to eat. All right, thank you, leader. Without abilities registration or phone handover, although Zhomi noticed two fierce-looking zombies in the courtyard, they did not seem to harbor any hostility toward him. Recalling how all the zombies had ceased their attacks earlier, he speculated that the leader possessed a powerful ability specifically against zombies. Sushin quickly welcomed the newcomers. In the restaurant, everyone was chatting and laughing, creating a warm atmosphere. But Zhomi remained tense. After handing the people over to Sushin, Ji Chuan left as he did not need to eat. Although Zhomi was very hungry, he did not dare take too much food, instructing his daughter to take less, as well, fearing to leave a bad impression. Your daughter is still growing. How can she get by with so little? Seeing that Zhomi was somewhat embarrassed, Sushin directly helped them gather a lot of food. The stronghold is well stocked. Don't worry, eat well. After the meal, I will take you around. Zhomi nodded in gratitude. He found a corner and began to eat with his daughter, having not enjoyed such a lavish meal in a long time. His hands trembled a bit while eating. Xiaoxian noticed them from afar and ran over excitedly. This is for you. Xiaoxian presented a very cute doll, and Zhou Yuan looked at Zhomi, anticipating his response. Seeing the eager expressions on Xiaoxian and his daughter's faces, Zhomi nodded, saying, quickly thank your sister. Zhou Yuan instantly burst into laughter as she adored this doll. It was Xiaoxian's first encounter with peers in the base, and she was incredibly happy. The friendship of children is also very pure. They were already planning to play together after the meal. Xiaoxian, let your sister eat well, don't disturb her. Zhang Yun walked over shyly, smiling at Zhomi. Xiaoxian is a bit excited to meet someone her age. Sorry for the trouble. No, Anan also hasn't played with peers for a long time. After saying this, Zhomi felt a bit dazed as the fresh food filled his taste buds. His daughter should have been happily playing with peers and enjoying parental care, yet he felt so useless, unable to save his own wife. Awaken had lost her mother like this. The plain scene before him was unexpectedly a happiness he had not experienced in this apocalypse for a long time. Whether it was due to the joy of surviving a disaster or the guilt towards his daughter, Zhou's tears kept falling. The rookie squad led by Xia Yiqing was completely annihilated. Captain Xia and Captain Song are missing. Yes, Chief. Captain Song was close to Captain Xia before he disappeared. We fear he may have met with the same fate. There were signs of a struggle at the scene, but not intense. The opponent struck with ruthless efficiency. The squad members died almost instantly. Captain Xia and Captain Song are likely in grave danger. Li Jingru nearly collapsed, his body trembling. Xia Yiqing was not only the base's main combat force, his ability was exceptionally powerful, ranking among the highest level ability users ever detected. He also served as an instructor at the base. Most newcomers with formidable combat-type abilities were assigned to Xia Yiqing, who excelled at unlocking their potential. How could such a formidable powerhouse meet with misfortune? The entire squad perished in an instant. Song Ci was the base's secret weapon with an ability level matching Xia Yiqing's. However, he possessed consumable items corresponding to his power. Some cards were so potent, they were considered humanity's hope. And he too met with such a fate. Was it the Galaxy District? Li Jingru's eyes were vacant. He had a guess. Yes. Hearing his subordinates reply, Li Jingru understood. The only one capable of this was likely number one. Li Jingru picked up his phone, then put it down, his face twisted with indecision. Hadn't Du Ling and Cui Zixuan said that number one wouldn't actively attack humans? Could it be that Xia Yiqing and his team struck first? But Su Wanwan had also claimed it was a bloodthirsty monster. Send nearby teams to investigate further. Check for surveillance footage and see exactly what happened at the scene. Yes. Captain Xia and Captain Song have fallen. This is no joke. I'm not joking. Word is Captain Xia led a team to collect mutant corpses in the Galaxy District today, and they ran into number one. The entire squad was wiped out. Nonsense. Don't listen to him. No bodies of Captain Xia or Captain Song were found at the scene. They're only missing for now. How could Captain Xia and Captain Song die? I don't believe it. Captain Xia trained me. He was too strong to be defeated by zombies. They're just missing. If you ask me, maybe they eloped. Have you ever seen Captain Song act coy with Captain Xia? Captain Xia blushed all the way to his ears. What are you saying? Captain Xia is mine. Enough. You're all too carefree. I'm never going to the Galaxy District again. Captain Xia and Captain Song may be missing, but the others are dead as doornails. Good thing I'm not assigned to the Galaxy District. I'm going to tell my captain to refuse any missions there. The mess hall was noisy. Su Wanwan slowly scooped up her food, her movements deliberate, her attention fixed on the conversations around her. She caught news of Ji Chuan. From what these people said, Ji Chuan was now capable of annihilating a squad led by a high-level ability captain. A deep unease settled in her heart. The last time the zombie disguised as Yin Guang had glared at her with venomous hatred. Though that zombie was dead, just an ordinary mutant. But Su Wanwan felt certain it was Ji Chuan. She would never mistake that look. Now Ji Chuan's power seemed to have grown even further. Thankfully, she had been assigned to the logistics department and rarely needed to leave the base. Otherwise, she'd be constantly terrified of Ji Chuan finding her. But what if Ji Chuan kept growing stronger? What if he surpassed everyone in this base? That day, Ji Chuan had sat on a throne built from zombie corpses, exuding a terrifying pressure that nearly suffocated her. Every time she dreamed of that scene, she woke in a panic. She often dreamed of her parents begging her not to kill them, of Lu Hao saying it was all her fault, of Wu Qian pressing a dagger against her throat. Wanwan. Su Wanwan jolted, her spoon clattering onto the table. Cui Zhan noticed her pallid complexion and wanted to show concern, but instead startled her. Su Wanwan didn't care much for Cui Zhan. Many at the base liked her, but she hadn't found a suitable target yet. Cui Zhan was just a member of a reconnaissance squad, not even a captain. A mere sprint ability. What future was there in being a little faster? She would never agree to be with him. Still, Cui Zhan was useful. Thanks to his presence at the scene, Wu Qian's death had gone smoothly, otherwise her solo act might have raised suspicion. It's nothing, Brother Zhan. I was just lost in thought. Wanwan, you need to eat properly. You're so thin because you don't take care of yourself. Cui Zhan reached out to affectionately ruffle Su Wanwan's hair, but she subtly dodged his touch. She didn't want anyone to misunderstand her relationship with Cui Zhan. She needed a strong ally, and Cui Zhan clearly couldn't fill that role. Thanks for your concern, Brother Zhan. I understand. Then Wanwan, how about we go to the entertainment center this afternoon after I return from my mission? I've saved up quite a few points from recent tasks. No need, Brother Zhan. Your missions are dangerous, and those points weren't easy to earn. I have things to do tonight, so I won't trouble you. Before Cui Zhan could insist, Su Wanwan stood up, picked up her tray, offered a gentle smile, and walked away. Wanwan is such a good girl. She's not easy at all. Cui Zhan gazed at Su Wanwan's retreating figure, sighing inwardly. Her slender waist stirred a restless longing in him. Have you heard of Song Hua in the base? Xia Yiqing and Song Ci shook their heads. They had always been fighting on the front lines and hadn't paid attention to the newcomers. Song Hua. Was he the one who went to Lanshan Villa looking for you that day? Wu Qian's face filled with surprise. That was the young man who had sent their team on the mission. You? Ji Chuan hadn't expected that the one who knew the truth was right beside him all along. But since he had never asked Wu Qian, he couldn't very well lose his temper. Was he in the car that day? Yes. Only old Wang and him were left in the car. Actually, when I investigated earlier, I suspected he was looking for you. But he said his friend was 175 centimeters tall with delicate features, so it couldn't possibly be you. I never made the connection. Ji Chuan understood. In Song Huai's memory, he was still his human self, a quiet homebody. Now Ji Chuan stood at around 184 centimeters, with a muscular build and sharp angular features. No one would link the 175 centimeters, delicate-faced person to him. How is he? This was what Ji Chuan most wanted to know. After we escaped that day, he still wanted to find you. But the base deemed it too dangerous. Seeing how agitated he was, they used mental control on him. Wu Qian tried to speak calmly, fearing he might provoke a war between the two bases. Though he was now part of the new base, he didn't want innocent lives lost in conflict. Just as he had suspected, Song Huai was under control. If it had been him and Old Wang in the car that day, Old Wang was just an exploration-type ability user not worthy of a red crystal core. Then the red crystal core could only belong to Song Huai. What is Song Huai's ability? I don't know. The base didn't let me ask. It seems to be a classified ability. As expected, Song Huai's ability was clearly valuable to the ability user base. Ji Chuan had no idea what state he was in now. He clenched his fists, his resolve to personally go to the ability user base and rescue Song Huai, growing stronger. After a few days of adapting to the base, Zhomi realized he was incredibly fortunate to be there. The living quarters were luxurious, supplies abundant, and many formidable experts stood guard. He dared not reveal his specific ability, merely vaguely claiming that upon waking he knew the exact time. Anan openly displayed her power of blowing bubbles, and no one deemed it useless. Instead, they praised ANS bubbles for their beauty. Zhomi discovered that the base also housed an ability user who could make people turn around and do planks. Even such an ability user thrived here. This base was a warm community. Meanwhile, these days were among the happiest for Xiao Xian and Anan. The two quickly became close friends. Are you getting used to life at the base? Zhang Yun asked gently, her voice always soft, for she was a gentle soul. While the two children played together, their parents watched nearby. Zhomi gradually grew acquainted with Zhang Yun. I feel like I'm dreaming now. I never imagined I could live such a life during the apocalypse. Indeed, we are all fortunate. Zhang Yun recalled the day Ji Chuan saved her. Facing those renovation workers armed with tools, she and Xiao Xian had nearly perished at their hands. It was Ji Chuan who pulled her and her daughter from the abyss. These two children have been having such a wonderful time these past few days. Zhomi's lips curled upward involuntarily. He felt it had been ages since he last smiled. Yes, thanks to an ANS arrival. Xiao Xian couldn't play with the adults, and she was quite lonely before. Meeting Xiao Xian is an ANS luck. She's usually too shy and not good at making friends. Xiao Yan, what are you chatting about? Zhomi wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he felt Wu Qian deliberately stood between him and Zhang Yun. Everyone was kind to him except Wu Qian. It wasn't that Wu Qian was unfriendly, but there was a hint of hostility in his eyes. Talking about the kids. Seeing them play happily makes me happy as a mother. Zhang Yun's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Xian. Though she often played with her daughter, Xiao Xian found greater joy with peers of her age. The kids are safe enough in the base, you don't need to keep an eye on them every second. Cough, cough, cough. Brother Wu, what's wrong? Feeling unwell again. Cough. Maybe I haven't fully recovered. I feel weak and dizzy. Xiaoyan, could you help me back to my room? Wu Qian's expression suddenly turned weary. Ah, sure. Zhou, could you watch Xiao Xian for me? He'll help Brother Wu upstairs. Zhomi thought he detected a hint of smugness in Wu Qian's eyes. Zhang Yun was too naive and kind. Dizziness from coughing. What a farce. It was clearly an act. As a newcomer, Zhomi said nothing, wanting only to live peacefully with his daughter. Chief, the only surveillance nearby is at a convenience store far away. The footage is blurry and has no sound. Li Jingru took the tablet. In the video, Ji Chuan seemed to sense something and flew out of the factory, sitting on the eaves. After a while, Xia Yiking's team approached from afar to Ji Chuan's feet. Unable to discern what was said between them, Xia Yiqing launched an attack. Li Jingru saw the shattered eaves and continuous explosions around Ji Chuan. Then Ji Chuan struck and the entire area darkened. Shortly after, Ji Chuan rushed out of the surveillance range and returned carrying 2 people as he flew away. Despite the blur, Li Jingru could tell that the people Ji Chuan carried were Xia Yiqing and Song Xiai. But the distance was too great to determine their condition. Could they still be alive? Why would number 1 take them away? The methods number 1 used in the video had not been reported before. Previous witnesses only mentioned his Earth-based attacks, but the video clearly showed dark attribute abilities. Wasn't Qi Guang from Yan Guang's team a dark attribute ability user? Dark attributes were rare. Could this be a coincidence? Li Jingru suddenly felt a chill, suspecting that Ji Chuan's growth secret was cannibalism. But why were the other members at the scene left with pierced chests and shattered heads, their bodies abandoned, while he took the 2 captains away? Li Jingru narrowed his eyes. Could it be that he can't digest special grade abilities immediately, or that he currently can't consume them? Li Jingru's eyes lit up. If so, Xia Yiqing and Song Xiai might still be alive. The Jianghua City ability user base might still have a chance to turn things around. Notify the 7th Squad and Chui Zishuan to explore the Star River District for number 1's whereabouts. Xia Yiqing and Song Ci are likely imprisoned by him and still alive. Understood. Upon receiving the mission, Ji Chuan felt her world collapse. She had avoided all tasks in the Star River district, fearing an accidental encounter with Ji Chuan that might make him think she still harbored strange intentions toward their stronghold. Now this mission forced her to lead her entire team to Ji Chuan's home. Du Ling, who didn't smoke, lit a cigarette and arranged to meet Ji Chuan in a small forest outside the base. Afraid of encountering Wu Qian's ghost, few people came here anymore. But Ji Chuan and Du Ling had both seen Wu Qian alive, so they weren't scared. What do we do? Since their last return, Du Ling had transformed from a spirited young man into a scruffy, bearded figure. How should I know? You always ask me. Can't you think of something yourself? Deliberately lead the way wrong. As soon as we step into the Star River district near Oligier, do you think he won't sense us? Will we even get a chance to explain? A single rock spike would burst straight through your backside. Du Ling clutched his head in anguish, already picturing the scene. Then what other options are there? The team won't listen to us. They won't just scout the outskirts of the area. Even if they split up, once any team member entered Oligier, Ji Chuan would surely sense their connection. It was said that zombies had keen noses, he might even sniff out their scent from them. For now, they had only avoided the Star River district for missions. But if Ji Chuan discovered that someone from their team had disturbed him, even going out for tasks in other districts might become problematic. They both felt that Ji Chuan had means to track them down and kill them no matter the district. In their imaginations, Ji Chuan was like an omnipotent, malevolent spirit capable of appearing in their dreams to slay them. Why don't you just tell your captain the truth and persuade him? Ji Chuan couldn't think of any other solution. If only Du Ling were the captain of the 7th Squad. Tell the truth. Say we deliberately withheld information. That we knew all the details of that day but said nothing, knew the location of their stronghold but didn't reveal it, and even the chief interrogated us personally. How is that any different from being traitors? Du Ling, you're a genius. What do you mean? How about we defect? My captain is already there anyway. Ji Chuan, have you lost your mind? Su Wanwan set up a chess game in the chess room, assuming an impressive posture as she played against herself. This was already her 8th game tonight. Miss, you have quite the elegant pastime playing chess by yourself. Hearing a male voice, Su Wanwan felt a surge of excitement within, but she feigned a startled and flustered expression on her face. My apologies, miss, for startling you. It's nothing. I was so absorbed in the game that I didn't notice anyone approaching. Why do you play alone? The man looked puzzled. My father taught me chess when I was young, and as I grew up, I would always play against him. He once told me that life is like a game of chess. Many sacrifices are made for greater gains. But I can never see him again. Today I miss him. Su Wanwan's expression turned sorrowful. At this moment, she was earnestly playing the role of a daughter reminiscing about her loving father. The man was visibly moved and silently sat down opposite Su Wanwan. Miss, would you care to play a game with me? Su Wanwan's sorrowful expression shifted to joy. Really? Then I shall seek your guidance, sir. Recently, Su Wanwan's idle chatter in the logistics department revolved around the base's high-ranking officials. As a newcomer, her curiosity about the base's personnel structure raised no eyebrows. From among the high-ranking officials, she meticulously selected a target. Su Huaiji, the direct manager of the base's combat teams, was 45 years old. His family had perished in the jaws of zombies, and he once had a beloved daughter. He had spared no effort in her upbringing, ensuring she was proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Whenever he missed his daughter, he would come to the base's chess room late at night to play alone, even muttering his longing for her under his breath. Once a guard had stumbled upon him and was thoroughly startled. Thus, for several consecutive days, Su Wanwan played chess in the room, repeatedly, a place rarely visited by anyone else at night. Finally tonight, she met Su Huaiji. This was a chess game meticulously arranged for him. Though Su Wanwan's understanding of chess was shallow, she understood men. Thank you, sir, for playing chess with me. It has eased my longing for my father. You keep calling me sir. Do you not know me? Su Wanwan shook her head innocently. Not long ago, my parents died in the jaws of zombies. Fortunately, the base people rescued me, and I survived. I've been working in the logistics department and don't know anyone here. Su Huaiji was even more moved. This young woman's experience mirrored his own so closely. My surname is Su. Very well, Mr. Su. It's getting late, and I have work in the logistics department tomorrow. I should retire for the night. As they tidied up the chess set, Su Wanwan seized the opportunity to accidentally brush her hand against Su Huaiji's. Mr. Zu's hands are very warm. My father's hands were just as warm as yours. Su Wanwan forced a resolute smile, packed away the last chess piece, and walked out with a forlorn expression. Su Huaiji stared after her silhouette, lost in thought. Early the next morning, Chi Feng led Squad 7 and Ji Chuan to depart for the Xinghe district. Although Chi Feng had heard about the incident at Xinghe district, one he had no right to refuse. Among the reconnaissance squad, Squad 7 had strong self-preservation abilities, but weak combat prowess. The commander had likely considered this, assigning them the task of exploring one and pairing them with Ji Chuan, who possessed teleportation abilities. Thus, there was no reason to refuse. Chi Feng steeled himself and set off. Given the danger of one, we cannot split up. If danger arises, Ji Chuan will teleport everyone immediately. Remember to hold hands or maintain physical contact. If you're not connected to me, you'll have to escape on my own. No. One is terrifying. I've encountered it up close. Cui Zixuan had her life on the line today. Her previous words were no joke. If real danger came, she wouldn't bother with them. They weren't her squad, so she felt no attachment. But why are you carrying a cage of pigeons? Will feeding them to the zombies make them leave us alone? Cui Zixuan asked Su Kuan of Squad 7 curiously. My ability is Pigeon Whisperer. I can communicate with pigeons. They have a strong sense of direction and can help us scout. I know today's mission is dangerous. This cage of pigeons is my entire fortune. Excellent. Let's stop advancing and let the pigeons do all the work. Cui Zixuan was thrilled. How could Du Ling have kept such a talented person in his squad a secret from her? Pigeons have limited recognition abilities. They don't know exactly what our target looks like. They can only roughly identify suspicious areas. If they find a suspicious area, they can't determine whether a squad leader Xia or squad leader Song are inside. That's still up to us. Cui Zixuan's spirits sank again. Orijar was shrouded in black mist. Even a pigeon could tell something was off there. When the time came, they would still have to explore it themselves. If another squad was wiped out this time, what would they say when they returned? Cui Zixuan's mind was consumed with thoughts of defection, yet she feared approaching Ji Chuan. She might not even get a chance to speak before meeting her end. Twice in front of Ji Chuan, her ability had been forcibly interrupted before she could activate it, leaving her kneeling on the ground. Now Cui Zixuan was almost conditioned to think of kneeling whenever she thought of Ji Chuan. The cage of pigeons had already been released. Cui Zixuan and Du Ling enjoyed the final calm before the storm, silently praying that these foolish pigeons would find nothing. Though the Xinghe district was not small, with a cage full of pigeons patrolling the skies, they could quickly survey the general situation. The pigeons would report any unusual circumstances to Su Kuan, such as large gatherings of zombies or people stationed in force. However, subtle details were beyond the pigeons' observation. They couldn't comprehend the anomalies, unless one possessed a higher-level avian control ability that allowed sharing the bird's vision. But such an ability had only been seen online, and the base had attempted to contact that person without receiving a response. Thus, whether that person was still alive or the ability even existed remained unverifiable. The moment Squad 7 set foot in the Xinghe district, Ji Chuan could sense them. Ji Chuan knew the ability user base was constantly collecting mutant corpses, so he didn't take them seriously. Recently, fewer and fewer squads had been coming to the Xinghe district, which pleased Ji Chuan. It meant fewer walnuts would be taken away. But why was this squad bringing a group of life forms without crystal nuclei? And why were these life forms moving so fast? Unable to contain his curiosity, Ji Chuan flew into the sky and looked in the direction of the life forms. Is this a bird? Oh, it's a pigeon. Through possession, Ji Chuan saw the squad members and was startled to find Cui Zixuan and Du Ling among them. Ji Chuan sneered and used a sliver of shadow force to pierce the pigeon's heart. The pigeon, after falling to the ground, slowly rose again, its eyes bloodshot and its body drenched in blood. Ji Chuan pointed gently forward, and the pigeon flew back in the direction it had come. Pigeons gradually returned, and Su Kuan chatted with them as they came back. One pigeon appeared extremely flustered, flapping its wings frantically as it flew towards Su Kuan. What are you doing? Ouch. Su Kuan felt both helpless and puzzled by the frantic pigeon, signaling it to slow down and explain. Coo 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 coo. What? A zombie-like creature is behind you. What are you talking about? Coo coo coo. It's coming right now, eh? Su Kuan looked in the direction the pigeon indicated and indeed saw another pigeon flying toward them. However, that pigeon seemed severely injured, its feathers stained with blood. Its flight movements were also somewhat stiff. What is that? The zombie pigeon drew closer, and as it entered everyone's sight, Cui Zixuan felt goosebumps almost fall to the ground. There was a distinct bloody hole in the pigeon's chest around which dense small tumors had grown. Its eyes were bloodshot and its movements were mechanical. Run, run. Cui Zixuan had a very bad feeling about this thing, even suspecting it was Ji Chuan's warning to her. Zixuan, it's just a pigeon, no big deal. Chi Feng breathed a sigh of relief, seeing it wasn't a mutated zombie. He raised his pistol, fired 2 shots, and the zombie pigeon fell to the ground. Seeing the pigeon stop moving, Cui Zixuan finally relaxed. But she noticed a zombie in the distance staring at them. Though it was far away, this zombie was distinctly different from the others. It was staring intently at her. Though it didn't look like Ji Chuan, the zombie's gaze sent chills down her spine. That zombie is watching us. Let's go. Tell the leader to send another team to explore and say we found nothing today, okay? Zixuan, what's wrong with you today? Has Captain Wu's death hit you that hard? Our second team's usual missions are far more dangerous than this. Look at that zombie. It's observing us, and it's even smiling. Everyone looked in the direction Cui Zixuan pointed. Indeed, a zombie faced them, but it just stood there without any reaction. Ji Chuan was indeed smiling. He hadn't expected Cui Zixuan to be so timid. He had merely possessed the zombie to see if Cui Zixuan and Du Ling were foolishly seeking death, and then he witnessed the scene before him. It seemed they were coerced. Cui Zixuan kept urging them to leave and hadn't revealed any information about the base's location. As the others sighed, helplessly waiting for more pigeons, Ji Chuan waved at Cui Zixuan. Oh, it waved at me. Cui Zixuan screamed in terror. But when the others looked at Ji Chuan, he pretended to be an ordinary zombie, aimlessly wandering like the ones around him, showing no difference from the rest. Chi Feng furrowed his brow slightly and exchanged glances with his team members. Du Ling was also terrified, his hands trembled beneath him. After Cui Zixuan's warning, Du Ling kept watching that zombie from the corner of his eye. He had seen the wave himself. Du Ling was certain it was Ji Chuan. His hands shook so badly that he shoved them into his pockets, maintaining a facade of nonchalance. Seeing that no one was looking at him anymore, Ji Chuan made a throat-slitting gesture toward Cui Zixuan, accompanied by a sinister smile. Wah. It wasn't me, I didn't want to come. Don't blame me, I was forced, I didn't say anything. Cui Zixuan felt her legs give way, collapsed to the ground, and burst into tears. Chi Feng even thought Cui Zixuan had gone mad and planned to report it to the base after the mission. As the only one who could understand Cui Zixuan, Du Ling also felt darkness closing in. He had also seen the throat-slitting gesture. Though he didn't know what method Ji Chuan used, ordinary zombies could never have such rich body language. I didn't want this either. The base ordered our team to go on this mission. It wasn't my choice. We have no say, Du Ling suddenly shouted. Chi Feng's eyes widened, utterly baffled by the two people before him. Ji Chuan almost laughed out loud, teasing them was so amusing. But from their words, Ji Chuan decided not to kill them. It was clear they were truly coerced. As it turned out, when facing life and death, pride indeed meant little. Captain, all the pigeons are back. Nothing unusual was found except the pigeon that turned into a zombie, which explored the southeast direction at 1 o'clock. Based on the pigeon's round-trip time, it's about 7 kilometers away. Su Kuan checked the electronic map, zooming in on that location. That area should be the Oriole Hotel. Not there. Cui Zixuan cried, even more sorrowfully. Ji Chuan's smile vanished. That pigeon keeper was truly a genius. It seemed his peaceful life was about to be disturbed again. Ji Chuan angrily pointed at Cui Zixuan repeatedly. Cui Zixuan broke down. Let me go home, I want to go home, Wawa. You got the wrong location, it can't be the Oriole Hotel. Don't report it. Everyone thought Cui Zixuan had lost her mind and ignored her. Captain, early in the apocalypse, someone filmed that hotel being converted into a base. It might really be problematic. Yeah, I heard Captain Yan's team headed in that direction during their last mission too. Du Ling, what do you think? You were there last time, right? Chi Feng ignored Cui Zixuan. Du Ling also collapsed. His usually unreliable teammates were all surprisingly sharp today. Whenever he couldn't think of an excuse, head turned to Cui Zixuan, but she was already broken. What should he do now? What could he say? He glanced at the zombie out of the corner of his eye and saw it standing with arms crossed watching him. Du Ling was 100% certain now. That was definitely Ji Chuan. He needed to stay calm and protect his own hide. Du Ling felt that if he said even one wrong word, a rock spike would shoot straight from his behind out through his mouth. His chest heaved violently, his vision began to blur, and he felt as if he had low blood sugar. I think. It's not that direction. That day we actually encountered. Northwest. Du Ling, you little bastard, have you been sneaking drinks? If Du Ling hadn't been right in front of him ever since the mission started, Chi Feng would have thought he'd just downed a bottle of liquor, given how abnormal he seemed. Captain, don't report that. It would really be dangerous. Du Ling had wanted to give up, but his loyalty to the team wouldn't allow it. Cui Zixuan looked up at the zombie, but found it had already merged into the crowd, its movements unremarkable. She breathed a sigh of relief, took several deep breaths, and slowly stood up. But just as she steadied herself, she heard that familiar voice. I heard you were looking for me. Ji Chuan hovered in the air, watching them, tilting his head and flashing a smile at Cui Zixuan and Du Ling. Cui Zixuan plopped back down, feeling as if her heart had stopped. There was no doubt that the talking monster before them was number one. Its immense pressure nearly paralyzed everyone's thoughts. Zixian quickly. As anticipated, they joined hands, though Cui Zixuan knew it was futile. Before Chi Feng could finish his sentence, they followed her lead and knelt on the ground. What are you doing holding hands? Playing ring-around therapy like children. Ji Chuan descended slowly from the sky, eyeing Chi Feng with amusement. At most there were only purple crystals on site, which didn't interest Ji Chuan. He merely wanted to toy with them. In that moment, Chi Feng understood Cui Zixuan. True terror only struck when facing number one directly. And Cui Zixuan had endured it twice. There would always be a brave soul who dared to resist before grasping the opponent's strength. A quality praised as human courage. Zheng Ji, the only attack-type mutant in Team 7, was such a man. In that moment, he believed he alone could vanquish the monster. Though the base was rife with legends of number one, the creature's appearance was eerily human, lacking any strong visual shock. Kneeling on the ground, barely able to lift his head, he emitted a purple glow. Behind him stood a sword-wielding woman, ethereal and ghost-like. Ji Chuan had long noticed his movements, but was curious about the necromantic summoning ability he witnessed for the first time, eager to see the effect of summon heroic spirit. He allowed the sword's spirit to attack him. The blade clanged against his body, failing to even breach his hardened skin. Ji Chuan clicked his tongue and struck the sword spirit with a knife-hand blow, but it passed through as if hitting air. He raised an eyebrow, finding this somewhat intriguing. In an instant, Zheng Ji, who had summoned the sword spirit, collapsed. No one knew what had happened. Cui Zixuan, trembling violently, had learned her lesson well. She had the most experience facing Ji Chuan. Ji Chuan had merely used shadow energy to form a fine needle piercing from beneath the chin through the man's head. The sword spirit dissipated instantly. Only boundless terror remained. Though Team 7 was adept at self-preservation under the crushing gravity, even moving a finger was agonizing. The sound of flesh tearing echoed. Though they could only glimpse from the corner of their eyes, they knew Ji Chuan was disemboweling the fallen corpse. A chill seeped into their very pores. I forgot to mention, I like those who obey and I don't attack humans unprovoked. But exceptions are made for those who strike first. If you can't defeat me, the one who attacks will surely die. Catching the crucial clue in Ji Chuan's words, Chi Feng responded immediately. We will never repeat this mistake. We were merely following orders. Please forgive us. We will never set foot in the Star River district again. They'll give you this chance, but there won't be a next time. With that, Ji Chuan vanished. He had merely used the shadow art to hide in the darkness, not teleporting over a distance. Yet his sudden disappearance made him seem mysterious, a style he found impressive. The gravity lifted, and the team slowly rose. Du Ling, trembling, pulled out a cigarette. But his hands shook so violently that he fumbled the lighter several times. Chi Feng stared at the corpse on the ground, finally grasping Cui Zixuan's ordeal. Her behavior had not been madness. It was a normal human reaction. Think about how to report to the base. Cui Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, only Du Ling had been her teammate in such ordeals. Now the entire Recon Team 7 was in the same boat, sparing her from concocting flimsy excuses alone. Let's go somewhere else. Cui Zixuan nodded and used teleportation to exit the Star River district. Report truthfully. Are you sure? She couldn't believe her ears. Chi Feng was audacious. Chi Feng nodded. The leader has an interrogator by his side. Ooh, I can't lie. You could just tell trivial truths. Cui Zixuan and Du Ling had gotten by that way, surprised by Chi Feng's lack of wit. He shook his head. It's pointless. Even if we know the truth and avoid the Star River district, other teams will come. There will be more sacrifices. Better to tell the leader the truth and see if he decides to stop sending teams or dispatch experts for further action. Cui Zixuan was stunned. Sending others meant letting them die instead. You sly old fox, she thought. Chi Feng, you old fox, you're not using your head at all. You're safe, leaving the thinking to the leader and the danger to the base's other experts. Since he wanted to say it that way, so be it. He was the captain of Team 7 with higher authority. It wasn't her words, so if Ji Chuan got angry, it shouldn't fall on her. Only after the group had left did Ji Chuan emerge from the shadows, flying toward the stronghold. If discovered now, it would be awkward and damage his mystique, but he wasn't worried. With his two powerful detection abilities, life perception and energy perception, no one could catch him traveling. Without hesitation, he consumed the newly obtained purple crystal. What intrigued him about this ability was that ordinary physical attacks seemed ineffective against spiritual entities. Could the main body remain unharmed while the spirit attacked continuously? Ji Chuan, with his many defensive techniques, believed this ability would exceed its value in his hands. After all, ordinary people couldn't have multiple abilities. The other summoning heroic spirits lacked means to protect the main body. Back at the base, Ji Chuan wanted to activate his new ability, curious to see the form the sword-wielding woman would take under his summon. Black energy seeped from his body, slowly coalescing into a spirit. He eagerly turned to look. The spirit gradually took shape, becoming a dog-headed humanoid. What's this? The heroic spirit I summoned is a dog. Before him stood a beast man as tall as himself with a dog's head, but a human-like body covered in fur, standing on two legs. I am not a dog. I am the great wolfman race. Submit to my rule, puny human. I am the greatest king of the wolfmen. Ji Chuan's eyes flickered red. He raised his hand and delivered slap after slap to the wolfman. The wolf king was beaten into a dog. What was happening? How could this man suppress him? The wolf king sensed his aura and his pupils contracted. He wasn't human, but an undead. He suddenly remembered he had died long ago, so long that he had nearly forgotten his kin. The unfamiliar surroundings and strange aura suggested this was not his world. Stop hitting me. The wolf king wanted to resist, but the man had a natural oppressive force over him. Each slap left his handsome wolf face swollen. Wow, and look. Brother Ji Chuan brought back such a big Akita. Xiao Xian, excited, led in forward to pet him. The wolf king was devastated. His round, swollen face didn't understand what Akita meant, but he knew dog. He bared his teeth at Xiao Xian, only to receive another slap from Ji Chuan. The wolf king had no choice but to squint, ingratiatingly hook his paws over his chest and lie on his back, exposing his belly for the two little girls to pet. Not there. The wolf king screamed inwardly, but meeting Ji Chuan's icy gaze, he dared not make a sound. Tears slid from his squinted eyes. Was this hell? That's how it is, Chief. Our squad can't go to the Star River district anymore. If we do, well, all die. Chi Feng spoke his advice, earnestly uncertain of how Li Jingru would decide. But whatever the choice, he wanted no part in it. His only wish was to protect his own team. You encountered number 1, and he let you go. Zheng Ji died because he attacked number 1. Chi Feng nodded, resolving to tell the truth plainly. Li Jingru fell into deliberation once more. It seemed that as long as one did not actively attack number 1, death was avoidable. All who had perished before likely attempted to strike him. But Xia Yiqing and Song Xiai were in number 1's grasp. If they delayed until number 1 could absorb a special great ability, not only Jianghua City, but the entire world might fall under his dominion. Li Jingru trusted his intuition firmly. He believed Ji Chuan had taken Xia Yiqing and Song Xiai to absorb their crystallized cores. There must be restrictive conditions preventing immediate absorption. After Chi Feng left, the interrogator fully confirmed the veracity of his account. Li Jingru felt he could delay no longer. Finally, he lifted his phone and dialed the number labeled The Other Shore. An unknown grade mutant zombie has been discovered in Jianghua City. It is suspected of having the ability to devour ability users and grow continuously, requesting reinforcements. Ji Chuan found the Wolf King before him somewhat peculiar. The spirit that had faced Zheng Ji seemed like a soul entity with simple attacks lacking any tactile sensation. Yet this Wolf King possessed a physical form, though Ji Chuan could still recall him at will. He wondered why this ability manifested so differently within himself. Sensing no drain on his own energy from the Wolf King, Ji Chuan let him roam the base to better understand him. Xiao Xian and Nen adored the giant dog as children were always fascinated by furry animals. Whenever the Wolf King bared his fangs, a sidelong glance at Ji Chuan's watchful eyes made his gaze turn innocent, and he would endure the children's roughhousing. I am after all the chieftain of the Wolfmen tribe. Could you grant me some dignity? The Wolf King approached Ji Chuan with a grin, wagging his tail ingratiatingly. Tisk, master, I was wrong. Please don't be angry. My belly is wonderfully soft. Feel it. Cold sweat nearly dripped from the Wolf King as he dreaded another round of Ji Chuan's fierce slaps. How strong are you? Ji Chuan was curious about the level of this summoned spirit. Among the Wolfmen, I am the mightiest. But compared to you, my master, I am but a mayfly, a blade of grass. Enough. See that green zombie? That's De Zhuang. Fight him. Ji Chuan cut off the Wolf King's flattery, wanting a direct measure of his power. Hearing this, De Zhuang was elated, bounding like an ape to the courtyard's center, staring at the Wolf King with excitement. Big doggy. Big doggy. De Zhuang shouted gleefully. But the Wolf King's eyes turned ferocious as he turned. I hate being called a dog more than anything. Unlike his docile demeanor before Ji Chuan, the Wolf King bared his fangs and lunged at De Zhuang with a fierce attack, disregarding the vast size difference between them. De Zhuang was swift, swinging a fist the size of an oven toward the Wolf King. But when it struck the Wolf King, there was no impact. The Wolf King's sharp claws sliced clean through De Zhuang's arm, exposing the bone beneath. Ji Chuan was astonished. Fortunately, De Zhuang felt no pain. He quickly reinforced his other arm, the green skin turning as hard as steel, and swung it with full force at the Wolf King. Clang. The Wolf King blocked with his claws, his legs digging deep into the ground, leaving 2 pits. De Zhuang's reinforced strength was immense, and the flesh on his other arm rapidly healed. Not giving De Zhuang a chance to fully recover, the Wolf King deflected the pressure, dodged swiftly in the opposite direction, and twisted midair to extend his claws toward De Zhuang's head. But a wall of rock blocked him. Enough. Both ceased their assault and knelt on one knee before Ji Chuan. Ji Chuan hadn't expected the Wolf King to be so formidable, effortlessly cutting through even the thick-skinned De Zhuang. He now had a preliminary grasp of the Wolf King's strength. Brother Ji Chuan, we want to play with the big doggy. Xiao Xian and then clung to Ji Chuan's leg, while the Wolf King's face showed resistance, his eyes pleading for help. Go play. Don't let the children get hurt. If they do, we'll pluck every hair from your body. The Wolf King began to tremble, lamenting his fate of being summoned to a master as ruthless as a living king of hell. Big doggy, lie down. Let's play horsey ride. Anan grew fonder of this place with playmates and such a gentle creature. Anan carefully climbed onto the Wolf King's back, while Xiao Xian in front gripped his mane. Hold on to his fur like I do, and so you won't fall off. Okay. Anan mimicked, grabbing tufts of fur from the Wolf King's back, eagerly awaiting movement. Giddy up. Big doggy, run. Xiao Xian shouted. The Wolf King, like a beast drained of all lives desire, his eyes devoid of luster, crawled slowly around the courtyard with his head low. Thus a once mighty Wolf King became a child-rearing tool, and Ji Chuan even named him Xiao Hui. His noble Fenrir lineage seemed destined to end in disgrace. Ji Chuan noticed that no teams had entered the Star River district lately, taking his earlier words to heart. Yet he sensed a steady decline in life forms across the city. Numerous other strongholds had formed in the area, with survivors huddling together for warmth in the apocalypse. Ji Chuan had no intention of interfering. Thanks to his energy perception, Ji Chuan now cracked nuts with precision, refusing abilities that offered no use to him and becoming increasingly picky. He scoured the city for abilities related to stealth and concealment to avoid being detected again during infiltrations. Xia Yiqing stared blankly at Yan Guang, who was washing vegetables in the kitchen. Xiao Xi, did we mistake him for someone else? Hey, old Yan. Old Yan. Song Xi called out to Yan Guang. Yan Guang looked up, bewildered, pointing at himself. Me, sorry, wrong person. Seeing Yan Guang's confused expression, Song Xi found it odd how much he resembled the man they knew. Wu Qian pulled them aside. You didn't mistake him. That's old Yan. A while back he broke into the base by splitting the gate open and was the first to attack the leader. The leader erased his memories and left him here working in the kitchen with Chef Zhao. They call him Potato now. Hearing this, Xia Yiqing felt a chill of fear. It was sheer luck that she had retained her consciousness and survived. Otherwise she might have been washing vegetables beside Yan Guang, and she shuddered at Ji Chuan's taste and names. I think we'll run into more familiar faces in the base. Song Xi took a large bite of his burger. The food here was undeniably more delicious than at the ability user base. Why? Do you have a precognition ability from your card enhancement project? You know how people in that base are. Every one of them, just like you, thinks they're invincible with a bit of power. None of them are cautious. Xia Yiqing was left speechless by Song Sis' words. Arrogance was innate in the strong until they encountered someone mightier. Wanwan, why are you crying? Su Huaiji asked, somewhat taken aback. In the few days he had known Su Wanwan, he had found her to be an innocent and kind-hearted child. Yet the Su Wanwan before him now seemed deeply sorrowful, tears slowly trickling down her fair cheeks, stirring a profound ache in his heart. I'm fine, Mr. Su. I just miss my father so much. I recall how helpless I was when he faced the zombies, unable to assist at all. He was killed by them, and I am filled with guilt. Being with you, Mr. Su, I've realized you remind me so much of my father. Unconsciously, I think of him again. Mr. Su, though it may be presumptuous, would you allow me to call you Dad? Seeing Su Wanwan's fragile and sorrowful expression, Su Huaiji swallowed hard. It had been a long time since he had felt this way. After losing his family, his heart was filled with nothing but hatred for the zombies. He used his formidable abilities to annihilate countless undead. He felt as though he had become emotionless, merely a machine of slaughter. But no amount of killing could fill the void within him. The longing for his family tormented him daily. Especially when he thought of his sensible daughter. Recalling how she admired him while playing chess, how she pouted and threw tantrums. It all brought him unbearable pain. Until that night, he met Su Wanwan. She was so pure, so kind. Like him, she mourned her loved ones. Since then, he found himself thinking of her face intentionally or not. But it was not an overlap with his daughter's image. The feeling was something he found hard to articulate. Faced with the crying girl, Su Huaiji's heart stirred. Yes, he agreed, as if refusing would shatter the heart of this innocent, kind girl. He did not want to see her sad. Dad. Su Wanwan threw herself into Su Huaiji's arms, her cheek pressing against his firm chest. The fragrance of her hair filled his nostrils as he slowly raised his arms. He embraced her slender waist. Her body was so soft, instinctively his arms tightened, holding her closer. But Su Wanwan in his arms was not crying. Instead, she lowered her head and revealed a meaningful smile. Have you chosen a candidate? You mean you'll send reinforcements? Good, very good. The Jianghua City base for ability users will fully cooperate. Li Jingru finally received the answer he had been hoping for. He had been anxious these past few days. He had worked hard to compile and report all data on Subject 1, ensuring it was a sample unlike any other city in the post-apocalyptic world. Initially, his superiors did not believe zombies could possess such abilities, but after seeing several blurry video recordings, they hesitated. The first video was shot by Du Ling at Ziyu Bay, showing him attacking a backpack zombie with fire and metal manipulation abilities. The second video showed someone driving away with a whip-tailed zombie. According to the report, a 10-man elite squad encountered Subject 1. While searching for the whip-tailed zombie, 7 were killed on the spot, and Subject 1 used advanced Earth-based abilities. It was highly likely that Subject 1 had taken the whip-tailed zombie and already possessed the strength to eliminate the entire elite squad. The third video was from a convenience store surveillance camera near an abandoned factory. It showed that Subject 1 could not only fly, but also use shadow abilities. Combined with the state of the 2 elite ability squad leaders at the time, it was suspected he also possessed mind control abilities. The Jianghua City base for ability users would not dare fabricate such evidence. If such a zombie truly existed, it could well be the most dangerous mutant ever detected in the world. The superiors continued using the codename Subject 1 for Ji Chuan. Such rapid growth in such a short time was undoubtedly a ticking time bomb for humanity. Although the report mentioned that Subject 1 could communicate and had promised not to harm humans voluntarily, promises from a zombie could not be trusted. It might even be a delaying tactic, as Li Jingru speculated. The creature was waiting to digest the elite abilities. If it succeeded, all of humanity could face annihilation. Thus, powerful reinforcements must be sent to Jianghua City to eliminate Subject 1. Only then would humanity's future be secure. The combat team captain of Jianghua City is way too incompetent. Ha, no kidding. Look at the video. 2 elite ability users were carried away on someone's shoulders. Ha. A girl with a bun hairstyle pounded the ground with laughter, finding the scene utterly hilarious. The operations meeting room of the Jinglian City base for ability users was buzzing. The room was filled with the top 10 combat teams. The gathered elites scoffed at the video data and analysis reports on Subject 1 from Jianghua City, feeling the city was making a mountain out of a molehill. Quiet down. If their analysis is accurate, Subject 1's power is not only growing, but he may also possess 5 to 6 different abilities. The group looked at the commander in silence, but contemptuous smiles still lingered on their faces. Jinglian City had awakened a large number of elite ability users, achieving the lowest casualty rate in the nation and even maintaining order in the city, a remarkable feat. Having many abilities doesn't mean strength. 100 low-level abilities are no match for 1 high-level one. Exactly. And Jianghua City speculates Subject 1 can drive. Isn't that ridiculous? Talking is already absurd, but driving. Ha. I think Jianghua City just has a powerful ability user who refuses to obey the base's orders. In the video, it looks like a human, nothing like a zombie. This was the judgment of most. In the blurry footage, Ji Chuan showed no zombie traits. Moreover, no other city had reported cases of zombies growing, talking, or driving. They suspected the mental state of the report's author in Jianghua City. Quiet. The leadership has decided to reinforce Jianghua City. If the report is true, Subject 1 will be a highly unstable factor. Timely investigation and elimination are the best course. Who will go? He'll go. If the target is indeed a zombie, I am the best choice. A middle-aged man in a hooded cloak spoke. His appearance was unhealthy with sunken cheeks. The commander nodded. Besides Wang Lin, who else? The girl with the bun hairstyle raised her hand eagerly. Me. She was too excited. The zombies in Jinglian City posed no challenge. She had heard that other cities were mostly in dire straits, and as someone who loved thrills, she couldn't miss this. Moreover, she wanted to see those idiots in Jianghua City. They were so hilarious, she had almost laughed herself to tears earlier. She was already looking forward to eliminating Subject 1 and returning to share the joke with everyone. Is everyone here? Su Wanwan, what are you doing here? Li Jingru looked at Su Wanwan, who had entered the conference room with some displeasure. Chief, I believe Su Wanwan is truly capable and has very intuitive experience dealing with Subject 1, so I've already transferred her from logistics to be my assistant. Su Huaiji felt a sense of accomplishment meeting Su Wanwan's grateful and admiring gaze, knowing Li Jingru would not question his personnel decisions. Let's begin today's main agenda. I have reported Subject 1's activities in our city to Jinglian City. Considering we have lost 2 special grade ability squad leaders, Jinglian City has agreed to send combat support. First, we need to arrange the combat team to assist Jinglian City's main force and finalize our battle plan. Second, logistics must arrange the reception and accommodation for the Jinglian City forces. Logistics Chief Jiang Zhilan glanced at Su Wanwan. Su Huaiji had suddenly taken Su Wanwan from her department, and although losing one person was no big deal, Su Wanwan had not said a word to her beforehand. Chief, accommodation and reception are no problem, but what if the main force wants to shower? Logistics must conserve water as the base has more and more new members. Jiang Zhilan was being deliberately difficult. Even accommodating a whole team for showers would be fine. But she was displeased that combat could take her people whenever they wanted, and that Su Huaiji would speak to her like that for Su Wanwan. Have personnel check the new arrivals. With so many people registering every day, can't we find a water-type ability user? Feeling uncomfortable under Jiang Zilan's gaze, Su Huaiji answered before the chief could speak. Li Jingru nodded. The captains from Jinglian City are taking a great risk coming here. We must try to meet all their requests. Water-type ability users will be prioritized for transfer to logistics, so don't worry about that. Jiang Zhilan nodded. Su Wanwan felt the woman glance at her again. Then the most important thing is to decide on the personnel for the support operation. Does anyone have any suggestions? Li Jingru was conflicted. He believed Subject 1 was extremely dangerous and was unsure how many people to send to ensure victory. If the Jinglian City team could defeat Subject 1, he could send anyone from his side. But what if they weren't strong enough? Sending people then would be a death sentence. Jianghua City could not afford to lose any more major combat strength. He felt the zombies in Jianghua City were abnormal. With further evolution, borrowing forces from other bases might become the norm. He did not want to make a unilateral decision. He needed to hear others' opinions so that even if the outcome was unfavorable, they would face it together. For matters where he lacked confidence, dragging more people to share the burden would ease his conscience. Since Jinglian City is the main force, I think we shouldn't send overly assertive individuals. Instead, we should send those who are mild-tempered and willing to follow orders. That way, if anything goes wrong, we can justify ourselves to Jinglian City's investigation. Su Huaiji knew his squad leaders well, most were arrogant, and unless there was a significant power gap, refused to submit to peers. What if we win? But what if we lose? If Jinglian City's investigation finds we didn't contribute much and let them do all the fighting, how do we explain the casualties? I think we should send the main force. Jiang Zhilan simply wanted to contradict Su Huaiji, but her argument had merit. Not sending the main force would mean letting other bases' people die for them, making future requests for aid difficult. Our goal is to cooperate with Jinglian City's main force to win. Sending all our main force wouldn't hurt. They act on their own and can't coordinate, it might even backfire. That just shows Minister Su lacks leadership skills, unable to command his own people. While Minister Zu's attention is all on the new recruit, he has no time to understand his old subordinates. Jiang Zilan's smile was tinged with sarcasm. Su Huaiji was furious but held back harsh words. There was history between him and Jiang Zhilan, and he felt guilty toward her. Enough, Huaiji. Can you talk to those main squad leaders about following Jinglian's command? Li Jingru thought Jiang Zhilan was right. If they failed without sending their main force, they would have let other cities' people die for them. How could he report that? Regardless, their deployment had to be defensible. Chief, let them in. I want to hear their own opinions. All right. Dr. Xiao, how are your research results coming along? Currently, the crystal cores can stably provide energy to ability users. We have only one successful experimental subject, but its emotions are very unstable, and it is still under observation. It cannot be put into use yet. Brother Wang Lin, can you make Xia Lian and Lan Xing stay away from me? They've started to stink. The plane from Jinglian City's ability user base was flying to Jianghua City, carrying the aid team sent by Jinglian. The girl with a bun hairstyle fanned the air beside her nose, a look of disgust on her face. The hooded man said nothing, but the 2 people behind Shin Mengting silently stood up and walked to the back of the cabin. Shin Mengting exhaled. The smell was still there, but much lighter than before. She was glad she wasn't on the same team as Wang Lin, otherwise they'd be fighting all the time. We should arrive in the afternoon. Well, rest one night and move out tomorrow morning. A man who had been meditating with his eyes closed spoke. Let's just attack as soon as we arrive in the afternoon. Who knows what conditions the Jianghua City base has? Their beds definitely won't be as comfortable as mine. Shin Mengting was disdainful, wanting a quick fight so she could share the fun with her teammates. Jianghua City will send people to assist us. We need to discuss tactics with them in the afternoon, and also meet face-to-face with someone who knows the target's situation. Discuss tactics. Brother Hui, you're not counting on those idiots from Jianghua City to help us, are you? If they send too many, they might end up carried off on a zombie's shoulder, and then we'll have to save them. Recalling the video footage, Shen Mingting wanted to laugh. She was good at attacking, but she wouldn't bother saving people. Sending useless people would only hold them back. Xiaoting, don't rush. We have to communicate with the people from Jianghua City. What if they're really some incompetent fools who won't follow orders? They'll cause us trouble. A male student-looking figure turned from the front row to face Shen Mingting, smiling with narrowed eyes. His face always wore that expression, as if he never opened his eyes fully. Fine, as long as they follow orders. I hope they don't send any idiots. I have a low tolerance for stupidity. Speaking of which, the minister overestimated this operation by sending the 4 of us. I think 2 would have been enough. If the video really shows a zombie, the minister's decision is not excessive. Jinglian City has never encountered such a mutant. If it can grow, our goal is to nip it in the bud. Alright, big brothers, remember to let me have some fun. He'll take a nap or wake me up when we arrive. Shen Mingting put on her eye mask and reclined her seat. The others looked out the window in silence, each seemingly lost in thought. Hard work does not betray the diligent. After a long search, Ji Chuan finally discovered the ability he desired. Holding breath. While holding his breath, he can conceal his presence from detection. He does not need to breathe and can remain silent indefinitely. Next, he can utilize the mysteries of darkness to hide within the shadows of the base and avoid detection by ability users while slowly searching for Songhua. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances during his infiltration of the base, Ji Chuan advised the people at the outpost to strengthen their defenses while he was away. However, it is unlikely that any unforeseen events will occur. His current objective is merely to preliminarily explore the strength of the ability user's base and find out Songhuai's whereabouts, but he has no means to bring Songhuai out. Master, take me with you. Little Gray waved his hands vigorously below. Xiao Xian and Inen were tugging at his leg hair, and he didn't want to take care of children at the outpost anymore. He felt like so much wolf fur had been pulled out in the past few days. Ji Chuan nodded. As his spirit, Little Gray can be retracted into his body, and as long as Ji Chuan remains alive, Little Gray can infinitely reincarnate, making him the most suitable companion for outings, and he possesses considerable strength. Little Gray was particularly happy performing a somersault and entering Ji Chuan's body. Master, I love staying inside you the most. Is that so? Then don't come out in the future. No, that's not what I meant. As long as I'm not taking care of children, I'm still willing to come out. What use are you if you don't take care of children? You eat so much, or I should try to see if your skin will disappear after I skin you. It looks quite warm. Master, please. I will eat less. If the spirit dies, the fur will also disappear, which will cause you energy loss. Please don't try it. Little Gray had to admit that there were many delicious foods in this world. He had never tasted such a variety of food before. Although he as a spirit did not need to eat, he couldn't resist the aroma of the various dishes in the restaurant. That little bit of energy does not affect me at all. Just take care of Xiao Xian and Inen. Understood. Ji Chuan was flying towards the ability user's base. Through his energy perception, he discovered that Wang Lao's room had been moved to the sub-basement, likely to prevent zombies from disguising and infiltrating. Thus, at a considerable distance, Ji Chuan held his breath, merging his entire being into the shadows as he gradually moved towards the base. This time, his true self entered the ability user's base. Although possessing a spirit had no risk, without his own abilities he could not obtain useful information. Entering himself was entirely different. There are approximately 5,000 living beings, which has increased significantly during this time. 12 red crystal cores, there are surprisingly so many. Ji Chuan sensed the abilities of the red crystal cores. Although he had previously come into contact with Song Huai's red crystal core, he had no energy perception during his time at Lanshan Villa and did not know what Song Huai's specific ability was. The simplest method is to find all 12 crystal cores and see if any belong to Song Huai. Moreover, based on deductions, Song Huai's ability is not combat-oriented, so a portion of these 12 crystal cores can be eliminated. Then the remaining ones. Source of forest spirits, stellar vision, god of space, Ant Queen. Ji Chuan felt that these few did not seem related to combat. He prioritized searching for the first 3. Ant Queen sounded like a female ability. This was the first time Ji Chuan felt such a dense concentration of crystal cores. There was even a surge of slaughterous impulse within him, but thankfully, he managed to suppress it. With so many crystal cores, he did not have the energy to sense each one individually and move towards the first red target. The holder of the source of forest spirits was a woman who was confirming work with her subordinates. The helipad has been cleared. The team from Jinglian City is expected to arrive in 1 hour. The woman nodded. Prepare the highest specifications to welcome them. Leave 4 of the most luxurious rooms as they face life-threatening dangers coming to Jianghua City. Understood. Ji Chuan realized he had overheard some information. It seemed that people from other cities were coming to provide support. Was there a threat in Jianghua City that required external assistance apart from himself? Ji Chuan shook his head. It was highly likely those people were coming for him. An hour, huh? Then I will spend more time browsing around here. Ji Chuan made a decision, seeing that the woman was merely reviewing the information in her hands before seeking his next target. The second target was surprisingly residing on the 6th sub-basement. Ji Chuan remembered that most people lived on the 4th sub-basement, and the person in front of him clearly had something special about them. It was a seemingly ordinary man exuding the same reclusive aura Ji Chuan had in his previous life. From the classification and name of the ability, Ji Chuan couldn't understand what stellar vision was for. That person was simply playing games in his room. There were even many snacks on the table. His treatment was better than that of the vast majority in the base. After observing for 20 minutes without discovering anything special, Ji Chuan lost his patience. He began searching for the third target, which was unexpectedly deep in the 10th sub-basement. All the while, Ji Chuan was observing the structure of the base. During his previous infiltration, he had gained a rough understanding of the base's layout, but this time coming in person, he truly felt the vastness of the ability user's base. The 10th sub-basement had many guards and small teams were continuously transporting supplies in. Captain, the points for collecting supplies are becoming increasingly difficult to earn. Exploring further away is too dangerous. Can we apply for a few newcomers with combat abilities to join us? If more people join, the points will just be divided among fewer. While there are many zombies being cleared near the base, we should focus on earning points nearby. Only if there are no supplies left here should we apply to explore further. The captain is right. And when the time comes, we can select our candidates carefully. Our city has a number 1 ranked ability user. Right now, newcomers with combat abilities all prefer to go for supply collection and logistics. There are 2 elite ability user captains who can't even handle it, and the newcomers definitely don't want to go to their deaths. Exactly at that time, we might even be able to pick out high-level ability newcomers, and it would have to be you, captain. Then you take a look. Old Zhang, please take stock. This is the result of the 11th supply collection team. It seemed this layer was the warehouse for storing supplies. Ji Chuan stopped observing the people at the door and continued to delve deeper. The members of the logistics team were constantly classifying the supplies collected by the team and transporting them to the corresponding rooms. The supplies that were prone to damage or spoilage were continually moving deeper, surprisingly, along the same path as Ji Chuan. Ji Chuan merged into the shadows of the transport workers who were moving towards the holder of the 3rd red crystal core god of space. This section had actually set up 3 security doors, all made of very sturdy materials. Fortunately, since they were all metal, Ji Chuan did not take them seriously. The last room's entrance was guarded by 2 ability users. 2 golden crystal cores, one was Fainting Howl, and the other was Quagmire. They both appeared to be restriction-type ability users. As the transport workers passed through iris verification, the last door finally opened. He used his abilities to place the supplies in the room, and the person inside made Ji Chuan's chest heave violently. He even wanted to reveal himself and embrace the other person. The person before him was none other than Song Hui. Ji Chuan merged his form into Song Hui's shadow. Song Hui mechanically stored the delivered supplies. It seemed he possessed a special grade spatial ability. Observing the variety of items brought by the base staff, Ji Chuan deduced that Song Hui's space prevented the goods from spoiling. He felt a surge of impulse to reveal himself and fight his way out with the man. Yet reason held him back. Currently, Song Hui was under mental control. Based on Ji Chuan's experience, breaking such control required either harming Song Hui or locating and neutralizing the psychic who had ensnared him. His own healing ability was quite limited. He was reluctant to draw blood from Song Hui. Escaping alone would be easy, but bringing Song Hui along and protecting him would be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, reinforcements from Jinglian City seemed to be approaching, and Ji Chuan was uncertain of their strength. Hui, bear with it. I will definitely get you out of here. After memorizing the location, Ji Chuan left that floor. He searched through the dense crowd within the base for the psychic ability user. The best way to make Song Hui cooperate in an escape was to eliminate the one controlling him. Otherwise, resorting to brute force would likely result in the base members discovering him before he could even heal Song Hui's wounds. However, with over 5,000 samples to sift through, Ji Chuan's search was arduous. He also sensed 6 red crystals rapidly approaching. 4 living beings, 2 zombies. This was the first time Ji Chuan had witnessed zombies coexisting peacefully with humans at close quarters. One of the red crystals belonged to a necromancer. The aircraft from Jinglian City landed on the helipad behind the base, and 6 individuals descended. But upon closer inspection of the last 2 in the group, their bodies were covered in dark cyan-black veins resembling zombies. Li Jingru, Jiang Zhilan, and Su Huizhi were already waiting with their people. Su Huizhi's gaze tightened upon seeing the last 2. They were once 2 of our base's captains. They died on a mission, but I can control them. I am Wang Lin, the necromancer. The hooded man's face was grim. Everyone was startled by Wang Lin's words. They hadn't expected Jinglian City to possess such a formidable expert. With this, even if ability users perished, they could still serve as combatants for humanity. In an instant, Li Jingru's confidence in the upcoming battle soared. Even at a great cost, they had to eliminate number 1. A smile immediately spread across his face. Welcome, everyone. I am Li Jingru, the head of the Jianghua City ability user base. We have prepared rooms for you. Please follow me. We can discuss the battle plan after you rest. There's no plan to discuss. The plan is to listen to us. Shin Mengting stretched lazily. Discuss battle plans with these fools. Don't waste her time. If not for Brother Hui and Tutu holding her back, she would have gone to deal with the target directly. Xiao Ting has a quick temper, and don't take it to heart. Of course, she is also very strong. We'll go understand the situation shortly. No need to worry. The young man squinted with a smiling face, appearing to be a very amiable person. The last man wore a cold, aloof expression and remained silent. Li Jingru gave an awkward laugh and led the group into the base. Ji Chuan's mischievous streak surfaced again. He possessed the male zombie and followed the group inside. Old Wang suddenly sensed a zombie entering the base. Just as he was about to sound the alarm, he noticed Li Jingru, Jiang Zhelan, and Su Huaiji were all near the zombie, along with several unfamiliar experts. He hurried out to investigate. Old Wang, don't be alarmed. These two zombies were brought by Captain Wang Lin from Jinglian City. They are under his abilities' control. Old Wang stared at the two zombies, feeling an inexplicable dread, especially towards the male one. He felt that the male zombie's eyes held a glimmer of light, unlike a typical mindless undead. But since he was surrounded by special grade ability users, he being a mere detection-type user, felt it was not his place to say more. He nodded and returned to his own room. Tisk. Shin Mingting clicked her tongue involuntarily upon entering the room prepared for her. It was far more shabby and cramped than her own quarters in Jinglian City, deepening her desire to finish the mission quickly and leave. This was already the most luxurious room in Jianghua City. Li Jingru's own room was hardly any better. Jiang Zhelan felt a flicker of irritation at Shin Mingting's reaction, but merely sighed softly. No need to rest. Let's start the meeting immediately. Disregarding the others' thoughts, Shin Mingting made the decision. The rest had no objections as they weren't particularly tired. They arrived at the meeting room where the designated team members were already waiting. Su Huaiji had spent considerable time persuading them, worried that conflicts might arise and become unmanageable. Shin Mingting walked straight to the front. Despite her small girlish figure, she exuded an oppressive aura on the stage. To save time, this meeting will only clarify 3 things. First, information on number 1. Are you certain number 1 is a zombie? Are you certain he possesses the 5 to 6 abilities mentioned in the report? Confirmed. The base's detection ability user encountered number 1 at close range and indeed identified him as a zombie. However, very few members who engaged number 1 survived. Based on video footage and survivor accounts, number 1 does indeed possess 5 to 6 abilities. Shin Mingting nodded. Ji Chuan listened with interest from behind. 5 or 6. It's more like 50 or 60. I've cracked quite a few walnuts, I just haven't displayed most of my abilities. Second, what are your abilities? The team members below straightened up. I am Jianghua City's strongest wood-type ability, user wielding the special grade ability Wood Deity, allowing me to use plants for offense and defense. I hold the special grade ability Spring, capable of using area effect healing abilities and some wood-type and earth-type damage abilities. Special grade ability Sickly Void Zither Melody, which inflicts 3 random powerful negative statuses on the target when played. Special grade ability Fire God's Giant Hammer strikes with fire damage, capable of hitting targets from a distance. After hearing the introductions, Shin Mingting merely gave a soft snort. She had considered telling them not to participate, but then thought of Wang Lin's ability and decided their involvement might be beneficial. Jinglian City rarely encountered situations where special grade ability users were killed, so Wang Lin only had 2 minions. Perhaps this time in Jianghua City, she could help him collect a few more. Third, on the battlefield, you only need to follow our commands. Don't cause any trouble. What did you say? The burly man wielding the Fire God's giant hammer immediately flared with anger. In his view, they should have handled it themselves. He hadn't expected the leader to bring in reinforcements. And now they were being told to follow orders, while the reinforcements had been dismissive from the start, even implying they would be a burden. They were special grade ability users, rare talents found only once in a city of 10 million. Is my meaning unclear to you? As Shin Mingting finished speaking, the burly man collapsed to the ground in agony, screaming. Ji Chuan narrowed his eyes. It seemed he had encountered a troublesome opponent this time. Captain Shin, please show some mercy. Su Huaiji, seeing other captains about to take action, released his pressure, first the formidable aura causing a chilling sense of danger. Shin Mingting showed no sign of fear on her face. She simply smiled lightly and continued to stare at everyone. The burly man clutched his chest, rising from the ground with a mix of anger and fear in his eyes. The earlier pain surged through his body like a tidal wave, as if his entire chest cavity was about to burst open. Despite being a special grade ability user himself, he couldn't even comprehend Shin Mingting's method of attack. Ji Chuan sensed the abilities and strengths of those around him. Although he was in a possessed state, his true self remained shrouded in the shadows of the room. This room nearly gathered 2/3 of the base's red crystal cores. He contemplated a direct ambush, but many abilities could not be accurately judged by their names and types alone. Currently, only he and Xiao Hui were ready to attack, and with the 2 zombies, there were only 4 individuals against 11 experienced combatants among the red crystal core users, making it unwise to act. He had won against Xia Yiqing before, but that was due to her underestimating him, and he had come back once before. Now the opponent had even more detailed information about him, and facing 11 masters of red crystal cores in the room, Ji Chuan felt that the chances of defeating them were almost 0. What surprised him was that the one with the Ant Queen ability was actually Li Jingru, the leader of this stronghold. He had no idea what effect the Ant Queen ability would have, and wondered why a man would possess such an ability. I really don't want to take action, Minister Su. If I do, he will die instantly. So tone down your pressure. I merely wish to make you understand that obeying orders is not a discussion, but a command. Shin Mingting's expression conveyed a maturity beyond her years. I have no patience for foolishness. If uncontrollable factors arise during battle, I won't offer assistance, and may even eliminate the trouble itself in advance. I hope you all understand. After finishing her words, Shin Mingting's hair seemed to defy gravity as it floated into the air, her bun unraveling like a girl caught in a storm. The overwhelming pressure caused everyone to shudder, and Su Huaiji realized that the opponent's pressure was even greater than his own. The few people from Jinglian City were unfazed, silently observing. Shin Mingting was a remarkably strong captain. Anyone who disrespected her by treating her like a little girl would regret it. As the girl's hair cascaded down, a relaxed smile appeared on her face. That's all for today. We will set off promptly at 9 a.m. tomorrow. I can't wake up any earlier. I feel so dirty from this journey. I need to take a shower. Next time I won't go on a mission with Brother Lin. After saying this, she stuck her tongue out at Wang Lin, appearing more like a typical girl. Li Jingru glanced back at Su Huaiji with a sigh, yet a smile remained on his face. Everyone please rest well at the base today. Any questions can be directed to our logistics department's Minister Jiang Zhilan. I won't disturb you all any longer. Without waiting for a response, Li Jingru returned to his room, the smile fading from his face, replaced by a furrowed brow. These individuals were undoubtedly powerful, but he was uncertain about their success tomorrow. The 4 special grade ability users here were carefully selected, showcasing a complete set of attack, defense, healing, and debuff abilities. The report they produced would be impressive, and even if unexpected events occurred, he had already dispatched the base's main forces, leaving little room for criticism. With 8 special grade ability users, it was normally unlikely to fail, but a sense of unease lingered in his heart, a unique instinct belonging to insects. Ji Chuan sensed the abilities of the 4 from Jinglian City, realizing that Wang Lin posed no threat to him. He had discovered that his control over the zombies surpassed Wang Lin's, indicating his crystal core level must exceed that of the red crystal cores. What troubled Ji Chuan was the squint-eyed ability user with the ability known as Heavenly Rainbow Guardian. This was the most powerful composite ability he had sensed thus far, encompassing attack, defense, reconnaissance, healing, and other abilities, almost resembling a miniature version of himself. The base had stationed several reconnaissance ability users nearby for protection. Even without their guard, Ji Chuan felt that his presence would be detected by the squint-eyed user. Originally, Ji Chuan had considered a nighttime ambush, but he felt it was too risky. Currently, the most formidable energy emanated from Shin Mingting, whose energy was incredibly vast, indicating she had thoroughly developed her own abilities. As for the taciturn man, his ability soul reshaping left Ji Chuan baffled. What kind of ability was that? He decided to prioritize addressing Shin Mingting in the upcoming encounter. After some time, Ji Chuan returned to the stronghold. The courtyard of Oligar was filled with all the capable members ready for an assault. Following Ji Chuan's instructions in the afternoon, they dared not relax. They all felt tense after Ji Chuan had not returned for so long. Why hasn't Brother Ji come back yet? Xiao Xian expressed her concern. Is something wrong with Ji Chuan? Lin Lulu could no longer wait, even considering rushing out to check. The master is fine, he is approaching. De Zhuang reminded nearby as he and Xiao Mei could sense Ji Chuan's position from a distance, indicating he would return shortly. Ji Chuan landed, and everyone finally felt relieved. However, his expression remained serious. Tomorrow we face a tough battle. Ji Chuan informed everyone of his observations from the afternoon, and Xia Yiqing and Song Ci understood the gravity of the situation. The main force led by those 4 captains was familiar to them, and their strength was not to be underestimated. Moreover, it was said that due to the strength of the ability users, the entire city of Jinglian maintained order with zombies kept within controllable limits. The reinforcements coming from such a place were likely stronger than themselves. Thus, they would face at least 8 special grade ability users tomorrow. On their side, only Xia Yiqing and Song Ci were special grade. Ji Chuan believed that Wang Lin posed no threat and could not be counted as a combat force, while the 2 red crystal core zombies were under his control, meaning at least 4 red crystal core ability users would assist him. Due to Xiao Hu's ability to regenerate, he could barely be counted as a special grade ability user. So against the 7 red crystal cores on the opponent's side, they would have 5 red crystal cores on their side, plus himself, giving them a fighting chance. Moreover, during this time, training had led to noticeable improvements in Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi, suggesting they might have a good chance of victory. Ji Chuan then briefed everyone on the plan for tomorrow. While outlining the plan, Ji Chuan heard a voice. I know you can hear me. Tomorrow morning the base has assigned me to handle the teleportation, and it's not my choice to be here. Once I deliver, I will leave immediately. Oh, please don't make it difficult for me. Captain Shin, excuse me. Jiang Zhilan entered holding several precision devices. Although no sound came from the room, the door opened. Shin Mingting was facing away from the door, brushing her hair. Captain Shin, this is the latest research achievement from Jianghua City. We found that the cores of mutated species can provide energy to ability users, alleviating fatigue from extensive use of abilities. I don't need to. I haven't exhausted my energy yet. Give mine to Zhuang too. His energy consumption is high. Jiang Zhilan sighed lightly. All right. I hope this Shin Mingting truly possesses the strength she claims to have. The crowd had long been waiting in the hall, and Shin Mingting made her entrance last precisely on time. She casually tied the last hair tie around her bun, rubbed her eyes, and yawned. Everyone's here, let's set off. The captains of Jianghua City looked at Shin Mingting with some exasperation, but said nothing as Su Huaiji had instructed them to fully follow the commands of the Beijing Liana team. However, they were to prioritize self-preservation at critical moments, as Jianghua City could not afford to lose any more special grade psychics. Several captains thought Su Huaiji was exaggerating. Even without reinforcements from Beijing Lianhe, they believed that the four of them acting together could surely eliminate Subject 1. Ji Chuan lead the team out. Ji Chuan nodded silently, praying that Ji Chuan had heeded her warning from the previous day. She used the energy device developed by the base to teleport the group. Having given prior notice, she felt the danger to herself was minimal. In an instant they arrived before the Original Hotel. Before anyone could ask a question, Ji Chuan had already vanished. Scared that easily. The psychics of Jianghua City really are timid. The group had learned to ignore Shin Mingting's taunts. Their focus was on the campaign against Subject 1. What is this? Based on Team 7's reconnaissance, they knew Subject 1 was likely inside the Original Hotel and had even studied online footage of the building. According to the data, the Original appeared to have merely reinforced its outer walls with metal-type psychic powers and used vision-obscuring abilities to create an illusion, hardly an advanced technique. But now they couldn't discern the hotel's location at all. Before them lay only a vast area enveloped by a five-colored hemispherical shield, like a colossal energy barrier pressed against the ground. Zhuang Tu was the first to attack the bizarre region. Several beams of red light transformed into scorching flames that licked at the area, the heat palpable even from a great distance. Yet the area remained utterly unchanged. Zhuang Tu then unleashed a blue light, summoning a blizzard with icicles that relentlessly pounded the region only to vanish like stones dropped into the sea without a ripple. It's a domain. 5 domains. Zhuang Tu was astounded. He had never seen a mutant release a domain only powerful psychics, but he had never imagined multiple domains could be interlinked. Seeing the black region, Shin Mingting understood. It matched the video footage, presumably a dark attribute zone. But what of the other domains? Did Subject 1 have allies? Don't panic. To enter their stronghold, we must pass through a domain. Maintaining such a vast and complex formation will leave them with little energy for combat. Shin Mingting offered confident reassurance, though the situation was unprecedented for her. It seemed only one of the domains led to the actual stronghold. Shouting, "Let's split up." Entering the same domain is too risky. An overly powerful domain could trap them without the owner's permission to leave. The domain before them might well be a massive trap. Shin Mingting nodded. They'll take the transparent zone. The rest of you choose for yourselves. With that, she swiftly moved toward the transparent region, as she had already sensed it was not a true domain. It was likely the only breach where she would encounter Subject 1. Once she dealt with him, the other domains would naturally collapse. Zhuang Tu also sensed the uniqueness of the transparent zone, and knowing Shin Mingting's preference for swift resolution, let her go. In the video, Subject 1 used a dark domain. The black zone is highly dangerous. They'll take it. They'll go with you, said Wang Lin, aware that Zhuang Tu's abilities were versatile but lacked offensive power. If he encountered Subject 1, he could immediately immobilize him. Moreover, Zhuang Tu's powers could provide cover, making them a complementary pair. Su Hui said nothing and simply entered the nearest brown domain. The 4 Jianghua City captains exchanged glances. Unwilling to be commanded, they saw an opportunity. Only the red and silver domains remained, and they entered in pairs. That brat chickened out at the last moment. Picked a transparent zone, clearly the safest spot. Yinlai grumbled, but only where she couldn't hear. The pain Shin Mingting had inflicted on him was still fresh in his memory, though he had no idea what technique she had used. Well, cooperate. Too bad the chance of encountering Subject 1 in each domain is only 1 in 5. We might not even get to see his moves. Yinlai's partner was Ning Chuha, the wielder of spring. She believed Subject 1 would be eliminated this time. The two entered the red domain, as Yinlai had sensed its fiery energy. It was indeed a fire domain. The temperature was high, and they were surrounded by blazing infernos. But Yinlai was exhilarated. His giant hammer of the fire god would be immensely more powerful within this domain. Ning Chuha, however, struggled. She created a coat of vegetation over her body and mouth to insulate herself from the heat. The domain was far larger than expected. If the owner had enough power, they could create a domain the size of an entire city. The two advanced deeper. The path was silent with no enemies in sight. They quickened their pace, intending to cross the domain and investigate the stronghold. But soon they heard footsteps in the distance. Ning Chuha sensed no deathly energy from a zombie. The footsteps belonged to a human. Yinlai raised his hand ready to strike. Yet when they saw the figure's silhouette, their jaws dropped in astonishment. Xia Yiqing, you're alive. Brother Xia. Ning Chuha was overjoyed. Among the combat team captains, Xia Yiqing was quite handsome, and she had always held a fondness for him. But before Ning Chuha could reach him, an explosion erupted at her feet. Brother Xia, what are you doing? Yinlai was equally bewildered. Don't come any closer. Turn back now, and he'll let you go for old time's sake. Xia Yiqing, have you betrayed us? The leader has never actively harmed humans. On the contrary, he has saved many. Staying here is no different. Loyalty drove Xia Yiqing to act entirely in Ji Chuan's interests. Leader, you mean Subject 1? Ning Chuha shook her head, unwilling to believe his words. A drop of glowing dew fell on Xia Yiqing's head, and he felt a surge of refreshing energy. Brother Xia, wake up. Ning Chuha believed he was under mental control. The ability she had just used was meant to break such control. But the expected reunion did not occur. She met only Xia Yiqing's even colder gaze. How is this possible? No mental control. He's just a traitor. Yinlai hesitated no longer. With a punch, a colossal hammer materialized above Xia Yiqing's head, wreathed in flames. Amplified by the fire domain, the hammer glowed red hot. Being struck by that hammer would undoubtedly reduce one to a charred pulp. Yet in an instant it seemed as if someone had shoved Xia Yiqing aside, sending him flying, and the surrounding flames flickered in that direction. Few knew the exact nature of Xia Yiqing's psychic ability. His evasive maneuver surprised Yin Lai. The hammer crashed into the ground, leaving only a black scorch mark on the domain. But after the explosion, Yin Lai found his own hands torn and bloody. Xia Yiqing, you're serious. Yin Lai winced in pain, yet explosions continued to erupt all around him. Ning Chuha released a green orb of light, enveloping Yin Lai's hands and swiftly healing his wounds. More and more wounds appeared across Yin Lai's body, yet he never found an opportunity to land even a second hammer strike. He had no idea how Xia Yiqing was attacking. Brother Xia, don't go too far. Seeing that her healing could not keep pace with Xia Yiqing's assault, Ning Chuha raised a hand, and the rocks behind her surged towards Xia Yiqing. Infused with the scorching power of the fire domain, each stone blazed with fierce flame, its destructive force magnified tenfold. Yet before they reached Xia Yiqing, every rock detonated midair, shattering into fragments that veered sharply away from him, as if guided by unseen eyes. Without advanced speed enhancement or malicious perception, few could evade Xia Yiqing's onslaught. Had he not encountered Ji Chuan, Xia Yiqing would indeed have earned the right to stand arrogant and unchallenged. The Tugigan Stone confrontation did not place Xia Yiqing at a disadvantage. Withdraw, we mean no deaths. It was compassion rooted deep in his heart. With his prowess, he could have aimed for vital points from the outset, ensuring both their deaths. Instead, he sought only to make them recognize the futility of resistance and retreat. Had they faced the leader instead, they would have perished instantly. Seeing their hesitation, Xia Yiqing summoned a gale, blasting toward them with violent force. Surrounding flames leapt wildly, searing heat surged forward on the wind. Ning Chuha struggled to draw breath. The air scorched her skin, her entire body burning with unbearable intensity. Let's go, Yin Lai, we're outmatched. She felt her hair might ignite at any moment. Though Yin Lai possessed innate resistance to fire, this battle offered him no path to victory. Fine, we're leaving. Stop fighting. At Yin Lai's words, Xia Yiqing ceased his assault. Do not return. The leader is a man of principle. He will not strike unless provoked. He defends this place, nothing more. But trespass again, and you will die. Yin Lai ignored his own rising doubts. His body was lacerated head to toe, and the blistering heat had already seared his wounds, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Ning Chuha hastily dragged Yin Lai away in the opposite direction. They had hoped to avoid no one, yet instead stumbled upon Xia Yiqing. Why would Xia Yiqing aid the undead? Still, fortune favored them. He had clearly held back. If no one could subdue Xia Yiqing, then no one must surpass him in strength. Had they met no one instead, they would likely already be dead. Who among them would encounter no one? Ning Chuha silently prayed it would not be Xiao Su or Hua Ranqiu. Su Hui entered the nearest brown zone, indifferent to choice, for every zone held equal peril to him. His soul reconstruction ability was exceptionally potent. If his target was an undead, he would implant a human soul within it, forcing the creature to relive the despair and terror of its former life. Most souls refused to accept their monstrous forms. Some even chose self-annihilation. Occasionally, a soul with extraordinary will to survive emerged, but even such resilience crumbled under sudden transformation. Few could process in the heat of combat why they now wore the rotting flesh of the undead. Against living humans, the task proved even simpler. A powerful Esper once subjected to soul reconstruction lost all memory, including command over their own abilities, rendering them indistinguishable from ordinary mortals. Any being that had ever possessed a soul fell effortlessly beneath his power. Before him stretched a domain like a barren wasteland, endless sand and jagged stone. Su Hui recalled intelligence reports stating no one wielded geokinetic abilities. A hunch stirred within him. Perhaps he was the one destined to meet no one. An electric thrill rose in his chest, reshaping the psyche of a formidable adversary, rewriting identity itself, was deeply exhilarating. One moment serene and composed, the next trembling and prostrate, begging for mercy. He had witnessed this metamorphosis countless times. Yet each instance retained its intoxicating novelty. Spikes of stone erupted beneath his feet. Su Hui dodged, only for slabs of rock to pursue him like colossal fly swatters. In the distance, he glimpsed a pale figure. No doubt remained, no one had been found. Su Hui remained utterly calm, a confident smile playing upon his lips. Locking onto his target, he initiated soul reconstruction, yet received no response whatsoever. Gigantic blossoms of stone surged upward from the ground, seeking to engulf him. Dodging frantically, he began to flag, exhaustion gnawing at his limbs. He had activated his ability, so why no reaction? How could this be? Su Hui unleashed his power again, dodging, advancing, closing the distance. As clarity sharpened, despair flooded his vision. That was no human, nor was it an undead. It was a puppet. Its button-like eyes stared blankly at him. As its round arms lifted, another stone spike erupted, piercing Su Hui's right thigh. In the instant, his shock left him motionless. Wincing, Su Hui collapsed onto the ground. Just as hopelessness consumed him, the puppet went utterly slack, its form dissolving like sodden cotton, sinking into sand and gravel. Relief crashed over Su Hui. He had survived. Yet how could such a thing exist? He had never encountered a puppeteer capable of crafting a marionette of such terrifying power. As he prepared to rise, darkness fell over him. Slowly lifting his gaze, Su Hui found himself staring into the massive muzzle of a dog. Where did this dog come from? He wasted no time, immediately unleashing his ability. Even animals were susceptible to its influence. Yet the canine face showed no effect, only deepened into a snarl of raw ferocity. I hate being called a dog. Claws flashed. Su Hui felt his body grow suddenly weightless. His head severed cleanly by Xiao Hui's strike. He never grasped who Xiao Hui was, or why this speaking canine human remained immune to his power. He could scarcely imagine that Ji Chuan held absolute dominion over Xiao Hui's soul, rendering it impervious to external influence. This marked Su Hui's first defeat. Overwhelmed by drowsiness, he closed his eyes. A soft white light rose from his severed head, drifting skyward, unnoticed by Xiao Hui turning away or by Xiao Xian beyond the domain's edge. Shin Mingting entered the transparent zone without hesitation, convinced it held the highest probability of concealing the base's entrance, and inevitably the greatest risk of encountering no one. True to expectation, she discovered the grand hotel entrance, its heavy doors swinging open the moment she stepped inside. Far across the courtyard, standing motionless at its center, stood a figure with deathly pale skin. A subtle smile curved Shin Mingting's lips. Her judgment had proven flawless as always. Confidently, she strode forward, and before no one could react, unleashed her ability. She granted prey no chance to resist, nor did she tolerate fools who, given opportunity, still exposed fatal flaws. Her strength ability was reconstruction, with a thought she could dismantle and reassemble any body at will. Blood reforged as nails, brain reshaped as tofu, viscera reconstructed as poison, flesh reconstituted as sand. Even cells could be rewritten, reborn as new. Her mastery of this power ran absolute. Within her mind, no opponent existed who could overcome her. No one was no exception. A bomb replaced no one's skull. A deafening blast echoed. No one crumpled lifelessly. Shin Mingting watched as the domain shimmered, turned fully transparent, and dissolved entirely. Tutu and Huigu sprinted toward her, beaming. Shouting, "You're truly unmatched. Youthful, radiant, and overwhelmingly strong. Absolutely. No one's domain nearly trapped us forever." Shin Mingting smoothed her hair, addressing the Jianghua City squad captains with regal pride. "File the report. We've eliminated no one. These fools, dispatching elite agents against such a trivial target. Absurd." She longed only to return to Jinglian City. This wretched place held nothing for her. She'd recount her triumph to her team without delay. Surrounded by boundless darkness, even direction seemed lost. Zhuang Tu released a sphere of light before him, carefully surveying his surroundings. Here it was like a void devoid of any life or objects. Behind him, Wang Lin followed with the zombies Xiaoyan and Lan Xing as the two pressed deeper into the unknown. Zhuang Tu felt his direction was correct. Of following this path should lead to the center of the domain, the point closest to the hotel. Once brimming with confidence, he now felt a creeping dread. They were undoubtedly formidable in Jinglian City. They had encountered extremely troublesome mutants before, even losing 2 captains. The mutants' vicious, wide-ranging attacks made them difficult to withstand, and getting close was a challenge. It was Xiaoyan who released her domain in time, pulling the mutant inside. The lethal abilities were entirely blocked by the domain, granting the group a moment to catch their breath. Now only the sound of footsteps pressed down on them oppressive. Zhuang Tu recalled the powerful mutants they had faced, yet none could create a domain like number 1. He heightened his perception of the surroundings. Thanks to the research results from Jianghua City base, he could use his abilities freely without fear of depleting his energy. Though his attacks were not the most powerful, his abilities were versatile. With endless energy, he would become a top-tier combatant in the team. "He's here." Zhuang Tu suddenly halted, and Wang Lin fixed his gaze ahead. Though the surroundings were pitch black, the light sphere's glow seemed devoured by the darkness, appearing faint. Yet they had already spotted a pair of red glowing eyes in the darkness ahead. The figure's footsteps were steady and powerful, unhindered by their halt. It walked slowly toward them without hesitation. It's number 1. It was the unique death energy of a zombie. Zhuang Tu already felt the oppressive pressure. He quickly launched an attack at number 1, a red light, flying into the distance. But the anticipated blaze of flames and searing heat did not appear. Is it the domain's effect? Zhuang Tu realized the situation was tricky. Not every powerful ability could manifest a domain. Few ability users could master one. Xiaoyan used the Ice Seal domain. At Wang Lin's command, the zombie behind him let out a roar. From her feet, the pitch-black ground froze ice, spreading upwards swiftly, enveloping the area. The world lit up anew, revealing mirror-like ice crystals. A pale-faced young man stood in the distance, a smile playing on his lips as he watched them. It worked. Xiaoyan's domain is indeed stronger than his. It broke through his domain directly. Wang Lin rejoiced inwardly. The enemy had likely expended immense energy creating so many domains, but he wasn't clever. Overlapping domains meant each was weakened. Moreover, Xiaoyan's Ice Seal domain not only enhanced her own ice abilities, but also strengthened Zhuang Tu's ice-based powers. Without a moment's hesitation, despite his curiosity about number 1 from the analysis report, the overwhelming energy radiating from the enemy demanded he risk his life. A translucent protective barrier with 5-colored luster enveloped both of them. This was Zhuang Tu's strongest defense, capable of greatly resisting 5-element attacks, while significantly reducing other damage. Within the ice seal domain, Zhuang Tu unleashed a blue light to its maximum. Countless ice spikes like a blizzard hurtled toward Ji Chuan. Yet before the spikes reached him, they were all absorbed. Zhuang Tu's eyes widened involuntarily. This phenomenon seemed to be protection from the domain. But the domain was cast by their side. How could it protect number one? Zhuang Tu instinctively turned back, only to see Lan Xing restraining Wang Lin, gripping his throat. Wang Lin was completely trapped in Lan Xing's arms. Lan Xing possessed top-tier physical abilities. Despite the protective barrier aiding in defense, Wang Lin was frail and utterly helpless. With a squeeze of Lan Xing's fingers, Wang Lin's neck snapped. His eyes were filled with shock and terror. He couldn't understand why Lan Xing would attack him. He collapsed to the ground. With a thought from Xiaoyan, an ice monument swallowed Zhuang Tu, encasing him in a frozen sculpture. But in an instant, flames erupted, and Zhuang Tu broke free from the ice. He noticed that Ji Chuan had not moved at all from start to finish, but Xiaoyan and Lan Xing had already surrounded him. Wang Lin's body slowly rose, his eyes burning with fury. Didn't expect I could still control myself after death. Unlike ordinary zombies, Wang Lin's speech was as clear as when he was alive. If not for the grotesque angle of his neck, it would be hard to tell he was a corpse. Wang Lin raised his hand to unleash several dark waves at Ji Chuan, but found he couldn't lift his arm. Before he could figure out why Lan Xing under his control had attacked him, he realized he himself was no longer in control. You think you can control yourself? Can you really? Ji Chuan answered Wang Lin with a rhetorical question. This was the first time he had spoken since they encountered number one, and Zhuang Tu was surprised that he could indeed talk. Under Zhuang Tu's astonished gaze, Wang Lin broke into a tap dance right on the spot, slapping the ice surface loudly. Did you do this? Was it you? Wang Lin stared at Ji Chuan in terror, his voice furious. He had never learned to dance, yet now he looked utterly ridiculous. Hearing Wang Lin's words, Zhuang Tu confirmed he wasn't under mental control. Moreover, his minions should have obeyed him, yet now they aided number one. Is your ability plunder? Zhuang Tu thought number one had stolen Wang Lin's power, but the figure before him simply laughed. You'll have to work hard for me too soon. Zhuang Tu understood Ji Chuan's meaning. His eyes widened as he struggled fiercely, but the two former captains were already overwhelming him. Even Wang Lin behind him launched dark element attacks at him. And number one had never moved a muscle, like a beast waiting for its prey to tire. Lan Xing kept trying to grapple him, while Xiaoyan bombarded him from a distance. Xiaoyan herself was an extremely powerful top-tier ice attack ability user, and with Lan Xing and Wang Lin covering her, getting close was nearly impossible. Zhuang Tu's body radiated various colors, but mostly green light, to heal his wounds. Stop struggling, or your corpse won't look good. Hearing number one's taunt from nearby, Zhuang Tu felt deep despair. They'll come for you later, my members need my help now. Seeing number one vanish, Zhuang Tu felt no relief. Facing three ability users of the same level, even survival demanded every ounce of his strength. He said, my members, zombies have accomplices. Zhuang Tu was shocked to his core. If not for the death energy unique to zombies emanating from him, he looked more like a human. This dangerous intelligence had to be relayed. Not only was this zombie incredibly powerful, but it also operated in a group. But could he himself manage to do so? Shao Ci, surrender, or you will die. Hua Ranchio's voice trembled with urgency. She could not fathom why Song Ci had turned against them. Yet if this stalemate persisted, paralysis would soon render him utterly immobile, and the venom coursing through his veins would claim his life, without mercy. I must protect the outpost. I won't let you get near it. A violent cough erupted from Song Ci's lips, blood spilling freely. His frail frame bled profusely, as though each drop threatened to plunge him into unconsciousness. Song Ci, the Esper base is your true outpost. Snap out of it. Xiao Su unleashed another violence, certain it would strike a vital point. But both he and Hua Ranchio still clung to hope, striving desperately to awaken Song Ci's reason. 3 blinding light arrows shot straight toward Xiao Su's face, only to shatter harmlessly against a wall of writhing vines. Meanwhile, razor-edged leaves swarmed toward Lin Lulu like a storm of locusts. Yet Song Ci leapt forward, throwing himself before her. Out! Song Ci! Lin Lulu stared in disbelief. The sharp-tongued acerbic Song Ci had just shielded her with his own body. His slender frame was already drenched in crimson. Song Ci's legs had turned livid purple. The venom crept steadily toward his heart. Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi were likewise battered and bleeding. Merely encountering these two captains within the domain, and hearing but a single melody from one of them, had been enough to shatter their composure. All 3 collapsed under overwhelming physical distress. Gu Yunxi had lost her sight entirely, and felt her limbs grow icy cold as though encased in glacial frost. Though she knew Lin Lulu and Song Ci were being relentlessly struck, she could do nothing, merely standing frozen, a helpless target awaiting protection. Of the 3, Lin Lulu suffered the mildest symptoms, merely vertigo and disorientation. Fortunately, her light arrows were self-guiding once loosed, requiring no aim, a skill honed under Song Ci's rigorous tutelage. Song Ci's body burned with venomous fire. Numbness spread like ink in water, while his flesh slowly corroded under relentless toxic assault. He recognized Hua Ranchio's ability after her fingers danced midair. Every target within range succumbed to random debilitations. Just one such affliction could reverse the tide of battle, yet she could inflict 3 simultaneously. His cards were formidable, but consumable. He reserved them for dire emergencies only. Many were permanent enhancement cards capable of elevating his innate abilities beyond mortal limits. Without supplementary consumables, he possessed only extraordinary physical prowess and heightened perception, still no match for peers of equal rank in actual combat. His role was that of a hidden weapon. Once all his trump cards were spent, his value would vanish. Their leader was formidable, even battered and broken. This was not the moment to reveal his hand. You've done well. Rest now. It was the leader's voice. Song Si strained to open his eyes, but even that simple act demanded strength he no longer possessed. His entire body lay numb, paralyzed, yet that very numbness dulled the agony of his wounds. Ji Chuan administered basic treatment, indifferent to onlookers. It's number 1. Hua Ranchio dared not hesitate. Her delicate fingers flickered across empty air before her chest, though no instrument appeared. Resonant strings sang throughout the domain. Several streaks of ashen light wove into Ji Chuan's form with the melody, yet he showed no sign of discomfort. Potent debuffs invariably brought excruciating pain, yet Hua Ranchio realized with dawning horror that Ji Chuan remained utterly untouched by her power. My ability failed. She resumed playing, only for a flash of silver to sever her fingers clean away. Within the silvery metallic domain, razor-thin blades drifted invisibly. She had neither seen nor sensed their approach. Do not interrupt my treatment. Ji Chuan continued, healing Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi, holding death at bay just long enough. Xiao Su stood drenched in cold sweat. He had heard legends of number 1, and now wrestled inwardly, attack or flee. Beside him, Hua Ranchio knelt trembling on the verge of collapse. Staring at her severed fingers on the ground, she reached down with her palm, desperate to retrieve them. Ning Chuhua would surely restore her, if only she could hold on. Number 1, release Song Si. Let him return with us. Once assured the trio's lives were stable, Ji Chuan rose slowly. An aura of crushing pressure forced Xiao Su to instinctively retreat. I healed him. I protected him. You nearly killed him. Why should he go with you? Xiao Su froze, stunned that number 1 would speak so plainly. Because you're a zombie. You're a monster. Humanity must eradicate you. Ji Chuan paused. Yes, he was no longer human. Then why persist in seeking peace with those who saw only abomination? He had merely resisted, not hunted, not slaughtered. He had shown restraint, even mercy. Yet humanity refused to relent, refused to cease its crusade against him. Xiao Su glimpsed the storm gathering in number 1's expression and watched pulse quickening as energy coalesced in his palms. Rumors claimed even Xia Yiqing had failed to defeat him. Could he truly succeed? A colossal tree erupted from the ground, its gnarled roots surging to entomb Ji Chuan, feeding upon his essence. Toxic sap drenched Ji Chuan's body, but under the effect of perfect physique and immunity state rendering him impervious to all abnormal conditions, neither Hua Ranchio's debilitative zither melody nor the venomous arboreal titan could so much as graze his skin. Before the tree could fully unfurl, searing flashes cleaved its trunk. Ji Chuan emerged unscathed, driving Xiao Su backward step by step. You struck first. I only defended myself. Why call me monster, when you are the monsters? A halo of gleaming steel blades materialized around Xiao Su, spinning, humming, poised to pierce him at the slightest motion. No, let us go. We'll never return. Hua Ranchio begged, voice raw. Though she reigned supreme among debuff-type espers, her power shattered against number 1, leaving her in his presence no more than an ordinary woman. Too late. You came determined to destroy me. So is it not only fair that I destroy you in turn? The blades pierced Xiao Su's body in unison. He tried summoning thorny vines to intercept, but against such density and proximity no flora could shield him. Blood pooled thickly, more than Song Si had spilled. Having inflicted such agony upon my allies, you shall remain, to atone. His voice was low, hollow, devoid of warmth. Hua Ranchio's mind went blank. Her face had paled to bone white, her entire body convulsed violently. Before her eyes, identical steel blades coalesced, gleaming flawless, the most exquisite relics in this silvery metallic domain. No miracle intervened. The blades sank deep into her flesh. As Ji Chuan departed, the corpses of Xiao Su and Hua Ranchio slowly rose, dripping crimson, grotesque, horrifying. Ji Chuan sent the 3 survivors back to rest. One target remained. He sensed the other domain. Combat there had ceased. Zhuang Tu stood beside 3 fresh corpses awaiting orders. A faint chilling curve lifted Ji Chuan's lips. It was time to meet the formidable Captain Shun. As Shen Mingting stepped out of the hotel, she was surprised to find the entire Jianghua city base gathered at the entrance, as if they had long known the news, all waiting to greet her. Everyone shouted, "Beautiful girl Shen Mingting. Shen Mingting the hero." Shen Mingting lifted her chin, as she would not be complacent just because of these fools' praises. It seemed her reputation would soon spread throughout Jianghua city. Perhaps other bases would compete to contact the minister to borrow her services. Sai can understand the pain of the strong. Although the people here are weak, they do have good eyesight. Shen Mingting noticed their plane was already parked nearby. She indeed wanted to return now, as the beds here were very uncomfortable. She wanted to keep the Jianghua City analysis report as a souvenir. Its absurdity rivaled a joke collection. On the plane, Zhuang Tu sat beside her with a flushed face. College students nowadays wore their hearts on their sleeves. She never thought that he who usually wore a stoic expression would blush because of her. Truly in this world, only beautiful girls could enjoy special privileges. Shouting, I think you are the most beautiful and strongest person in the base. Can you give me a chance? Tu, are you serious? How hilarious. So Zhuang Tu could be this proactive. He wasn't exactly her type, but she could string him along. Trying this type might not be so bad. Shouting, I'm serious. You are the most beautiful person I have ever seen. Shin Mingting's eyes narrowed into slits, and she couldn't help but laugh out loud on the plane. As if her good mood made the tedious flight vanish in an instant, they had arrived at Jinglian City. Truly the world revolved around her. The leader and the minister were waiting outside the plane with all the base captains behind them. They had thoroughly studied the Jianghua City report and discovered that number 1 was the most powerful zombie who anyone else would likely have never returned. They just never expected that the formidable number 1 would be killed by one of their own, and she was that person who had achieved such a distinguished feat. Everyone looked at her with adoring eyes. Shin Mingting even felt that she should be the base's leader. Mingting, you've had a long journey. It's all because of you that humanity's greatest enemy has been eliminated. I want to appoint you as the deputy leader of the base. Mingting, the logistics department has prepared a grand celebration feast for you today. Now go inside and eat. I want to go back to my room to freshen up first. Following Brother Lin all the way, I feel like I've become smelly. Shin Mingting suddenly thought, was it smelly along the way? She didn't seem to have smelled any odor. She turned to look behind her. Wang Lin, Xiao Yin, and Lan Xing were still standing there, but she felt that the 2 zombies no longer carried any stench. Could it be that I have a cold? Shin Mingting hurried back to her room. It was far more luxurious than the one in Jianghua City. Although she didn't smell any stench, she was about to attend her own celebration feast. A beautiful girl must be fragrant all over to shine brilliantly. While showering and humming a tune, Shin Mingting thought about the leader appointing her as deputy leader. All her efforts along the way had been worth it. She dried herself with a soft bath towel and then completely naked admired herself in the mirror. It was a young girl's unique firmness and softness. Thanks to this apocalypse, she had obtained such powerful abilities. She chose the most solemn dress and headed towards the dining hall. Along the way, base members marveled at her beauty, their eyes filled with admiration and enthusiasm. The moment she arrived at the dining hall, everyone's eyes followed her as she slowly walked to the center stage. There stood a pyramid of wine glasses, and the leader looked at her with a smile, waiting for the ceremony to begin. The leader took her hand and announced to the crowd with a smile, Shin Mingting is the most powerful person in the base. She eliminated the most dangerous mutant in Jianghua City. Her deeds are known to all bases. I hereby appoint Shin Mingting as the deputy leader of the Jinglian City Esper base. Applause erupted from the audience. Shin Mingting smiled, accepting everyone's praise. She noticed several handsome men from the base squeezing to the front row just to catch a glimpse of her beauty today. Their eyes were filled with admiration, longing, confusion, terror. What was happening? Why had their expressions turned to terror? Not just the handsome men in the front, but everyone in the audience stared at her with the same look. The applause stopped, and only Shin Mingting stood on stage bewildered. The leader beside her also showed shock, as if looking at a monster. Shin Mingting looked around, not understanding what was happening. The pyramid of wine glasses reflected her image, a sallow-faced, middle-aged woman. Startled, Shin Mingting quickly looked at her own hands. They were no longer the fair, soft hands of a young girl. Her knuckles were covered in wrinkles from loose skin, and faint spots could be seen on the back of her hands. As if remembering something, Shin Mingting frantically ran off the stage. The high heels on her feet were now a nuisance. She kicked them off, revealing feet with thick calluses, and rushed towards her room. Entering the bathroom, she closed her eyes, standing before the mirror and praying repeatedly, hoping that when she opened them, the mirror would not show the face she feared. She opened her eyes with anticipation. A middle-aged woman with a haggard face, sporting a hairstyle unsuited to her age, and wearing a girlish dress, looked utterly ridiculous in the mirror. Shin Mingting grabbed the toner on the counter and hurled it at the mirror. Even as the mirror shattered, countless fragments reflected the pitiful image of a middle-aged woman. How could this be? Why did it revert? Shin Mingting tried to use her ability on herself. This was the most valuable use she had discovered for her power. When she had acquired reconfiguration, she experimented with many forms of application. As she became adept, she could instantly eliminate opponents, and because each reconfiguration was different, no one could discern what she had done. During the apocalypse, she encountered a colleague from her former workplace, a woman who had graduated just 3 years ago. She was a graduate from a prestigious university, emotionally intelligent and exceptionally capable at work. The company had even given her the deputy manager position. She herself had worked day and night for that promotion. Shen Tsuerong had stormed into the boss office. She couldn't understand why, after dedicating almost all her time to the company, that young woman had taken her place. The boss simply said the young woman was very outstanding, and since the deputy manager often had to entertain clients, the company preferred to choose a woman with a better image. Shen Tsuerong understood men always preferred the young and beautiful. Her dedication meant nothing. In the apocalypse, she used her ability on that woman. I want you to be fat. I want you to be old. I want you to die ugly. As if venting her inner resentment, Shen Mingting did what she had always wanted to do in the apocalypse. To her surprise, she succeeded. The woman before her, though disheveled but still possessing a graceful demeanor, began to swell under her ability. Her face was filled with terror wrinkles and dark spots, making her no longer pitiable. Her hair turned from jet black to withered white, like an old woman on the brink of death. Hunched over with cloudy eyes full of despair, she collapsed in a corner of the city unnoticed. Shun Tsuerong was ecstatic. Her ability could even reconfigure cells. Since it could make people old, could it make her young? With a surge of excitement, Shun Tsuerong reconfigured herself before the mirror. She envisioned youthful cells flooding her body, picturing a slender waist and a delicate, charming face. She resolved to be younger, thinner, and more beautiful than the girl who had usurped her place. The world inherently favored maidens, and now she had the power to live as one. Gazing at the maiden in the mirror, she knew that the weary, weathered Shun Tsuerong had perished, but a lovely, enchanting girl named Shun Mengting had come to life. She admired her taut cheeks and slender waist, smiling with satisfaction at her reflection. She began to deliberately mimic a maiden's mannerisms, adopting youthful gestures and tones, even though she found it unnatural. Yet no one would fault a beautiful young girl. The world was so unjust, yet now she was the one receiving its favor. Even in the apocalypse, she felt the world had never been more beautiful. With her formidable power, she effortlessly became the captain of the Jinglian City Psychic Combat Team. Everyone praised her commanding presence and maturity beyond her years. How laughable. She was merely pretending to be young. Maturity was her true nature. But now Shun Mengting stared at the shattered fragments on the floor, unable to smile. Shun Mengting seemed to have vanished, and Shun Tsuerong had returned. That ugly, failed, jealous, middle-aged woman clung to her like a nightmare. Shun Tsuerong tried once more to use her powers to regain youth, to summon Shun Mengting back, to tell everyone it was just a prank. Who would blame a young girl for a joke gone too far? Yet for some reason her powers failed. No. No. No, no, no. Shun Tsuerong knelt on the ground, screaming in anguish, unable to understand why her powers had abandoned her. The reflection in the mirror was so hideous. Loose cheeks, dark spots at the corners of her eyes, withered hair. Her image slowly merged with that woman's appearance before death. Shun Tsuerong shrieked and fled into the room, too terrified to approach the bathroom mirror again. The woman in the mirror glared with venomous eyes, mouthing the words, "Pay with your life." With each silent utterance, her lips curled higher, revealing a mouthful of yellow, jagged teeth. Shun Tsuerong, why did you kill me? What did I do wrong? Did it feel good to kill me? I saw you enjoyed it so much. The voice from memory turned vicious and eerie, and Shun Tsuerong felt it drawing closer. Overwhelming fear devoured her heart. She saw a bloated, corpse-spotted hand emerge from the bathroom. "I can save you, make you young again, restore your powers." The words came like a demon's whisper. "Who are you? Save me." Shun Tsuerong curled up in a corner, trembling uncontrollably. "The price is your soul. It will be mine to command." Shun Tsuerong froze. Without a soul, was she still alive? Was the speaker a demon? Gray hair matted with blood and dust framed a swollen face. The woman had crawled out of the bathroom, fixing her murky eyes on Shun Tsuerong and smiling. "You're here, you're here, you're here." The specter drew nearer, and Shun Tsuerong screamed, "I agree. They'll do anything." As her cries ceased, the evil spirit slowly dissolved, its face twisted with rage and reluctance. The surroundings faded, the world turning white, so blinding she couldn't open her eyes. Shun Tsuerong shielded her face with her hands. When the brightness subsided, she lowered her slender arms. Shun Mengting opened her eyes. Before her stood a man with pale skin, sharp features, and crimson eyes that held a hint of amusement. She recalled the demonic whisper from before. Was he the devil? Her chaotic thoughts began to clear. Number 1. Shun Mengting tensed for battle, ready to attack Ji Chuan, but instead coughed up blood. "We formed a contract in the illusion realm. Harming your master will backfire." Ji Chuan hadn't expected the newcomer in Xia Yiking's team to possess such a useful power, probing others' deepest secrets, crafting an illusion, and luring them into a soul contract. Illusion realm. Contract. Shun Mengting's pupils contracted sharply. So it had all been an illusion, but the contract within it was real. She had fallen into the illusion the moment she entered this area. Another mouthful of blood spilled, this time from sheer fury at herself. Had he seen all her secrets in the illusion? Ji Chuan nodded. I know everything you think. Your soul is completely under my control. If you work hard for the stronghold, it'll let you live. Shun Tsuerong. Shun Mengting stood frozen, her mind refusing to function. She had thought she could easily deal with number 1 here. How had it come to this? What about the others? Maybe only she had fallen into the illusion and the rest still had a chance. Are you talking about them? Zhuang Tu approached expressionlessly from behind, Wang Lin's face filled with reluctance as his body moved against his will. Xiao Lian and Lan Xing followed closely. 2 captains from Jianghua City were also there. Shun Mengting hadn't bothered to remember their names. Huigu wasn't among them. He was still alive. That guy? His head fell off. Useless. Shun Mengting was crushed. The entire Jinglian team had been wiped out, leaving only the 2 Jianghua captains alive. Under Shun Mengting's horrified gaze, Ji Chuan began cracking a walnut. "No, don't." Wang Lin screamed. Though already dead, his consciousness remained. But no matter how loudly he shouted, his body knelt uncontrollably. He lowered his head to the most convenient angle for Ji Chuan, welcoming his hand. When his skull shattered, Wang Lin's screams ceased. His body lay lifeless, just like the corpses around them. Shun Mengting sobbed, trembling violently, realizing that without Ji Chuan's command, she couldn't even kneel. She remembered laughing so hard she pounded the floor while reading the report. Thinking zombies couldn't possibly talk drive or wield multiple powers that she could crush him with a flick of her wrist. She never imagined facing such a monster. He truly was a demon. Think of me as a monster again, and he'll dig out your crystal core too. No, master. Please don't take my crystal core. It wasn't that Ji Chuan didn't want to. He had too many this time. 6 red crystal cores plus the one from the person Little Gray had killed made 7. This would surely plunge him into slumber. Last time he had slept for 3 days. He wasn't sure how long this time would last, so he needed a powerful guardian. Shin Mingting was perfect. Her power was among the strongest he had ever seen. With a soul contract, he could trust her to protect him. When he woke, he would decide whether to consume her crystal core. After glimpsing her secrets, Ji Chuan felt a wave of disgust. What did you say? Xia Yiqing is still alive, but has betrayed us. Li Jingru could hardly believe his ears. Xia Yiqing was actually in league with number 1. Yes, Chief. I tried to break his mental control, but there was no response. It seems to be his own volition. Li Jingru wondered why Xia Yiqing would betray them. What about Song Xiai? If Song Xiai were conscious, he could easily escape with his cards. But why was there still no word from him? Could he still be unconscious? Already dead? Or perhaps like Xia Yiqing? Li Jingru dared not entertain that possibility. Chief, the 2 of us are no match for Captain Xia. He warned that if we approach again, he would kill us. So our team can no longer take missions in the Star River District. Yin Lai felt somewhat disheartened. Although they were both super-level psychics, the difference in the abilities themselves and their development made for a clear disparity in strength. Xia Yiqing was evidently superior to him. What about the others? Li Jingru thought to himself that at least there were still the 4 experts from Jinglian City, and his people had not faced mortal danger. He could place his hopes on them. We're not sure. Orijar was enveloped by 5 domains. To minimize risk and find the correct entrance, we split into 5 groups to explore separately. Shortly after we entered, we encountered Xia Yiqing in one of the domains. We fought, but were outmatched, so we retreated. Could number 1 actually wield 5 domains? Combined with Xia Yiqing's betrayal, Li Jingru suspected number 1 had other accomplices. The domains were likely created by different individuals. After all, the possibility of a single zombie simultaneously using 5 different domains was far too low. Despite his deep unease, he knew the 4 from Jinglian City were formidable and should not make any mistakes. Learning that Yin Lai and Ning Chuha had no further information, he sent them to rest. All he could do now was wait. The surrounding domains gradually dissipated, and Orijar returned to its original state. Ji Chuan walked toward the last corpse, the spoils he had yet to claim. The members of the stronghold, relieved, came out to check on the wounded. Their peaceful existence in this apocalypse relied entirely on Ji Chuan's protection, and none wished to see this tranquility shattered. Strange. From a distance, Ji Chuan noticed that the red crystal core in Su Hu's corpse was unusually dim, a phenomenon he had never encountered before. A white orb of light hung in the sky, blending seamlessly with the clear morning, unnoticed by anyone. The orb seemed alive, scanning the people below one by one as if carefully selecting something. The orb locked onto its target and descended like a meteor. In the courtyard, Tang Yu felt a sudden dizziness as her vision blurred. She felt as if she were dreaming. In the dream, she was attacking her comrades at the stronghold wildly, but those she struck behaved strangely. They seemed unharmed, merely dazed. Their expressions were as if they had lost their memories. And what's wrong? Zhou Mi looked at his daughter with a strange expression. Get lost, old man. Who are you? Zhou Yuan's tone was fierce, nothing like a little girl. Her gaze at Zhou Mi was filled with disgust. Zhou Mi's heart ached as he reached to check on her, but she flung his hand away as soon as it touched her shoulder. Those in the stronghold who had been attacked by Tang Yu appeared disoriented, unable to comprehend where they were as they looked around. With madness in her eyes, Tang Yu raised her hand to unleash her power on Zhou Mi, but Ji Chuan restrained her with his gravity control. Ji Chuan noticed that Tang Yu's body now contained 2 red crystal cores, while Su Hu's corpse had lost its core. Number 1, you didn't expect my ability to include soul possession, did you? I know this body is also a super-level psychic. Several of your companions have had their souls reshaped by me. They will all experience the pain I inflict upon them. Come any closer, and it'll shatter their souls. A smug smile spread across Tang Yu's face. She hadn't expected this zombie to have allies, otherwise she wouldn't have known whom to possess. After death, her consciousness could only last a short time. Number 1's body was surrounded by a thick black mist, and her subconscious told her that attempting to possess him would be too risky. Failure would waste this one and only chance. So Su Hui chose Tang Yu. This girl was also a super-level psychic, radiating abundant energy, yet full of vulnerabilities, offering no resistance. After possession, Su Hui manipulated Tang Yu's body, quickly reshaping the souls of the stronghold members in the courtyard to secure leverage for negotiation. Although Ji Chuan restrained Tang Yu with gravity, she wore a triumphant grin. Even with her hands bound, she could still activate her ability with her mind. She just needed a little time to adapt to this body. Let me go and I'll ensure they live. The bewildered few in the courtyard seemed to feel intense pain, clutching their heads and collapsing to their knees in agony. Ji Chuan frowned at the sight. Tang Yu snorted coldly. Using these people to threaten him was indeed the way to expose his weakness. Tang Yu concentrated her mind and used soul reshaping on number 1 who was right before her. The safest course was still to eliminate him. Tang Yu was certain her ability had taken effect, Yet the Ji Chuan before her seemed completely unaffected. The slit in the middle of his forehead seemed to have opened slightly, and inside there appeared to be an eyeball. That was no scar or crevice. It was an eye. As Tang Yu stared in shock, Ji Chuan reached toward his own brain as if to slice it open. Have you lost your mind? Don't you care about them? Only I can keep them alive. Oh. In her terror, Ji Chuan ended her. One of the crystal cores in Tang Yu's brain flickered and vanished. Seizing this moment, Ji Chuan wanted to test whether Tang Yu's death would leave a core behind. But the result was clear, it did not. What he held in his hand was only the soul reshaping core. Zhou cradling his lifeless daughter was racked with grief, but he knew there was still a chance. Looking at the handful of cores, Ji Chuan sighed. He said to Zhou, activate your ability. Chief, you know about my ability. So his leader had known all along. Chief, my ability can only be used while asleep. He'll just. Ji Chuan raised his hand, and a purple mist enveloped Zhou, putting him to sleep with a wide-range slumber. The familiar time panel appeared before him. Zhou had no idea how the crisis had been caused, but as long as he could return to before the battle began, it would be fine. No, he needed to buy more time for his chief. He still had his memories. He had to explain everything to Ji Chuan. Otherwise, Anan would die, and many in the stronghold would perish. This stronghold was the only haven for him and his daughter in this apocalypse. He would not let anyone destroy it. The time panel scrolled backward rapidly. With all his might, he turned back time to the day before. Dad, you're bleeding from your nose. Anan was reminding him from beside as Zhou's chest heaved violently, and the whole world spun around him. A tinnitus like an electronic signal rang in his ears, causing him to lose his footing and collapse, his tray clattering to the ground. Anan's father, what's wrong with you? Seeing Zhou fall in the cafeteria, Zhang Yun rushed over. Zhou's face was deathly pale, and he was bleeding profusely from the nose. Go find the leader. Hurry. Zhang Yun was terrified. Such symptoms indicated a severe illness. There was no doctor in the base, only Ji Chuan, who possessed the healing ability. Zhou knew this was due to activating his ability. The last time he had only rewound a few hours, he had merely felt a bit dazed. This time he had rewound an entire day, never expecting such a heavy toll on his body. But compared to his daughter's life, nothing else mattered. He would trade his own life for hers without hesitation. Anan began to cry beside him, but she was too young to do anything. Zhou urgently needed to see Ji Chuan. He had to relay all the information he had. So he let others go fetch the leader. At that moment, Ji Chuan was still on his way back to the base, having just swallowed the breath concealment crystal he had searched for long. After a brief moment of blankness, Ji Chuan remembered everything. It was clearer than the first time he experienced the sleep rewind. He could recall every detail of the past day. It seemed as if he had not been affected by the rewind at all. If not for the breath concealment crystal core in his hand, he would have felt he hadn't gone back in time. But why didn't it affect him this time? After Su Hui possessed Tang Yue, he had indeed used soul reshaping on him. Could it be because he was a zombie that he remained unaffected? The reason Ji Chuan had divided into 5 domains was precisely to deal with them one by one. He wasn't confident about Su Hui's soul reshaping at the time, so to be safe, he had Xiao Xian's puppet and Xiao Hui, who could continuously regenerate, deal with him. Even if Xiao Hui was affected, it could just die and be reborn. If Su Hui's ability had no effect on him, then this time, he wouldn't need to trouble anyone else. Ji Chuan clenched his teeth. If not for Su Hui, he would have already consumed the 7 crystal cores and prepared to sleep. Now he had to go through it all over again. Returning to the base and seeing everyone anxiously searching for him, Ji Chuan understood and went straight to Zhou's room. The man on the bed was pale and looked weak. Upon seeing Ji Chuan, Zhou quickly sat up. Leader, I need to tell. It's all right, I know everything. Ji Chuan slowly raised his hand to heal Zhou. You know, tomorrow will bring a crisis. Yes, I remember. It will be fine this time. Hearing that Ji Chuan remembered, Zhou felt relieved. He had been afraid the leader wouldn't believe him. But knowing that Ji Chuan was aware of his ability set his mind at ease. He only felt his body was heavy, though Ji Chuan's healing made him a bit more comfortable. Don't rewind that far next time. It seems to take a heavy toll on your body. Indeed, the leader knew everything. Zhou nodded, finally completely reassured. Since the leader remembered, he trusted Ji Chuan to resolve all the current crises. Leader, come quickly and see Yaya. She's been unconscious and won't wake up no matter what. Chen Yuru waited anxiously at Zhou's door. Tang Yu hadn't gotten up all day. At first she thought her daughter was just being lazy. But when mealtime came and her daughter still hadn't appeared, Chen Yuru hurried to Tang Yu's bedside only to find her completely unresponsive in a coma, like a vegetable. Seeing Ji Chuan emerge from Zhou's room, Chen Yuru grabbed him to check on her daughter. How could this be? Even before entering the room, Ji Chuan sensed something wrong. There was a life form in the room, but it had no crystal core. Pushing open the door, Tang Yu lay on the bed, and her crystal core had vanished. Why hadn't the time rewind changed Tang Yu's state? Ji Chuan recalled the events before the rewind. Su Hui had possessed Tang Yue, and he had killed her. At that time, he had noticed Tang Yu's crystal core was gone, likely triggering her rebirth. Then Zhou activated the time rewind, yet the current Tang Yu was like she was at the moment of death. What? Could Tang Yu's rebirth take precedence over the sleep rewind? After all, both were time-based abilities, and Tang Yu's crystal core level was higher than Zhou's. But where would the reborn Tang Yu be, and why was her body still here with vital signs? What was happening? Ji Chuan couldn't figure it out. He had already discovered that his healing ability had no effect on the current Tang Yu. Ji Chuan shook his head helplessly at Yu, whose eyes immediately reddened. What's wrong with Yaya? Nothing bad can happen to her, right? I'm not sure either, but her vital signs are normal. There's no immediate danger. Ji Chuan found it hard to explain the situation to Yu. Tang Yu's coma would have to be studied later. Yu held Tang Yu and wept. This was her only relative in the world, yet she had become a vegetable without any warning. Ji Chuan still briefed everyone on the next day's battle plan, but this time it was earlier. He no longer needed to infiltrate the ability user base, he had already gathered all the necessary information. Tomorrow Jinglian City will send 4 combat team leaders to support Jianghua City, and the ability user base will also send 4 leaders. They intend to eliminate me directly. Xia Yiqing and Song Ci looked grim. Others might not grasp the scale, but they knew the caliber of these leaders. The ones from Jinglian City were surely unfathomably powerful. Though they knew Ji Chuan was strong, facing 8 top-tier ability users seemed a formidable challenge. Leader, those team leaders are very strong. The others might be in danger on the battlefield. Let me help tomorrow. Ji Chuan, we can help too. Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi were also eager. Their abilities had grown rapidly through recent special training. Ji Chuan simply shook his head. I'll handle it myself tomorrow. All of you stay in your rooms. Don't come out. Leader. Xia Yiqing wanted to dissuade him. 8 top-tier ability users. But seeing Ji Chuan's resolute expression, he refrained. He could observe from the battlefield's edge tomorrow and help if the leader encountered danger. As if reading Xia Yiqing's thoughts, Ji Chuan said to everyone, no one is to leave their room tomorrow without my order. Seeing Ji Chuan's seriousness, everyone agreed. Ji Chuan still didn't fully understand the conditions for Su Hui's possession, and he didn't want to give Su Hui any opportunity until it was completely safe. Activating his ability placed a tremendous burden on Zhou Mi. Ji Chuan wasn't sure how many more times Zhou Mi could do it. If Su Hui possessed someone again after he dealt with everyone, it would be troublesome. Keeping them indoors was the safest course. With that thought, a countermeasure against possession formed in Ji Chuan's mind. My head aches. It feels like I've been through an incredibly long dream. Hiss. A torrent of memories surged into her mind as if they were her own. The girl was momentarily dazed. Her own memories were clear, and there were no foreign ones, yet it felt as though she had lived someone else's life. Moreover, a deep-seated regret seemed to have taken root in her heart. Lazy girl, get up now, or you'll be late for dance class. I know, Mom. I'm getting up. It's just that my head hurts a little. A child your age talking about headaches. I think you're just being lazy. The woman sensed a slight difference in her daughter's tone, but dismissed it as the girl feigning illness, raising her hand in a mock threat. The girl quickly got up, dressed, and washed up. For breakfast, she only had a simple glass of milk as her mother strictly controlled her diet, refusing to let her gain even a bit of weight. On the way to the training school, the girl fell into deep thought. Did she have regrets in her heart? Why would a child her age have regrets? She tried to ponder it, but a child's thoughts were always whimsical. Even she herself felt that this strange sensation was merely her own imagination. A feeling deep within told her, in this life, don't be too understanding or always yield. Strive for everything and live for yourself. What is this? Why do I feel this way? Am I some kind of protagonist in a cartoon blessed with special abilities? The girl felt she was extraordinary, and perhaps following this inner feeling was the right path. Cui Zixuan was assigned to lead the group to Orijar tomorrow morning. She felt she had to inform Ji Chuan in advance, fearing that he would kill her indiscriminately upon her arrival tomorrow. She truly wanted nothing to do with him. So after the mission briefing, Cui Zixuan left the base and used her ability to teleport near Orijar. I know you can hear me. But the moment she shouted, she found Ji Chuan standing right before her. Startled, Cui Zixuan stumbled backward and fell to the ground. Don't kill me. I'm just here to tell you that I've been ordered to bring people here tomorrow. It's not my choice. They'll leave right after. Cui Zixuan was on the verge of tears. She hadn't even finished calling out before bumping into Ji Chuan. Would he believe her? Would he think she had malicious intentions for coming today? I know. Cui Zixuan froze at his words. He said he knew. He believed her. Great. She wouldn't die. Number 1 seemed quite reasonable after all. I can spare you tomorrow. Cui Zixuan swallowed hard. Her life was safe, but clearly his words had an unspoken condition. She would have to pay something. Could it be that he wanted her body? Looking at number 1's robust physique and handsome face, it didn't seem entirely unacceptable. He was exactly her type. Whether from sheer terror or other reasons, Cui Zixuan's mind began to wander, spinning at an alarming speed. She swallowed again. Ji Chuan found her gaze odd, but attributed it to extreme fear. Just transfer them in 2 groups tomorrow, and I won't kill you. Was it that simple? Cui Zixuan realized she had overthought things. Splitting the transfer into 2 groups was doable. After the first group, she could claim she forgot the crystal core energy. Her own power wasn't enough to teleport 8 people at once anyway. Just that, Cui Zixuan thought number 1 was actually quite decent. Yes. Separate the people from your base and those from Jinglian City. He knew everything. Cui Zixuan's fear of Ji Chuan deepened. The base had only just finished the meeting and assigned the mission. She had even teleported here, yet he knew it all. Was it the same teleportation ability? Or could his perception really cover such a distance? If it was the latter, number 1 was terrifying. Will something happen to them? Ji Chuan's arrangement filled Ji Chuan with dread, vaguely sensing that her actions would greatly disadvantage the team leaders. I ask you, what is their purpose in coming? Is it for a vacation stay? Ji Chuan lowered her head. Their purpose was of course to kill you. She dared not say it, but number one clearly knew everything. Do as I say. You have no choice. Ji Chuan vanished, leaving Ji Chuan feeling like she had made a deal with the devil, trapped in inner turmoil. But in truth, she had little attachment to those people. The reconnaissance team usually operated independently. Better them than me. Ji Chuan sighed and returned to the base. In truth, even without Ji Chuan's help, Ji Chuan was confident he could take them out. Her assistance just made it more efficient. From their previous interactions, Ji Chuan knew she was timid and valued her life dearly. If he used mental control on her directly, the squinty-eyed Zhuang Tu would sense it, and Ning Chuha had a technique to break such control. But to prevent Ji Chuan from leaking anything that could disrupt his plan, Ji Chuan hid in her shadow after disappearing. This time he didn't want to let a single person escape, nor allow anyone to interfere with his plan. Last time he had assigned Xia Yiqing to handle one area, but Xia Yiqing, moved by old ties, let two people go. Ji Chuan didn't want to blame him. After all, he was still human. But after sensing Ning Chu's technique in that domain, Ji Chuan wanted to obtain it in this new timeline. With Spring, he could break Song Huai's mental control, making it easier to take him along. It would be highly useful for future operations. And with ample time now, it wouldn't hurt to visit the ability user base again. Back at the base, Ji Chuan was tormented, but dared not utter a word. She locked herself in her room and refused to go anywhere. All the afternoon arrangements were made inside the base. She had gone out shortly after receiving the mission, yet Ji Chuan knew everything. So the base was under his surveillance too. Ji Chuan wasn't willing to gamble with her life. She was never one to sacrifice herself for the greater good of humanity, especially since she was already tasked with bringing those people over. It was just splitting them into two groups, no real difference. Ji Chuan consoled herself. Besides, those 8 people were coming to kill Ji Chuan. Wasn't it reasonable for him to defend himself? She would die on the mission, but by slightly altering the transfer method, she could survive. Accepting this arrangement to save her own life was perfectly reasonable, wasn't it? She was just afraid of dying, not a traitor. Watching as Ji Chuan prepared to bathe and sleep, Ji Chuan silently left the room once she pulled off her outer clothes. Since he didn't need to sleep at night, he decided to wander around the base. Ji Chuan initially intended to visit Song Huai on the 10th basement level, but the movement of a red crystal core piqued his curiosity. In the dead of night, few stirred within the base, making the already scarce red crystal cores especially conspicuous. Ji Chuan distinctly sensed one red crystal core drawing near another. The recluse he had been observing was approaching Li Jingru. Ji Chuan knew that Li Jingru possessed the Ant Queen ability, but its function remained unclear to him. As for the recluse whom he had watched for 20 minutes, his ability was the stellar vision. Another mystery Ji Chuan had yet to unravel. During those 20 minutes of daytime observation, the recluse had been gaming idly, seemingly free from any base duties. His room was well stocked with food and drink, a privilege that piqued Ji Chuan's curiosity about the role he played. Sensing the recluse was now very close to Li Jingru, likely having entered his room, Ji Chuan followed suit. Why summon a recluse to your room in the middle of the night? Ji Chuan concealed himself in the shadows of Li Jingru's quarters. Leader, the success rate for eradicating zombies is 0.0002, for eliminating number 1 is 0.03, and for obtaining 2 tons of beef is 35. How would you like to make your wish? Li Jingru sighed, disheartened by the abysmal odds of the first 2. Beef then, as you wish. The recluse withdrew from the room and made his way to the 6th basement level's hall. Though it was the dead of night, several guards were stationed at every entrance. A transport squad stood by awaiting orders. An electronic clock on the hall wall read 2358. Midnight was imminent. The recluse fixed his gaze on the time panel, watching intently. As the display hit 0000, he lowered his head and clasped his hands before his chest. It seemed he was making a wish. Above the hall, a faint resplendent starlight began to materialize. After the glow faded, the silhouette of an object gradually took shape in the air, growing ever more distinct. With a dull thud, a mountain of beef appeared in the hall. The nearby guards showed no surprise. Wish successful. Transport team, move out. The standby squad began their work, methodically carrying the beef away, destined for Song Huai's room. His task complete, the recluse turned and headed back to his own quarters. Ji Chuan felt a headache coming on. He now had a rough idea of what the stellar vision ability entailed. It was a formidable power that needed to be neutralized. Ji Chuan surmised that this ability allowed the user to calculate the success rates of 3 wishes daily. At midnight, they could make a wish, its outcome influenced by the probability, success, or failure. The ability user's base had already set their sights on eliminating him, though the current success rate was a mere 0.03. But what if this wish was made every day? Would he one day drop dead without warning? For now, his priority was acquiring those red crystal cores tomorrow. Absorbing them would grant him the confidence to storm the ability user base and deal with this recluse once and for all. For the time being, he had to keep a low profile to avoid undue losses. After visiting Song Huai, Ji Chuan departed from the ability user base. He prepared to set the stage for the morning's battle. Meanwhile, Xin Mingting yawned as she made her last entrance, finding everyone already waiting in the hall. Unhurried, she continued tying her hair. Now that we're all here, let's move out. Ji Chuan, slightly tense, took Ning Chuha and the others by the hand, instantly transporting them to the hotel entrance. She then feigned surprise, claiming she had forgotten to bring crystal core energy and needed to return for the others. The squad leaders from Jianghua City paid it no mind, their attention fixed on the peculiar sight of the original hotel before them. It differed from the online images. In those, only a black mist shrouded the hotel, but now a silver dome, like a cloche on a Western dining plate, encased the entire structure. What is this? Before Lai could finish his observation, the silver region abruptly expanded, exploding outward and swallowing the four of them in an instant. My apologies, I forgot the crystal core energy. My ability can't transport that many at once. They'll bring the others over right away. Ji Chuan bowed to the Jinglian city group. Shin Mingting looked disdainful, but Zhuang Tu fixed her with a stern gaze. You've been nervous since the start. What are you so anxious about? Ji Chuan drew a sharp breath, surprised at how perceptive the Jinglian city members were. I've always been in a low-level reconnaissance squad, never in the presence of such powerful leaders. I'm in awe of the combat team, so I'm a bit nervous. That's why I forgot the crystal core energy. Ji Chuan kept bowing apologetically under Zhuang Tu's gaze. Come on, Tu, what high standards do you have for a useless scout? Shin Mingting cut in, eager not to waste time. The sooner they left, the sooner they'd finish. The rooms in Jianghua City were nowhere near as comfortable as her own. Zhuang Tu nodded and said no more. Ji Chuan led them to the hotel entrance, then vanished in an instant. With that kind of nerve, she wants to join the combat team. She runs faster than anyone. Shin Mingting sneered. So this hotel is his stronghold. A zombie keeping things so tidy. You lot stay back. Let us from Jinglian City handle this. Shin Mingting addressed the Jianghua City squad leaders behind her. They nodded respectfully, much to her satisfaction. In an instant, the hotel's front door crumbled to sand, and Shin Mingting and her group strode in triumphantly. The hotel courtyard was vast and empty, seemingly devoid of anything. Zhuang Tu intensified his sensory perception, yet found nothing. Did number one know we were coming and flee? Shin Mingting frowned. Combat was her forte, but Catan mouse games were not. Brother Hui'll search the west wing. They'll take the backyard. They'll guard the main gate. Su Hui was slightly surprised by their swift division of labor today. That left only the main building, just as had hoped. He headed straight for the most conspicuous structure, believing it offered the highest chance of encountering number one. His ability was so formidable that he saw no possibility of failure. Even in the worst-case scenario, should he lose, his adversary would never anticipate that he had one more chance at reincarnation after death. But Su Hui doubted he would ever need to use it. Entering the hotel lobby, Su Hui was taken aback. In this post-apocalyptic world, a stronghold supposedly established by a zombie was immaculate, cleaner, and more orderly than when the hotel was in normal operation. He leisurely patrolled the floor, finding no useful clues, and decided to ascend and continue his search. Unbeknownst to Su Hui, from each person's perspective, the others had similarly proposed separate searches, each venturing out alone. It was a pristine, frigid world, the ground exceptionally hard. Being metallic in texture, it produced a hollow thud-thud with each step. Around them stood metallic crystals, the natural form of metal in the wild. They varied in size and color, yet all gleamed with a metallic luster resembling works of art. What is this? Lai and his group had just been surveying the hotel's perimeter moments ago, but now they found themselves within it, yet there was no trace of the hotel anywhere in sight. It's a domain. Xiao Zu's face darkened. The fact that it could pull 4 top-tier psychics into it simultaneously with its boundaries invisible spoke volumes about its master's overwhelming power. A zombie can use a domain. Or does it have an accomplice? Lai couldn't believe Xiao Zu's judgment. He was more inclined to think some human traitor was playing tricks here. Don't panic. Even if it's a domain, it's powerless against absolute strength. Ning Chuha was confident. Facing 4 top-tier psychics, whether the opponent was human or zombie, she didn't believe they stood a chance. Let's move forward. Every domain has a boundary. With the 4 of us joining forces, we should break through it quickly. Hua Ranxiu had already started moving, but suddenly furrowed her brow, a warning of mortal danger. Instinctively, she raised her hands to her chest, ready to unleash her ability at a moment's notice. Thud thud. A 5th person's footsteps echoed through the metal domain, steady and leisurely, as if they were merely a sightseer within it. From behind the metal crystals, a pale young man emerged. Were it not for his blood-red eyes, he would have appeared to be an ordinary human. Hua Ranqia's fingers plucked rapidly, unleashing a grating gray-black melody that shot toward Ji Chuan in a flash. A howl like that from a graveyard resounded through the silent domain. Without any pause, Ji Chuan continued walking unhurriedly, ignoring Hua Ranqia's attack. Lai's arm veins bulged as he made a pounding motion. A blazing giant hammer appeared above Ji Chuan's head, its flames reflecting off every metal crystal. Though the domain was vast, everyone felt the temperature surge. But to Lai's astonishment, the hammer's flames rapidly dwindled, and the hammer itself shrank until it was no larger than a nail. Ji Chuan caught it, tossed it lightly to the ground, and the once mighty hammer became nothing more than a speck of debris in the metal domain. Several purple vines tightly ensnared Ji Chuan's calves, writhing like living creatures. Their thorny branches constricted relentlessly like a giant python strangling its prey. But before the vines could even climb to Ji Chuan's knees, they were reduced to ashes in a sudden burst of flame. A massive tree abruptly sprouted from the metal domain's floor, as if completing eons of growth in an instant. It enveloped Ji Chuan, releasing neurotoxins to turn him into its nourishment. Seeing the tree stop growing and the silence before him, Xiao Su finally breathed a sigh of relief. Once absorbed into the giant tree, the target would be instantly rendered unconscious by the potent poison, incapable of any further resistance. Captain Xiao, you did it. I knew you would. Huaranqiu was overjoyed. After witnessing her own ability fail to affect Ji Chuan, the sense of crisis had left her deeply shaken. Isn't it a bit early to celebrate? A low, gravelly voice sounded behind Xiao Su. Before he could turn to look, he felt a searing pain pierce through his chest and back. He looked down to see the source of the pain. Countless dense metallic spines protruding from his chest, as if a metal sea urchin had grown inside his ribcage. The injury had also pierced his heart. Even with Ning Chuha unleashing her healing ability at lightning speed, it was too late to reverse the damage. Xiao Su could only accept resurrection, as the healing power was utterly useless. Ning Chuha rapidly conjured sharp stones bombarding Ji Chuan. But when they struck his body, they emitted a clang-clang sound, as if hitting a metal wall. A cloud of dust rose around Ji Chuan. The sharp stones were like crumbling clods of earth, their only effect being the dust that obscured the target's vision. Your attacks are so dirty. Ji Chuan's voice was laced with disgust. To Ning Chua's shock, she saw the sharp stones in the air dissipate completely, even though she hadn't stopped her assault. She discovered the reason for the attack's dissolution. A searing pain shot through her upper arm, and her brain, in a protective instinct, delayed, transmitting the full intensity of the agony. With two dull thuds, Ning Chuha watched her arms fall to the ground, blood already pooling at her feet. Her eyes twitched violently. She had never tried to use her ability without her hands. She wanted to scream, but the excruciating pain made her voice hoarse and trembling. Mucus and saliva dripped from her face as the current torment surpassed any pain she had ever endured. Just as she wondered how to reattach her arms, she felt her perspective begin to shift. From above, swaying and floating. Her head had been swiftly severed by a metallic blade that materialized in the air. The entire world went dark. Don't resist. He'll give you a quick death, or it will be very painful. Ji Chuan looked at the two survivors. Huaranqiu was paralyzed with fear, slumped on the ground. Though she was a top-tier psychic and the captain of the psychic base's combat team, a position many envied, she was merely a wielder of a top-tier weakening ability, essentially a high-powered support. Most kills relied on her teammates. Enlai's attacks were effortlessly neutralized by the zombie before her, and her own weakening seemed to have no effect. Huaranqiu's despair grew. She didn't want to die. Before the apocalypse, she was just a clerk in a music shop. After it began, she awakened her ability and sought refuge at the psychic base on a whim. She never expected her ability to be so high-level, landing her the role of combat team captain. She had only ever casually used her ability, and enemies would be rendered helpless, easily eliminated by her teammates. Many praised, admired, and worshipped her, and she realized just how exceptional she was. But why was it like this now? In every battle, didn't the enemies writhe in agony after her music, then collapse? If she could have a second chance, she wouldn't go to the psychic base to be a captain. What good were others' praise and adoration? Even as an ordinary member, she wouldn't face such danger today. She just wanted to survive. A shadow needle pierced her brain. Huaranqiu closed her eyes, and her body crumpled to the ground. Enlai's burly frame trembled slightly. Looking into Ji Chuan's eyes, he knew there was no chance of survival. Monster, die. But before he could finish his shout, the light of life faded from his eyes. Freak. Freak. Ha. Where is this? Wang Lin looked around. Oh, it was school, a place he had visited countless times in his dreams. He must have been too exhausted, and thus dreamed of school again. Freak. Where's your hair? A sharp pain struck the back of his head as a boy's palm landed upon it. Aunt. Wang Lin cried out in agony, utterly astonished by the intensity of the pain. Was this not a dream? Panic-stricken, he scrutinized his surroundings. It was recess. Though he sat in the corner of the classroom, it did nothing to deter those bastards from making him their amusement. They formed a circle, scrutinizing him from head to toe, as if seeing him for the first time despite knowing him for so long. He was born frail and hairless, and since starting school he had acquired countless nicknames. Freak, Baldy, Voldemort, Egghead. They exhausted all their imagination on him, as if mocking him was the spice of their lives. But why had he returned to this hell? Though he had graduated over a decade ago, and had dreamt of his school days countless times since those were merely dreams. But now their slaps and shoves, and that disgustingly familiar voice. These were things a dream could never replicate. The bell for class rang, and Wang Lin breathed a sigh of relief. His anticipation for class was not born from a love of learning, but merely a dislike for being surrounded during recess. Every break, he would dash to the restroom, lock himself in a stall, and stand there until it was time to return. This was the best way to escape the bullying. If only he were a normal child, or if his family were wealthy. Even if he remained hairless, a bit of family influence would have prevented these demons in human skin from treating him this way. Wang Lin hated everyone equally. Throughout his adolescence, he had never harbored goodwill toward a single soul. Boys bullied him and girls screamed at him, using him to highlight their own fragility and timidity to garner pity. He wanted to be ordinary, but he was always an outcast. His only outlet was luring stray cats with food, catching them, and torturing them to death in various ways. So this was the pleasure of bullying the weak. No wonder those bastards were so persistent in tormenting him. This feeling was addictive. And when those vibrant lives lost their vitality in his hands and lay still, he found himself fascinated by the corpses. Though his grades were good and he attended university, his appearance prevented any employer from hiring him. He preferred wearing hooded clothes to best conceal his head. But no workplace would allow him to wear a hood during an interview. Wang Lin applied for a position at a hospital working in the morgue, responsible only for guarding it and logging entries and exits. Most people would shun the job, but he was overjoyed. Without a hint of regret for wasting his prestigious degree, Wang Lin felt this was his ideal destination. People were only truly captivating in death. One day a female corpse was brought into the morgue. It was said the girl had a congenital heart condition and died shortly after it flared up. Unlike the other aged and bloody corpses, the girl's expression was serene, as if she were merely asleep. In the dead of night, Wang Lin felt the girl was calling out to him. She said she felt stifled and wanted to come out for air. Wang Lin pulled open the drawer where she lay. The girl sat up, gazing at him tenderly, then reached out and caressed his cheek. This was merely Wang Lin's imagination, but he found that the stirrings he had lacked in adolescence now surged within him with unprecedented intensity. The corpse before him was so enchanting. She was so quiet, never showing disgust at his appearance, never hurling insults, and never resorting to violence. She simply waited for him in silence. She must have existed for him. Wang Lin reached out and touched her, feeling not the slightest chill. On the contrary, he felt he had spent the most wonderful night of his life. But their encounter was destined to be brief. The next day, the girl's family had her cremated. A profound desolation settled in Wang Lin's heart. In the days that followed, he explored many corpses, but none evoked the same intensity of feeling as that girl. But now he was back at school. Could this vivid experience be his rebirth? This time he would cherish his meeting with the girl and do everything in his power to keep her. During recess, he unhesitatingly hid in a bathroom stall. He stood on the toilet waiting for the bell to ring so he could avoid those bastards. He's here. He's not using the toilet. Wang Lin looked up in terror, only to meet a pair of amused eyes. That boy was peering down at him from the top of the stall wall. Following the boy's shout, Wang Lin watched in horror as the restroom grew lively. The boys surged in excitedly, kicking the stall door with savage force again and again. As the door slammed against the wall with a thunderous crash, fear was etched on Wang Lin's face. Those boys were like malevolent spirits, their faces twisted with wicked grins. Trying to hide, are you? Got some nerve, you freak. Blow after blow, their fists and feet rained down on Wang Lin's body, as if he had committed some heinous crime, and they were the righteous judge's passing sentence. Wang Lin felt his head spin. The ringing of the bell for class brought him relief. The teacher showed no concern when she saw him limping into the classroom, his face bearing fresh wounds. Instead, she made him stand outside the door as punishment for being late. Wang Lin stared at the blackboard. 3 days until the college entrance exam. At least there were only 3 days left until this nightmare ended. In university, although he still encountered stares of astonishment, no one would resort to physical violence. He just had to endure it a little longer. Standing there until noon, Wang Lin felt faint. The bastards in the classroom watched him with glee. He committed their faces to memory, knowing that in the apocalypse, he would become powerful and make them suffer a fate worse than death. At lunch, they dumped their trays on his head. Everyone in the cafeteria looked at him with expressions of disgust and mockery. He endured until it was time to go home. His mother showed no concern, only complaining that she was already tired enough, asking why he had gotten so dirty and when he would ever grow up. Wang Lin was numb. He wanted to escape this city. Just 3 more days. The next day, his injuries felt less painful. Though he arrived at the school gate very early, he lingered outside until just before class before stepping in. He loathed this place and everything about it. But when he looked at the blackboard during class, why was it still yesterday's lesson? And it read 3 days until the college entrance exam. Why is it still 3 days? It should be 2 days. Wang Lin stood up and shouted, drawing astonished gazes from everyone. The bell rang. The teacher shot him a disdainful look, announced the end of class, and walked out. Freak. Freak. Ha ha. Everyone crowded around him. A slap landed on the back of his head. Why is this happening? Someone please save me. Su Hui calmly walked up the stairs, still quiet, but the luxurious decor of the lobby had not been carried through. This floor seemed to be starting to show signs of age. What kind of bizarre hotel is this where the entire decoration budget was spent on the first floor lobby? Su Hui opened the door to each room, and not even a cockroach was in sight, gradually becoming irritable. He thought this hotel was quite tall. How long would it take to find room 1 by searching layer by layer? Why was it hiding away, acting so cowardly? Su Hui snorted lightly and continued upstairs. The stairwell was somewhat worn, with pieces of wall plaster falling to the ground. He frowned slightly, feeling that some objects seemed vaguely familiar. He pushed open a door which creaked as it opened. This door did not appear so old. Yet as Su Hui looked closely at the door again, he realized it was a wooden door from his memories. The paint had chipped away significantly, and in the middle of the door was a somewhat childish drawing. Why was his gaze so focused on the center of the door? Su Hui was astonished to find that he had become shorter. He raised his hand, noticing that it was still somewhat juvenile. He had not shrunk, he had become small. This wooden door was indeed from the room in his orphanage. Brother, where have you been? The director is looking for you. A pretty girl was looking at him, her big eyes shining like brilliant stars. Xiao tonged. Su Hui had no time for confusion. He rushed into the room and hugged the girl tightly, his eyes turning red. The child who grew up with him in the orphanage was like his sister, the person he cherished most. However, he had not seen her for a long time. Brother. Xiao Tong found it a bit strange, but she still smiled and responded to Su Hu's embrace, gently patting his back. It's all right, brother, everything will be fine. Xiao Tong's voice remained gentle, and Su Hui greedily enjoyed the warmth before him. As long as this is real. Brother, what are you talking about? Isn't it real right now? Xiao Tong looked at Su Hui curiously, her youthful hand wiping away the tears at the corner of his eye. Brother, what's wrong with you today? You seem strange. Xiao Tong placed her hand on Su Hu's forehead and then revealed a radiant smile. You aren't sick, are you? Are you trying to tease me again? Pouting her cherry lips, Su Hui affectionately patted her head. No, I just miss you too much, little one. Still claiming you aren't teasing me. You just didn't see me for an afternoon and already miss me. Xiao Tong angrily turned her back. Su Hui apologized and tried to soothe her, but Xiao Tong grabbed his hand. Brother forgot the important matter. The director is looking for you. As they traversed the shabby corridor, Su Hui felt somewhat dazed. Could dreams be this real? The Xiao Tong in front of him was exactly the same as he remembered. Even the scent of milk was identical. Su Hui, you finally made it. It was Director Zhang, a kindly old lady squinting her eyes with a smile as she looked at him. Xiao Tong is here too. I have good news to tell you both. What good news, Director? Xiao Tong blinked her eyes curiously. Yet a trace of fear stirred in Su Hu's heart, familiar memories continuously resurfacing. You both have always wanted to be adopted together, and the director finally found a family willing to adopt you both. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, Director Zhang. Brother, did you hear that? We are going to be adopted by the same family. Xiao Tong danced with joy, excited like a little rabbit. However, Su Hui felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, the most terrifying woman from his memories. In the past, upon hearing this news, he and Xiao Tong were equally happy, but after being adopted by that woman, he realized it was hell. Madame Hu appeared mature, elegant, and generously plump, but in reality, she was a devil. After adopting both him and Xiao Tong, she initially treated them kindly. But not long after her true colors were revealed, even a slight mistake would lead to beatings for them. Despite the smile always on her face, it felt unusually cold to them. Within less than 2 months of being adopted, Xiao Tong went missing. Su Hui searched frantically everywhere, but Madame Hu showed no reaction. Su Hui went to the police station to report it, but Madame Hu insisted that the child was just playing and that her daughter was not lost. After being reprimanded, he returned home with Madame Hu. Xiao Hui, your sister is just playing, there's no need to make a fuss. Impossible. Xiao Tong would never play around to the point of staying out all night. Where did you hide Xiao Tong? Su Hui questioned frantically. Xiao Hui, be a good boy and take a bath. After you finish, mommy will tell you. He hurriedly washed up with hope. Madame Hu's room door was open and he walked in. The door was shut by Madame Hu, her plump figure still wearing a smile, but this time her smile held a beastly glint. Xiao Hui has grown up too. Madame Hu surprisingly grabbed his hand and threw him onto the bed. What are you doing? Let go of me. Ugh. Madame Hu's strength was great, far beyond what the young Su Hui could escape. Her greasy lips covered the rancid smell, filling his nostrils as he bit down hard on Madame Hu's lip. Like a bear paw, slap fell, making his head spin. Xiao Hui, let mommy take good care of you, or else it will hurt you. His gaze was vacant. Madame Hu's sweat made him feel nauseous, yet he had no strength to resist. Such nights would always occur. Brother, why aren't you happy? Xiao Tong looked at Su Hui, who was dazed. It seems your brother is just too happy. The parents will be here soon. You both wait here for a while. Coming back to his senses, Su Hui pulled Xiao Tong back to the room. Brother, what are you doing? Su Hu's strength was much greater than Xiao Tong's, causing her some pain. Very few families were willing to adopt 2 children, and they were already not considered small. Such an opportunity might be lost forever. Xiao Tong began to cry, and Su Hui quickly stopped his actions. Xiao Tong, I'm sorry, but let's not be adopted this time. Su Hui, what nonsense are you saying? There won't be another chance like this. Don't you care about Xiao Tong? The director was about to step forward to educate Su Hui, but realized the adoptive parents had already walked in. Madame Hui, you're here. This is Xiao Hui and Xiao Tong. They have a good relationship and are very clever. The familiar smile appeared on Madame Hu's face, one Su Hui could never forget. The immense pressure made him feel fear, even wanting to vomit. Xiao Tong obediently stepped forward to greet her, and Madame Hu smiled and nodded. Director Zhang, I really like these 2 children. Let's proceed with the paperwork. No. Su Hui wanted to scream, but to his astonishment, he found himself unable to make a sound. He felt like a puppet sitting in Madame Hu's car, just like in the past. Despite wanting to change and stop it, everything continued to unfold. He felt like a ghost drifting in the air, watching a story he had already seen replaying. Xiao Tong was sold to the mountains by Madame Hu, and he would never see her again. Madame Hu tore open her clothes, her fat hands probing repeatedly. Su Hui felt breathless. Why was this happening again? Who could save him? Shin Mingting lowered her slender arms, and the glare before her eyes faded. To her surprise, she found herself still in the hotel courtyard. There was no award ceremony, no banquet, and no fiend lurking in the bathroom. Before her stood only a handsome young man, his scarlet eyes fixed upon her. Behind him were Wang Lin, Su Hui, and Zhuang, 2 drenched in blood. Her chaotic thoughts gradually cleared, and she realized the man before her was number 1. Without a moment's hesitation, Shin Mingting launched an attack on Ji Chuan, only to spit out a mouthful of blood herself. The soul contract within the illusory realm is genuine, attacking the master triggers a backlash. Ji Chuan had intended to deal with all four through the illusory realm, but unexpectedly Zhuang too woke up midway. Thanks to his keen perception, he discovered this was a meticulously crafted illusion. Thus Ji Chuan had no choice but to transform him into a zombie, a process that was not overly troublesome. As long as Shen Mengting remained unconscious, the remaining three were no match for him. This illusory realm was primarily prepared for her. But this time he intended to control Su Hui because he knew that killing Su Hui outright would trigger his soul-seizing ability. However, once the soul contract was in place, that would no longer be possible. All of Su Hui's actions would require his consent. Under Shen Mengting's horrified gaze, he extracted the crystal cores from the three beside him one by one. Despite their incessant pleas for mercy, swearing they would never betray him after the soul contract, he still thrust his hand into their skulls. Shen Mengting's entire body trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. "Master, please don't kill me. I'll be obedient and never betray you." Shen Mengting realized she couldn't even kneel. Ji Chuan held absolute dominion over her, a despair she had never before experienced. To her surprise, Ji Chuan nodded. "Guard the stronghold while I sleep." The binding sensation vanished, and Shen Mengting collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, yet she dared not hesitate in her reply. "As you command, master. I will guard the stronghold and let no one in." Steadying herself, she shifted from a slump to a kneeling position. Gazing at the corpses of her three former comrades, she still felt a lingering dread. Ji Chuan flew into the hotel and immediately went to Tang Yu's room to check on her condition. The future had changed. Could Tang Yu possibly awaken? Yet she lay there peacefully, without a single crystal core in her body, looking like a sleeping maiden. Chen Yuru, with swollen eyes, kept vigil by the bedside. Ji Chuan sighed and returned to his own room. Since he had no need for sleep, he rarely entered this room, but Su Qi kept it impeccably tidy. Ji Chuan informed Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi that he would likely fall into slumber this time, asking them to tell the others to guard the stronghold. Shen Mengting was now part of the base and would act if danger arose. Seeing the domain outside dissipate without incident, Zhou Mi breathed a sigh of relief. He excitedly picked up Anin. Their leader had succeeded, saving everyone this time except for Tang Yu. Though there was some regret, his Anin was safe, and that was enough. Before Ji Chuan lay 9 red crystal cores, even he who had never enjoyed such a lavish meal felt a tremor in his hands. Fearing that consuming the first core would plunge him into slumber, Ji Chuan decided to absorb all 9 at once. He gathered them in his hands, ready to swallow them in one gulp. This was the only primal desire Ji Chuan had retained since becoming a zombie. All his craving for slaughter stemmed from the urge to taste these exquisite crystal cores. Without lingering too long, Ji Chuan swallowed the crystal cores. In an instant, he felt his entire body ignite. His usually cold flesh now burned with an abnormal heat, and visible black qi rapidly seeped from his form, spreading through the room like spectral shapes. Li Jingru anxiously awaited news from the battlefield at the base. An entire morning had passed with no word. He had even sent a reconnaissance team to the rooftop of a skyscraper in the Xinghe district to observe with military binoculars. Yet all they reported was that the hotel remained shrouded in black mist, just as in the early days of the apocalypse, with Orijar appearing unchanged. There were no signs of a struggle, as if no one had been there. Why was this so? Even if they were outmatched, they should have left the hotel in ruins. Not to mention the team from Jinglian City, whose abilities were kept secret. Even Yinlai alone could smash a massive hole in the building with one strike. So why was there no sound at all? Li Jingru dared not send anyone rashly into the Xinghe district. It was number one's territory. Until he was eliminated, anyone sent there would likely die. Could it be that they had chased number one elsewhere? Li Jingru thought this was the most plausible explanation. Number one, seeing 8 attackers, had abandoned the stronghold and fled. The 8 pursued him elsewhere, leaving Orijar unchanged from before. His phone rang. "Jingru, how goes the battle? Is it resolved?" Hey. It was the leader of Jinglian City. Li Jingru had reported to him that the team departed at 9 a.m. But now it was noon, and he still hadn't received any news from the Jianghua City team leader. Meng Haonian also hadn't heard from the Jinglian City team leader. They were all completely out of contact, which was highly abnormal. He knew Shen Mengting's strength well. No zombie had ever survived an encounter with her, nor any human. We've had no word from them. The reconnaissance team observed the hotel from a distance, and it seemed completely calm with no signs of a fight. So I deduced that number one may have fled and the others are in pursuit. Their whereabouts are currently unknown. Hearing Li Jingru's words, Meng Haonian was surprised. Could a zombie really escape from that group? If Li Jingru's deduction was wrong, could they all be dead? Meng Haonian shook his head. The possibility of those 4 dying without a fight was even lower than the chance of them successfully escaping. Moreover, Jianghua City had also dispatched 4 special-grade psychics, each with unique skills to compensate for any battlefield disadvantages. Such a lineup was arguably the most formidable expedition ever assembled. Inform me as soon as you have news. Understood. Li Jingru hung up, his unease growing so intense that he lost his appetite. Chief, the reconnaissance team has a new report. Speak. The team spotted a bizarre black pillar rising from Orijar, shooting straight into the sky, and a large mass of dark clouds gathering nearby. The black pillar is immensely tall, visible even from the base. Li Jingru quickly left the room, rushed into the elevator to the first floor, and as soon as he exited the base, he saw the anomaly in the distance. The reason the anomaly was visible from so far away was that the black pillar soared into the heavens, its end nowhere in sight. Dark clouds continued to gather in the sky. If not for their cover, Li Jingru would have suspected the black pillar reached into outer space. Such a spectacle convinced Li Jingru that the true battle had begun. Unaware of the Jinglian City psychic's abilities, he didn't find the scene too surprising. Ji Chuan felt like crying, but had no tears. The moment she was summoned to the meeting room, a foreboding dread settled in her heart, and Li Jingru's words plunged her into an icy abyss. You have survived multiple encounters with number 1, accumulating the richest experience in communicating with him, and you possess the teleportation ability. The base believes you are the most suitable person for negotiation. This matter is urgent, so go immediately. At that moment, Ji Chuan was almost amused into anger. They had been warned not to provoke him, yet they ignored it. Now that the monster was thoroughly enraged and they realized they couldn't defeat him, they suddenly thought of peaceful coexistence. The leader, the high-ranking officials, and the captains all refused to negotiate, sending a mere nobody like her instead. They all knew this mission was perilous, as if she didn't. Every step she took out of the meeting room was agonizingly slow. She could already see the towering black pillar in the distance. Orijar might have already turned into a living hell. Would she be caught in the crossfire the moment she arrived and meet her end? Even if number 1 was willing to listen, would those 8 captains bother to hear her out? Especially Shen Mingting, who had called her a waste to her face. The idea of her listening was laughable. Ji Chuan even considered running away, but there was nowhere to go. She even began to lament her awakened ability as utterly pathetic. She might as well have awakened a mundane power and waited for relief at the base. After taking a few deep breaths, she teleported to a spot farther from the hotel. Honorable handsome leader, can you hear me? I mean no harm. The base intends to withdraw its troops. Could you grant us a chance? Ji Chuan mustered her courage and crept closer, deciding that if no one listened and the battlefield was chaotic, she would retreat and report that no one had heeded her words. The Orijar before her was eerily calm with no signs of battle. Only the black energy soared into the sky, an awe-inspiring sight up close. Handsome, can you hear me? Ji Chuan dared not shout too loudly lest she attract zombies and be forced to return immediately. But before she could finish, she heard footsteps. Someone moved swiftly and leaped down from the gate with ease. It was Shen Mingting. She had the leisure to come out and see her. Could it be that the ability user base was gaining the upper hand? Captain Shun, don't come closer. I'm guarding this stronghold. Anyone who approaches will die. Huh, guarding a stronghold? What stronghold? Wasn't this Orijar? Ji Chuan was utterly bewildered. Captain Shun, I've been sent by the leader to negotiate a truce with number 1. The leader wants to cease hostilities. How are things on your end? Everyone can withdraw. Shen Mingting seethed with rage. Was this Jianghua City ability user base out of its mind? They had even borrowed people from the Beijing Alliance, leaving her as the sole survivor. Now they remembered to seek peace. No need. The great leader has already triumphed. Everyone else is dead except me. Ji Chuan grew more confused. Everyone else was dead, and the great leader had triumphed. Shen Mingting, with her arrogant nature, actually referred to Li Jingru as the great leader. If not Li Jingru, then Captain Shun, when you say leader, do you mean number 1? Ji Chuan swallowed hard. She decided to clarify the situation before returning, though she already sensed things had spiraled beyond her expectations. Shen Mingting nodded. From now on, I only follow the leader's commands. As for the truce, I'll await the leader's instructions. I can't confirm anything yet. But during this time, anyone who tries to step into the stronghold will be killed without hesitation. All right, Captain Shun. I'm just a messenger. They'll head back now. Ji Chuan quickly teleported back to the base, relieved she had chosen to approach Orijar slowly from a distance. If she had teleported directly to the entrance, Shen Mingting might have killed her. But how had number 1 managed to tame even Shen Mingting's rotten personality? Still, that wasn't her concern. Li Jingru and his group waited anxiously in the meeting room. Sending Ji Chuan also allowed for a close-up observation of the battlefield. Leader Ji Chuan is back. So soon. Li Jingru felt a flicker of hope. A safe return often signaled good news. If number 1 were truly enraged, anyone sent would have been doomed. Let her in quickly. Ji Chuan entered with her head bowed, pondering how to relay the outcome. I approached Orijar to initiate communication and encountered Captain Shun. Captain Shun told me that everyone else was dead and she had defected to number 1 stronghold. I proposed a ceasefire and withdrawal, but she said it depended on number 1's decision. For now, she's only guarding the stronghold, and anyone who approaches will be killed without mercy. What did you say? Everyone in the meeting room couldn't believe their ears. 7 out of 8 top-tier ability users were dead, and the strongest one had defected. Defection was worse than death. Li Jingru's roar made Ji Chuan instinctively step back. Are you sure Shen Mingting said that? I'm sure. But I couldn't gauge her mental state. The third option seemed unviable. Despair etched itself onto every face. Some mourned the dead, others worried about the current predicament. Number 1's power was indeed unfathomable, even driving Shen Mingting to defect. Now no one at the base could mount an attack. Even if number 1 didn't act, Shen Mingting alone was enough to handle them. Could she be under mental control? The base had no powerful dispellers left. Ning Chuha was dead. The only options were to leave Jianghua City or request nuclear weapons. No, there was another choice. Li Jingris' eyes suddenly lit up. You may leave. Cui Zixuan finally heard what she wanted and quickly exited the room. There's still one chance. I hope we can discuss the best course of action. Everyone turned to Li Jingru, a glimmer of hope rekindling in the gloomy atmosphere. Meanwhile, Gu Yunxi, Lin Lulu, and Zhang Yun were helped off the rooftop by others. Although Ji Chuan's coma this time was unusual, none of them could do anything. Even approaching him had become dangerous as the surging energy could lacerate their skin. Are you all alright? Su Shen carefully examined the varying degrees of scratches on the three women. We're fine, but we're worried about Ji Chuan. Lin Lulu felt a pang of guilt realizing they were utterly useless in this situation. Despite the violent energy outburst earlier, Gu Yunxi had kept a close watch on Ji Chuan's condition, fearing for his safety. Last time Ji Chuan had seemed tormented in his coma, but this time Gu Yunxi noticed his expression was serene, almost blissful. It was an expression she had never seen on Ji Chuan's face before. Dad, Chuan has a fever, his forehead is so hot. Hearing the familiar voice, Ji Chuan slowly opened his eyes. Mom. Dad, get ready to go to the hospital. Chuan is delirious from the fever. Mom, I'm fine. Ji Chuan embraced his mother, and the long-suppressed longing caused tears to suddenly stream down his face, though Xu Ning, held in his arms, did not notice. At the doorway, Ji Mingzhou was throwing on his coat, then quickly entered the room, ready to carry Ji Chuan to the car. Dad. Ji Chuan turned and hugged his father. It had been so long since he had felt his parents' embrace. Chuan. Ji Mingzhou felt a surge of joy that his son hadn't hugged him like this in ages. He was indeed burning up. Feeling Ji Chuan's temperature, Ji Mingzhou exerted himself to lift him. But Ji Chuan stopped him. When had his son become so strong? Dad, I'm fine. Although his body was hot, Ji Chuan felt no discomfort. He just wanted to stay quietly by their side. Chuan will take leave for you right now. Don't go to work. And Mom, I don't want to go anymore. Xu Ning and Ji Mingzhou exchanged a glance, then smiled and nodded at Ji Chuan. Alright then, Chuan can stay home and keep Mom company. Ji Chuan's heart felt warm. No matter what decision he made, his parents always supported him, never letting him suffer any grievance. Mom, aren't you going to ask me why? It must be their fault. My Chuan is so outstanding, your leaving is their loss. Mom, why are you so good to me? Even though he had heard it before, Ji Chuan's heart was deeply moved. Your father and I only have you, our precious one. If not you, who else? Even if you never work a day in your life, your father and I can still support you. Don't worry. Xu Ning gently patted Ji Chuan's back, and Ji Chuan cried again, as if all the pain of the past was merely a long, terrible nightmare. Son, let's go to the hospital. Don't let the fever get worse. Xu Ning's tone was gentle, as if Ji Chuan were still a small child. It's fine, Mom, really. Look how energetic I am. I'm just hungry and craving Dad's cooking. Alright, I'll go cook right now. Ji Mingzhou walked happily towards the kitchen. His son said he missed his cooking you today. He would have to show off his skills. Ji Chuan felt ravenous. It had been so long since he had tasted his father's cooking, or in fact it felt like he hadn't eaten in ages. But that was impossible. If one didn't eat, one would die. Perhaps he really was sick and had exhausted his energy. But now he seemed to be better, with no discomfort in his body. Any illness seemed to vanish the moment he saw his parents. Master. Ji Chuan seemed to hear a faint voice tinged with anxiety. Their home was a detached villa, usually very quiet. It couldn't be a neighbor. Where was that voice coming from? Perhaps he had misheard. Ji Chuan walked downstairs, watching his father busy in the kitchen, feeling a warmth in his heart. As if he hadn't felt such warmth in a long time, Ji Chuan found himself acting strangely today. What's wrong, Chuan? Not to your taste. Seeing Ji Chuan frozen at the table, Ji Mingzhou grew nervous. Had his new recipe failed? Ji Chuan shook his head and smiled. This is the best meal I've ever had. Everything Dad makes is delicious. Ha, my son really knows how to make me happy. The whole family laughed joyfully, but Ji Chuan felt an inexplicable melancholy inside. Chuan, if you're feeling better, your father and I need to go check on a project this afternoon. Xu Ning's expression was apologetic. They had originally scheduled a meeting with the client for the morning, but seeing Ji Chuan's condition, they had stood them up. Now, however, they had no choice but to go. It's fine, Mom and Dad. Your business is important. Ji Chuan knew his parents were busy, always traveling around scouting good projects and attending many social engagements. But every time he was sick or not feeling well, they would stay by his side. During his school years, at every graduation performance, speech, sports meet, any important moment, his parents were there recording him like reporters with a camcorder. No parents were more over the top than them, as if their son was a celebrity. When his parents left, Ji Chuan still hugged them. Xu Ning thought her son was becoming more and more adorable. Even though he had graduated from university, his round little face still made him look like a high school student. Mom, I'm a grown-up now, don't pinch my cheek. Couldn't help it, my precious one is just too cute. Xu Ning laughed happily as she got into the passenger seat. After waving goodbye to Ji Chuan, they drove off. His phone rang. It was Song Hui. Ji Chuan, do you even look at your phone? I sent you so many messages and you didn't reply. Song Hui was furious on the other end. The best way to reach Ji Chuan was still by calling. That homebody never looked at his phone when playing games. Hui. Normally Ji Chuan would have made some flippant remark, but hearing Song Hui's voice now made him feel dazed. Ji Chuan, what's wrong? Song Hui sensed something off in Ji Chuan's tone. Had he spoken too harshly? Nothing. Where are you? He'll come find you. Huh. I'm at the International Trade Center. You're coming. Yeah, wait for me. Feeling like he hadn't spoken to Song Hwai in ages and missed him terribly, Ji Chuan pressed hard on the accelerator. Arriving at the International Trade Center, Ji Chuan went to their agreed spot. Song Hwai was standing there looking at the stage in the center of the mall's first floor. As Ji Chuan approached, just as Song Hwai was about to turn and greet him, Ji Chuan embraced him. Song Hwai was stunned for a moment, then laughed and pushed Ji Chuan away. What are you doing? Don't tell me you've been single so long you've got your eye on me. He was still the same unserious guy as in Ji Chuan's memory. I just missed you a little. Bro, what's going on? You're not serious, are you? Song Hwai dramatically covered his rear, wondering if this was why Ji Chuan always liked to prank him. What are you doing at the trade center? Ji Chuan ignored Song Hwai's exaggerated antics, feeling a bit embarrassed in the crowded mall, and quickly changed the subject. You really don't check your phone, do you? The PS7 is out. I queued for ages to snag one for you. Am I your best dad, or what? Song Hwai laughed and ruffled Ji Chuan's hair. At 186 centimeters, he could easily reach the top of the 175 centimeters, Ji Chuan's head. There was no resistance as expected. Ji Chuan was being unusually obedient today. Ji Chuan naturally took the game console from Song Hwai's hands. Thanks, my good son. So that's why he was being so good. There was a catch. Come on, I'll treat you to afternoon tea. Forget it. Zaida will be here soon to promote her movie. We won't get such good spots later. Song Hwai pointed to the stage downstairs. Ji Chuan then noticed that the crowd around them had grown, with people filling the central area across several floors. Zaida is in Jianghua City for promotion. Ji Chuan's pupils suddenly constricted. He remembered this day. The A-list star Zaida had come to Jianghua City. It was all over the internet. The reason this day was so etched in his memory was because that very night he received a call from the hospital. His parents had died in a car accident. Ji Chuan, where are you going? There are so many seats I can't hold them all. Ji Chuan simply said he had things to do and left with a serious expression. Song Hwai let him go. Opportunities to appreciate Zaida up close were rare. Ji Chuan repeatedly dialed his parents' phone, but no one answered. A deep sense of unease stirred within him, the restlessness nearly suffocating. He swiftly drove back home, rummaging through the project documents in the study, desperate to find out where his parents' mentioned project was. He had to prevent this situation from occurring. However, he found nothing relevant on the desk. It was then that Ji Chuan realized he had been too indifferent to his parents' concerns. He had grown up carefree. His parents had borne all his worries. Their work was intricate and fraught with risks, requiring thorough analysis and assessment of investment projects, yet he had never paid attention. Ji Chuan's gaze shifted to the safe. When he first tried his birthday, the safe opened. Inside were thick backups of project documents meticulously organized by his parents. At the top were the recent projects. Ji Chuan quickly grabbed them and began to read. Beyond a Biotechnology Co., Ltd. Chilean Vaccine Project Proposal. Taipu Technology Development Co., Ltd. Cell Activation Technology Introduction. Ji Chuan noticed the top two projects were quite similar, seemingly the primary focus of his parents, but the two companies were very far apart. Where should he go? He quickly took both documents to his car, planning to visit the closer one first. His parents were renowned investors. If they visited the receptionists at these two companies would likely remember them. The traffic in Jianghua City became increasingly congested the more anxious he felt. Even while stuck in traffic, Ji Chuan kept trying to call, but still no one answered. He recalled receiving the bad news from the hospital in the evening. If he hurried, he could still make it in time. Finally arriving at the first company, Ji Chuan scanned the parking lot hoping to see his parents' car, but there was none. He wanted to ask the receptionist if Ji Mingzhou had come today, but upon entering the lobby, he found it was Su Wanan. At that moment, she didn't recognize him. Ji Chuan only knew she worked in administration at a company and often complained to him about her difficult job, prompting him to suggest she resign. But he had no idea which company Su Wanan worked for. Suppressing his growing animosity, Ji Chuan inquired if there had been any visitors for Ji Mingzhou that afternoon. He was Ji Ming's house family and urgently needed to contact him. Seeing the resemblance between Ji Chuan and Ji Mingzhou, Su Wanan had already guessed their relationship. With a sincere and gentle demeanor, she helped Ji Chuan look through the visitor records, but that name did not appear. Su Wanan had once entered his life with such a gentle side, and the inexperienced Ji Chuan had not seen through her heart. Su Wanan suggested leaving a phone number, saying it was possible someone could have come while she was in the restroom. She could check with her colleagues and contact Ji Chuan if she found anything. Su Wanan was 100% sure Ji Mingzhou hadn't arrived, but right now she merely wanted to get the contact information of the son of a well-known investor. Ji Chuan suppressed his hatred and disgust to refuse. He couldn't afford to delay and hurried off to the other company. On the way, the phone rang. Seeing it was his mother, Ji Chuan quickly pressed the Bluetooth button in the car to answer. What's wrong, Chuan? Just now we weren't allowed to bring phones into the project meeting. Mom, where are you? At the project company Taipu Technology in Lianjiang District. Oh, and Chuan, your dad and I will have to entertain guests for dinner. Make sure you eat well yourself. Mom, tell Dad not to drink tonight. Wait for me, or I'll pick you both up. Oh, Chuan, it's so congested at this hour. It's all right if you can't make it. Your dad will find a designated driver, don't worry. There's another meeting here, and I can't use my phone either. If you really come, wait for us in the lobby. This child, at least he knows to worry about us. I told you not to drink tonight. Xu Ning hung up the phone and instructed Ji Mingzhou, who felt that Ji Chuan was becoming more sensible, but he didn't take the advice to heart. Ji Chuan felt quite anxious, but understood his parents. They trusted his judgment. Therefore, the most prudent approach was to go pick them up himself. Crossing the city's hustle and bustle, the sun began to set, and Ji Chuan finally arrived at Taipu Technology. He hurried into the lobby and told the receptionist he was waiting for someone as she paid him no mind and allowed him to sit there. But as time passed, Ji Chuan grew increasingly uneasy. Where are Ji Mingzhou and Xu Ning? Why haven't they come out yet? I want to go upstairs to find them. Unable to wait any longer, Ji Chuan asked the receptionist. Mr. Ji and Mr. Xu left a long time ago. They departed before you arrived. What? Are you sure? Ji Chuan's expression startled the receptionist. Yes, although I only saw their back, I noticed they had already driven away. They should have left. Since he was certain his parents were here, Ji Chuan hadn't checked the parking lot and hadn't noticed whether their car was there. Ji Chuan dialed several times, but there was still no answer. Why he had arrived so early? The calls can't get through. Can you help me contact the person who received them to confirm? The receptionist, seeing Ji Chuan's reddened eyes, felt a bit scared, but still made the call. Are Mr. Ji and Mr. Xu still upstairs? Oh, okay, I understand. They really have left. Why hadn't his parents answered his calls, and why hadn't they informed him of their departure? Clearly they had agreed he would come to pick them up. Ji Chuan rushed to his car, his inner restlessness intensifying. Where to go, where to go? He recalled the site of the accident which had already been reported in the news. Ji Chuan had recognized his parents' car at a glance. Now he prayed his parents would not encounter misfortune, yet inexplicably drove towards that intersection. The road became increasingly congested, and the impatient honks of vehicles filled the air. What's going on ahead? A driver had already rolled down the window to inquire. It seems there was an accident ahead. Hearing the driver's conversation sent a chill down Ji Chuan's spine. He disregarded the traffic and blankly exited the car. He sprinted towards the intersection, the blaring horns, murmurs, and sirens all drowned out, like whispers failing to register in Ji Chuan's ears. The entire world felt as if it had quieted down. When he saw the flames at the intersection, he felt breathless and the world spun around him. He saw two bodies deformed and charred being lifted into an ambulance. Such injuries were undoubtedly fatal, yet the rescue personnel continued to fulfill their duties. Someone picked up a phone from the ground, scrolled through the contacts, and pressed dial. Ji Chuan's chest heaved violently. Watching the scene before him, he offered a final prayer, but his phone rang. Hey, your parents were in a car accident. Please come to Lianjiang First People's Hospital. Hello. Hello. Ji Chuan hung up the phone with a grave expression, staring at the chaotic scene before him, feeling utterly drained and powerless. I can save your parents. A low, eerie voice that sounded vaguely familiar echoed. Ji Chuan remained expressionless. I can save your parents, just offer up your... Get lost. Do you think I don't know this is the illusory realm? What a... He had acted so naturally, exactly as he should have, yet he claimed to know this was the illusory realm. When had he discovered it? The world before Ji Chuan's eyes began to slowly fade. At first he thought it was just a dream, but the real sensations and memories were too vivid. So vivid that Ji Chuan was reluctant to wake up, wanting instead to do everything he could to make up for the regrets in his heart. Subconsciously, he believed the illusory realm was his own ability and couldn't be used by others, but he forgot there was a monster lurking within him. If this illusion were beautiful enough, Ji Chuan would have wanted to savor the long-lost warmth a little longer. Even knowing it was an illusion, he still wished to prevent his parents' death. But the past cannot be changed. All the anxiety and effort were nothing more than wishful thinking. The chaotic street before him turned into desolation as the white light faded. Xiao Hui supported Ji Chuan's body. Master, you're awake. It was the warm touch of animal fur. Ji Chuan lay in Xiao Hui's embrace. Xiao Hui behind him looked battered, covered in wounds, one eye barely opened due to injury. Before him, a monster gazed at him with keen interest, the same one he had encountered after fainting last time, though he had lost all memory of it upon waking. Now Ji Chuan remembered. He gently stroked Xiao Hui's wolf head, and all of Xiao Hui's wounds healed completely. Ji Chuan tilted his neck left and right, his joints cracking with a sound. We meet again. The terrifying zombie seemed somewhat surprised. Last time Ji Chuan was filled with fear, but now he exuded an overwhelming pressure. Aren't you afraid of me? The zombie lunged at Ji Chuan, its sharp fangs dripping with foul blood. At this distance, he could even see the sores in its mouth teeming with dense insect-like eggs. Its murky eyes stared fixedly at him as if trying to see through Ji Chuan's feigned composure. Why should I be afraid of you? Ji Chuan examined his own hands and body. They were the same as after he had turned into a zombie. He began chatting with the zombie before him, appearing utterly nonchalant. I've used the illusory realm too. When facing a powerful ability user, I make a simple assessment. If they pose a threat to me, I pry into their secrets and create an illusion to help me eliminate the problem. But against weaklings who pose no threat, I prefer direct physical suppression. It's more efficient. So why did you use the illusory realm on me? Under the zombie's astonished gaze, Ji Chuan's body began to transform. He grew stronger and larger. Moments ago, he had been looking down to meet its eyes, but now the zombie had to look up. Many different faces emerged on Ji Chuan's body, each with varied and terrifying expressions. All those faces stared intently at the zombie before him. His hands grew long, sharp claws like steel blades that could sever shin bones. His mouth split open to his ears, and each time he opened and closed it, a mist-like smoke billowed out. Ji Chuan lowered his head in the same pose as the zombie had earlier and grabbed it in his hand. The zombie, which had seemed so towering before, now felt like a captured guinea pig. He held the zombie up to his face, staring at it just as it had stared at him. So why should I be afraid of you? The zombie's murky eyes began to tremble. This wasn't right. Normally, invading his consciousness while he was unconscious should have left Ji Chuan with a subconscious fear. Why wasn't he afraid at all? What was this monster before him even more terrifying than itself? Hadn't Ji Chuan been human before? The zombie struggled desperately, but couldn't break free from Ji Chuan's grip. This is impossible. This is impossible. You can't hurt me. As Ji Chuan tightened his grip, the zombie felt a pain it hadn't experienced in ages. Why did it hurt? Are you insane? Killing me will greatly weaken your abilities. What are you and why do you keep invading my mind every time I fall unconscious? The colossal Ji Chuan now made the earth tremble with every word. He spoke, his voice deep and oppressive. I am your primal crystal core. A monochrome crystal core awakens its will as its host grows stronger. I didn't want to be controlled by you, so I tried to use the abilities you absorbed to manipulate you. Let me go. If you kill me, all your high-level resistances will disappear. Ji Chuan understood. So that's why he had seen strange things every time he fell unconscious after absorbing a crystal core. It was all this core's doing, laying the groundwork to find an opportunity to control him. It just hadn't expected that absorbing so many crystal cores this time would greatly enhance his perception, allowing him to detect all anomalies. When it used the illusory realm, Ji Chuan was even more certain that this anomaly posed little threat to him. If it could truly harm him, it would have used force directly. He had also found the reason why the past wasn't affected by time reversal. It was because of the resistance it provided. As he grew stronger, the abilities it granted became more powerful. Just some resistances. I don't care. Ji Chuan tightened his grip. The core felt its form beginning to crack. Having never experienced pain before, it now felt fear. Ji Chuan's tone and actions made it clear he wasn't bluffing. He truly didn't care about its life. Don't kill me. You've already sensed my existence, so I have no chance. I laid all that groundwork hoping to make you fear me. My condition for control is fear. But I know you won't fear me anymore. From now on, I will serve you with absolute loyalty. As the last word fell, Ji Chuan's body deflated like a punctured balloon, rapidly shrinking. The hand that had been impossible to escape now hung limply at Ji Chuan's side. Gone were the grotesque faces and the split mouth. Ji Chuan was back to his original form. The black crystal core before him was no longer a terrifying zombie, but revealed its true form, a miniature one-eyed little demon. But such an appearance would never inspire fear, so it had transformed into something horrifying based on its observations. Seeing the changes in Ji Chuan and the surroundings, the black crystal core finally realized. Was that just now the illusory realm? You're a clever little core, but the deal is done. Had this host used the same trick to completely control it? It seemed it was the most failed monochrome crystal core of all. We still have one more option. I hope we can discuss and finalize the three most suitable plans. Li Jingru's words rekindled hope in everyone, and the few people in the meeting room waited for what he had to say next. We still have the Starry Wish. The reason we haven't fully disclosed his ability before is that it's too powerful. It can accomplish almost anything one desires. However, every wish has a corresponding success probability. The more difficult the task, the lower the chance. For instance, the previously mentioned wish to eliminate number 1 had a success rate of only 0.03, which is nearly impossible. Every day we can only verify the success probability of 3 wishes, and wishes can only be made at midnight. So given our current situation, what 3 things should we verify? We don't have many chances left to experiment. Everyone was astonished. They had thought the Starry Wish only helped the base collect extra supplies, never imagining the ability was so formidable. However, with only 1 wish per day and a 0.03 success rate for eliminating number 1, it was practically futile. What about a wish to transfer all survivors out of Jianghua City? Li Jingru shook his head. Based on past experience, the success rate for such large-scale changes is very low. I hope everyone can suggest more attainable wishes. Those with a smaller scope and fewer targets, which would have higher success probabilities. But even that was just based on experience. For the base's development, wishes were mostly spent on fresh supplies, and thanks to the space god, storage wasn't an issue. Wishes that could alter the global situation almost always had a success rate of 0. What about making number 1 lose his memory? Then he wouldn't know we attacked him, and we could communicate peacefully. That's uncertain. He's a zombie, we don't know why he can communicate with humans now. But if he loses his memory and reverts to his true nature, most zombies indiscriminately kill humans. Still, this idea provided a new direction. Conceiving a wish that targets a small subject but has a significant impact might help resolve their immediate crisis. How about wishing for a human hero with invincible power? I think the success rate would be very low, and even if it came true, how do we know that person won't become the next number 1? Su Huaiji wanted to suggest wishing for himself to become that invincible hero to eliminate number 1, but he felt too embarrassed to say it. Seeing the people from Jinglian City, he realized that while his ability was considered strong in Jianghua City, there were many stronger than him elsewhere. He had a premonition that in the near future power would dictate the order of this world. I've got it. Something easy to achieve that can solve our immediate crisis. It was Chun Ong, the head of the personnel department. Everyone turned their eyes to him. Though he was just a senior university student, he possessed the purple ability memory, which allowed him to store and recall specific information. Thus, he remembered all the ability users in the base. Transfer type ability users were extremely rare. Even Ji Chuan, who had the ability anonymity transfer, was only a purple level user. A single transfer ability would be even lower in rank, so this should be considered a modest wish. We can wish to transfer number 1 away. So far we haven't seen him use any long-distance transfer ability. We just need to move him out. The success rate should be decent, and it would resolve the entire city's crisis. Zombies probably don't have a sense of direction, right? And there's no reason for number 1 to come back to Jianghua City, is there? Li Jingru's eyes lit up. This was indeed a great suggestion. Young minds are sharper. Good point, that's one option. With the primal crystal core no longer causing trouble, Ji Chuan found this absorption process very peaceful. Since Xiao Hui was inside his body, they could communicate in the dream world even while he was unconscious. This time when he fell into the illusion realm, Xiao Hui had risked his life to warn him. Ji Chuan hadn't expected Xiao Hui to be so loyal. But because he had absorbed too many crystal cores, the primal crystal core's power was also increasing. In the dream world, Xiao Hui was no match for the black crystal core. How long will this absorption take? Xiao Hui, do you know? Ji Chuan had given the black crystal core another nickname as casually as ever. The one-eyed demon was startled and replied nervously, Master, I'm not sure either. You absorbed too many red crystal cores this time. Normally the last time was already at the critical point. 1 red core would have put you into a coma. But this time you absorbed 9. What are the single-color crystal cores you mentioned? Each color of single-color crystal core exists only once. As the host grows stronger, they awaken self-awareness, just like humans. Our consciousness and personalities are completely different. My personality, for instance, prefers not to be controlled by the host. How many crystal cores like you are there? I don't know. I have no memories before awakening. Ji Chuan understood. Without Xiao Hei's nightmares, this time felt unusually long. Create a dream like the old ones for me, but make it about playing games at home. Master, those dreams were meant to spread fear. Let me use the illusion realm to let you go home instead. I won't design painful scenarios. Xiao Hei sighed, never expecting his host to make such a request. Ji Chuan nodded and returned to the illusion. But this time he just wanted to use the time during crystal core absorption to see his parents again, meet Song Huai, and play games he hadn't touched in a long time. Yunxi, the overflowing energy has dissipated. Gu Yunxi hurried upstairs to check. Ji Chuan lay peacefully on the bed, as if merely asleep. But the entire room was in shambles from his energy discharge. Su Qi came to clean up. With her ability, the room was instantly tidy, but the broken windows would have to wait for Ji Chuan to wake up and repair them with his own power. Although Ji Chuan could only use metal to fix things, he didn't care much about enjoying the view or sunlight. Gu Yunxi sat by the bed, gently gazing at the sleeping Ji Chuan. Unconsciously, she reached out and brushed his cheek. When she realized what she had done, she was startled. Yunxi, what are you doing? Lin Lulu noticed Gu Yunxi's unusual action and saw her face flush. I was just fixing his hair, it was messy. Lin Lulu leaned in and said sarcastically, really? I don't believe it. With a mischievous grin, she whispered in Ji Chuan's ear, dead Ji Chuan. Sleeping like a log. Can't hear me right. Ha ha. Then she flicked him on the forehead. Lulu, that's too much. Yunxi, you don't have a crush on Ji Chuan, do you? Lulu. Gu Yunxi's face turned even redder. Back in his home playing games, Ji Chuan paused the game and listened carefully, as if catching faint sounds drifting through the window. Like Xiao Hu's call, though weak, it was still audible. He had already decided how to teach Lin Lulu a lesson once he woke up. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth, and he resumed playing. Su Wanwan's head pressed against Su Weizi's firm chest, his arms wrapped around her as he stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. Godfather Wanwan is yours from now on. Every time you hold me like this, it brings me peace of mind. Feeling his embrace tighten, a subtle smile curled at the corners of Su Wanwan's lips. Wanwan, the results will come out in a day or two. If the plan fails, I'll secure a transfer spot for you. Su Huaiji believed he had enough influence for that, and Su Wanwan was a water element ability user. Though not exceptional among the base's water element users, taking her along wouldn't be a waste. Godfather, you're too kind to Wanwan. I won't let you down. Her fingers traced gentle circles on his chest, her gaze pleading as she looked up at his face. Though Su Huaiji was mid-aged, his habit of regular exercise made him a charming older man. Jiang Zhilan had taken a liking to him upon their first meeting, but Su Huaiji felt nothing for her. Su Weizi's eyes burned with desire as he looked at Su Wanwan, and he leaned in to kiss her. From the moment he first saw her, he was drawn to this gentle, innocent girl, even though she saw him as a father figure. But that long-lost warmth, that stir in his heart, forced him to confront his true feelings. The world had become an apocalypse. There was nothing wrong with bravely pursuing what he wanted. And such an initiative shouldn't fall to a girl like Su Wanwan, so delicate and pure. Li Jingru paced anxiously in his room, waiting for results. It was already the 4th day. Probability calculations showed that long-distance teleportation of Subject 1 to another city had a 23% success rate, the most promising option to solve Jianghua City's urgent crisis. The eerie black energy pillar had vanished. Li Jingru sensed Subject 1 was about to act. Time was running out. He felt they had at most 2 more days. If these attempts failed, he would evacuate with the core members. Requesting a nuclear strike was extremely difficult. Higher authorities would consider the surviving citizens of the entire city, and existing data couldn't support the argument that Subject 1 threatened all humanity. Moreover, a nuclear strike would reduce Jianghua City to rubble. They themselves would have to live underground, constantly guarding against radiation, no different from imprisonment. Thus evacuation was the best option. As for the others in Jianghua City, they would have to rely on fate. Facing such a formidable enemy, he couldn't save everyone, he lacked that power. Self-preservation was human nature. He had already negotiated with Jinglian City, exchanging supplies collected in Jianghua for living space for fewer than 30 people. It was a lucrative deal for Jinglian City. This was Li Jingru's way of assuaging his guilt toward Jinglian City. As for how the people in Jianghua City's base would survive, he preferred not to dwell on it. After their departure, a new order would emerge, a new leader would rise. That was none of his concern. Upon learning that Shin Mengting had defected and the others were dead, Meng Haoyan couldn't calm down. He couldn't fathom how terrifying Subject 1 was to render their top combatants helpless. Without concrete battle intelligence, Meng Haoyan dared not send more people. Other bases hearing the news also adopted a wait-and-see approach. With Jinglian City's lesson fresh in mind, no one was willing to risk their own people. In the apocalypse, everyone struggled to survive. Who had time for other cities' suffering? Li Jingru knew well what everyone was thinking, so they kept the plan to transfer Subject 1 a closely guarded secret. If the transfer succeeded, Subject 1's mysterious nature would leave the receiving city unaware of how it arrived. They would have to deal with the hot potato themselves. Then Jianghua City would be at peace, free from Subject 1's threat. Shin Mengting, Xia Yiqing, and Song Ci might even return to the base. Midnight had arrived. Li Jingru lit a cigarette, consumed by anxiety. If today's attempt failed, only one day remained. Though he had prepared much over the past few days for a swift evacuation, looking at the familiar base still filled him with reluctance. He also faced the midnight clock with tension. This was the first time he had made the same wish for 4 consecutive days, a wish tied to the safety of all survivors in Jianghua City. Though he knew his ability could secure him good treatment anywhere, the current perks in Jianghua City were unparalleled. Transferring Subject 1 was his best choice. Still, he worried. A 23 success rate felt too low. What if Subject 1 attacked in the coming days? On the first day, he learned the truth. He wanted to flee the city. But ability user bases were interconnected. Oh, where could he go alone? With only one wish per day, without the protection of an organization like the base, he could hardly survive danger. He clasped his hands in prayer, more devout than ever. Let Subject 1 leave the city soon, as far away as possible. Starlight gathered in the hall, flickering dimly and brightly pulsating. Though only a moment, it felt eternal to He. Unlike previous days when the light faded, the starlight burst into a dazzling brilliance. He realized with excitement. The wish had succeeded. He dashed toward Li Jingru's room, eager to return to a stable life. At the stronghold, several people took turns keeping watch, wary of any abnormality from the unconscious Ji Chuan. Qiu Xinshi and Fan Jiahao volunteered for the night. Having contributed little since arriving at the base and being naturally nocturnal, they took on the task. But just then a flash of light blazed through the room, and Ji Chuan on the bed vanished into thin air. Shernyochio, what happened? Where's the leader? Did he wake up? No, he was quiet. What was that white light? Damn, did we mess up? How do we explain this? I don't know. Tell everyone first. What's that sound? An earthquake? De Zhuang climbed up the hotel wall, saw the empty room, and wept like a child. Master abandoned me. Where's Master? De Zhuang can't sense Master. He jumped down, making the entire hotel tremble. De Zhuang rushed out of the courtyard, frantically searching for Ji Chuan. Xiao Mei also disappeared into the night. De Zhuang's unusual behavior woke many. Qiu Xinshi and Fan Jiahao hurriedly shouted in the corridor about Ji Chuan's disappearance. Upon learning this, Su Shen first checked their loyalty values, still high, meaning they weren't lying. But where was the leader? Su Shen's heart sank. Had their leader truly abandoned them, as De Zhuang cried out, and gone elsewhere? You say a white light flashed, and Ji Chuan vanished. Qiu Xinshi nodded. 1 second he was on the bed, then the light flashed, and he was gone. Everyone's face darkened. They didn't understand what had happened, and a wave of pressure hit them. Maybe the leader had urgent business, and will be back soon. Su Qi tried to comfort them. But what about De Zhuang and Xiao Mei? I remember they can sense Ji Chuan from a distance. Their reaction now. It was as if Ji Chuan wasn't in this city, but Song Ci didn't finish his thought. In Shin's city, Jinlu Terrace stood as one of the most expensive residential complexes nationwide. During the apocalypse, this neighborhood had far fewer zombies than other areas thanks to its inherently low population density. Each floor housed only one apartment, and most were sprawling penthouses of several hundred square meters, typically home to no more than a family of 3. Many owners were globetrotters, leaving numerous units vacant. Relatively speaking, with ample supplies, this neighborhood offered a high safety index. Xia Yida was one of the fortunate residents. As a top-tier celebrity, she rarely dined out, avoiding photographers and lacking the time. She ate only a few bites per meal, accustomed to hunger. Maintaining this state improved her overall condition and prevented bloating. Before the apocalypse, she had fortuitously prepared numerous nutritious meals on a dietitian's advice and stocked up on supplies. When at home, she simply reheated the raw ingredients. She used minimal sugar, salt, or other seasonings, essentially cooking fresh ingredients plain to preserve her beauty by avoiding all additives and processed foods. Thus, even after the apocalypse had dragged on for some time, her refrigerator remained well-stocked. For someone who ate so sparingly, finding food posed no immediate pressure. Moreover, she maintained a healthy lifestyle throughout, even treating the disaster as a rare vacation. She woke up on time, daily exercised, practiced yoga, and read. In her mind, the authorities would surely resolve the current crisis. It was merely an unusual virus not unlike past quarantines she had endured. Looking down at the neighborhood, she saw none of the bloody scenes depicted online. Only a few scattered zombies roamed resembling elderly residents strolling, evoking no terror in her. After this apocalypse, she intended to show everyone how disciplined she remained amid the crisis. A refined idol must always shine, making fans proud to adore her. Without her assistant or team, she began documenting her daily life in the apocalypse, learning video editing techniques and experimenting with camera angles. Yuching, I've shot some footage, but the editing isn't great. They'll send it to you. Please fix it. Xia Yida maintained her work demeanor, but the phone remained unanswered by her assistant. A mere viral outbreak, and she was already slacking off. Xia Yida felt irritated, planning to reprimand her after the pandemic. If not for the assistant's skill in capturing her beauty, she would have been replaced. Even in the apocalypse, many wealthy individuals lived without hardship. Xia Yida's family was exceptionally affluent, owning a lavish estate in Kaiun City. Compared to her wealth, her exotic beauty was merely an embellishment. She knew little of the world beyond Jinlu Terrace. The occasional news reports, too gruesome, were swiped away with a frown. Yuching, I want the bird's nest from Yongjing Pavilion. Buy it for me. Xia Yida paid her assistant handsomely, but imposed stringent demands which she saw as mere necessities. She rarely called, fearing recordings. Celebrities faced many hassles. But the assistant's prolonged silence infuriated her, and she couldn't resist dialing. Sorry, the number you dialed is switched off. Xia Yida slammed down the phone in anger. It wasn't that late. Prolonged dieting left her irritable. Those delicious, nutritious, low-calorie foods now tormented her with imagined textures, especially late at night, when the craving grew unbearable. From childhood, she had always gotten what she wanted instantly. Now she found this unfamiliar. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Xia Yida was surprised. Few knew this address, and she was here only by chance, owning other properties. It was late. Who could it be? She hesitated to answer, unwilling to reveal her location even now. She approached the LCD screen at the door. A figure in a security guard's uniform held a knife. Miss Xia, I know you're home. Zombies are prowling this floor. It's unsafe. Open up. Bang bang bang. Seeing no response, the guard pounded on the door. He had adored Xia Yida for years, falling in love since her first film. He meticulously studied every video and photo from her social media, frame by frame, zooming into backgrounds for clues. Finally, he pinpointed Jinlu Terrace and applied as a guard to be near her. Even when she went makeup-free with sunglasses and a mask, he recognized her instantly. Using surveillance, he identified her building and from the lights on at night her apartment number. Every time she passed, he greeted her warmly. To avoid suspicion, he greeted all residents, earning their goodwill. He considered his love for her thorough and selfless, believing no one loved her more or had sacrificed so much. One day, as she left, a breeze blew off her mask, landing before his booth. She didn't pick it up, but walked straight to her car. It must have been a deliberate gift. After she left, he picked up the mask, greedily inhaling its scent. This was the happiness of mutual affection. During the apocalypse, he confirmed Xia Yida had entered the neighborhood and never left. Checking the building's surveillance, she had stayed home all along. Living alone in such times, she must be terrified. She was such a frail woman, surely yearning for his protection. This apocalypse was the moment to break the barrier between them. He had held back before, fearing it would disrupt her career. He always considered her interests, loving her more than himself. Now, as order crumbled, she no longer needed to worry about her career. What she needed was him. It was time to step out from behind her to show her his devotion and make her the happiest woman, bathed in love. Yida, don't be afraid. It's me. Open the door. He'll protect you. Bang bang bang. Xia Yida grew terrified. Through the peephole, she saw the guard's bloodshot eyes as he pounded the door, trying to peer inside. Losing patience, he raised his knife and hacked at the smart lock. The LCD screen flickered and died, plunging her into panic. With great effort, the frail woman dragged a sofa to the door, but it proved useless. Her minimalist home was bare, offering no hiding spots. She darted around like a headless fly, grabbing a kitchen knife, but knowing she was no match for the man outside. A flash of white light. Out! Xia Yida screamed. Yida, I heard you. You're home. Don't be scared. Open up. Clang clang clang. The smart lock withstood blow after blow, seemingly on the verge of breaking. Ji Chuan sensed an unfamiliar scream. The base had many female members, but who had let out that faint cry just now? Why was there such a clamorous noise, including a strange male voice? Frowning, Ji Chuan listened intently within the illusion. Could the outpost be under invasion? Both Shin Mingting and Xia Yiqing were present. Could anyone have breached their defenses? At home, Zeta was frantically seeking a hiding place when a flash of white light caught her eye and a man lay sprawled on the corridor floor. A Saseing fan, or an accomplice? Zayeda couldn't fathom how this person had entered when the outer gate remained unbroken. He seemed asleep, lying motionless on the ground. His skin was a fair, cool tone that Zayeda envied deeply, though she even considered asking him for his skincare secrets. This man on the floor was more handsome than many male celebrities. Zayeda felt someone like him couldn't possibly be a Saseing fan. Such was the world. Even if a stranger appeared in one's home, excessive beauty could earn forgiveness. Summoning her courage, she approached and cautiously nudged his sturdy leg with her foot. Why is his body so cold? Zayeda mustered her nerve, knelt down, and carefully reached her hand toward Ji Chuan's nose. No breath. Startled, Zaida quickly withdrew her hand, but then thought that perhaps his breaths were too faint to detect due to weakness. She leaned over his chest, thick and icy, yet no heartbeat came from within. Out. Zaida covered her mouth and scrambled backward. The handsome man before her was actually a corpse. Why was a dead body in her home? From behind the door was being pounded and hacked with relentless force. Zaida collapsed onto the floor, trembling all over, finally succumbing to fear. The world had become so terrifying. She began to understand why her assistant hadn't replied all day. Once the door was breached, she feared she would never return either. Bang! The lock clattered to the floor. A hand reached in from outside and opened the door from within. The security guard easily shoved aside the sofa on the floor. Seeing Zaida slumped on the ground holding a knife toward him, he showed no fear. A smile crept onto his face. Yudo, why didn't you open the door for me? We can finally be together. He strode forward. Zaida's hands gripping the knife began to tremble. Stay back. Stay back. The guard didn't stop, but as he drew closer his smile vanished. He spotted a man lying in the corridor. Who is he? Why is he in your house? The guard lunged forward, seething with fury. He swung his knife violently at Zaida's, the impact easily knocking her weapon to the floor. The guard grabbed Zaida by the hair with one hand. Bitch, you dared to hide a man behind my back. Zaida cried, shielding her pulled hair with both hands, but a kick landed on her abdomen. As fragile as a paper doll, she doubled over and began to retch. The intense pain nearly made her faint. Having eaten little, she only vomited stomach acid. Seeing Zaida's agony, the guard's expression softened with a hint of pity. He set down his knife and used his other hand to lift her chin. I love you so much, I've done so much for you. Why would you betray me? Zaida wanted to scream for help, but after that kick, all she could do was kneel helpless under the guard's assault. He dragged her into the room. Despite her desperate struggle, her strength was no more than a child's before him. Please let me go. Zaida begged with all her might, tears streaming down in large drops. She had never been good at crying on screen, but now she felt utter despair, unable to stop her tears. You're playing hard to get, aren't you? You've gone to great lengths just to please me. A hint of madness flickered in the guard's eyes. He forcefully pinned both her hands to the bed. Admiring her up close, he couldn't help but marvel. Even in pain, she was breathtakingly beautiful. He thanked the apocalypse for freeing his emotions. The top celebrity Zaida was now beneath him. Her pleas for mercy were merely her little games to heighten the thrill. He had read many novels. Women all loved domineering men. Once he truly had her, she would never leave him. Help! Help him! Another slap landed on her face. Zaida saw stars. Never treated so roughly before, she was utterly terrified. The ethereal young lady who looked down on everything with disdain was now the most pitiful mortal in the world. Stop struggling, or you'll lose patience. Your little tricks are enough. The man's voice was filled with anger and warning. Zaida dared not make a sound. Tears streamed down, soaking the bedsheet beneath her head. Despair filled Zaida's eyes. She even prayed for a quick death. But her hopeless gaze gradually turned to horror. Seeing her expression change, the guard grinned confidently. Never seen one this big, have you? Bear with it. But the next second, a shadowy spike pierced through his forehead. The guard collapsed stark naked. Out. Zaida tried to scream, but her voice was already hoarse. The cold corpse now stood before her, its eyes a deep crimson like a vampire's. Ji Chuan stared at the woman and the unfamiliar surroundings. Why was he here? He had woken to this scene. Where is this? Ji Chuan's deep voice rang out. Zaida froze. He could speak. Was he a ghost? Could zombies talk? She eyed him warily, straightening her disheveled clothes. This is my home. As the woman sat up and he saw her face, clearly Ji Chuan was astonished. Wasn't this song Huai's goddess Zaida? You're Zaida. Hearing her name from Ji Chuan, Zaida was shocked. Knowing her meant he was probably human. She nodded, wiping the tears from her face, determined to maintain her most beautiful look before a fan. What city is this? What date? Shinza City. December 28th. Ji Chuan was stunned. How had he ended up so far away after this coma? And 4 days had passed since he lost consciousness. Earlier than he had anticipated waking. Out. The open door and their violent struggles and screams had attracted zombies. She saw several of them shambling into the room. But the man before her paid them no heed. With a wave of his hand, the zombies retreated the way they came, even closing the unlocked door behind them. How did he do that? Ji Chuan stared at Zaida, lost in thought. Not because of her beauty, but because of the crystal core in her head. It was a color he had never seen before. A pink crystal core, goddess of fortune. An entire night had passed, yet there was still no news of Ji Chuan. In the past, whether he was out collecting supplies or gathering spirit crystals, Ji Chuan was always swift, returning at most within half a day. He always kept a close watch on the stronghold situation, which was the source of security for all members. As long as Ji Chuan was present, every thorny problem could be resolved effortlessly. But now Ji Chuan's disappearance seemed far from a simple outing. Xiao Mei and De Zhuang had also vanished, as if they had each embarked on their own journeys to find him. The Stronghold's members had to decide their course of action. Should they also search for Ji Chuan or quickly transition into a state of independent development? We must formulate a survival plan for the leader's prolonged absence. Based on De Zhuang and Xiao Mei's actions, the leader is likely no longer in Jianghua City. Su Shun analyzed calmly, and everyone's faces turned grim. Then we must urgently send out teams to search for supplies. Many items had no expiration date before because of the leader's time-freezing ability, but only he can enter that space. At Songxi's reminder, everyone gasped. To preserve supplies to the fullest, they had stored a great deal in that space, which was also why Ji Chuan never ventured out for long. He had always been attentive to the members' needs, fulfilling almost all of them. But now that Ji Chuan was gone, how would they solve the supply issue? My daughter and I hoarded a lot of supplies before the apocalypse, 5 freezers full. The leader moved them all here and told us to use them freely. But until we find other supplies, we can rely on what's in the freezers. Shin Yuru, haggard from Tangyu's coma, could barely eat anything each day. Sushin nodded. Luckily, we have these freezers plus the hotel's small cold storage. Our supply management can proceed normally. But supplies are becoming more precious by the day. We need to set up a supply search team immediately. Out every passing day makes it harder to find resources. Many areas had already lost water and electricity. Even if large supermarkets held plenty of stock, without power, perishable items would spoil quickly. Gathering supplies daily was a race against time. I have spatial abilities, while join the supply team. Juju raised her hand, offering one of the few ways she could help the stronghold. Everyone except the leader will be attacked by zombies, so we need someone with strong abilities for protection. I'll take charge. Xia Yiqing volunteered to lead the supply collection team. I can go too. I'm much stronger now. Lin Lulu raised her hand, still in good spirits. Despite the grim situation, she had a feeling Ji Chuan would return. Having spent considerable time with him, she believed he wouldn't just disappear without a word. Count me in. If any emergency arises, my cards can help everyone survive. Song Xiai raised his hand. He didn't trust the others to go alone. Gu Yunxi was too gentle and lacked battlefield judgment, likely unable to make the right call in danger. Then the team is set. Adding one more person would make the car cramped, and the back middle seat isn't convenient for using abilities. Juju, can you drive? Juju nodded. I'm a decent driver. At work, everyone passed the outdoor errands to me, and I often ran tasks for others. My driving skills are passable. Good, you'll drive? The 3 with offensive abilities can clear zombies while you're at the wheel. Su Shin's thinking was clear as he efficiently assigned roles for the supply team. Next we should decide on an acting leader for the stronghold. Before Su Shin could finish, Shin Mingting cut him off directly. Learning of Ji Chuan's disappearance, Shin Mingting felt exhilarated, as if she had regained her freedom. Last night, she tried to leave the stronghold, but couldn't move beyond 20 meters. Thus, she realized Ji Chuan's orders were still in effect. He wasn't dead. She was bound to guard the stronghold and couldn't venture far. But even if she couldn't leave, becoming the leader of this stronghold seemed easy enough. Who here could match her in combat? Promotion had always been Shin Mingting's obsession, whether at work or in this post-apocalyptic base. I think the acting leader should be the strongest. I nominate myself. I'm likely the best fighter here. Shin Mingting lifted her head proudly. Though her youthful stature barely reached the chins of other adults, the aura she exuded was intimidating. Others didn't know she was actually a middle-aged woman. Many faces showed hesitation, but Lin Lulu wore a cold smirk. The acting leader needs a clear head. With you in charge, we'd probably end up working for the enemy. What did you say? Shin Mingting nearly lost control. No one had ever dared to mock her so openly, cutting straight to her wound. She had come with confidence, only to be subdued into the stronghold's guard. Facing the aggressive Shin Mingting, Lin Lulu showed no fear. Ji Chuan had already instructed that Shin Mingting would protect the stronghold and wouldn't harm its members. I said you're not fit to be leader. Even if you want to use force to defeat everyone, you can't. Qiao Xinshi, come here. Qiao Xinshi suddenly called out, looked terrified. Luoyaji, what do you need me for? You're older than me, why call me Jia? Do you believe she can't even beat you? Though Lin Lulu spoke to Qiao Xinshi, her eyes were fixed on Shin Mingting, whose gaze betrayed a flicker of guilt. So Ji Chuan had already briefed them. Luoyaji, I don't want to die. My ability can at most make her turn her back to me. Who could I possibly beat? Enough, none of you want the role. Fine, I'll drop it. Shin Mingting stormed off in anger. She had hoped to snatch the position of leader, but now she could only serve as the stronghold's security. Any action harming its members would violate Ji Chuan's command, and the backlash would be excruciating. I don't think we need to choose an acting leader. The time-freeze zone is still functioning, meaning our leader is alive. He might just be dealing with something urgent and can't return yet. During this time, we can discuss and resolve major issues, collectively choosing the best plan based on everyone's input. Su Shin's suggestion won general approval. Besides collecting supplies, we must continue monitoring the stronghold's security. The surveillance room will operate in 2-person shifts, monitoring the entire stronghold. 247. If danger arises, notify everyone immediately. Eliminate unstable factors as early as possible to avoid damaging the outer wall. Without the leader, no one can repair it. Before the supply team heads out, they must report to everyone. That's when the stronghold's defenses are weakest, so we need to be prepared. Next, let's set up a supply registration team. We need to organize our resources and create a usage plan. No more unrestricted consumption. Although no leader was chosen, Su Shin, a former hotel executive, allocated tasks rationally, and everyone listened attentively to his arrangements. On the first morning after Ji Chuan's disappearance, a preliminary plan for the stronghold's continued development had taken shape. Last night was the best night of sleep Li Jingru had in a long time. All unexpected elements in Jianghua City originated from Subject 1, and this hot potato has now vanished. He was unsure where he had been transferred to, but at present Jianghua City had transformed into a stronghold for ability users. When He Lei reported the successful transfer to him last night, he was even more excited than when his son received his university acceptance letter. Although the realization of the star vision was quite tangible, he still needed to proceed with caution to ensure everything was foolproof. He could first allow those with self-preservation abilities to explore the periphery of the Xinghe district. In fact, he wanted to send Ji Chuan as her stealthy self-preservation ability was particularly strong, but it was said that Ji Chuan was ill and in poor spirits, so he decided to let her off this time. In the meeting room, Li Jingru rarely wore a smile. Everyone, the star vision was successfully activated last night, and we have finally transferred subject 1. Chen Ong, your suggestion was excellent. Chen Ong's youthful face beamed with a smile after receiving praise. This is beneficial for the entire populace of Jianghua City, thanks to He Lei's abilities. Li Jingru nodded, his expression turning serious. Although subject 1 has been transferred, we still need to investigate Aligier to assess the stances of Shun, Mengting Xia, Yiqing, and Song Xia. They might be under even more advanced mental control, so Minister Chen, please pay close attention to information regarding members with control release abilities. Furthermore, although I have emphasized this to everyone, it is necessary to repeat it once more. We do not know where subject 1 has been transferred to. We must keep the functions of the star vision and the transfer plan of subject 1 under wraps. I hope everyone understands the importance of this matter. They are all intelligent individuals, only a handful of people are privy to this information from beginning to end. If the transfer plan for subject 1 is leaked to other cities, the ability user base in Jianghua City will certainly provoke discontent in those cities, making it difficult to seek help in future troubles. Moreover, the new city where subject 1 is located may require constant inquiries about subject 1's data from Jianghua City due to their experience with subject 1. This will not only prevent discontent towards Jianghua City, but also incur a favor from Jianghua City. As long as we insist we don't know why subject 1 went to their city, it will be fine. If the effects of the star vision were to leak out, it might be taken by higher-ups. Li Jingru did not wish to give away this trump card easily. Not only can he provide continuous supplies for the base, but Jianghua City also has means to handle tricky situations like encountering subject 1. This kind of ability is irreplaceable everywhere. He Lei's data must be kept absolutely confidential. During the meeting, Li Jingru arranged for an exploration method from the periphery to the interior to gradually ensure the safety of entering the Xinghe district. Everyone agreed to this method. Being cautious is not a mistake. Although subject 1 has not shown abilities for long-distance movement, we cannot rule out the possibility that he possesses similar abilities. The ability user base in Jianghua City was thriving, but those former team members were mourning the 4 captains. The structure of the combat team would change, and those members would be reorganized. Master, I sensed a faint core spirit on the other party. They should not be fully awakened like I am. It was the voice of Xiaohe. Ji Chuan surveyed the only holder of a monochrome crystal core he had encountered so far, the pink crystal core goddess Xiaoyida. A top celebrity with the appearance of a minority ethnic group, exuding exotic charm. Her features were very three-dimensional and commanding on screen, and she was indeed beautiful, yet Ji Chuan did not expect her to be so thin. In reality, she looked like a paper doll, but where it mattered, she was quite ample. Despite the disheveled appearance of Xiaoyida, the beauty of a top celebrity was unreal, comparable to perfect modeling in a game. How do you use your abilities? Ji Chuan asked curiously. What kind of entity is the goddess of luck? A security guard with a green crystal core of power had easily subdued her. It seemed her abilities could not be used for offense. Abilities? What abilities? Is what I read online true? Xiaoyida had come across discussions about abilities online, she had merely thought it was a plot setting from some film and did not take it seriously. Living her daily life, she had been financially well off since childhood and could not comprehend many things, nor did she care. For instance, things like Crazy Thursday, how to hail a ride, Pinduoduo, and ordering food. These were all aspects of life she had no involvement with and felt no need to understand. Thus, when she stumbled upon news of abilities, she merely regarded it as another irrelevant topic in her life, feeling no need to grasp it. Ji Chuan felt a bit of a headache. It seemed she had not paid attention to her abilities, and it was likely that her abilities like Gu Yongsis did not manifest very obviously. However, Ji Chuan had a rough guess that his transfer here was likely related to Xiaoyida. If he had not come, Xiaoyida might have already been killed by that security guard. Under such circumstances, being saved could be considered the arrival of the goddess of luck. Yet, Ji Chuan was curious about the extent of her abilities. I want to conduct an experiment. Ji Chuan's cold, low voice rang out, and Xiaoyida felt an ominous premonition. What do you want to do? In the terrified gaze of Xiaoyida, she was pulled by Ji Chuan to the balcony. The earlier security guard was quite strong, but Ji Chuan felt like a crane. His pulling strength exceeded human limits. Let's see just how lucky you are. Before Xiaoyida could react, she had already been thrown over the railing by Ji Chuan. Knowing that they were on the 28th floor, very close to the top, falling from this height would undoubtedly be fatal. But to her surprise, Ji Chuan was right beside her, even though she was clearly in free fall. This person was actually falling rapidly alongside her. But why does he look so calm and his posture so straight? Xiaoyida despaired. It seemed this handsome young man was also a freak. That security guard wanted to have her, and this young man actually wanted to die with her. It seemed he was also a fan who loved her to the bone. Indeed, beauty is a crime that incites desire. At this moment, Xiaoyida actually regretted being so beautiful in her next life. She just wished to be rich. Oh, Xiaoyida thought she had hit the ground because she felt a sensation behind her, but it was not a piercing pain. She landed on the first floor, and the family's awning surprisingly sprang open. Since the first floor had a large yard, the homeowner had installed a big awning to provide shade during the summer. It had clearly been in a retracted state just moments ago, but it popped open just as Xiaoyida was about to land. The homeowner was financially well off and had selected very expensive materials for durability and aesthetics, light, soft, and elastic like a giant air cushion. Xiaoyida even felt her body sink into the awning before being gently bounced back up. Falling from the 28th floor, she only sustained a minor scrape. Even without the awning, Ji Chuan could have pulled her up before she hit the ground. Ji Chuan squinted his eyes. Is this the ability of the monochrome crystal core? Can one truly be lucky to such an extent? Could it be a form of immortality? Before Xiaoyida could react, she was already soaring towards the 28th floor. Cold sensations coursed through her arms. This man was actually flying with her. What is happening? Does this man have the ability to fly? Back in the room, Xiaoyida gasped for breath, her face filled with terror as she stared at Ji Chuan, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. In this brief moment, she felt as though she had experienced death 3 times. Flying with Ji Chuan was more exhilarating than a bungee jump. Let alone jumping off a building, she didn't even dare to bungee jump, yet she found herself falling from the 28th floor with only minor injuries. She felt utterly exhausted, possibly due to the late hour or perhaps because she had experienced too much excitement in a short time. Your ability is luck. I appeared here to save you. It must be your luck that you survived your jump just now. Ji Chuan sensed a significant decrease in Xiaoyida's energy. It seemed that evading death consumed a considerable amount of energy. However, if she obtained the crystal core energy, she might become a formidable target to kill. Ji Chuan contemplated whether to eliminate her directly, but at that moment Little Black issued a warning. Master, don't. I can sense that she poses a threat to you. If you take action, you may encounter unexpected situations, such as attracting a more powerful individual to save her or some coincidence that may harm you. Ji Chuan also recalled the way Song Hui gazed at Xiaoyida, letting out a sigh. After this awakening, Ji Chuan clearly felt the changes within himself. He had become more indifferent. He had even thrown Xiaoyida off the building for an experiment, and upon realizing her strength, he contemplated killing her directly. Previously, Ji Chuan had never entertained the thought of harming innocent individuals. Perhaps it was humanity's repeated provocations that led to such drastic measures, when he sought peaceful coexistence only to be relentlessly pressured by others. After harming his own kind, he had turned the tables, directing the blame towards himself. In the metallic realm, the human captain told him that because he was a zombie, everything he did made him a monster and humanity was destined to eliminate him. Clearly, it was they who harmed their companions, and it was they who sought to kill him. Shouldn't they be the true monsters? After this awakening, Ji Chuan felt that the humanity within him had dwindled even further. It was not pity for Xiaoyida's plight that influenced him, but rather the advice from Little Black persisting in the attempt to eliminate the person before him could potentially lead him into danger. There was no need to take this risk, so Ji Chuan abandoned his plan to sample the monochrome crystal core. You should rest, it's quite late. Xiaoyida was bewildered by Ji Chuan's concern. What on earth was this person? Thinking he was a good person for saving her, he then spoke of experiments and simply tossed her off the building. But she indeed had not died. Did she really possess some ability as he claimed? She had grown up in a very wealthy family, exceptionally beautiful, and her career had gone smoothly. It seemed she could easily obtain anything she desired. She had thought her self-discipline and hard work were the keys to her success. Now someone was telling her it was all luck. But even if she were told to sleep now, who would dare to? There was a naked corpse in the bedroom. Once the pandemic is over, she must sell this house and never return here again. Xiaoyida did not respond, her eyes filled with vigilance as she stared at Ji Chuan. I won't harm you. I can even make your situation safer. Since he couldn't kill her, he must keep her close, as the threat of the monochrome crystal core was too great. She could very well become a powerhouse like him. Ji Chuan attempted to ingratiate himself with Xiaoyida. At that moment, under her terrified gaze, the naked security guard stood up, and Xiaoyida screamed as she ran towards the balcony. But Ji Chuan merely gestured, and the guard walked out of her home. Reflecting on the previous behaviors of the zombies, Xiaoyida realized that these zombies seemed to follow the commands of the person before her. What exactly are you? No breath, no heartbeat, icy cold, but able to speak, and zombies obeying his commands. What on earth was he? I am a zombie who retains my consciousness. If you do not betray me, I will not harm you. Ji Chuan walked towards the front door. The door that had been broken just moments ago became incredibly sturdy under his repair, exhibiting a unique metallic quality that was quite artistic. Before Xiaoyida could respond, Ji Chuan flew away through the balcony. Xiaoyida slumped onto the ground, reflecting on Ji Chuan's words. A conscious zombie. What an abstract concept. Betrayal. Did that imply a connection between them? If it weren't for his decent looks, that statement could easily be perceived as perverse. He claimed he could make her situation safer. He indeed had the ability to protect her, and those zombies seemed to obey him. Why not have him be her assistant? She could afford to pay a high salary. She should have had him go to Yongjing Pavilion to see if he could bring back some bird's nest. But would he come back? With the house returning to tranquility, Xiaoyida finally relaxed her tense nerves. Despite the thrilling events she had just experienced, she felt it shouldn't have left her this exhausted. She felt more fatigued than if she had gone 24 hours without sleep while filming. Lacking the strength even to wash up, she lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep, feeling as if her entire body was drained. In the darkness, Ji Chuan hovered above the city, realizing that his life perception could now encompass the entire city, and his processing speed had increased significantly, as if his brain had undergone a major upgrade. He sensed the presence of the monochrome crystal core. He either needed to recruit or eliminate it, as he wanted to avoid leaving any hidden dangers. He had already absorbed 9 red crystal cores, and now in his eyes the abilities of the red crystal core users posed no threat to him. Upon careful observation, he discovered that Xia Yida was the only one in the entire city with a monochrome crystal core. It appeared that the monochrome crystal core was exceedingly rare, leading Ji Chuan to breathe a sigh of relief. This was good news. Otherwise, he would be worried about encountering a powerhouse similar to himself launching an attack against him from the human camp. The methods of the monochrome crystal core were exceedingly elusive. Who would have thought he could continuously devour crystal cores to grow? He wished to return to Jianghua City, where a group of loyal members awaited his protection. However, his flying speed was not as rapid, and it would likely take 2 to 3 days to reach there. Even when he was human, long-distance flights made Ji Chuan feel a headache, let alone a journey that would take 2 to 3 days. Furthermore, he didn't want to let Xia Yida fall into the hands of others. He needed to keep this monochrome crystal core close to prevent future troubles. Carrying Xia Yida for 2 to 3 days would probably exhaust him. At that moment, he needed to find someone who could fly an airplane to take him and Xia Yida away. Xia Yida was incredibly extravagant. Although Ji Chuan's parents were well-known investors, compared to a family like hers, he could only be considered an ordinary person. Such stars likely had private jets. She should also have leads on pilots. Once Xia Yida woke up, Ji Chuan planned to ask her, perhaps he could find an opportunity to return to Jianghua City. Having made this decision, Ji Chuan carefully sensed the situation in Shinza City, looking for any unexpected gains. He extended his perception. At that moment, he resembled a signal tower, rapidly broadcasting his perception to every corner of the city. The 9 new red crystal cores within him made him feel as if his energy was like a bottomless black hole. A massive gathering of high-level crystal cores was underground. Just as Ji Chuan had anticipated, this city also had a base for superhumans. They were oblivious to his arrival. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Ji Chuan discovered a peculiar zombie, even though he was not within the other's perception range. Yet when the other was near Ji Chuan's perception area, it still keenly paused and stared in his direction. Ji Chuan was curious about the unusually perceptive zombie. Through possession, he discovered this zombie was remarkably special. Its skin was as smooth and intact as his own. If not for the pair of black wings and a black tail, it would have looked very much like a human. A large number of zombies had gathered around it, and the luster of all living beings nearby had dimmed under its influence. Even some corpses were slowly rising from the ground, clearly killed not long ago. Ji Chuan noticed another anomaly. Unlike ordinary zombies that treated humans as food, the bodies before him were all intact. The zombie wore a faint smile on its face, as if it simply enjoyed the act of killing. Its gaze was gentle, fixed on the direction where Ji Chuan's perception emanated. If not for the blood on its face and body, it would resemble a refined youth in the wind. The smile on its lips grew more pronounced, its black wings began to tremble, and it took flight. Ji Chuan's curiosity about this zombie deepened, and he kept an eye on its movements. Ho Jiqiang, ignoring the exhaustion from overusing his ability, kept running towards the base. Some zombies attracted by him only chased for a short while before stopping and wandering in place. It was because of his ability Feigned Death, which made the zombies lose interest in him. His ability had no offensive means, so he could only serve as a member of the Shinza City material scavenging team, risking his life to use his ability to evade zombies and transport supplies surrounded by them. This was his only value to the base. As usual, he followed the team to scavenge supplies in the city. Normally, they should have returned by nightfall, but they had discovered a warehouse of a small supermarket. In the apocalypse, supplies were like gold, and they voluntarily made trip after trip to carry them. The material distribution in the Shinza City ability user base was very strict, allocated proportionally according to each person's labor. If they emptied this warehouse, their team wouldn't need to go out again for nearly a month. They were members with useless abilities, taking great risks and doing heavy work just to have a safe place to sleep in the apocalypse. Put more effort in. It's rare to find such a complete warehouse. If we don't finish moving it today, someone else will find it tomorrow. Yeah, it's thanks to our team having a sniffer. Cut it out, hurry up and move. It'll be completely dark soon, and we won't be able to see the zombies' positions. What's there to fear? Combat Team 9 reported clearing this area yesterday. Oh, I don't think there's any danger around. But we can't. Can't what? Old Lou, why didn't you finish your sentence? Bang, clatter. The box of supplies fell to the ground. The man stared blankly as his teammate collapsed in a pool of blood. A young man with wings was smiling at him. If not for the blood still dripping from his hand, one would have thought he was just a friendly passerby. What are you? But before he could finish his sentence, the smiling young man had already appeared beside him. In disbelief, claws tore out his heart. The sky had completely darkened. Ho Jiqiang had sensed the danger immediately and used his ability. Since there were no zombies in the warehouse, he was outside, keeping watch for his teammates. But when this winged man had appeared here, he didn't know. Sensing the danger, he quickly activated his ability. He moved away, mimicking zombie-like movements, ignoring the screams of his teammates. Even if he went over, it would be a pointless death. Once sure he was far enough, Ji Chuan broke into a desperate run, sprinting towards the base as if his life depended on it. His ability couldn't sustain continuous use, and he was already feeling physically exhausted. He could only activate it when he was about to be caught by zombies. Ji Chuan felt like his heart was about to burst. This was the closest he had ever been to death. He felt no guilt for his teammates. They were merely colleagues formed temporarily in the apocalypse. Adrenaline carried him back to the base. He gasped for air, unable to speak. The guard quickly came to support him. Guantong Street. There. A monster. Our whole team was killed by him. Rest and speak slowly. The guard didn't think it was serious. People died at the base every day, they were used to it. The supply collection team was just a bunch of trash good only for manual labor. Whether they lived or died, the guards didn't care. Saying they encountered a monster probably just meant they ran into a mutant. These useless people couldn't defeat any mutant. The monsters in the eyes of the supply collection team were nothing more than poultry in the eyes of combat-type ability users. That monster has a pair of black wings and a black tail. He's a demon. Ji Chuan's heart still trembled with fear as he recalled how that demon killed. But the base guards dismissed Ji Chuan's behavior as battlefield stress. They exchanged glances and prepared to send him to the medical room. How could a zombie have wings and a tail? There had never been such a precedent for mutants. Is this your headquarters? Just as they were about to enter the base, a clear male voice rang out from the air. He slowly descended from the sky, still wearing that gentle smile. It's him. That monster. Ji Chuan screamed in terror. Why could this monster appear here? He himself had run for an entire night. Had he deliberately let him go just to find out the location of the base? As this thought arose, Ji Chuan felt a chill run through his body. The chill was due to overusing his ability. His bonus energy had long been depleted. Also because his heart had been pierced, his blood could no longer circulate. Ji Chuan fell to the ground in terror. This is your punishment for running too slowly and making me wait too long. The young man flicked the blood off his hand lightly, as if it were just some dirty water. The guards dared not delay and hastily attacked the young man, but before they could even raise their hands, they fell straight to the ground. The base's alarm sounded. Fu Qingyu, awakened from his sleep, quickly got up. The alarm of the Shinza City ability user base had never sounded before. It seemed the base was in big trouble. Chief, someone is attacking the base. 3 people are already dead and the combat units are assembling quickly. How many of them? Fu Qingyu was confused. Who would be crazy enough to attack an ability user base in the apocalypse? Were they trying to take it over? One person. The enemy has wings and a tail, looks human. No, it's a zombie. The guards who died have already turned into zombies. Hearing the security department's description of the surveillance footage, Fu Qingji's pupils constricted and his mind snapped awake from its sleepy state. Looks human, has wings and a tail. If it has wings, it can probably fly. Wasn't there a flying zombie in Zhonghua City? Could it be number 1? Was that possible? The two cities were so far apart. Had a monster similar to number 1 appeared in Shinza City? Fu Qingyu dared not dwell on it. He hastily threw on a coat and rushed towards the surveillance room. Team 15 safe. Team 9 safe. Team 21 safe. Team 17 safe. Understood. Continue advancing toward Orijar. Ku Fan gripped the walkie-talkie nervously. Though Li Jingru had assured him that number 1 was no longer in Zhonghua City, he couldn't shake his unease. The havoc number 1 had wreaked in Star River District had spread far and wide. An elite squad decimated 7 super-level ability squad leaders dead. No one wanted to set foot in Star River District. Yet Li Jingru had ordered him as leader of the reconnaissance team to take several squads and scout Orijar. Orders from above could not be refused. Ku Fan steeled himself and came. It was said that merely stepping into Star River District would alert number 1, so they dared only approach from 4 directions along the periphery. Fortunately, nothing unusual had been detected so far. He desperately wanted to borrow Cui Zixuan, but she was utterly haggard with dark circles under her eyes, trembling and on the verge of madness. Word had it Shed already started taking antidepressants. With no other choice, Ku Fan selected 4 squads that had some self-preservation ability but were expendable. Once danger struck, death might follow. He didn't want to pick elite teams and cripple his reconnaissance unit further. The combat team had already suffered grievous losses and the reconnaissance team was already short on talent. Losing any promising member would be a heavy blow. Though it was unfair to the chosen squads, Ku Fan had weighed the decision long and hard. In the current predicament, fairness was a luxury they couldn't afford. Leader Team 21 has spotted a target SUV. Requesting permission to tail. Ensure you're not detected, then follow. Focus on whether number 1, Xia Yiqing or Song Ci, are in the vehicle. Roger. Without Ji Chuan's help, Xia Yiqing took on the main task of clearing the path. Zhu Ju didn't drive too fast as zombies kept charging at them. To keep the road clear, Xia Yiqing sliced them all apart and blew the remains away. Lin Lulu and Song Ci felt somewhat redundant. Their abilities were of little use on such roads. Their goal was clear the malls and supermarkets teeming with zombies. Remote convenience stores had long been ransacked by survivors, but places with massive zombie hordes were rarely explored. Song Ci frowned, sensing that someone was watching them. He had used every ability-enhancing card on himself, making his strength, perception, and speed far beyond ordinary. But he dismissed the gaze he felt. Given Xia Yiking's flashy moves and their conspicuous drive, it was bound to draw attention. It was likely just a survivor watching from a window in some building. Leader spotted Xia Yiqing. She's in the vehicle. Estimated 4 people inside, rear windows rolled up. Can't see the others clearly. They're heading toward Taishida. Keep following. Ku Fan remembered that number 1 had taken Captain Xia and Captain Song away by flight. Since they were driving, number 1 probably wasn't in the car. Maybe number 1 had indeed been relocated. But why were Xia Yiqing and the others out? If number 1 wasn't in Jianghua City, why hadn't Xia Yiqing returned to the ability user base? The direction they were heading wasn't toward the base. Captain, a few more streets, and we'll be there. Should we report? Don't report. Hold position and let the other squads go first. Team 15's members understood their captain's intent instantly. They had been reluctant from the start, but couldn't defy orders. Though the captain had fought hard, team leader Ko hadn't relented. Being the first squad to approach Orijar was undoubtedly the most dangerous. Fortunately, their captain wasn't blindly following orders. They waited silently for the walkie-talkie to crackle with news from other groups. Leader Team 9 is 1 kilometer from the target. No anomalies detected so far. Requesting permission to proceed. Proceed. Retreat immediately if danger arises. Team 15 breathed a sigh of relief hearing the exchange. At least the other squads weren't as cunning. Retreat in the face of danger. Fat chance. 7 super-level ability users had died there, and the strongest captain had surrendered. Telling them to retreat was a joke. Who did they think they were? If they had the power to escape unscathed, they wouldn't be stuck in reconnaissance doing this minesweeping work. Team 9's captain exchanged a glance with his team after receiving the affirmative and continued advancing. The towering metal gate came into view. Orijar stood in the distance like a medieval metal fortress, mysterious and imposing, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. He switched on the walkie-talkie, ready to communicate at the first sign of danger. The area around Orijar seemed to have just witnessed a massacre. The streets were littered with shredded flesh and dismembered limbs. The stench of rot mingled with the heavy smell of blood, casting a terrifying pall over the daylight. Team 9's members encouraged each other as they moved forward. Since their superiors said number 1 had left, the stronghold should be an empty shell posing no real danger. They tried to reassure themselves, never expecting that the team farthest from Orijar would be the first to arrive. It seemed their route was the clearest. The others must have run into trouble. As they approached the hotel studying how to enter, they noticed someone crouching by the entrance. It was a young girl with a bun. Her petite frame and crouching posture made her inconspicuous. She stared at them, her expression unreadable. Little one, what are you doing here? I warned the base not to come near this place. Blame that woman for not telling you. Before Team 9's captain could process her words, searing pain erupted through his body. His scream didn't last long before everyone collapsed. Countless steel needles had burst from their bodies, their deaths gruesome. The walkie-talkie clattered to the ground with a sharp sound. Team 9. Team 9. What's happening? Respond. Team 15's members heard the voice over the walkie-talkie, and a cold sweat trickled down their backs. Retreat. At their captain's command, Team 15 didn't hesitate. They turned and fled back the way they came. Team 15's captain had sensed the danger of this mission from the start. They had no right to refuse, but that didn't mean they had to maintain normal efficiency. Since 4 squads had been selected, what harm was there in taking things a little slower? The more risk they took now, the greater the chance of death. Better to let others chance their lives on trial and error. Ku Fan was stunned by the exchange and the screams. He had known this mission might be dangerous, but he hadn't expected to witness a squad's death firsthand. Hadn't number 1 been relocated? Then who attacked them? A child. A girl's voice. A warning. Ku Fan's mind raced. His superiors hadn't told him to stay away from Orijar. No one had mentioned any warning. Had they been sent to die just to gather intelligence? Ku Fan gritted his teeth. All squads retreat. Ji Chuan stood before the mirror in her room, meticulously sweeping a makeup brush around her eyes, carefully crafting a haggard appearance. She had come to realize that her ability was a curse upon herself. Every perilous task came knocking at her door, and every dangerous mission team borrowed her services. Facing Ji Chuan several times was terrifying enough, but last time she had to confront that madwoman Shin Mingting. That lunatic had called her useless to her face, so Ji Chuan took the warnings of someone with such a rotten personality very seriously. She had claimed she would kill anyone who approached Olier, and Ji Chuan believed it without a doubt. She had reported this to her superiors. What they decided was none of her concern, she just wanted to keep her own skin safe. Playing weak clearly wouldn't work, so Ji Chuan thought of feigning madness. She painted heavy dark circles under her eyes, startling others in the base, as if a zombie had infiltrated once more. She also acted jumpy and nervous, displaying extreme fear and timidity. Everyone who saw her thought she had suffered a severe shock, which was exactly what she wanted. Sure enough, dangerous tasks stopped coming her way. She had found the trick to surviving peacefully in the base. In the mirror, Ji Chuan flashed a smug grin. I'm a bloody genius. She gazed at her exaggeratedly gaunt face in the mirror, marveling at her masterful makeup skills. She practiced various expressions of feigned madness, hoping to deepen others' sympathy through diligent training. Mission accomplished. A little madness each day keeps the troubles away. Oh ho 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 ho. Timing it with the meal hour, Ji Chuan took a deep breath to compose herself and headed to the cafeteria. Though she mostly stayed in her room, she still had to eat. A girl elbowed the person beside her. Look, I heard she was traumatized by several missions and went completely crazy. Seeing Ji Chuan, people in the cafeteria whispered gossip incessantly. She kept her head down eating while cautiously glancing around as if on guard. No one sat near her, afraid she might snap and hurt them. A figure sat down across from her, Sun Tao. He ate with his head down but spoke in a very low voice. Ji Chuan, aren't you overdoing it? You're acting like an idiot. Ji Chuan didn't look up, grinding her molars. What do you know? I'm basing it on a lunatic from my elementary school days. Are you sure this works? How will you live like this? Ji Chuan was truly willing to go to extremes, but Sun Tao just found her amusing and didn't care about others' opinions. I need to survive first. Team 9 is all dead. If I don't go crazy, they'll be the one kicking the bucket on the next mission. Yeah, you're the cleverest. With you this crazy, you don't have to worry about anyone else. Only I'll have you. Clang. Sun Tao's words touched a soft spot in Ji Chuan's heart, and her steel spoon dropped onto the table. Oh, Baba, don't come near me. Seizing the moment, Ji Chuan quickly put on a show in the cafeteria, like a startled Kuyun. Everyone looked at her with disgust, then cast sympathetic glances at Sun Tao. Their former captain was dead and his teammate had gone mad. How heartbreaking. Even though Sun Tao liked Ji Chuan, her theatrical antics embarrassed him. He lowered his head, face red, and wolfed down his food, trying to escape this awkward scene. Xiao Desheng stared at Ji Chuan from a corner, lost in thought. He set down his tray and walked to the leader's private room in the cafeteria. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Li Jingru, who was eating, saw Xiao Desheng and gestured for him to sit. What is it, Dr. Xiao? I'd like to request someone from you. Who? Li Jingru was puzzled. If the research center needed people, they could ask Chenong directly. If they needed supplies or equipment, they could coordinate with Jiang Zhilan. Why come to him at this hour? Ji Chuan. She seems quite mad and probably can't go on missions anymore. Li Jingru frowned slightly. Is she really that crazy? You can see for yourself now. Following Xiao Desheng's gaze, Li Jingru walked to the window of the private room and saw Ji Chuan making odd gestures in the cafeteria as if terrified by something. Everyone was staring at her, and some timid girls were scared away. Her complexion was ghastly, like a zombie that had been transforming for a week, devoid of any color. Li Jingru sighed, understanding what Xiao Desheng wanted the person for, and nodded. Such a person could neither go on missions nor be trusted not to harm others in a fit of madness. Though her ability was a pity, a mad person was as good as having no ability. There was no other choice. Thank you, leader. I won't disturb your meal. Xiao Desheng left the private room, casting a sinister smile at Ji Chuan. Ji Chuan found this zombie unusually reckless and, out of curiosity, tracked its movements. To his surprise, it followed all the way to the superpowered base in Shinza City and began a massacre. With his life-sensing ability, Ji Chuan knew the base had plenty of red crystals, and since it was late at night, most members were present. Although the attack caught the base off guard, reinforcements from the experts were only a matter of time and would arrive soon. He observed while flying toward the base. This zombie was peculiar, and he wanted to understand its intentions. The few who had just been killed slowly stood up, their eyes vacant, rooted to the spot. As the alarm continued to blare, a flood of armed personnel poured out of the base. In an instant, the battlefield lit up with bursts of light, turning the night bright. Various abilities were hurled at the zombie in midair, but the young zombie remained composed, commanding its minions below while launching attacks on humans. Its strikes were vicious and lethal, like a self-guided bullet weaving through the crowd in a slaughter. The bodies grew fewer as they rose to become zombie puppets. Combat units, don't let regular members rush out to die. Watching the monitor, Fu Qingyu urgently ordered a halt. Ordinary fighters posed no threat to this zombie. If this continued, they'd only create a zombie army at the base entrance, making it impossible to go out. Looks like a speed-type mutant. Can fly strong, piercing through bodies with rapid flight. Shikai Zhangtai engage immediately. Yi Yue stand by for support. Team leaders guard the base entrance. No zombies get in. Qi Lin dispose of the dead bodies promptly. All non-essential personnel above level 3 move to level 4 immediately. Fu Qingyu swiftly commanded the team. From the footage, this might be the strongest mutant they had ever encountered, and it was intelligent knowing this was their stronghold. What was this zombie's goal? To kill everyone in the base single-handedly. Though the base had many top-tier superpowers, Fu Qingyu still felt a deep sense of danger and ominous foreboding spreading in his heart. Damn it. I was just falling asleep when this commotion starts. They must be tired of living. Shikai scrambled out of bed, not even bothering to put on a shirt as he rushed downstairs. A speed-type mutant daring to provoke a base of superpowered individuals like this was a rare sight even across the entire nation. The entrance to the superpowered base was well hidden, surrounded by barriers set by superpowered individuals to block scents and sounds, making it difficult for zombies to locate. Even if a zombie did wander near, it would be swiftly eliminated by the guards. Shikai couldn't be bothered to ponder how this particular mutant had found them. If it was merely a speed or strength type, it wouldn't be a match for him. He intended to finish this quickly and return to sleep as a new mission awaited him at dawn. Ah, Captain, sure. In the elevator, Yi Yue averted her gaze shyly upon seeing his bare torso. Ah, the situation was too urgent to bother with clothes. They'll be heading into battle soon anyway. It's fine. They'll do my best to support you all. A single speed-type mutant causing such a ruckus. The leader is overreacting. Shikai was naturally blunt and straightforward, and Yi Yue remained silent at his remark about the leader. The scene outside the base was horrifying. Many former comrades stood expressionless, having become zombies under someone's command. Base members awaited Qi Lin's clearance of the battlefield. As the most powerful fire-type superpowered individual, she could grant those familiar faces eternal peace. A fierce battle raged in the sky. Seeing this, Shirkai immediately prepared to join the fray. A form-fitting mecha armor materialized over his body, transforming his previously bare torso into that of a robot. Propelled by strong air pressure from his feet, Shirkai rocketed towards the aerial battlefield. Dodging Shirkai's laser barrage, a smirk curled on the zombie's lips. It lunged at Shirkai, its sharp claws aiming for his chest, but a crisp clang echoed as they met the armor. The mecha deflected the impact. Shirkai raised his arm to fire a laser, only to find the zombie had already retreated a short distance behind him. So fast. Shirkai was astonished. The attack and dodge had happened in an instant. Be careful. This thing is tough to handle, fast and vicious. A figure made of water hovered in the sky, nearly invisible in the night. Zhang Tai and his water form blended seamlessly with the darkness. Observing the mutant's attack style, Fu Qingyu had deployed Shirkai and Zhang Tai as the main force specifically to counter it, as both possessed aerial combat capabilities. Shirkai's superpower fighter mecha granted him an incredibly tough armor that could withstand most physical attacks. Zhang Tai's mystic water allowed him to transform into a liquid state, rendering him nearly immune to physical strikes. Vicious or not, it can't hurt us. Shirkai fired lasers and bullets at the zombie, but the creature was exceptionally agile, escaping without even a scratch. The zombie held an absolute advantage in speed. Although the two men could also fly, their aerial mobility was no match for their opponent. Zhang Tai raised his hand and countless water droplets coalesced in the air, shooting towards the zombie. They seemed harmless, but upon collision, they erupted with explosive force. Yet the zombie's movements outpaced Zhang Tai's aim. It moved like a sovereign of the sky, shifting positions before them with preternatural reflexes and fluid grace. It even smiled, mimicking Shirkai's words, "Attack all you want, but you can't hit me." It seemed to realize its claws were useless against them. The zombie opened its palm, holding it at its side. What's it doing? Shirkai stared, but the zombie made no further move. Its hand. Zhang Tai noticed a spherical object forming in the zombie's grasp. It was slowly growing larger, its dark color making it hard to see against the night sky. And the source of this growing sphere was the zombies on the ground. It's blood. It's gathering the blood from the zombies below. Zhang Tai watched as countless droplets of blood rose from the ground, converging into the sphere in the zombie's hand. He didn't know its purpose, but a sense of dread washed over him. The blood sphere grew at an accelerating rate. Qi Lin was about to clear the battlefield when she noticed the zombies seemed less active, their movements slowing. Blood gushed from their wounds, streaming skyward, their bodies visibly shriveling. Shirkai and Zhang Tai dared not cease their attacks, but the zombie moved like a phantom, its afterimage barely catchable. The warm-up is over. A clear male voice rang out, and the blood sphere exploded instantly. The blood, like a swarm of insects, shot towards the two men. Shirkai raised his arms to shield himself. Though covered in blood, he felt no pain. Is that it? You might as well be splashing water. Shirkai felt his earlier tension was ridiculous. The attack seemed utterly ineffective. Zhang Tai, however, was alarmed. He realized the blood was merging with his water form, filling him with unease. From his experience, only electricity, ice, and space-based superpowers could affect him in his water form. No other type had ever harmed him. But this zombie's attack was clearly affecting him. And the effect? A searing pain shot through Zhang Tai's body. His mind clouded, and his water form became unstable. Starting from his limbs, his body began to solidify, and he plummeted from the sky. Shirkai caught him and descended, knowing Zhang Tai could no longer fight in the air. Yi Yue rushed over, her face anxious, and began healing Zhang Tai. But his condition showed no improvement. Why? Why isn't my healing working? Before Yi Yue could ponder further, Shirkai noticed something wrong. Why did his mouth taste of blood? Captain Shir, the blood on you is moving towards your head. Yi Yue watched in horror as the dark blood, as if alive, sought entry points into Shirkai's body. His mecha covered his entire body except for his mouth and nose, and even his eyes were protected by curved visors. Some blood had already entered his mouth. Yi Yue tried to continue healing, but a strong hand pulled her arm. Run! It was Qi Lin who had realized the gravity of the situation. This bizarre attack was hard to defend against. The zombie in the sky watched them coldly, a gentle smile never leaving its face. That smile filled Qi Lin with fear. It was the smile of an absolute superior looking down on the weak. It hadn't pursued them when they were weakened, which meant it believed they were as good as dead. Since you're out, don't bother going back. The zombie, which had been in the sky moments ago, now stood right before them. A chill crept into Qi Lin's heart, but without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed a blaze upon the zombie before her. Unlike lower-level fire-type ability users, Qi Lin required no gestures to activate her power. The flames could be summoned directly by her will. Yet the blood orb in the zombie's hand transformed into a wall of blood in an instant, as if it had foreseen her attack and effortlessly blocked it. Behind her, Shirkai and Zhang Tai groaned in agony. Their blood streamed through the air toward the zombie. Hearing their screams, Yi Yue covered her mouth and wept. Never had they imagined that such formidable warriors would meet their end tonight. Ji Chuan was astounded by the zombie's prowess. It was the strongest he had ever encountered, facing 4 red core ability users without any disadvantage. It only grew mightier as the battle raged on. With each death, Ji Chuan sensed the zombie's aura swelling with increasing intensity. Was it linked to the blood it collected? Such abilities and speed would be a nightmare for many. Through the surveillance feed, Fu Qingyu recognized the gravity of the situation. This attack method was like a virus. Any contact with the blood would turn one into a puppet of the zombie. No reinforcements. Seal the gates tight. Under Yi Yue's despairing gaze, the base showed no signs of reinforcement. She watched her own blood dance in the air like a rose-colored rain showering the night. Chief, are you certain we should proceed? Fu Qingyu nodded. With the leader's affirmation, the elderly man behind him glowed in the eyes, his white beard rising as an immense aura radiated from him. Profound runes gradually materialized around him as if a sacred ritual was underway. Ji Chuan detected the energy fluctuation within the base. It emanated from a red annihilation core, exuding an extremely perilous presence. He ceased to conceal himself, emerging from the shadows. My king, I never imagined I would meet you so soon. The zombie, who had been smirking moments before, now wore an expression of sheer astonishment. He knelt on one knee before Ji Chuan, utterly reverent. There's no time. Leave this place at once. The zombie paused for a moment, but without any doubt, he swiftly flew away into the distance. Ji Chuan raised his hand, and the dark force of the night, like spectral hands, swiftly extracted the cores from the 4 corpses, brains transferring them into his grasp. Then Ji Chuan vanished, merging into the boundless darkness. In the surveillance room, the runes in the air gradually faded, and the light in the old man's eyes dimmed. Cough, cough. He spat out a mouthful of blood, suffering the backlash from halting the annihilation. Chief, I saw it. Escort Elder Qin to rest. Fu Qingji's face turned ashen. Who was that person? Why had the zombie shown him such deference, even calling him king? What king? Or had he misheard? Why had the zombie retreated as if it knew they were about to unleash annihilation? Annihilation could only be activated 3 times, locking onto a target within range, and charging the ability. The target was doomed. But the user would also meet their death after the 3rd use. Qin Ruishu was aware of the consequences. He was old, and he deemed it worthwhile to trade his life for his granddaughter's peace in this apocalypse. Only a few knew why Fu Qingyu had not ordered a rescue. He had sacrificed the lives of those outside the base to secure the safety of the entire compound. Sealing the gates was likely a wait for Elder Qin's ability to activate. The hall had no surveillance footage, and outside the base all was eerily quiet, as if the events of tonight were merely an illusion. Though they had never witnessed annihilation in action, such a devastating technique should not have passed so silently. The target has vanished. From tonight onward, increase the guard in the hall, reduce unnecessary outings, and keep the base gates sealed at all other times. Hearing Fu Qingji's orders, everyone was at a loss. The target had simply disappeared. How had such a monster appeared in Shinza City? But behind the sealed gates, they were unaware that the Ji Chuan who emerged later would be far more terrifying. Those in the hall felt immense pressure. If such monsters roamed Shinza City, would every outing be life-threatening? However, aside from the team leaders who knew the night's events, the rest remained oblivious. They had only heard the base's alarm. Now that the crisis was resolved, they assumed the danger had been dealt with, and that it was time to rest. Fu Qingyu ordered a news blackout, citing the need to avoid unnecessary panic. Tonight's incident would be dismissed as an ordinary mutant attack. If the truth of tonight's battle were revealed, all teams would likely refuse to go out for work, and Shinza City's base relied heavily on scavenged supplies. He had to resolve this menace quickly. Make a backup of tonight's surveillance footage. Notify the combat team leaders and all captains for a meeting tomorrow. Yes. Such abilities had never been seen before. A battle strategy had to be devised. If all else failed, they could only rely on Qin Ruishu's ability to eliminate the monster. But was the monster's retreat tonight a coincidence? Had it sensed the annihilation ability? Then they would need to devise a stalling tactic, engaging the monster until the annihilation could be successfully activated to eliminate the threat. Ji Chuan observed the zombie from the air. When it knelt and addressed him as king, he knew it was another scattered subordinate. The zombie looked indistinguishable from a human, even rather handsome. You must be Xiao Shui. Thank you for the name, my king. Xia Shuai's tail wagged rapidly. Why did you attack the ability user base? This was what Ji Chuan most wanted to understand. Since my consciousness awakened, I knew I was born to become your strength. The great king is destined to annihilate all humanity, so I resolved to be the vanguard of your world domination. Tonight, I discovered a human base and intended to start here. But I obeyed your command to retreat, trusting that you have your reasons. Ji Chuan was bewildered. When had he ever intended to annihilate all humanity? Rule the world. Ahem, master, it was me. Xiao Hei's voice rang out apologetically. Those were all my thoughts. They were born from the Black Core. As you grow stronger, the Black Core can create powerful subordinates. I thought I could manipulate you successfully, but I failed. You can set aside my ideas and command him freely. So that was it. These loyal subordinates were all prepared by Xiao Hei. Rule the world. Such an extravagant notion, yet Ji Chuan felt it was within the realm of possibility. But annihilating all humanity was out of the question. As long as Su Shun was around, those who defected to him would pose no threat. There was no need to kill them. There is a very powerful ability user in that base. I sensed the threat of death earlier. If you had left any later, you might have died. Xia Shuai's tail, which had been wagging, stiffened. So the king's order to retreat was to save him. Though he had sensed the energy fluctuation, he hadn't judged the power of the opponent's ability. His king was so perceptive. And his king had been willing to slow down his conquest of the world for the sake of his most ordinary subordinate. The king he followed valued him so highly. This subordinate is incompetent, hindering the king's progress in conquering the world. Ji Chuan sighed. From now on, follow my orders. Some human ability users are still very dangerous. Yes. The king did not blame him, and was even worried about him. Xia Shuai's tail wagged incessantly, cutting through the silent night with the sound of air friction. Chief Reconnaissance Squad 9 was completely annihilated near Alajar. It seems a female did it. She claimed she had warned that anyone approaching the stronghold would be killed by her. Xia Yiqing was spotted on an off-road vehicle leaving that stronghold. There were 3 others in the car, but their identities were unclear. Ku Fan was somewhat indignant. Since she had issued a warning, why hadn't she mentioned it to him? Was she deliberately sending their reconnaissance team to their deaths? Yet Ku Fan dared not say more, leaving his words at that. Alright, I understand. Li Jingru offered no explanation. Those in power seldom concerned themselves with such trivialities. It seemed the Xinghe district was worth exploring as long as they stayed away from Alajar. It appeared Subject 1 had indeed been relocated. But what he hadn't anticipated was that Subject 1 wasn't in Jianghua City. Xia Yiqing, Shen Mengting, and the others still held their ground. Were they acting on their own? Or would they remain in this state as long as Subject 1 was alive? If those two joined forces and added Song Xiai to the mix, the Jianghua City superhuman base might still be no match for them. But as long as Subject 1 was gone, everything would be fine. After all, they had once fought for humanity. They didn't seem all that terrifying. After assessing the situation, Li Jingru circulated news within the Superhuman Base Alliance that Subject 1 had likely left Jianghua City. This way, Jianghua City had done its part, and other cities couldn't come demanding explanations later. The leaders of all bases began to take the matter seriously, delving into Subject 1's files. Initially, they had been indifferent, believing it irrelevant to their own cities. They were busy enough with their own affairs. A monster in another city had no impact on them. But now the news from Jianghua City exploded like a time bomb among the populace. A zombie that, facing 8 super-level superhumans, effortlessly killed 7 and forced the strongest to submit, and now its whereabouts were unknown. As inquiries mounted, Li Jingru simply made Subject 1's files public. Now unburdened, he patiently answered everyone's questions. As long as the pain wasn't his own, he could be as amiable as anyone. Fu Qingjia's heart sank upon seeing the news. So Subject 1 was indeed no longer in Jianghua City. It was said this Subject 1 could fly and evolve. Could it be that the one with wings was also Subject 1? The video footage lacked close-ups, making it impossible to discern Subject 1's features. Yet it somewhat resembled the figure that had appeared later last night. Fu Qingyu shuddered. If the second figure was Subject 1, then what was the first zombie? Had Shinza City hit the jackpot? 2 variants of that caliber arriving at once. Trembling, he sent a message in the group. Subject 1 is suspected to be in Shinza City. Shinza City is under attack by a powerful variant. After a moment's thought, Fu Qingyu uploaded last night's surveillance footage to the group. This isn't Subject 1. Li Jingru was somewhat disappointed watching the zombie in the video. Though it displayed formidable destructive power, it was far inferior to Subject 1. He had released the news hoping to garner attention from other cities. Only if Subject 1 was completely discovered and reported could he be 100% certain of the relocation success. Wait, that's Subject 1. Li Jingru was astonished to see Subject 1's figure appear in the last few seconds of the video. It was exactly what he had hoped for, a smile spreading across his face. If only he had waited one more night for the desired information, he wouldn't have had to send the reconnaissance team to their deaths. But a single reconnaissance squad was a negligible cost, utterly worthless compared to this gratifying news. The danger in Jianghua City is lifted. The target has been relocated to Shinza City. Inform all high-ranking officials of this news. Resume all activities as normal, but temporarily avoid approaching Alajar. Understood. Song Xiai realized they were indeed being watched. Logically, after traveling such a distance, they shouldn't have still felt that gaze. But Song Xiai noticed the gaze came from a single individual, unwavering despite the distance. Someone is following us, Song Xiai warned the group. It must be the people from the superhuman base. Who else would have the inclination? Xia Yiqing held those people in contempt. Few at the Jianghua City superhuman base could match him in combat, and he had never gone all out in their sparring sessions. If they attack while we're in the car, it will be very dangerous. I can't be certain of their abilities. Can you determine their direction? Yes, it's 7 o'clock, maintaining a distance of about 800 meters from us. Xia Yiqing nodded. Shao Xiai, I'll leave things here to you for now. They'll go deal with them. Be careful. Don't worry. Zhu Ju stopped the car, and Xia Yiqing dashed out his body like a gust of wind, leaving only an afterimage. They've stopped. Why here? There was nothing around. Had someone gotten out? This team member's ability was farsight, like having a built-in telescope. It wasn't particularly useful, relegating him to the reconnaissance squad. Stop. They've halted. Don't get closer. It was strange, the car just sat there without any movement. What were they planning? You're from the reconnaissance team. Why are you following us? A familiar handsome face came into view. Xia. Captain Xia. Answer my question. Xia Yiqing pointed a finger at them, and the members of Squad 21 immediately began to tremble. It was said Xia Yiqing could make people explode instantly. Captain Xia, we were just following orders to track your and Captain Song's whereabouts. We meant no harm. We won't do it again. Yes, Captain Xia, we're only capable of reconnaissance. We truly have no ill intent. We'll leave right now. The group watched Xia Yiqing nervously awaiting his response. Xia Yiqing sighed. Go. Don't bother me again. And tell them we're taking over the Ocean supermarket at Taishui. If anyone comes to claim it, I don't mind crossing blows with them. Yes, Captain Xia. Well, relay the message. The group breathed a sigh of relief. It was a stroke of luck they'd run into Xia Yiqing. Squad 9, who had encountered Shen Mingting, had been completely wiped out. They had been relieved that their task of tracking the off-road vehicle hadn't taken them near Alajar, but now they had been discovered. But how were they found? They had kept a considerable distance. There was no record of Xia Yiqing possessing such acute perception. Otherwise his old team wouldn't have needed Yuan Sun, who had energy-sensing abilities. Song Ci was likely in the car as well. Song Ci's perception and ability to conceal presence were formidable. The captain of Squad 21, though his ability was lackluster, had decent analytical skills. He decided to report this deduction to the base, but his team would not accept any more missions to monitor Captain Xia. Xia Yiqing returned to the car. Handled. They won't be back. Well done, big dummy Qing. You're the only smart one. Xia Yiqing moved from the passenger seat to the back, reaching to pinch Song Ci's cheek. Song Ci's face was full of smiles. Lin Lulu frowned at the two, while Zhu Just' face was flushed, lost in thought. If you two want to flirt, do it at home. We haven't finished the mission yet. Lin Lulu couldn't take it anymore. The two were making the whole car too lively. At her words, both blushed instantly, and the atmosphere grew quiet. Flirting? What kind of word was that? But how could they refute it? Silence fell over the car, broken only by the sound of zombies exploding nearby. Ahem, I told them Ocean is ours. They probably won't come here to loot supplies. With the Ocean supermarket, we can sustain our stronghold for a while. Good. Let's make a few more trips over the next few days. There's limited space for fresh goods at the stronghold. Let's focus on canned food. The group nodded, preparing to empty the Ocean supermarket within a few days. You're awake. That low, husky voice rang out, and Xia Yida's mind snapped to attention in an instant. Exhausted from the previous night, she had slept dreamlessly, and though it was nearly noon, she still felt she hadn't rested enough. The zombie before her left no doubt that everything from last night had been real. Yet beside this zombie stood another figure, a demon. He appeared human, but with wings and a tail. Though he smiled, there was an unmistakable malevolence about him. This is Xiao Shui, my subordinate. Seeing Xia Yida's terrified stare at Xiao Shui, Ji Chuan made a brief introduction. Greetings, beautiful lady. When the king is away, I shall follow his orders to protect your safety. He could even speak and seemed socially adept. This zombie had actually sent someone to guard her. Are you a zombie too? Xiao Shui didn't resemble a zombie at all. He was handsome, and his appearance could easily land him a role as a demon or vampire, saving plenty on costume and makeup. How should I address you? Xia Yida looked at the zombie from last night. Though he had thrown her off the 28th floor, he had also saved her from the security guard. Ji Chuan. It was surprisingly a human-like name. Xia Yida had expected something hard to pronounce. Could you be my assistant? I can offer you a very high salary. How dare you? Have the great king serve as your assistant, you lowly two-legged sheep. Xia Yida was stunned. Just a moment ago, Xiao Shui had called her beautiful. Now his forehead bulged with veins, his eyes were terrifyingly fierce, and his canine teeth had grown exceptionally sharp. A top-tier actress like me called a lowly two-legged sheep. Xia Yida was utterly shocked. Even draped in rags, she was dazzling. How could she be anything but high class? Called a lowly two-legged sheep. Before she could react, Xiao Shui's claws shot toward her face. No one could insult his great king. Clang. Ji Chuan merely raised a single finger, blocking Xiao Shui's claws with a sound like metal striking metal. Ji Chuan fixed his gaze on Xia Yida, his eyes icy cold. Xia Yida, you may not understand our relationship. I saved you only because I saw the potential in your ability. If you can't prove your worth to me, I will abandon you, or even kill you. You must have already felt the exhaustion your ability brings. It might save you once, but you can't use it continuously. We have a superior-subordinate relationship. And I am your absolute superior. Do you understand? Ji Chuan's words made Xia Yida grasp her situation. Though arrogant, she was no fool. She simply needed to shift her mindset. In the old world, everything revolved around her. But in this new world, a different sun had risen. I have value. How do I prove it? Xia Yida feared he might propose some hidden agenda, though such things were no secret in the entertainment industry. But that was only for actors without resources or backing. For a star like her, with strong connections, outstanding looks, and immense popularity, anyone suggesting such a thing would find life unbearable. Xia Yida wasn't someone who would stoop to any means for her career. There was no need. Even if she fell from fame, she could always return to inherit the family fortune. She just wanted people to admire her beauty, bask in their praise, and gain some emotional value beyond money. Do you have a private jet? And any news on the pilot? I want to take you back to Zhenghua City. Huh. I do parked at the airport. The pilot. Let me call him and ask. Ever since Ji Chuan became a zombie, he had given up the habit of using his phone. Since he usually returned to the base to check on things, he rarely carried a phone. He hadn't memorized a single number from the base members. If he had remembered just one, he could have contacted them now. Ji Chuan decided that this time he would memorize at least one number, so he could reach out in similar situations, though he wasn't sure if there would still be signal then. Xia Yida dialed the pilot's number. She only contacted him when she needed to travel, and it had been a long time. Hello. Where are you now? Ms. Xia, you don't want to fly off now, do you? The city is overrun with zombies. No, I have something to ask. Where are you? Can we meet? I'm at the ability user base. It's under lockdown. No one's allowed out without a mission. I heard a powerful mutant attack the base. Xia Yida glanced sideways at the two zombies before her. Could the powerful mutant be these two big shots? Alright, I understand. That's my pilot. The plane can be flown solo, but we used to have a co-pilot for civil aviation regulations. No longer needed. However, he's already joined the ability user base and seems hard to get out. What's his name? Any distinguishing features? Wang Wei. About 170 centimeters tall, crew cut, with a mole at the corner of his eye. Ji Chuan nodded and walked toward the balcony. Is there anything you want? He turned back to look at Xia Yida. What? Anything you want. Can you get it for me? He'll try. Before bringing Xia Yida to meet Su Shun and bestow loyalty, Ji Chuan didn't want to rule entirely through terror. Only a reign tempered with favor could fully control another. Seeing that Ji Chuan seemed serious, Xia Yida mustered her courage. The bird's nest from Yongjing Pavilion. I've been craving it for so long. Ji Chuan felt like she was on vacation. This idleness focused solely on eating was simply wonderful. She had done so many dangerous jobs before, yet in the end, she had gained nothing for herself. Only more peril. So why keep struggling? She had thought the weak in the Jianghua City ability user base were the happiest, just waiting for the base's relief. But she didn't know how the base truly treated the weak. It wasn't as it appeared on the surface. Her sense of injustice stemmed from her ignorance of what some of the weak had endured. Xiao Dushing was staring at his creation with satisfaction. This was the result of experimenting on nearly 500 people. After discovering that both ability users and mutants had cores within them, he conceived an idea. Since the core provided the power of abilities, could a person possess multiple cores? If he could master the method of core implantation, humanity could artificially create powerful ability users. Then mutants would no longer be a threat. The successful test subject before him was a one-eyed old man named Zhua Jianping. His file noted he had good hearing, but after the experiment succeeded, Xiao Dushing summoned the base's ability appraiser to evaluate his power. His ability turned out to be spatial. The reason for his keen hearing could be understood as placing his ears anywhere within a 50-meter radius. After implanting another spatial core into him, he survived, though in evident pain, but it was undoubtedly a success. Spatial ability samples within the base were scarce. The few spatial ability users that existed provided invaluable service to the base. But Ji Chuan was different. She was also a precious spatial ability user, yet she had gone mad. She would be the perfect experimental subject. A sudden knock startled Ji Chuan, jolting her upright in bed. Since she had begun feigning madness, the door to her room had rarely been disturbed. Each time it was misfortune followed. Yet it was not yet mealtime and she had not applied her makeup. She was currently blessed with the beauty of one who sleeps until naturally waking. Another knock echoed. Ji Chuan dared not make a sound. She hurriedly grabbed her makeup brush, ensuring her dark circles remained visible. After a prolonged wait, a puzzled voice came from outside. She's not in her room. Lucky one. Search elsewhere. Just as Ji Chuan was about to open the door, she overheard this peculiar exchange. What did they mean by lucky one? Indeed, nothing good ever came of this. Yet having feigned madness so convincingly, would they still assign her perilous tasks? Why else would they call her lucky? A foreboding sense gripped Ji Chuan. Instead of opening the door, she listened to their retreating footsteps and activated her ability. She trailed behind them. The two first searched the floor, then moved to the cafeteria, and finally the recreation area, all without finding a trace of Ji Chuan. Where could that lunatic have gone? One guard, puzzled, picked up the phone. Dr. Xiao, Ji Chuan is not in her room. We've checked the cafeteria and recreation area too. Nothing. All right. We'll head to the surveillance room now. Dr. Xiao, why is he looking for me, even going so far as to check the surveillance footage? But if they check the footage, they'll see I've been following them all along. Could she continue feigning madness under these circumstances? Should she confess now while there was still time? With this thought, Ji Chuan resolved to come clean to Dr. Xiao, avoiding the awkwardness of being exposed by the surveillance footage. To hasten her journey, she used her ability to teleport to the research center. Some cast her strange glances. Why are you here on your own? Where are the guards? Who's to manage this lunatic if she has an episode? And why hasn't she been fitted with an ability-suppressing cuff? A staff member frowned at Ji Chuan. I need to speak with Dr. Xiao about something. Oh, he's been expecting you. Follow me. Just as Ji Chuan prepared to follow the staff member to Dr. Xiao, words began to emerge on the back of the white lab coat. It was a character flea, dyed in blood. What did this mean? The unease in her heart grew stronger. As if afraid of being discovered, the flea character was gradually blurred by fresh blood seeping through, as though the back beneath the lab coat bore a wound. Two guards rushed over, their expressions odd, one with his hand behind his back. Ji Chuan watched their approach warily. Suddenly the guard with the hidden hand brought it forward, revealing an ability-suppressing cuff, as if deliberately trying to conceal it from her. Her survival instinct screamed at her. Without further hesitation, she teleported away using her ability. Are you insane? To reveal the cuff from such a distance? I didn't mean to. It felt like someone pulled my hand out. How did you get such a large bloodstain on your back? Did that lunatic hurt you? No, maybe it splashed during surgery. Her sixth sense for danger had always been accurate. Before her mind could fully process, her body had already reacted. Ji Chuan teleported into the city, sensing that everything just now was deeply unnatural. She was mad, yet the guards still searched for her, so diligently arranged a meeting with Dr. Xiao and prepared an ability-suppressing cuff. Clearly they feared she would use her ability to escape. But what was she supposed to face that required such flight? She felt she could never return to the base. If she had been caught, even a moment later, she would have faced something truly terrifying. Moreover, the person who wrote the Flea character seemed to know the truth, delivering an obvious warning. Where could she go? Ji Chuan's first thought was of Algier because Wu Qian was there. But how could she face Shen Mengting, and how could she survive? Wait, she knew of Ji Chuan's whereabouts. Li Jingru had announced to all the high-ranking officials that number 1 had gone to Shinza City. The news had spread throughout the base. But those at Algier probably didn't know yet, did they? Offering this information should secure her allegiance, and her ability was not weak. As long as she could see Wu Qian, she had hope of survival. With this thought, Ji Chuan teleported near Algier, but dared not approach too closely. No one from the base dared to come near this area anymore. Even if she screamed, no one from the base would hear. But the vicinity of Algier was like a hell on earth, littered with shattered zombies. This was unprecedented. Before, the zombies at Algier had been like hotel guards, never acting rashly. I know where Ji Chuan is. I want to defect to your stronghold. I know where Ji Chuan is. I want to defect to your stronghold. I know where Ji Chuan is. I want to defect to your stronghold. Ji Chuan shouted 3 times. A rabbit-like figure bounced out of the hotel. It was Song Ci. Captain Song. Ji Chuan was somewhat excited. As long as it wasn't Shen Mengting who emerged, she might survive. Is what you said true? Ji Chuan nodded vigorously. You haven't been afflicted by some heart-eating worm and come here as a spy, have you? Those dark circles are so heavy. Song Ci raised a hand to sense her, but detected nothing unusual. Ji Chuan quickly rubbed her dark circles vigorously, smearing black makeup everywhere, and only then did Song Ci realize they were self-applied. In the hotel's meeting room, Su Shun scrutinized Ji Chuan. If you wish to join the stronghold, I will bestow upon you a state of loyalty. Do not resist. Ji Chuan hesitated, but nodded. She had no other path. After the loyalty was bestowed, Su Shun began questioning. You're saying the leader went to Shinza City? Yes. The ability user bases in various cities can communicate. Jianghua City announced to the High Command that number 1 appeared in Shinza City, likely receiving news from the Shinza City base. Then why do you want to defect to us? Ji Chuan recounted her recent actions and the base's abnormal treatment of her today. Su Shun nodded. Under the state of loyalty, Ji Chuan could not lie. Ji Chuan is a good person and her ability is very useful. Let her join. Wu Qian began to speak in her favor. The thought of fighting alongside his former comrade again was exhilarating. And Wu Qian knew that if Sun Tao learned of Ji Chuan's whereabouts, he would likely come too. As for Old Wang, betraying the ability user base was improbable. That old man was set in his ways. I can teleport. I can move up to 6 people long distances at once, and with fewer people, I can do it more frequently and farther. With Ji Chuan, the supply team could be reduced to 3 people without needing a vehicle. Zhu for storage, Xia Yiqing for protection, and Ji Chuan for travel. They could complete supply collection missions quickly and efficiently, assure profit. After everyone voiced their opinions, Ji Chuan was successfully accepted. Her ability ensured she would be a sought-after asset in any stronghold. Ji Chuan leaped down from the building. Despite it being daytime, he intended to scout the superhuman base, seeking the pilot Xiaoyida had mentioned. A skilled aviator was not easily found. Compared to Jianghua City, the superhuman base in Shinza City had fewer people. It seemed the base lacked superhumans capable of providing stable supplies, so it had not opened its survivor admission policy. Throughout the city, slaughter and battles raged everywhere. Abandoned vehicles littered the roads and plumes of smoke rose incessantly from various locations. Only the vicinity of the superhuman base remained relatively peaceful, though a massive pile of zombie corpses lay before its gates. After the previous night's battle, the base's doors were tightly shut and the bodies had yet to be cleared. The superhuman base in Shinza City was urgently discussing countermeasures. A monster had appeared in the city, and with the gates open it could invade at any moment. Yet daily resource searches and recruitment of useful superhumans had to proceed normally, otherwise the sustainable development of Shinza City would become a grave issue. Although there were many top-tier superhumans, including a devastating force like Annihilation that could easily clear ordinary zombies, they found themselves helpless against the mutated variants from the previous night. If the base had a superhuman capable of accelerating plant and animal growth, it could have shut down indefinitely, reopening only after obtaining detailed information about that mutant. Unfortunately, no such superhuman existed. This is the situation. If we want to deal with the blood demon, only Annihilation can do it. His movement speed is too fast, your abilities will struggle to hit him. But last night when Elder Qin activated Annihilation, he fled as if he sensed it. Jianghua City has sent word. The zombie that appeared later in the video is number 1. Based on the scene, it's likely number 1 detected Annihilation and ordered the blood demon to leave. Is there any way to stall until Annihilation can be successfully deployed? Share your thoughts. Fu Chenji's face was grim. After receiving Li Jingru's message, his heart sank. He hadn't slept all night, unable to fathom why these two mutants had come to Shinza City. It was said that number 1 had killed 7 out of 8 top-tier superhumans, with the sole survivor defecting. Last night the blood demon had slain 3 top-tier and 1 high-level superhuman and still seemed to have strength in reserve. If these two behemoths joined forces, would all of Shinza City's top-tier superhumans be enough to stop them? The safest plan was to find a way to delay them until annihilation could be triggered, but it was nearly impossible. After using it once, could they hold off another mutant while waiting for a second strike? Those two zombies didn't seem foolish. Ji Chuan listened with keen interest from the room. Thanks to the recently acquired mystic water, he had transformed into a liquid state to enter the base, and now lurked in the shadows. Seeing so many red crystals in this room, he assumed a meeting was underway and wanted to hear their tactics. He surveyed the names and categories of their abilities, checking for any that might threaten him. Now confident he would attack directly if no one posed a threat. Uncertain of the situation in Jianghua City, he only wished to return quickly to check on it. Chief, I'm willing to try. I want to see if my ability can affect them. If it works, we can buy enough time for annihilation to activate. A gray-haired man spoke, drawing Ji Chuan's close scrutiny. Red crystal heart loss, an ability whose function was unclear from its name alone. Will it work? Your ability affects humans, not zombies, right? But these two zombies can think and communicate. I believe there's a chance. How do you plan to test it? In the coming days, I'll search for the blood demon outside the base. Despite his speed, my ability activates by thought. I should be able to lock onto him and get results. The man swallowed hard. If it succeeds, maybe we won't need annihilation. But if I fail, I hope the base will take care of my family. Fu Qingyu was moved by his willingness to risk his life for Shinza City. This is too dangerous, Wu Ji. Isn't there a high-level superhuman with a restrained ability in the base? There is, but against that speed, he'd be pierced by the blood demon before he could even raise his hand to release it. No need for such trouble. A strange, deep voice suddenly echoed in the meeting room. To their shock, number 1, whom the blood demon had called king, now stood among them. The gray-haired man immediately unleashed heart loss on Ji Chuan, but it had no effect. Before anyone could fathom how number 1 had arrived, Fu Qingyu swung his arm toward Ji Chuan, conjuring several bird-like monsters with gaping fang-filled maws. Yet just as they were about to reach Ji Chuan, they dissolved into the black sphere before him. The sphere, like a black hole, exploded in an instant. The entire meeting room plunged into darkness devoid of any light. It's a domain. Panic spread among them. How had number 1 infiltrated so silently, and how could he unleash a domain? The top-tier superhumans of Shinza City, primarily attack type, now warily scanned their surroundings. They could sense the zombie's aura, but lacked effective means to pinpoint his location. With everyone packed closely together, attacking without absolute certainty risked harming their own. Listening to their discussions, Ji Chuan realized they had little confidence. Deciding not to waste time, he thought, "Do you think you're the only one with a domain?" In the pitch black, a burst of colorful light emerged. Vibrant flowers bloomed and spread from beneath a burly man's feet. It was the domain of flowers. Though Yang Kuei was a muscular man, he wore red lipstick and had a coquettish demeanor. His ability was Flower God, and Ji Chuan frowned upon seeing him. Yet in moments the flowers withered and vanished as if they had never existed. The darkness reclaimed all, for the gap between domains was vast. That burst was but a firefly in the night. The burly man stood in disbelief, but a chilling cold pressed against his neck. "Anyone who resists I will kill without hesitation. Don't hurt me." In the darkness, Liang Kuei flailed his hands in terror, forming delicate gestures. Ji Chuan could see clearly, and the sight nearly made him end the man on the spot. Ji Chuan did not kill everyone immediately. First, he wanted a live witness to bring Wang Wei to him. Though smaller than Jianghua City's base, Shinza still housed nearly 300 people, and searching for one person would be time-consuming. Second, he had an idea to temporarily use the Shinza City base as his experimental ground. This stemmed from a new ability he had acquired, God of Faith. After absorbing the 4 crystals, Mecha Mystic Water, God of Fire, and Holy Radiance of Healing, the previous night Ji Chuan saw a notification. The 3 abilities, God of Eyes from Xiao Yin, God of Wood from Xiao Su, and God of Fire from Qi Lin, could be synthesized into God of Faith. Since Ji Chuan lacked no offensive means, he went ahead with the synthesis. However, after synthesis, the ability displayed a percentage, and Ji Chuan could not discern its purpose. God of Faith 0.74. Ji Chuan didn't know what this progress-like percentage signified, but he sensed that the power of the God of Faith might derive from people's belief. Perhaps the more followers he had, the higher the percentage would climb. Thus, he resolved to try ruling over Shinza City. "What exactly are you trying to do?" Fu Qingyu felt a sense of helplessness, never expecting that such a group of top-tier ability users would be rendered powerless against him within one's domain. "I can spare your lives and even ensure you face no further danger. But in return, I expect your allegiance." "What? Swear allegiance to you? You want us to become traitors to humanity?" Fu Qingyu realized this was a prime opportunity to unleash annihilation, but within the domain, he wondered how to contact Elder Qin. Would the base's personnel notice this anomaly? To be a traitor, one must offer corresponding value. But the value you can provide is negligible to me. Perhaps your deaths would serve me better. Yet if you submit to me, I will gather all the zombies in the city to a designated area. Every survivor can be saved, and you won't have to live underground. So what will it be, submission or death? Everyone was stunned by Ji Chuan's words. His proposal could undoubtedly restore the city's prosperity, even bringing back the pre-apocalyptic era. But was it possible? What must we sacrifice to pledge allegiance to you? In their eyes, Ji Chuan was like a demon from hell tempting them. Such a lavish gift surely demanded a grievous price. Ji Chuan pondered how to harvest their faith. He recalled the most common method among humans. Worship me, revere me, have faith in me. Of course this was temporary. Ji Chuan was already scheming how to use Su Shan's ability to cover a vast area, ensuring loyalty was the safest bet. Was it that simple? Fu Qingyu felt this fearsome zombie must have some ulterior motive. Han Xing Elder Qin has always been a Buddhist, the most experienced with faith. Learn from him how to offer worship. Fu Qingyu began hinting at their battle plan. This meeting was meant to find a way to buy time. Now that no one hadn't killed them and was even conversing, this was the perfect moment to activate annihilation. Han Xing's ability was sonic pulse, but by adjusting the frequency, it could serve as telepathy. Despite being trapped in the domain, they had to attempt contacting the outside world. Han Xing immediately grasped the leader's implication and activated his ability toward the exterior of the meeting room. However, Ji Chuan's energy perception easily detected it. Ugh, blame your leader for your death. Ji Chuan's words sent chills through everyone. In the darkness, the sounds of flesh tearing and a body hitting the ground were particularly jarring. I recall giving you only two choices: submission or death. No other options. If you try any more tricks, I won't hesitate to kill everyone in the base. Moreover, do you think I didn't know why you sent the blood demon away last night? I can sense annihilation the moment it's activated. Do you have any other plans? Only now did Fu Qingyu feel fear, as if all his trump cards had been seen through by the zombie before him. How can we be sure you're telling the truth? You want me to prove it to you? Fu Qingyu screamed as an arm was severed, the sound of it hitting the floor echoing in the darkness. Leader. The others were frantic, but within this domain they couldn't even see Ji Chuan. Though the base's top brass were all top-tier ability users, many lacked the combat prowess of the battle team captains. A green glow flickered in the darkness, and Ji Chuan reattached Fu Qingyi's arm. This is Yi Yue's ability. Impossible. If you don't decide in 3 seconds, it won't be arms that fall next, but everyone's heads. 3, 2, we surrender. Survival was paramount. If he refused, everyone in the base would likely die. Then don't resist. You'll continue playing the role of leader. A pair of crimson eyes locked onto Fu Qingyi. Though filled with reluctance, he had no choice in the face of the entire base's lives. Yes, master. I will obey your orders. The meeting room brightened, and the pale figure stood before everyone, once more all eyes fixed warily on Ji Chuan. Fu Qingyu knelt at Ji Chuan's feet like a placid puppet. The rest of you don't just stand there. Come forward one by one. But this is only temporary. He'll restore your sanity soon enough. After Su Shan arrives. You monster. I want. Before Wu Ji could finish, he collapsed to the ground. No one in the room even knew how Ji Chuan did it. I always keep my promises, including the deaths of those who resist. Liang Kuei was terrified out of his wits. Tears ruined his makeup, black streaks flowing into his bushy beard. He cowered behind others, displeasing Ji Chuan. You first. I don't like that expression. Liang Kuei shuddered, a burly man crying like a young girl. But with a cold glare from Ji Chuan, he scrambled to comply without delay. After a moment of eye contact, his crying ceased, his ruined makeup and blank expression creating an eerie sight. The others reluctantly stepped forward. Only the high-ranking officials had contact with other bases. Ji Chuan didn't want to expose himself to them before his experiment succeeded. What name should I give myself? Ji Chuan mused. The zombie king certainly wouldn't earn human recognition. Why not just use the original name of this ability? He would present himself as the god of faith, receiving worship from the humans of Shinza City. In the apocalypse, humans wouldn't put all their hope in deities. But Ji Chuan intended to package himself as an ability user possessing the god of faith, gaining immense power through human belief in the apocalypse. This would easily earn their trust and dependence. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Then he issued orders to the high-ranking officials. The broadcast of the Shinza City ability user base crackled to life with Fu Qingyi's voice. Last night our base was attacked by a powerful mutant. The lockdown was implemented because the mutant wasn't eliminated and the base remains vulnerable to invasion. However, today Ministers Han Xing and Wu Ji personally went to confront it and encountered a formidable ability user, the holder of God of Faith. With enough faith, he can work miracles. Though Ministers Han Xing and Wu Ji fell today, the God of Faith will become the hope of Shinza City. Please join me in praying to him, become followers of the God of Faith, and offer him the power of your trust. He will lead us toward the light. With sufficient faith, he will drive away all the zombies in the city. He will be Shinza City's ultimate trump card. Fu Qingyi's words ignited hope in everyone, and they began to pray. A cost-free offering for such a tempting reward. It was a bargain. Their leader wouldn't make such a joke. Everyone paused their tasks and started praying to the God of Faith. God of Faith 1. 58. Ji Chuan discovered that this operation had indeed moved the progress of God of Faith, confirming that his efforts were on the right track. However, if the previous 0.74 came from members of the Alijar stronghold, why did nearly 3.0 people here only increase it by so little? Could it be that they didn't truly believe? Ji Chuan snapped his fingers, and all zombies within 3 kilometers of the new city superpower base retreated outward. Many survivors who were about to be caught by zombies just a second ago watched as the undead silently departed, bewildered by what had transpired. Fu Qingjia's voice rang out again over the broadcast. Through everyone's prayers, the holder of the God of Faith has activated his ability. All zombies within 3 kilometers of the base have vanished. The base is no longer on lockdown. Everyone can safely move within a 3-kilometer radius. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Could this be true, achieved merely through their prayers? What if they burned incense and worshipped? Would the entire city then be free of zombies? Some stepped out of the base, and those with life-saving abilities began to explore further. The surroundings grew empty, as if the city had fallen silent. It was real. Some had already begun to offer sincere thanks. God of Faith, save humanity. The progress steadily rose, and a smile curled at the corner of Ji Chuan's lips. As long as everyone continues to provide the God of Faith with faith energy, new city's rebirth is just around the corner. Fu Qingyu zealously carried out the task Ji Chuan had assigned, earning Ji Chuan's deep satisfaction. Yet a few in the base were deeply perplexed. For instance, several captains from last night's battle squad. Would monsters like that be challenged by Han Xing and Wu Ji? Even the battle squad dared not approach. Would those 2 department heads dare? And what was this God of Faith? Had New City truly produced such a formidable superpower? Since the appearance of the Blood Fiend last night, things had felt off. Let's go see for ourselves whether it's true or false, Wu Liang said to Zhou Bin, who had been present last night and witnessed the Blood Fiend's terror firsthand. The 2 arrived at the base entrance, where many members had already gathered, ready to venture far. Like students during a school break spilling onto the playground, they gradually spread across every corner within 3 kilometers. There were truly no zombies. Even survivors in the residential buildings within this area sensed something amiss. The zombies on the streets had vanished. Those lacking supplies mustered their courage and descended. They could hardly believe that only humans remained on the streets. Is the apocalypse over? Only here are there no zombies. A powerful superpower has come to our base. If you believe in him and offer faith energy, he grows stronger. Perhaps with enough followers, he can cleanse the entire city of zombies. Base members proudly promoted this to survivors. The God of Faith began to spread rapidly through New City. Ji Chuan fixed his gaze on his crystal core, which now seemed like a vast encyclopedia. Green crystal core, bright light, healing, intermediate wine blade, intermediate poison, mist, intermediate water gun, martial arts, cooling matter, decomposition, water, walking, blood drain, defense, boost, intermediate stench, taste, elimination, blue crystal core, regeneration, advanced gravity, advanced area, night vision, memory, erasure, advanced boomerang, malice, perception, rapid growth, plant barrier, killing, intent, release, vision, interference, sonic attack, tornado, vortex. Purple crystal core, body hardening, advanced diffusion, area, sleep time, freeze, mind control, flight zone, protection, visual, shielding, light, power, blizzard, spirit, summoning, breath, concealment, gold crystal core, earth essence, dark essence, perfect body, metal essence, fire essence, corrupt, plague, spirit, earth, fissure, energy, perception, heavenly thunder, starfall, illusion realm, red crystal core, necromancer, celestial, rainbow guard, soul, reshaping soul, combat, art, fire god's hammer. Spree. 74 for those high-level crystal core holders who couldn't provide faith energy. Ji Chuan had no qualms about converting them into one of his own entries. Perhaps by collecting more crystal cores, he might unlock abilities similar to the God of Faith. Though its full purpose remained unclear, an ability so arduous to max out must be formidable. Ji Chuan instructed the head of personnel to summon Wang Wei, Qin Ruishu, and Gao Guangcai. Wang Wei only possessed a green crystal core, but he had earned entry into the base solely because he could pilot aircraft. He usually performed odd jobs in the logistics department. In the apocalypse, few superpowers allowed for long-distance travel. Crossing cities still required vehicles. Wang Wei was initially fearful upon meeting Ji Chuan, but seeing the head of personnel nearby, he relaxed. Qin Ruishu, however, felt an immediate sense of dread, sensing the immense power of the zombie before him. Yet with just a single glance, both men fell into calm. Though Qin Ruishu was a top-tier superpower, he was aged and weakened by the backlash from prematurely halting his annihilation ability. He was easily subdued. Gao Guangcai arrived late, having been busy in the cafeteria kitchen. Unaware of where Yongjing Pavilion was, Ji Chuan inquired among the higher-ups, only to discover that a chef from Yongjing Pavilion worked in the base's kitchen. The 3 men quietly boarded the elevator and headed out of the base. Wang Wei, head chef Gao. Xia Yida couldn't believe her eyes. Wang Wei had just told her the base was on lockdown, and now he was being led out by Ji Chuan. Wasn't he a zombie? How had he managed this? Was the superpower base so accommodating? And head chef Gao, what was his story? Before the apocalypse, she had loved the dishes at Yongjing Pavilion, and the chef had even met her. Now Ji Chuan had brought him here too. She had bird's nest at home, but couldn't replicate Yongjing Pavilion's flavor. Yet here was the chef himself. But who was this old man? They seem off. They're under my mind control. They'll do whatever I command. A chill ran down Xia Yida's spine. She had once thought to make him her assistant. She was lucky not to have become his puppet. Considering that he had treated her well, saved her life, never overstepped, and even brought Yongjing Pavilion's head chef because of a casual remark. In an unfamiliar place, he must have gone to great lengths. Ready to head to the airport. Anything you need to bring. Huh, already. Could I at least have some bird's nest before we go? Xiao Shuai's gaze turned fierce again, and Xia Yida quickly backtracked. No, no. Ji Chuan sighed and waved his hand. Gao Guangcai entered the kitchen and began to work. President Chuan, you're my boss from now on. Xia Yida cooed sweetly at Ji Chuan, confident that no man could resist her charm. But Ji Chuan squinted in disdain, unmoved, his perfect body ability neutralizing all abnormal states, including emotional disturbances. He was happily playing games in his room, having become a favorite among the higher-ups thanks to the successful transfer of number 1. The higher-ups viewed him with renewed respect, no longer needing to study how to resolve the issues with number 1, so recently, Li Jingru's wishes leaned more towards acquiring resources. He knew that as long as number 1 was absent, this would be the trend moving forward. In the past, he had a secret where he would significantly lower the success rates of many wishes. For instance, the actual probability of acquiring 2 tons of beef was 65, but he only told Li Jingru it was 35. His ability only took effect at midnight, and during the late-night communications it was just him and Li Jingru in the room with the interrogator absent, so Li Jingru had no idea he was being lied to. He was not as honest as he appeared on the surface. He seemed engrossed in snacks and games because he knew that he could only make effective efforts when making wishes. Before midnight, he was an ordinary person unable to accomplish his goals no matter what he did. When the base learned that his ability would sustain him, he understood his situation. It was called sustenance, but in reality, it was imprisonment. He was like a precious treasure under 24-hour surveillance to prevent any accidents. As a behind-the-scenes hero, only a small number of people understood his efforts, and those above did not wish for him to be in the limelight. His ability destined him to be a tool for the powerful, yet he hoped for a more free existence. No longer wanting to be constantly watched and monitored, he wished to stop making wishes at midnight regardless of his state, and to avoid repeatedly entering the leader's room to gather demands and report them. He was a lazy person, yet also selfish and ambitious. When he discovered that the existence of number 1 could easily threaten his safety, he realized that his fate was always in the hands of others. He did not want to exist to save the people of the base, nor did he wish to cater to the emotions of the higher-ups. He merely hoped to live a comfortable, free, and happy life. As long as he was safe enough, his abilities could bring him joy until death. Even if he had to pay a price, he wanted to receive everyone's attention and become a revered existence. Thus, whenever Li Jingru consulted him about the success rates of wish options, he would report significantly reduced rates, ensuring no one knew that his continuous failures were aimed at fulfilling his own wishes. The outcome of the starry vision was quite evident if it succeeded, but did not yield the results the leader desired. His plans would be exposed. He had thought of this, so if his wish was fulfilled, he would not have to worry. His wish was to become the leader of the Jianghua City ability user base. The wish he had previously attempted was to become the leader of the Jinglian City ability user base. The existence of number 1 had always been a ticking time bomb in Jianghua City, while he understood that Jinglian City was relatively safe. At that time, Jinglian was considered the most ideal living city, but due to the large number of elite ability users and the distance, the success rate had always been quite low. But now it was different. With number 1 leaving Jianghua City, he had become more accustomed to life here, and many elite ability users at the base had perished, reducing the targets affected by the starry vision. For the successful realization of such wishes, elite ability users were an obstacle. Currently, the success rate of becoming the leader of Jianghua City had improved significantly compared to before. The success rate of the same matter varies under different conditions. He tonight assessed the possibility of Shun Mengting Xia Yiqing and Song Ci submitting to our base. Li Jingru once again issued orders to He. The base's resources were very abundant recently. Although Jianghua City's combat power was not high, it was definitely a comprehensive base for abilities. As long as there were no external dangers, they could live quite comfortably. Thus, Li Jingru hoped that the starry vision could resolve these 3 troubles of Jianghua City. He had understood that these 3 individuals still firmly maintained the stance of Ligier, and Jianghua City couldn't even manage to solve Shinmingting, let alone the 3 working together. Compared to directly killing them, the success rate of converting them into their own combat power should be higher and more useful for them. He nodded. He would randomly fabricate 3 very low success rates after 1130 p.m. At this moment, he only wanted to become the leader of Jianghua City and take control of his own destiny. Even if he might not do as well as Li Jingru after taking over, he just needed to make wishes. For example, wishes like receiving all of Li Jingru's memories, enhancing his management skills, and strengthening the members' autonomous drive would suffice. The base developing steadily was just a matter of time. Since Cui Zishuan joined the base, the resource collection team's efficiency had seen unprecedented improvement. Food from the Ocean supermarket was astonishingly cleared in a day, with many daily necessities left behind, and even a new lock was put on the warehouse. The hotel had limited space, and there was no place to store all the resources from a large supermarket. It was better to take them when needed. With spatial transfer, many dangerous locations had turned into distant warehouses. Now the base no longer had to worry about resources. No wastage was incurred for some inedible fruits and vegetables, as they were used as seeds for planting, turning the entire hotel backyard into a planting zone to prepare for sustainable development. With the urgency of resource collection gone, everyone began to discuss the next steps. I want to find Ji Chuan. Gu Yunxi looked a bit lost at Ji Chuan's doll, which was made for them by Xiao Xian using her abilities. Lin Lulu Zhu Zhu and Su Shun also had one. I want to go too. I can bring supplies, so I won't be hungry on the way. Zhu was eager to see Ji Chuan, and the base's resources should be enough now, needing no collection in the near term. That's too dangerous. Su Shun reminded the two, it's so dangerous outside, if you want to go you must have someone protect you. But that would significantly reduce the base's combat power, and the ability user base might launch an attack on us. And how do you plan to travel such a long distance? Cui Zixuan can only transfer to places she has been driving would cross several provinces, and you'd have to rely on Captain Xia to clear the way. That's too unrealistic. As long as the leader wakes up, he should find a way back. We need to trust the leader, he will return. Until then, we should protect the base he left behind. Everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere became somewhat gloomy. Well, haven't we already sent someone to look for him? Xiao Xian suddenly spoke up from the corner, and all eyes turned to her. Xiao Xian, don't say random things, everyone is having a serious meeting. Zhang Yun felt somewhat embarrassed. After Ji Chuan's disappearance apart from the resource collection team, going out, no one else dared to step outside the hotel. Most people did not possess combat abilities, let alone go out to find Ji Chuan. Zhang Yun assumed that Xiao Xian was just speaking innocently. Mom, I'm not saying random things. Did De Zhuang and Xiao may not go look for brother Ji Chuan? Everyone realized that De Zhuang and Xiao may seem to have left a long time ago. They had the ability to sense Ji Chuan's location but did not know where they had gone. Would those two special mutated beings attract anyone's attention? Mao Jun found himself entranced by a striking silhouette, a curvaceous beauty who had captivated his gaze from the moment she entered his line of sight. Clad in armor that shielded her vital parts, her exposed skin was flawless, pale, yet imbued with strength, boasting perfectly defined muscles. With an aloof expression and swift movements, she wielded a long whip as she traversed the city with agility. An aura of untouchability radiated from her entire being. Mao Jun had never encountered such a captivating figure in his small hometown. She possessed an aura that seemed out of place in this modest town. Growing up in a wealthy and influential family within this small city, he had studied abroad, broadening his horizons, and maintained a muscular physique through regular exercise. Yet his parents' business required his stewardship, despite his brilliance, he was destined to return to this provincial town. He felt a profound disconnection from this small town. Although his parents urged him to marry, he found all his blind dates unappealing. The local women lacked individuality and any trace of wild spirit. Abroad, Mao Jun had indulged in a decadent lifestyle, experiencing many novel adventures. He had pursued various types of women, but the one who left the deepest impression was a woman named Kong Na. Kong Na appeared demure on the surface, dressed in a turtleneck sweater and black-rimmed glasses. When they first met, she carried 3 books in her arms, looking every bit the bookworm. Had it not been for the alluring curves revealed as she clutched the books tightly, Mao Jun would have had no desire to engage further. Still, Kong Na was passably attractive with a voluptuous figure, so he decided to pass the time by following her to her home. It was a tiny rented apartment with only 2 rooms, one of which was sealed shut. Compared to his own villa, this place struck Mao Jun as utterly shabby. He felt an urge to leave quickly, dreading the sudden appearance of cockroaches or rats, things he found deeply repulsive. He shed his outer coat, revealing a physique sculpted by years in the gym, exuding an aura of raw masculinity. Yet Kong Na before him was no longer as reserved as she had been outside. Beneath her loose sweater lay leather straps and intricate buckles. Removing her black-rimmed glasses, her gaze turned cold and dangerous. Her high heels clicked against the worn floorboards, and Mao Jun felt an inexplicable thrill, swallowing unconsciously. She led him by the hand and pushed open the door to the sealed room. It resembled a medieval torture chamber bathed in a pinkish-purple ambient light with a wooden frame at the center. But instead of fear, Mao Jun felt anticipation at the scene before him. Kong Na's voice was deep and commanding. She ordered him not to move and simply obey. Like an obedient slave, Mao Jun yielded to her actions. Unlike all his previous experiences where he controlled the pace, Kong Na was now the one in complete command. He needed only to accept without any thought. This woman made him feel utterly captivated. The usually shy and reserved Kong Na in this room reduced him to nothing more than her amusement. Though he had encountered many more alluring women, none could spark his interest anymore. Upon returning to this small town, he found no one like Kong Na. The women here were dull and uninspiring. He had no desire to become their ideal husband. He only wished to meet another woman like Kong Na to relive that familiar sensation. No one would suspect that this outwardly distinguished, muscular, and wealthy young gentleman harbored such a secret desire. Mao Jun suffered deeply in this small town. After the apocalypse, he awakened a powerful ability. His wounds healed rapidly, and he could not be turned into a zombie. Countless scratches from the undead left him unaffected. Relying on the strength honed through daily exercise, he could break through any encirclement, and his speed and power seemed greatly enhanced. Now the woman before him exuded a wild aura that felt familiar, igniting a surge of excitement within him. He followed her steps, yearning to meet her in this apocalyptic world. Her demeanor was proud and efficient, her gaze icy. He had to get to know her. Wait, can we move together? The woman moved with such swiftness, leaping to great heights. If he didn't call out, she would vanish from sight. Hearing his voice, she turned and fixed her eyes on him, as if he were a mere insect. Instead of feeling insulted, Mao Jun grew more delighted. He wasted no time sprinting toward her. The woman watched him warily, as if ready to strike at any moment. Miss, I mean no harm. In this apocalypse we can team up. If you run into trouble I can help. Mao Jun raised his hands and approached slowly. Unexpectedly the woman attacked him directly, staining his clothes with blood. Yet the assault did not deter him from closing the distance. She frowned, her expression fierce. Stay away from me, maggot. With a burst of speed she fled into the distance. She had no time to waste on humans. The presence of her king was far away and she must go to protect him. The man behind her still followed. She could sense his considerable strength and lack of malice, but his pursuit annoyed her deeply. This was Xiao Mai's innate hatred for humans. Don't hinder my search for the king. The air cracked with a loud snap as her whip lashed out. Mao Jun was startled, knowing that taking such a blow would prevent him from ever keeping pace. Mao Jun dodged, swiftly catching the key word in her words, search for her king. A pang of jealousy struck him. His goddess was but another's plaything. Yet he did not mind. A slave has no rights as long as he belonged to her. She could treat him as she wished. Miss, I can help you find your king. Much faster than running. His family's company owned a helicopter, a status symbol, in this small town. Abroad he had sought thrills through many activities, including piloting one. He could easily fly her there, deepening their bond along the way. Since they were both in the same circle, it should quickly bring them closer. Mao Jun awaited the queen's reaction eagerly. She tilted her head as if weighing his words. You say you can take me to the king quickly? The steel whip drooped to the ground. Mao Jun was ecstatic. My family has a helicopter. Follow me if flying will be much faster. Xiao Mei hesitated for a moment, but ultimately walked toward Mao Jun. Mao Jun couldn't shake the feeling that ever since he started traveling with this beautiful woman, the zombies had lost all interest in them. Along the way they encountered no attacks from the undead. Could this be fate? This woman was not only his ideal type, but also his lucky charm. Both moved swiftly, effortlessly navigating the small town to reach their destination. A few zombies lingered on the company's helipad, once familiar workers on duty. They showed no interest in Mao Jun. In fact, he felt they were deliberately keeping their distance. Lost in the joy of being with Xiao Mei, he chose not to dwell on these oddities. Approaching the helicopter, Mao Jun intended to chivalrously assist Xiao Mei, a small gesture to win her favor. But the beauty leaped aboard with effortless grace. Even Mao Jun, a fitness enthusiast, marveled at Xiao Mei's physique. A woman achieving such a form must have trained even longer than he had. Fitness is peculiar. Men who dedicate themselves to it rarely find appeal in the skeletal frames that mainstream female aesthetics often glorify. Such bodies held no allure for him after his own fitness journey. He preferred either voluptuous curves or athletic firmness. This woman embodied both qualities with a wildness ingrained in her very being. Had it not been for the apocalypse, Mao Jun would have surrendered himself entirely to her. From the first glance, he knew she was his ideal, a love born of instant primal attraction that alone could endure. Beautiful lady, which direction should we head? Mao Jun had already lifted the helicopter into the air. His ability ensured survival in this small town, and his familiarity with it made sourcing supplies easy. Thus, the helicopter was seldom used. Venturing to other cities might only invite greater danger. Moreover, the town lacked any superhuman base. For the weak, this meant no sanctuary, but for someone of his caliber, it meant fewer rivals for resources. Xiao Mei pointed in a direction where she sensed a faint trace of her king. Beautiful lady, how should I address you? Mao Jun. Silence, worm. You are unworthy of the name bestowed upon me by the king. Instantly, Mao Jun felt an overwhelming admiration for her professionalism. She must be a veteran in her circle. Her usual demeanor was so commanding. For other women, such contrast might be charming. But she was consistent inside and out. She needed no contrast. Her very essence made him love her to the core. Yet she remained immersed in her world, with the king stirring a hint of jealousy in Mao Jun. Still, as long as she stayed by his side, he could accept it. He could even tolerate his queen having other men. Mao Jun's breath grew heavier, fueled by a rising excitement deep within. He nearly blurted out, "At your command, my mistress." But he feared frightening her and leaving a poor impression. For such an ideal woman, Mao Jun became cautious even as his mind wandered to unspeakable fantasies. He swallowed hard several times. The aircraft was indeed faster than running, bypassing many terrain obstacles. Not long ago, Xiao Mei had noticed changes in herself. Her skin had shifted from ashen gray to a paler, more human hue, and her features seemed less ferocious. She even felt a newfound clarity in thought and a comprehensive boost in strength. Xiao Mei knew these transformations came from their king. The king had likely completed his metamorphosis and awakened, yet she was not by his side to guard him. This felt like a failure to Xiao Mei. But what about this human beside her? He seemed unafraid, showing no hostility even after she had attacked. His vehicle indeed sped up her search for the king. As a wild human, not one of the king's subjects, why was he helping her? Humans were truly incomprehensible, complex creatures. She wondered where the fool Dazhuang had gotten to. Though reluctant to admit it, his speed far surpassed hers. Yet with this human's aid, she might still be the first to reach the king. She would prove herself his most exceptional subordinate, now adept at using humans. This would surely earn her the king's admiration. What the hell is that? The very ground seemed to tremble. A colossal figure moved rapidly, its limbs possessing immense strength, effortlessly crushing abandoned vehicles in its path. Ding Yong spotted the silhouette from afar and felt a foreboding dread. As a scout, his duty was to relay such anomalous news to the base. This giant monster was clearly not human, displaying devastating power as it advanced straight toward the base. Without hesitation, Ding Yong contacted the base. Scout Team 2, Ding Yong here. Suspected massive mutant heading rapidly toward base. Affirmative abilities, unknown. Lowering his phone, Ding Yong watched the monster's retreating form and prayed it wouldn't bring trouble to the base. Upon receiving the message, combat team leader Gao Xiang immediately deployed 3 teams stationed at the base. He dared not underestimate the threat. Reports from other cities spoke of dangerous mutants, zombies visibly distinct from ordinary ones. This giant zombie clearly fit the description of an anomaly. Its strength was unknown, but it had to be eliminated immediately. If it reached the base, returning scout supply teams and other combat units could all be endangered. It had to be intercepted far from the base. The 3 teams wasted no time, arriving early at the location provided by the scouts to set up an ambush. Stay alert. This is reportedly an unprecedented mutant, massive in size, likely with immense destructive power. It's just a bigger target. Zombies are zombies with or without abilities. Sending 3 teams seems overly cautious. Haven't you heard about Shinza City? A blood demon mutant killed 3 top-tier superhumans in one night and dozens of regulars. If it hadn't retreated suddenly, the base there would have fallen. Bai Jinyao remained unmoved by Team 3 leader's warning. There are gaps among top-tier superhumans. Shinza was just too weak. Their base has fewer than 300 people. What experts could they have? Team 3 leader Wei Hong sighed. Caution never hurts. Your team will take the lead, Old Moss team, and I will provide support and containment. A slightly larger mutant. With the 3 of us, there won't be a trace left. Careful, it's coming. Before the target even closed in, the 3 teams could already feel a suffocating pressure. This mutant was far too massive. When he finally emerged into their line of sight, they realized he stood nearly as tall as a one-story building in the distance. This mutant undoubtedly exceeded 3 meters in height, with muscles so abnormally developed that the explosive power in his legs allowed him to leap to great heights, while his burly arms could firmly grip the walls of buildings. He moved like a monkey in the rainforest, swiftly traversing the complex terrain by grabbing and pulling, except what he grasped were the towering structures of the city. The building walls left shattered marks wherever he gripped. If such force were applied to a human, they would likely be crushed like a bursting mosquito. So fast. Within just a few minutes of receiving the alert, the enemy had already moved from the city's edge to this location, a speed comparable to driving a car. To find Ji Chuan sooner, Dazhuang ignored the complex terrain entirely, leaping straight toward the direction he sensed, moving almost in a straight line, naturally much quicker. But before him, a group seemed to have gathered to block his path. He could already feel the hostility from these dozen or so individuals, among whom were 3 formidable ones. Dazhuang grew somewhat displeased. He didn't want to waste time on these people. His master was still waiting for him. A glowing orb flew swiftly toward Dazhuang, and as it approached, it burst open into a luminous net, attempting to ensnare him. Dazhuang didn't dodge. He caught the net with both hands, tore it apart from the middle with sheer force, and the glowing net shattered, falling to the ground as ashes. What kind of monster is this? He can just tear my ability apart. The team member couldn't believe it. As a high-level confinement type ability user, his electric spider web both restrained and delivered electric damage, yet the enemy not only broke his web, but seemed completely unharmed. Stop testing, just go all out. This thing is no pushover. Wei Hong shouted and charged forward. His figure suddenly vanished, only to reappear as 7 distinct forms, some even resembling demons or monsters. The 7 figures rushed toward Dazhuang with different movements. Bai Jinyao raised her hand, and a sniper rifle adorned with flame patterns materialized in her grasp. She placed her eye on the scope and pulled the trigger toward Dazhuang. A red bullet streaked toward him, but Dazhuang's attention was fixed on the 7 approaching figures, unaware of the incoming projectile. Roar! The team watched as the bullet exploded on Dazhuang, igniting a blaze, and the massive mutant let out a furious howl in the distance. A smile crept across Bai Jinyo's face. With such a huge body, it couldn't be easier to hit. The team leader had been overly cautious, as she could handle this mutant alone. She aimed again, the firelight making the target even more visible, and fired a second shot. The bullet sped toward Dazhuang, but this time, he instantly leaped aside. The explosion resounded from where he had stood, leaving a fiery crater in the road. The flames on Dazhuang gradually died out, and a layer of black bone began to grow over his cyan skin. The bone formed an intricate armor covering most of his body, leaving only gaps at the joints. The armor's coverage extinguished the fire on him. Bai Jinyao frowned. So that's how he puts out flames. She didn't hesitate, beginning to channel her ability. That black armor would surely not be easily breached. Her teammate placed a hand on her back from behind his ability, significantly shortening the charging time for her moves. She pulled the trigger, and the bullet, like a bird of flame, tore through the air with a thunderous sound, racing toward Dazhuang. Dazhuang quickly moved laterally, closing in on the one who kept firing bullets, sensing she was the greatest threat to him in this encounter. She had to be dealt with first. Once the strongest was eliminated, the rest could be easily crushed. Though Dazhuang changed direction, the firebird seemed to possess a will of its own, altering its trajectory to pursue him. Wei Hong's 7 figures encircled Dazhuang. Pride, gluttony, greed, sloth, lust, envy, wrath. As the 7 figures shouted one by one, a black formation appeared on the ground, spewing dense black mist that latched onto Dazhuang's feet and quickly enveloped his entire body. Like malevolent spirits from the underworld, the black mist emitted a cacophony of indistinct sounds, mocking laughter, weeping, furious roars. Such chaotic, dissonant noise would drive an ordinary person mad just by hearing it. The firebird slammed into Dazwang's back with a thunderous boom. Ma Ming, leader of the 6th team, breathed a sigh of relief. Those two had gone all out, or it seemed he wouldn't need to intervene. No mutant had ever withstood their combined ultimate attacks and remained standing. Ma Ming himself had a defense-oriented ability, but it seemed unnecessary now. Yet instead of the expected sound of that massive body collapsing, an even more terrifying roar erupted. "You're delaying me from finding my master. He'll kill you all." Roar. Wei Hong's true form shuddered at the roar so close. How could he still make a sound? He saw the mutant before him straining with all his might. The shackles of the 7 deadly sins were beginning to waver. How can this be? Wei Hong couldn't believe his eyes. Even Bai Jinyo's charged shot had only left a faint mark on his back armor, without even a single crack. How could such defense be broken? He continued struggling to drag the mutant into the abyss with his 7 deadly sins ability, but as the mutant kept roaring, his own eardrums felt like they were about to burst. Wei Hong covered his ears in agony, and the 7 figures gradually dissipated. His true form was exposed. The formation on the ground closed, the black mist slowly faded, and Dazwang's gaze locked onto Wei Hong. Master said since I can't hit the leader, I should take out the others first. Don't underestimate anyone's role. Dazwang recalled the training at the stronghold. Though the woman shooting from afar was the greatest threat, this shapeshifter was also annoying. Since he was within attack range, he might as well deal with him first. A massive hand reached out toward Wei Hong. Old Wet. Ma Ming hadn't expected the mutant to still be active. Though rushed, he managed to release his ability just before Dazwang grabbed Wei Hong. Dazwang clutched Wei Hong in his hand and squeezed hard, but an explosion erupted from his grip. Wei Hong had already appeared beside Ma Ming. The substitute doll Ma Ming had deployed had done its job. Bai Jinyo's confident smile from before the battle was gone. She had now realized the terror of this monster. The 3 elite team leaders had unleashed all their abilities on him, yet it seemed only to enrage the beast further, inflicting little to no real damage. The mutant angrily hurled the remnants in his hand to the ground, then, with a single powerful stomp, lunged toward the group. "Scatter!" Ma Ming shouted as the massive mutant charged toward them at lightning speed, its body akin to a devastating bomb. Clad in sturdy armor and burdened by its own weight, anyone caught in its path would be crushed into a pulp. The group fled in all directions. Where they had stood moments ago, dust rose in thick clouds as the colossal mutant smashed a deep crater into the ground. Once within attack range, the team unleashed their abilities, yet their powers struck the giant like water pistols, barely leaving a mark. Bai Jinyao began to panic. At this distance, she had lost her advantage. The mutant's speed could strike her mid-charge. Uncharged attacks couldn't even scratch its armor. Dazwang, following his principle of hitting whoever he could, swung his arms wildly, relishing the slaughter after so long. "You're in my way. I'll flatten you all." Before fleeing members could scream, they were squashed like mosquitoes under a swatter. Bai Jinyao continued unleashing her blazing phoenix spear rapidly. Behind her team members' foreheads beaded with cold sweat, their hands trembling in fear. Normally, under her abilities boost, any zombie would turn to ash after a charged strike. She had never continuously shortened charge times like this, and fatigue was setting in. But if she stopped, the mutant would pound everyone flat. "It's no use. We can't even break his defense. We need to retreat. We're outmatched." The ground was littered with remains, pools of blood where bodies were indistinguishable. They had become a mess of pulp with unflattened limbs and body fragments scattered around. With no time for hesitation, Ma Ming rapidly deployed his ability over a wide area, swapping the 3 captains and his own team members with puppets. He couldn't protect those who had fled far. He left them to fate, counting it fortunate to safeguard his own team. The group appeared in Ma Ming's room. Of the 16 who had ambushed, only 7 returned. Exhausted, Ma Ming collapsed to the floor, having never pushed his ability so far. He had used 8 puppets in this battle, leaving only 2. He couldn't undertake dangerous missions anytime soon. Bai Jinyao wasted no time reporting to the base. Zhong Wentao, leader of Yuyang City's combat group, frowned gravely. A mutant similar to the blood demon had appeared in their city. All combat teams returned to base immediately. "A powerful mutant threatens the city. Return at once." Dazwang gleefully chased the remaining survivors, savoring the thrill of the kill. Without their captain, they lost all will to resist, regretting having run too far. No matter how fast they fled, the mutant easily caught up with a few leaps. This colossal mutant toyed with them like a cat with mice, granting chances to escape only to heighten the fun of the hunt. After crushing the last one, Dazwang felt unsatisfied but quickly headed toward Ji Chuan's aura. "No more playing. Master awaits." His armor reverted to ordinary bone spikes, and his speed surged. All combat forces in Yuyang City stood on high alert at the gate. Compared to the blood demon of Shinza City, this brute seemed more manageable. It was said that touching the blood demon's blood meant instant death with no effective defense, and the more it killed, the stronger it grew. At least Yuyang City's mutant only relied on brute force. Breaking its armor offered hope of victory. The earth trembled more violently with the giant's approach. Everyone held their breath, staring tensely toward the sound. The massive figure burst from the city, but it seemed to ignore the ability user base, dashing past the guards and racing into the distance. It vanished from sight in moments. Bai Jinyao slumped to the ground feeling incredibly lucky the monster hadn't attacked the base, otherwise blood would have flowed like a river. So it wasn't after us. Xia Yida felt blissful after eating bird's nest. Pack up and get ready. Take only essentials. Jianghua City Outpost has ample supplies. Hearing Ji Chuan's reminder, Xia Yida began packing, pulling out 2 large suitcases. She had a habit from work bringing gifts for the entire crew to every new set. Gifts earned her better reputation, makeup, and lighting. She only cared about looking more beautiful on screen, unconcerned with cost. Acting was a personal hobby, not a livelihood. To handle social occasions, she kept a stock of gifts at home. Skincare products must be precious in the apocalypse. Xia Yida didn't pack many personal items, but filled a whole suitcase with gifts. Since Ji Chuan said they were heading to a new outpost, she had to smooth relations there. With her rich social experience, building rapport was effortless. Skincare for women, and razors for men. Hurry up to like sheep. Don't keep the king waiting. Xiao Shuai urged harshly, and Xia Yida quickened her pace. 3 people stood expressionless. Ji Chuan had reasons for taking them. Wang Wei, a pilot. In the apocalypse, few ability users could transport groups across cities. A long-distance travel still relied on vehicles. Gao Guangsai, reportedly a skilled chef. With more people at the outpost relying only on chef, Zhao might be strenuous. Qin Ruishu. His ability was too dangerous and could threaten subordinates in Ji Chuan's absence. But Ji Chuan didn't want to absorb his crystal core. Using annihilation 3 times meant death, and he wasn't keen to try. Keeping Qin Ruishu nearby served as a deadly tool, more valuable alive than dead. Qin's city was temporarily governed by controlled officials using official accounts to promote the faith god. To boost credibility, Xiao Shuai was left to control zombies within range, expanding safe zones as faith accumulated, convincing more people. Ji Chuan taught Xiao Shuai to use a phone for communication. Though absorbing Han Xing's sonic pulse allowed citywide voice projection, it couldn't cross cities. Ji Chuan decided to watch for abilities resembling telephones, wondering how long the current phone signals would last. Such an ability would likely be low-level, and with the vast number of low-level crystal cores in the city, finding one would depend on fate. The high-ranking officials in Jianghua City had been in good spirits these past few days, yet Su Wanwan's heart remained unsettled. As long as Ji Chuan was not completely eradicated, her situation would always be perilous. Su Huaiji had told her that Subject No. 1 had been relocated to Shinza City, believing he had no reason to return. But Su Wanwan knew Ji Chuan did have a reason to kill her. She feared he would find a way to come back. Despite pleading with Su Huaiji for a long time to accompany her to another city, he refused. The proposal was too difficult to realize. The Jianghua City superpower base possessed only 2 aircraft, one of which belonged to Jinglian City. With Subject No. 1 gone and no further personnel transfers needed, that plane had already been returned. Thus, to use the remaining plane, they would need an extremely compelling reason and the leader's approval. This was nearly impossible, as the base must retain 1 aircraft for emergencies and could not lend it out casually. Su Wanwan's mental state had deteriorated over these 2 days. She knew time was running out, yet she seemed utterly powerless. Now she even regretted targeting Su Huaiji. Would it not have been better to set her sights on Li Jingru instead? However, she knew nothing of Li Jingru's background and could not fathom his preferences, making him a difficult mark. Su Wanwan now clung to 2 hopes. The first was that Ji Chuan would encounter trouble in Shinza City and be unable to return anytime soon. Covering such a great distance was no easy feat. The second was that if Ji Chuan did return, the base could withstand his assault. This was practically a pipe dream. It was said that the strongest superpower from Jinglian City had already defected. Even if she joined forces with Shun Mingting, they could easily overturn the base. Su Wanwan frantically racked her brains for a solution. What to do? She clutched her hair in near madness. If she could not figure this out, she would never find restful sleep. If Ji Chuan could be relocated, is there a way to ensure he never returns? Su Wanwan thought of Heelei. The starry vision gave her hope once more, but Heelei was under 24-hour surveillance and only followed Li Jingru's orders. How could she approach him? Or how could she make Li Jingru accept her proposal? If this path also led nowhere, only one option remained. Yet that would be exceedingly perilous with a slim chance of success. But to survive, she had to try every method. Su Wanwan planned to ask Su Huaiji for access to the 10th basement level the next day. Meng Haonian gazed at the recent reports with growing concern. It seemed the emergence of Subject No. 1 had accelerated the apocalypse's progression. The rescue mission had cost Jinglian City 4 formidable warriors. Counting Xiao Lian and Lan Xing, the city had lost 6 top-tier superhumans in one fell swoop. In some smaller cities, the entire population might not even produce 6 top-tier superhumans. The previously maintained urban order was now crumbling, and the existing superhumans struggled to contain the zombies' movements within the city. The walls that once confined the zombies had been gradually breached, allowing hordes to flood into the city. Human safe zones had to be continuously compressed to achieve better protection. That single rescue mission had dealt a severe blow to Jinglian City. Now Subject No. 1 had gone to Shinza City, where a blood demon had also appeared. In Yuyang City, a giant zombie had emerged. All these mutants displayed destructive power surpassing top-tier levels. If they were mobile, what would happen if they one day came to Jinglian City? Could the existing combat strength ensure Jinglian City's survival? However, Meng Haonian saw a message from Shinza City. Unexpectedly, they had found a powerful superhuman in their dire straits. The god of faith said to create absolutely safe zones by gathering the power of belief. This filled Meng Haonian with envy and also served as a wake-up call. They must unearth survivors with potential in the city. Many high-level and top-tier abilities were not immediately obvious. Perhaps even their wielders were unaware of their true value. Jinglian City issued a notice: survivors who came to the superpower base for ability assessment would receive 2 bottles of water and a pack of compressed biscuits. If an ability deemed valuable was identified, the survivor could earn a permanent residence spot at the base with meals and lodging provided. Such conditions were highly tempting. As one of the well-managed cities, coming to the superpower base posed little risk for survivors. Meng Haonian was a far-sighted decision-maker. He understood they must find solutions early, for a storm could break at any moment, and many bases did not even have an umbrella. "Brother, should we go try? At least we can get the water and biscuits," said the boy, excited after seeing the news. Jinglian City had not only spread the word online, but also posted ability assessment notices in prominent locations. Faced with such conditions, Luo Jia was reluctant to agree to his younger brother, as he wanted to protect him. After the apocalypse, their family had stayed indoors because they had ample supplies. But as time passed, more and more families ran out of provisions and were forced to venture outside. Their neighbor had come knocking, but their parents refused, claiming they had many mouths to feed and no surplus. However, the neighbor observed through the smart locks camera that they never left the house. If they truly had no extra supplies, why did they never go out to search? Their home must be well stocked. The neighbor, starving, felt they were turning a blind eye to his suffering. Hatred festered in the neighbor's heart. He had always wanted a son, but was diagnosed with azoospermia, doomed to be childless. Every time he saw Luo Jia and Luo Jiao, he felt it was a personal affront. Jealousy and hatred easily bred and spread in the apocalypse. It was just a couple and 2 boys. If he got rid of them, their supplies would be his. He had endured their happiness for years. It was time they tasted misfortune. That night, the neighbor grabbed a knife. He had long studied the surveillance footage and knew the Luo family's door code. In the dead silence, the sound of the lock disengaging was jarring. Luo's father stirred in his sleep, sensing something amiss. In these perilous times, he had to protect his wife and children. He got out of bed and crept out to check, praying he had only imagined the noise. In the dark living room, he saw no one, but the front door stood open. Luo's father cautiously moved to close it, only to turn and meet a chilling sneer. A knife plunged into his abdomen, searing pain flooding his body. He mustered his loudest cry, "Run!" A second stab pierced his heart, and he fell to the floor, eyes wide open. Luo's mother screamed frantically. Jai, lock the room. Wake up. Lock the door. She prayed her son was not dead asleep and would hear her warning. The screams from outside had ceased. Luo Jia clutched Jiao under the bed, trembling. Blow after blow rained down on their door, and Jiao began to cry. "Jiao, don't be afraid. Big brother will protect you. Don't make a sound." Though terrified himself as the older brother, he had to shield his younger sibling. The door shattered, and the man stepped in. Luo Jia seemed to make a decision. He charged forward, but his small frame was easily seized by the man. Luo Jiao saw his brother lifted off the ground by the man. He could not lose his brother too. His consciousness began to blur. When he awoke, his brother was holding him. They had both survived. Jiao, big brother is going for the assessment. Wait for me nearby. Luo Jia did not want the base to know that his younger brother would turn into a monster. After explaining the matters to Xiao Shui, he temporarily handed over the supervision of Xinjia City to him. Ji Chuan mainly wanted him to be low-key, creating the illusion that the god of faith had fully suppressed the zombies. If there were any anomalies, he was to contact Ji Chuan. The base in Xinjia City had high-level personnel operating under control. Once the issues in Jianghua City were resolved, Su Shen could be brought to Xinjia City to instill loyalty in all the believers. Arriving at the airport, Ji Chuan found Xia Yida's private plane and issued commands to the zombies throughout the airport. The wandering zombies, like well-trained cleaners, cleared away the severed limbs and debris from the runway. Although she was somewhat aware, Xia Yida was still very surprised to see Ji Chuan commanding the zombies to perform such unexpected actions. "When we arrive in Jianghua City, you will be granted a state of loyalty. If you resist, I will kill you and you will become a zombie, still obeying my commands." Ji Chuan was merely scaring Xia Yida. As long as she still had energy, it was too risky to take action against her, as it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Only when Xia Yida achieved a state of loyalty would Ji Chuan feel at ease. She was the only unique crystal nucleus he had encountered, and if not handled properly, it would become a very tricky problem. How could that be? I'm so obedient. I even brought many gifts for the base members. Wherever the boss sends me, I will go. Xia Yida flattered, knowing how dangerous Ji Chuan could be. Despite Ji Chuan telling her about the lucky abilities facing Ji Chuan, who could command the zombies in an entire area, she felt that no matter how lucky she was, survival was uncertain. Since she couldn't resist at the moment, it would be wiser to be more compliant and strive for a better situation, which was the choice a smart person should make. Moreover, staying beside Ji Chuan was indeed much safer, and he didn't force her to do anything she didn't want to do. But would the zombies really do such things? Did he still have that function? Xia Yida gazed out of the airplane, beginning to daydream. Although she felt a bit uneasy, she believed that everything before her was the best arrangement. Since childhood, she had always been favored by fate, and she believed she would be blessed by destiny. Ji Chuan hadn't flown for a long time, the last time, was with Su Wanswan to Neon Country, where they were supposed to enjoy hot springs and seafood, but mostly spent time in duty-free shops. A smile curled at the corner of Ji Chuan's mouth. Su Wanswan, it's time for us to settle things when we return. He had encountered all the special abilities in Jianghua City, and apart from the starry vision, none posed a threat to him. He also needed to deal with that otaku along the way. However, was his awakening in Xinjia City due to the call of the goddess of luck to save Xia Yida, or was it because of the starry vision? Bored on the plane, Ji Chuan thought about many things. Before the apocalypse, he found flying to be quite torturous. The success rate of Shin Mingting surrendering to the base is 5.32. The success rate of Xia Yiqing surrendering to the base is 12.21. And the success rate of Song Ci surrendering to the base is 13.35. Hearing He Lei's words, Li Jingru sighed, realizing it was about what he expected. The probability wasn't very high. Let's try the highest, Song Ci. Yes. Since it was a wish unrelated to supplies, He Lei walked back to his room. The success rates of those 3 questions were all fabricated by him, as he was about to make a wish for himself to become the leader of Jianghua City. Lost in thought, He Lei bumped into a girl at the corner of the corridor, the soft touch of her body, making him feel shy. I'm sorry, I wasn't looking, miss. Seeing how beautiful the other person was, He Lei became even shyer. Su Wanswan tried to stand, but looked like it was quite difficult. I might have sprained my ankle. Can you help me to the elevator? Okay, sure. He Lei supported Su Wanshuan's slender arm, surprised at how smooth and soft her skin was, his heart racing. Su Wanswan knew that Li Jingru was hard to approach, but the purpose of getting closer was to make a wish to the starry vision. So why not just go directly to him? She had heard that He Lei would report to Li Jingru every night. With no guards monitoring during this time, it would be a good opportunity to introduce herself simply. Such a useful ability, she hoped to secure a chance to make a wish for herself in the future. She had to seize anything beneficial to her, and she had always been this way since childhood. Everything must be fought for to live for oneself. Thank you, it's all my fault for being careless and causing you trouble. No. He Lei nervously scratched the back of his head, not expecting this beautiful girl to be so gentle. My name is Su Wanswan, nice to meet you. What should I call you? He Lei. Alright, I'm going upstairs now. See you next time. Su Wanswan flashed a brilliant smile, believing in planting a seed in a man's heart. They would not cherish the flowers blooming by the roadside. They only liked the trees that grew in their hearts. For an otaku like He Lei, a simple touch and a gentle smile were enough. Su Wanswan awaited the sprouting of her seed, hoping to create more opportunities, only wishing Ji Chuan wouldn't return before that. He Lei returned to his room somewhat dazed. Su Wanswan was too beautiful, and such a lovely girl had just smiled at him. Moreover, she had actively inquired about his name. Could she be interested in him? If he became the leader of the base, would he have a chance to completely win her over? He Lei stared at the clock, eagerly anticipating the upcoming wish. After his testing, the success rate of becoming the leader of Jianghua City had risen to 14.56, a significant improvement from before. He also had to thank No. 1 for helping him eliminate 4 special ability captains, as special abilities heavily influenced the success rate of wishes. This probability was not low. Sooner or later he would succeed. As the hour hand struck midnight, He Lei clasped his hands together. Starlight flickered in the room, and He Lei felt his head grow dizzy. Just before losing consciousness, he seemed to see the burst of starlight. Is this success? However, he had no time to confirm before collapsing, closing his eyes. Knock, 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 leader. The knocking outside brought back his consciousness. His head still throbbed, but he opened the door at the urging voice. To find himself standing at the door, to be precise, it was He Lei's former body. No, He Lei was confused. He had wished to become the leader of the Jianghua City ability base, and after wishing, he seemed to see the response of the starlight. But why was he standing right in front of himself? He Lei hurriedly ran to the bathroom to look in the mirror, only to see Li Jingru's face. His wish had been granted, but it was achieved in this manner. He had thought it was merely a swap of identities. Oh, was this a swap of souls? Then why did the He Lei in front of him call him leader? Shouldn't he be Li Jingru? Shouldn't he be surprised? Leader. Are you alright? I'm fine. Li Jingru emerged from the bathroom, sitting behind the desk in the living room, looking at the He Lei before him. Leader, today's wish was unsuccessful. I'm here to inform you. Okay, understood. You can go back now. Li Jingru stared at his departure, feeling completely confused. What was happening here? If the soul swap was successful, why did He Lei's behavior seem so normal? Yet he possessed He Lei's memories, but the body was Li Jingru's. He was only in his 20s. He didn't want to be the owner of this 50-year-old body. Who am I exactly? He Lei laughed aloud in the room, for Li Jingru was in excellent spirits. When he regained consciousness and awoke in He Lei's chamber, discovering upon looking in the mirror that he had become He Lei, he felt no panic. There was even a joy that sprang from the depths of his heart. His original ability was a curse, one he had never once utilized. Before a flying ant becomes a queen, it is free, but to become queen it must sever its own wings, sacrifice parts of its brain and body, and transform into a breeding machine. Though it becomes the sole sovereign of the nest, gaining countless subjects, it also forfeits its freedom. Such was Li Jingru's ability. He could designate a space as his territory, evolving into a queen ant that breeds subjects, birthing countless powerful insectoid minions to become a creator of armies. Yet he had no desire to do so. He had witnessed his wife's agonizing screams during childbirth and thanked his stars he was a man. Though he knew not whether becoming a queen ant would bring him pain and reproduction, the very act of giving birth was an impossibility in his mind. No man wishes to become a female creature. When he awoke in Hilei's room and saw himself as he lay, he was utterly exhilarated. Though he had yet to test his ability, he was at least 30 years younger. In truth, he had little desire to remain the leader of this ability user base. Before the apocalypse, he had performed well within the system and possessed the drive to climb higher. For within the system, a leader's workload was far lighter than a subordinate's, requiring no great skill. One could even coast by in mediocrity. If you stood out too prominently in that position, it would highlight the uselessness of your peers, a grave taboo. It was better to draw a high salary and idle away the days with everyone else. But now things were different. The apocalypse had rendered salaries meaningless, high positions offered no cost-effectiveness, only endless worries. Bearing the weight of the entire city's future, he was utterly exhausted. For someone accustomed to lying low, the pace of a high-ranking post in the apocalypse was too swift, yet he was powerless to change it. The organization remained, he had no grounds to refuse. Jianghua City was never at peace, and being its leader vexed him greatly. Unwilling to bear sole responsibility for every critical matter, he resorted to meetings to share the burden. This was his ingrained work habit, a way to shift blame for major mistakes and always protect himself. But now as he gazed at his reflection in the mirror, in an instant he understood what wish Hilei had made. Though he never expected the outwardly honest Hilei to harbor such ambition, since the man wished to become him, so be it. Looking at the table strewn with drinks, snacks, and piles of game cartridges, Li Jingru shook his head. Truly doesn't know how to appreciate this. As a leader, he had to consider wishes beneficial to the base from its perspective. But now he was Hilei, and he had many wishes buried deep in his heart. Tomorrow night, he would test if the stellar wish had become his own ability. For now, he would pretend to know nothing and play the part of Hilei. If discovered, the leader would surely have many ways to restrain him. Until his wish was fulfilled, he would lie low. Before the plane even landed, Ji Chuan had already shifted outside via shadow ambush. He hadn't sat still for hours in a long time. Though his body felt no pain, it was still uncomfortable. Getting off early to stretch, and also to clear Jianghua City's airport. The Oligial courtyard, though vast, was not large enough to support a plane's glide. And back now at Jianghua City Airport. Ji Chuan used sonic pulse to transmit his voice, letting those at the base hear him, though he received no feedback. But to Ji Chuan's surprise, moments later, Cui Zixuan appeared at the airport with Xia Yiqing. Ji Chuan had seen Cui Zixuan's loyalty, but never expected her to join the base in his absence. Leader, it's really you. Xia Yiqing's heart finally settled upon seeing Ji Chuan. The others were thrilled to hear his voice, but wary of a trap, Xia Yiqing came, with Cui Zixuan to protect her. Perfect, let's take them all back. After the plane landed, 4 people descended. Seeing the last one, Xia Yiqing and Cui Zixuan were both astonished. Is that Zaida? Hearing her name, Zaida waved with a friendly smile. It was a habit to perform for fans at the airport to bridge the distance. Yes, shall be at our base from now on. The people of Oligial were overjoyed. Their missing leader had finally returned. Gu Yunqi, Lin Lulu, and Su Shun embraced him all at once. Ji Chuan felt they might warm him back to a living temperature. All right, I'm back now. Leader, you don't know how much I missed you. Su Shun burst into tears, first his 100 loyalty, swaying his emotions. Seeing Su Shun's state, Gu Yunqi and Lin Lulu swallowed their words, feeling helpless at the endless stream of tears. Zaida froze in place. So he was unmoved by her, because he was into men. Did zombies have such preferences too? But then 3 people hugged him, including 2 women. Though their emotions weren't as intense as the man's, her acting experience told her their feelings were genuine. Could he be bi? That was common in the entertainment industry. Ahem. Zaida was ignored in a social setting for the first time. She was always the center of attention. Oh right, this is Zaida. She'll be living at the base from now on. Ji Chuan made a brief introduction. Aside from one college-aged boy who seemed excited, why were the others so indifferent? Everyone's focus was on Ji Chuan. How could this zombie be more captivating than her? Miss Xia, I've loved your movies since I was a kid. Can I have your autograph? Gung Mao never expected to see his idol at the base. But those words struck Zaida like a blow. What did he mean by since I was a kid? She was only 27. He, of course. We're all in the same base now, no need to be formal. But how old are you? I'm a freshman, 18. Nearly 10 years older. Zaida gritted her teeth and sighed. But it was time to reclaim her ground. Nice to meet you all. I hope you'll take care of me in the future. Since we're family, I've prepared gifts. She flashed a practiced, radiant smile and pressed gifts into everyone's hands. The women instantly warmed to her upon seeing the gifts. Top-brand skincare products were precious in the apocalypse. The men also appreciated the razors, equally expensive brands. Only Song Ci felt awkward, for he had no beard. After a quick observation, Zaida swapped Song Ci's gift for skincare. Xia Yiqing remarked that Zaida was truly perceptive. This was simple for her, and she could gauge everyone's goodwill from their expressions. She had won them all over. Who said she rose by luck alone? It was clearly through wisdom and effort. Zaida donned her most perfect smile. I look forward to your care from now on. Applause rang through the base, leaving Ji Chuan speechless. No female star was easy to handle, let alone a top-tier one. After having Su Shun grant them loyalty, it was time for him to act. Su Shun bestowed the state of loyalty upon the newcomers. Gazing at the 3 dull-witted individuals behind him, he did not inquire further. Similar incidents had occurred before, and the leader must have had his reasons for bringing them back. However, when it came to Zaida, the bestowal of loyalty did not go smoothly. Su Shen frowned. Don't resist. Ji Chuan's icy voice rang out, and Zaida immediately felt a surge of fear. I'm not resisting. Zaida couldn't understand. She had done nothing, nor did she have the nerve. Master, it's the other's crystal core spirit, it seems unwilling to submit. Xiaohei had already sensed the fluctuations of the other's spiritual energy. As a fellow monocolored crystal core, though not fully awakened, she was putting up a fierce resistance. Ji Chuan frowned slightly and reached out toward Zaida. I really didn't resist. Don't kill me. Zaida was terrified, recalling Ji Chuan's words that if she died, she would become a completely obedient zombie. She thought Ji Chuan was about to kill her now. But Ji Chuan's hand merely rested on her shoulder. Unlike his usual cold tone, even his gaze turned gentle, a gentleness that felt strangely familiar to her. It's alright, I trust you. Go rest now. Zaida stood frozen, as if the Arctic after months of polar night had finally seen the dawn. The icy mountain had melted before her, stirring a flutter of excitement in her heart. Su Shen led her into the main building. She had expected the accommodations to be poor, but to her surprise their stronghold was a 5-star hotel. Zaida breathed a sigh of relief. Miss Xia, your room is here. The base provides 3 meals a day. The hotel restaurant is on the 3rd floor. Feel free to ask me for anything. Unexpectedly, Su Shen was like a highly refined butler, his service attitude exceedingly professional. Zaida nodded, only to feel that the door before her looked familiar. Entering the room, she heard the relaxing sound of a music box. How could this be? Zaida looked around. The interior arrangement was exactly like her childhood room in Kaiun City. Her heart was deeply moved. Though she had no idea how Ji Chuan had managed it, he had apparently inquired about her preferences to make her feel at home, replicating the room from her memory down to the last detail. She hadn't returned to that old house in years. Work kept her too busy flying all over the world. Kaiun City, as the capital of the westernmost province, took a long flight to reach. She walked to the source of the music and carefully picked up the music box, a gift from someone important. The familiar melody calmed her entire being. The mottled surface of the music box in her hands began to renew, and the carousel horse started to spin again. Zaida's line of sight was lowering. Puzzled, she put the music box back, only to find her hands had become chubby and more delicate. Startled, she went to the mirror in the room, following her memory, and studied her reflection. Am I dreaming? In the mirror, Zaida had returned to the age of about 10. The chubby Zaida, doted on by the whole family, constantly fed snacks. Though most of her unhappy memories were from this period, Zaida smiled joyfully at her reflection. Excitedly, she checked the time and confirmed everything around her. Even the contents of her school bag were so familiar. Yida, you'll be late for school. Zaida's mother playfully tapped her nose. Mom. Though Zaida knew her mother was safe at home after the apocalypse, she hugged her out of longing. Trying to skip school again, are you? Yida must study hard. When you come home today, Mommy will make your favorite cake. Zaida wanted to say so much, but she just nodded. She shouldered her backpack and went to school. All the painful memories were mostly here, but the most precious ones were also here. Because of her obesity, she was the target of ridicule at school. Though her family was very wealthy, and mentioning her grandfather would have prevented anyone from bullying her, her family always taught her to keep a low profile, and Zaida was very obedient. The boys would give her nicknames, calling her Fat Pig, Dinosaur, Sumo Wrestler, and then run off laughing. The girls would ostracize her and mock her appetite. She had no friends at school and was very introverted. She hated PE class. During free time, the boys would play soccer, and the girls would gather in small groups to chat. Only she would wander aimlessly around the track, every minute feeling unbearably long. A soccer ball flew toward her. Watch out. A fair-skinned slender boy stepped in front of her, the ball hitting him hard in the back. Are you okay? Zaida supported the boy. Though his injury wasn't her fault, she felt deeply guilty. She knew the boys had done it on purpose, yet this slender youth had taken the hit for her. The slender boy grinned and said he was fine. The image of that boy stayed with Zaida throughout her youth. From the day they met, he became a ray of light in her life. She began to look forward to PE class, hoping to see him on the field, even if it was just one class a week. When their 2 classes were together, she started bringing her favorite sweets to share with him, shyly expressing her gratitude. The boy would always accept them, happily replying with a sunny smile. Once after school, when he saw Zaida being bullied by other boys, he stepped in front of her to defend her. Thank you. I'm so fat and ugly. Why are you so kind to me? Just bullied. Zaida felt aggrieved and burst into tears before the boy. Seeing Zaida like this, the boy panicked and frantically searched his pockets for a tissue, but found none. So he lifted his sleeve and wiped away her tears. You're not ugly. Your features are the most beautiful I've ever seen. Being chubby is cute too. And your hair is so smooth, you could be in a commercial. You have a beautiful smile. Smile for me, let me see. Hearing his words, Zaida, who had been crying hard, laughed. No one outside her family had ever complimented her like that. Seeing her smile, the boy smiled too. Though they only spent occasional breaks, PE classes, and after-school time together, it was enough for Zaida to cherish for a lifetime. As she grew up, Zaida controlled her diet. Her already delicate features became more defined. The ugly duckling of her school days had fully transformed into a swan. As an adult, her wealth was also hard to hide. Zaida began receiving numerous confessions and suitors. She didn't care about any of them. They only liked the slimmed-down version of her, the heiress of a wealthy family. But But in the heart of that insecure, sensitive, chubby Zaida, there would always be a sunny boy using his clean shirt to wipe away the tears of her entire youth. But every beautiful thing must face an abrupt goodbye. After many days of not seeing the boy, Zaida finally gathered the courage to go to his class and ask about him. Ignoring the mocking stares of the students in that class, she learned that the boy had dropped out. Zaida couldn't believe it. Why had that light just vanished? But now she seemed to have returned to the days when she could see him again. This time she wanted no regrets. She wanted to sincerely thank him. Without him, she wouldn't be the confident Zaida of today. She wanted to know where he had gone. Even if he were just an ordinary person, Zaida wanted to fight for a chance. She had never been in love because after seeing the sun, she could no longer accept any other candlelight. Zaida eagerly anticipated the arrival of physical education class, ignoring her deskmate's request to keep their distance, ignoring the sudden turn and mockery of the two in front, and ignoring the note stuck to her back that read, "I am a big fat pig." In this world resided the person she had yearned for throughout her entire youth. These childish tricks were insignificant. Her heart had grown immensely strong. A top actress faced gossip and slander 1,000 times more severe than her current predicament every single day. As soon as the bell rang, Zaida rushed to the playground, her eyes fixed on the entrance of the teaching building, waiting only to catch a glimpse of the boy from her memories. When that figure appeared in her sight, Zaida was overwhelmed with excitement, even more so than when she won the Best Actress award. During free time, she still walked along the edge of the playground, ignoring the malicious stares from the boys playing football. The football flew over, and the boy arrived as expected, shielding her. Zaida smiled through her tears, restraining the longing of an entire youth. "Thank you." The boy seemed surprised by Zaida's intense reaction, thinking only that she was frightened. "Are you all right?" Even though he was the one hurt, the kind-hearted boy instead tried to comfort the crying her. Zaida shook her head happily. "I am Zaida, and I hope to be your friend." The boy was taken aback. "I know. I noticed you quite a while ago." The same protection as before, he always helped her out of trouble, even though the current Zaida didn't care about these childish games. But seeing the boy again was a wish she had held for many years. She looked at his features, remembered his voice, yet felt an indescribable familiarity about him. Time passed day by day, and Zaida grew increasingly uneasy, as if approaching the moment of parting etched in her memory. After class, she arrived early at the door of the boys' classroom. "Can you walk me home?" The boy was somewhat surprised, but still nodded. Zaida led him to the park, sat on a bench, and gazed at the blooming flowers. The boy asked nothing and sat down beside her. "If you have to leave one day, would you go without saying goodbye?" The boy was startled, his eyes evasive as he slowly looked into the distance. "Maybe." Zaida stared at him, seemingly not expecting such an answer. "Why?" "Perhaps because I don't want to make you sad." A hint of sorrow seemed to lurk in the boy's eyes as he gazed into the distance. "Do you know how many years I've searched for you?" Hearing the trembling voice, the boy turned in surprise, only to see tears in Zaida's eyes. "What many years?" He hadn't even left yet. But seeing Zaida cry, it must be his fault. "I really am leaving. My illness can't be treated in this country. Yida, I didn't want to leave without telling you. I'm scared. I'm afraid that if I leave, I won't come back. I'm afraid of the pain. They say the treatment is very painful. I'm afraid that telling you will make you sad." The boy couldn't hold back anymore and cried, his thin face etched with helplessness. Zaida never imagined that the regret of her youth held such a hidden truth. She embraced the boy, something she had always wanted to do, but never had, and gently wiped the tears from his face with her sleeve. "You will be fine. Promise me you'll come back to find me, okay?" The boy looked at her sincere expression and nodded. "I might be this fat now, but in the future, it'll definitely be a great beauty. My suitors will line up all the way to France, and I'll become a top actress." The boy was amused by her words, seemingly surprised that this plump girl could be so amusing. "I'm telling the truth. By then you'll be healthy. Even if your situation is bad, I'll help you. This time, it'll be my turn to protect you. If you encounter any trouble with the treatment, you must tell me. They'll convince my family to help you." The boy nodded firmly. "Thank you, Yida. I originally planned to leave without a word, but this time I hope we can meet again. When you miss me, listen to that music box." Zaida nodded, a smile returning to her face. Time passed so much so that Zaida felt what she was experiencing was her predicted future, not a dream. She was like a favored child of heaven, making the optimal choice in every decision, big or small. She became a top actress in even less time than before, but she knew she was waiting for someone. She had rejected many, including renowned directors, popular young actors, world tycoons, and political giants. With her extraordinary beauty and high emotional intelligence, she turned her suitors into her network. She was the unattainable moon in everyone's heart. Yet she was waiting for the boy who had saved her humble self, waiting for him to fulfill his promise. She had become a top actress, and all her efforts were to stand in a place where he could see her, so that once he saw her, he could easily find her. All these years she had been inquiring about him, but found nothing. "President Xia, you need to go to Jianghua City tomorrow for a live event to promote the new movie." Seeing Yuqing's message, Zaida replied, "Okay, pack the luggage as usual." Understood. As Zaida's assistant, Yuqing had to be involved in almost every aspect of her life. Though demanding, the pay was excellent, and Yuqing cherished the job. Zaida had a habit when packing that Yuqing couldn't understand. She always brought a phone that had never been used. From her observations, that phone had never rung, and Zaida rarely looked at it. Yuqing never understood why she always brought it. But celebrities often had personal secrets. Word had it that a rival young flower had brought back a fetus ghost amulet from Southeast Asia, and carried it everywhere. Yuqing just considered it a personal quirk. On the event day, the International Trade Center in Jianghua City was packed. Zayeda, as usual, displayed her stunning charm and received widespread acclaim at the venue. She clasped her hands in front of her chest and bowed humbly to the crowd. See you next time. I hope you will all support my new work. Amidst the cheers and screams from the audience, Zayeda stepped off the stage. Despite the noise, she heard the familiar sound of the music box. She searched for the source, but Yuqing pulled out the phone that hadn't rung for years from her bag. She looked at Zayeda in disbelief and handed it over. President Xia, this phone rang. Zayeda couldn't believe it either. She grabbed the phone and answered it with trembling hands. I've come back to find you, big star. Zayeda burst into tears. Where are you? Turn around. She turned and a handsome man was waving. So this was what he looked like grown up. Ignoring Yuqing's panicked attempts to stop her, ignoring the reporter's frantic photos, ignoring the crowd's astonished cries. Zayeda rushed towards the man and threw herself into his arms. Are you willing to give yourself to me? The longing of her entire youth materialized, and she nodded, tears streaming down her face. I am willing as long as you are by my side. I am willing to do anything. The noisy crowd slowly faded away, and the world seemed to echo only with the quiet melody of the music box. The chest of the person in her arms was firm, but somewhat cold, and the face from her memories began to overlap. The Ji Chuan before her was looking at her. The others at the location had varied expressions, all watching Zayeda's actions in surprise. Zayeda, ignoring everyone else, was still crying. I've finally waited for you. Ji Chuan sighed, never expecting Zayeda to harbor such a secret. The youth in Zayeda's memories was likely already dead, and he had used that identity to successfully forge a soul contract with her. The soul contract was a state more secure than loyalty, allowing Ji Chuan to fully trust Zayeda. Alas, a strange female voice rang out. Ji Chuan traced the source of the voice. Master, the other's crystal core's spirit seems to have awakened, Xiaohe reminded him. I originally wanted my host to escape, but I never expected you to be so formidable. Oh well, it's thanks to your power that I could awaken. Ji Chuan hadn't anticipated that the unique colored crystal core under contract could communicate with him mentally like Xiaohe. It seemed this pink crystal core spirit also disliked being controlled by others. How dare you speak to our great master like that? Becoming his subordinate should be an honor. Xiaohe groveled as it scolded the pink crystal core. I didn't expect you to grow so quickly. If I had awakened first, things wouldn't have turned out this way. But perhaps my subconscious used my ability to choose you after all. Oh well, since you're so strong, this goddess will lend you a hand. Xiaofan, you help me. What use are you? Ji Chuan's naming sense was as consistent as ever. How dare you give this goddess such a crude name? My uses are vast. If not for my host's low energy, I would have already helped her reach the pinnacle of life. For instance, if you need to find someone, I can coincidentally create an opportunity for that person to appear before you. If you face danger, I can turn calamity into safety. If you seek growth, they'll help you find the resources you need. In short, I make you incredibly lucky. But such luck consumes the host's energy. My host is still weak, and her energy isn't enough to fuel my stronger luck. Then how does she get stronger? Ji Chuan had noticed that ordinary people seemed to tire easily from using abilities, yet he had never felt such fatigue. By constantly using her ability, of course. Using it is like exercise, exhausting at first, but each time you find your energy reserves growing. Your ability to devour and grow is almost cheating. Xiaofen's tone was tinged with anger. Without this black crystal core, the human she had chosen might have stood at the pinnacle. Ji Chuan understood. Others had only one crystal core's worth of energy. Once depleted, they needed rest to recharge, gradually increasing their capacity through effort. He could devour 10 or 8 crystal cores in one go. No amount of effort from others could surpass that. That was why his energy seemed inexhaustible. Even among unique colored crystal cores, Ji Chuan believed Xiaohe's ability was formidable. No wonder that little thing harbored such grand ambitions. Understood. Now I want to train her to get stronger quickly. How do you plan to train her? I was going to go kill at the Jianghua City ability user base alone, but now we'll bring her along. You're to protect her. Are you insane? How many top-tier ability users must be in that base? She doesn't have enough energy for me to use. Not many. I've already killed most of them. But if she dies, that's fine too. Then it'll just devour you. Xiaofan was already terrified. Her contract master was a demon. Inside Zayeda's body, she at least had a standalone villa. But in Ji Chuan's body, she could sense more than just Xiaohe's spirit. She didn't want to move from a villa into a shared apartment. Besides, both other spirits were male, unacceptable to Xiaofan. Zayeda and I will go to the ability user base. You all guard this place well. Ji Chuan prepared to depart, giving brief instructions. Chief, this is too dangerous. Let me help. I'm very familiar with the base's terrain. Xiaoqing cautioned him. Though the chief was immensely powerful, the base's complex layout and numerous experts could put him at a disadvantage if he wasn't familiar with it. But he didn't know that Ji Chuan had already visited several times and had mapped out the key locations. Master, take me. Shen Mingting pleaded quickly, seizing the opportunity. She had been guarding this stronghold for too long. Her only amusement was torturing the approaching zombies to death. She couldn't bear to kill them outright or things would become dull. Over time, she had killed all the zombies nearby. The area around Ali Jar was like a hellscape, the stench of decay, forcing Shen Mingting to shut her eyes. She didn't want to be a security guard here anymore. Killing people would surely be more interesting than killing zombies. If they truly conquered the Jianghua City ability user base, she hoped to ask Ji Chuan to appoint her as its leader, or at least deputy leader. She was confident in her ability. Lin Lulu Gu Yunxi and Song Si also wanted to help, but Ji Chuan refused them all. He didn't have the energy to protect them all. Shen Mingting, however, was ruthless enough to guard Xia Yida more than adequately. Since she was now his subordinate, he wanted Xia Yida to grow quickly. He had taken the identity of the youth in her memories, so he would offer her some protection. He never expected that proud celebrity to be so innocent. By the way, Xiao Fun, I need a crystal core with communication abilities. Can you find one? That's nothing. 500 meters to the east. Ji Chuan sensed the location, a green crystal core telepathy. He unhesitatingly found the corresponding zombie and extracted it. Did you bring this here, or was it originally there? You discovered it yourself? I just made you luckier. Xiao Fan's words left Ji Chuan somewhat puzzled, but he had a general understanding of the luck goddess ability. With sufficient energy, she could probably achieve anything she desired. Star Wish could only be activated once per day and required a precise midnight timing. This luck goddess could be used anytime. A terrifyingly powerful ability, no wonder it was a unique colored crystal core. Fortunately, it was now under his command. Gu Yong's face showed discontent. Xia Yida's expression when she hugged Ji Chuan was one of deep love. Why did Ji Chuan take Xia Yida to the ability user base instead of her? She was pretty but paled next to Xia Yida. Up close, the top actress was so beautiful she seemed unreal. Her heart ached involuntarily, as if Ji Chuan had found someone better to be by his side. Xia Yida had a better image, stronger abilities, was more outgoing and sociable, and was probably smarter too. Gu Yunxi often misunderstood Ji Chuan's intentions and grew slowly. Gu Yunxi silently vowed to grow more, hoping that one day Ji Chuan would choose her to stand by his side. Su Shen Yunxi, the stronghold is in your hands until I return. Gu Yunxi was startled by Ji Chuan's sudden instruction, then nodded vigorously, a flicker of joy rising in her heart. It seemed Ji Chuan valued her after all. Ji Chuan gave Cui Zixuan a look, and she tactfully took Shen Mingting and Xia Yida's hands. She teleported them to the base entrance. Chief will go back now. Seeing Ji Chuan nod, Cui Zixuan left immediately. She was likely on the ability user base's wanted list and didn't dare linger. The guards found the sudden appearance of the group strange. It's Cui Zixuan. She escaped again. Who are these people? Xia Yida. Captain Shun from Jinglian City, and that's... No. One. Quick. But before he could finish, his body collapsed covered in pustules. Shen Mingting cupped her cheeks in her hands, a morbid joy on her face. Killing is so delightful. Ji Chuan did not stop Shen Mingting's massacre. Protect Zaida, he ordered before vanishing from the spot. Though Shen Mingting craved the thrill of slaughter over protection, she had no choice but to obey Ji Chuan's command. Protection was hardly a burden. She need only eliminate the worthless wretches of Jianghua City as they emerged, killing every last one who dared to show themselves. Shen Mingting found that killing humans offered a far greater sense of accomplishment than slaying zombies. Zombies were merely mindless, rotting flesh, but humans possessed complex emotions, and their expressions in death were truly captivating. As a superior being, she could crush the weak with impunity, and the thrill sent waves of exhilaration through her. She wished more people would come. The base's alarm blared as a massive contingent of its combatants converged on the surface. He lay paced nervously in his room, having barely begun to adapt to his new identity when this crisis erupted. Commander Shen Mingting and Number 1 have attacked. Shen Mingting is outside the base. Reinforcements have been dispatched. But Number 1 has vanished. His whereabouts are unknown. What a... Number 1 is back. Heelei could scarcely believe his ears. He had personally sent Number 1 away not long ago. How could he have returned so soon? He had only just become the leader of Jianghua City, and now he had to face such a dire situation. Muster all combat teams immediately. Full defense. Don't let them breach the base. Yes, sir. Heelei paced anxiously, pondering Li Jingris' ability. The old man's power had always been shrouded in mystery. He sensed the unfamiliar body he now inhabited and frowned. Queen Ant. What kind of ability is that? Could this turn the tide of the current crisis? Send more of your pathetic fools. Ha ha ha. Shen Mingting wreaked havoc outside the base. Anyone who stepped through the gate fell dead on the spot. On the monitors, the bodies outside lay in grotesque forms, no one able to discern Shen Mingting's ability or how she executed her kills. Even stepping outside now required immense courage. The combat team leaders who had reached the first floor were at a loss. They dared not launch a reckless assault. Rumor had it that Shen Mingting was a top-tier combatant in Jinglian City. Jianghua City had only 12 super-level ability users, Li Jingru, Jiang Zhelan Songhuai, and Heelei, whose abilities seemed non-combative. For team leaders had already perished. Only 4 remained, including Su Huaiji. If the combat-type super-level ability users fell, the Jianghua City base would likely be annihilated today. Close the gates. No more attacks. We need a plan. Su Huaiji wanted to avoid pointless sacrifices. Though he had clashed with Shen Mingting during previous meetings, he had sensed then that her oppressive aura far surpassed his own. He was no match for her. Now Su Huaiji regretted not heeding Su Wanwan's advice to leave for another city. How prescient she had been. But it was too late for regrets. As he pondered his next move, the gate dissolved. More accurately, it crumbled into sand before his eyes. Shen Mingting stood before the hall, a gleeful smile playing on her lips as she regarded her playthings. Worthless scum of Jianghua City, I've waited long for this day. It's because of you that I lost my freedom. Her expression twisted with fury, then abruptly softened, as if struck by a thought. She caressed her own face with a single hand lost in ecstasy. But it's also thanks to you that I found my master. Serving him is my honor. I must express my gratitude, and the best way to thank you is to grant you a painful death. Her tone shifted from lighthearted to venomous. Shin Mingting fixed her cold gaze on the people in the hall, a storm of emotions raging within her as her oppressive aura swept over them. Her hair defied gravity, rising into the air as immense energy warped the currents around her, a dire warning sign. Before the other leaders could react, He Jian launched the first attack. A swarm of venomous insects surged toward Shin Mingting, a sight that would have terrified any ordinary girl into silence. Su Huaiji wasted no time either. A miniature mountain materialized above Shin Mingting, crashing down with crushing force. But Shin Mingting remained unfazed. The poisonous insects dissolved into thin air just before reaching her, and the mountain above shattered into nothingness in an instant. Impossible. Su Huaiji couldn't believe his eyes. The earlier deaths of his comrades suggested Shin Mingting possessed an attack-type ability. Yet their attacks had been effortlessly neutralized, a feat surpassing even many defensive super-level abilities. Though he had seen composite abilities like Ning Chu's before, none had achieved such perfection in both offense and defense. Since you love bugs so much, you should become one. A smirk curled at the corner of Shin Mingting's mouth. A chill ran down He Jian's spine. What did she mean by that? A searing pain erupted from his back as a pair of brown wings sprouted from his shoulder blades. His fingers stiffened, and looking down he saw his hands rapidly transforming into insectal limbs. Hell! Before he could finish, two massive mandibles burst from his mouth. Long, slender antennae extended from his head. In mere seconds his skin split and hardened into a smooth, chitinous shell. Before the horrified onlookers he transformed into a giant cockroach. Feng Shui, already terrified of insects, collapsed to the ground at the sight, her fear turning to nausea. She had never seen a cockroach the size of a human. Terror and revulsion consumed her. She would rather die than suffer such a fate. Su Huaiji stood frozen, realizing Shin Mingting's ability was like magic, capable of anything she willed. He Jian writhed in agony on the ground, struggling to adapt to his many-legged gait. Fueled by hatred, he charged at Shin Mingting, only to explode into a shower of fragments. He watched his own body shatter, yet his consciousness remained intact, a grim testament to the vitality of an insect. Sobbing, Feng Shui turned and fled deeper into the base. She had always been the weakest of the combat team leaders with no taste for battle. It was pure misfortune that she had been identified as a super-level ability user. She had never wanted this power or this position. Night after night, she faced the terror of zombies, their bloodied faces haunting her dreams. She couldn't take it anymore. The girl before her was a monster, approaching her meant certain death. I hate cowards. Shin Mingting's voice was soft, yet it reached Feng Shui's ears. A foreboding dread gripped her. Though she ran with all her might, her movements grew agonizingly slow. Her legs felt weak, as if she were a decrepit machine, unable to take a single agile step. Her clothes hid her bodice transformation, but her exposed hands had withered. Feng Shui was aging rapidly from the ground up. Her once dark hair turned sparse and gray, her neck draped in loose, sagging skin. By the time she realized what was happening, she collapsed, too weak to even crawl. Su Huaizi's body grew larger, covered in orange and black fur. Mountain God Domain. The ground beneath him transformed into rugged terrain, spreading rapidly outward. Shin Mingting did not evade and was drawn into the domain. Zaida stumbled backward in panic, tripping over a corpse and falling. The domain stopped expanding just an inch away from her, as if frozen after ensnaring Shin Mingting. Zaida touched the back of her head, feeling only a slight ache from the fall. She was unharmed. Ren-Xinjie felt as if he had hit the jackpot. Having been frozen in fear moments ago, Shin Mingting had not launched an attack against him. Now that madwoman had been pulled into Su Huaizi's domain, leaving only a fallen female celebrity before him. Xia Yida was indeed stunning in reality, and she seemed to be an ordinary person, posing no threat to him at all. What a pity. So beautiful, yet she had chosen the wrong side, aligning herself with number one. Do not blame him for being ruthless. He was merely a righteous envoy of humanity tasked with eradicating the evil forces of the zombies. Xia Yida looked up and saw Ren-Xinjie staring at her with ill intent. He raised his hand, and something terrible seemed about to happen. Xia Yida held her breath, knowing she could do nothing. A sharp pain shot through Ren-Xinjie's ankle just as he was about to strike. It was He Jian. That hideous insect-headed He Jian was still alive, and he had sunk his massive mandibles into Ren-Xinjie's ankle. One of the limbs beneath his head twitched violently, as if trying to convey something, but humans could no longer understand him. Disgusting. Ren-Xinjie frowned. Even when they were both team leaders, he had looked down on He Jian's ability. Summoning those vile poisonous insects was nothing but a despicable trick. He raised his hand and unleashed his ability at He Jian's head. A flash of lightning, and He Jian's head was charred black, smoking, and the limbs ceased to move. A nauseating stench filled the air. Though Xia Yida was some distance away, she still felt like vomiting. Ren-Xinjie fanned the air near his nose. The smell of He Jian's cooked head only deepened his revulsion. He aimed at Xia Yida again, raising his hand. Captain, save me. Ren-Xinjie looked down to find a man covered in pustules clutching his calf. The man's body was a bloody mess with half an eyeball bulging out under the pressure of the sores. Though his voice sounded familiar, his appearance was unrecognizable. The sight combined with the surrounding stench made Ryn-animation vomit. Having killed countless zombies, he had never experienced anything so revolting. He raised his hand and delivered a lightning strike to the man at his feet, granting him a swift end, a captain's mercy. Wiping his mouth, Ryn-animation locked his gaze back on Xiaoyida. He raised his hand once more, but the ceiling suddenly cracked and collapsed. Ryn-animation quickly retreated. After Shun Mingting's massive destruction around the base's entrance, the load-bearing structure had been severely compromised, and the ceiling was already on the verge of falling. He had nearly been buried beneath it. Ryn-animation tugged at his collar, feeling cold sweat seeping from his skin. What a damn mess. Carefully stepping over the rubble, he rushed out. This time he came directly before Xiaoyida, who looked up at him with pitiful eyes. Damn, you're beautiful, but die at your most gorgeous moment. Ryn-animation raised his hand, but paused to glance around, ensuring nothing was amiss, before finally preparing to unleash his ability. A flash of lightning struck, but it wasn't his own. Ryn-animation felt a sharp pain in his back, and turned to see Sun Tao. Sun Tao, have you lost your mind? What are you doing? Sun Tao had heard that today Ji Chuan was bringing number 1 and Xiaoyida. Ever since Ji Chuan disappeared, Sun Tao had been frantically searching for her. Xiaoyida before him surely knew Ji Chuan's whereabouts. She could not die. I need to find Ji Chuan through her. Ji Chuan has already betrayed us. Are you planning to betray us too? Sun Tao did not answer, only staring at Ryn-animation warily. It seems you truly want to rebel. Do you think an intermediate lightning ability can match me? Ryn-animation was contemptuous. Both wielded lightning abilities, one intermediate, one supreme, so the opponent stood no chance against him. Sun Tao unleashed another lightning strike, the bolt arcing swiftly toward Ryn-animation. But Ryn-animation merely raised a single finger, releasing his own lightning to neutralize the attack. After the clash, Ryn-animation's lightning did not dissipate, it surged onward, striking Sun Tao's body. Ugh! A searing pain engulfed Sun Tao. Despite his partial resistance to lightning, the gap in their abilities was too vast. Xiaoyida watched as her rescuer fell into peril, her heart aching with anxiety, but she could do nothing but pray silently for someone to save them. Suddenly the domain before her shattered. Shun Mingting, drenched in blood, fixed a terrifying smile on Ryn-animation. The blood on Shun Mingting belonged to Su Huaiji. He now lay naked from the waist up, covered in wounds, motionless on the ground. Shun Mingting had to admit she had underestimated Su Huaiji's domain. She had not intended to evade it. Even if dragged inside, she believed she could defeat him. But once inside, she realized it was not as simple as she had thought. The domain resembled a deep mountain that had grown wild for centuries. Rugged paths, dense trees, and a view obstructed by massive rocks and vegetation, making it impossible to find Su Huaiji's trace. Beasts kept emerging from the underbrush, charging at her with gaping maws, only to explode before her eyes in an instant. Shun Mingting continuously unleashed her ability, turning everything around her into sand. Countless beasts turned to desolation the moment they entered her range. Su Huaiji was utterly shocked within his domain. Even though he could summon endless beasts, he was helpless against Shun Mingting's destructive power. The desert beneath her feet kept expanding, leaving him nowhere to hide. He had to use his domain to unleash a killing blow quickly, or otherwise once his energy ran out, he would surely die at her hands. He concealed his killing intent, a natural talent of large beasts stalking prey. Though Shun Mingting constantly channeled her ability, she had no eyes on her back. Beasts preferred to attack from behind to ensure a successful hunt. If he hid his intent and struck from her blind spot, he could reshape the domain and still have a great chance of victory. Shun Mingting remained unaware of the looming danger, continuing to destroy everything in the domain. If her opponent appeared in her sight, eliminating him would be a matter of moments. Su Huaiji underwent complete bestial transformation, moving like a tiger, silently approaching his prey. The mountain began to tremble, sending avalanches of rocks crashing towards Shun Mingting, while beasts lunged at her from the front. This was merely a distraction. Su Huaiji used maximum energy to rapidly reshape the domain, filling the desolation around her once more. For the most decisive strike, he summoned 3 tigers identical to himself within his attack range. At this distance, one blow from him would surely kill Shun Mingting. When Shun Mingting sensed Su Huaiji's attack from behind, it was too late. Turning, she saw 4 tigers, their faces mere inches from her own. Her vision could not lock onto all targets in such a short time to release her ability. So relying on instinct, she chose one. The one that seemed to emit a faint pink glow standing out from the rest. The tiger exploded before her, splattering blood all over her body. But Shun Mingting saw the domain begin to dissipate, knowing her choice was correct. Su Huaiji reverted to human form, lying in a pool of blood, seemingly dead. Now only one strong opponent remained. Seeing that Xiaoyida was still safe, Shun Mingting breathed a sigh of relief. If anything had happened to her, Ji Chuan would surely punish her for her negligence. Fortunately, everything was still in time. Under Ryn-animation's horrified gaze, an excruciating pain racked his body, and he could not even let out a scream. He felt all his strength drain away as his entire being was violently corroded by a strong acid. His body shrank incessantly, accompanied by a sizzling sound, until he dissolved into a pool of blood on the ground. Shun Mingting turned to look at Sun Tao and was about to make a move when Xiaoyida stopped her. Don't kill him. He just saved me. I am Cui Zishuan's boyfriend. I am willing to join you. Shin Mingting seemed to ponder whether to spare the man before her. Her orders were only to protect Zaida, and she cared little for the lives of others. But if he had already expressed his willingness to join the stronghold, would attacking him violate the directive to protect its members? Shin Mingting sighed. Killing was merely for pleasure, there was no need to risk backlash. She could simply kill more others instead. She rolled her neck. Fine then. Shin Mingting spared Sun Tao. When the base's alarm blared, Su Wanwan was completely panicked, her heart feeling as if it would leap out of her chest. Hearing the people in the living area shout in terror that number 1 was attacking, she had little time to react. All the escape routes she had prepared were in vain. Ji Chuan had returned too early. She had tried to win He Lei's favor to make him wish for her to persuade Su Huaiji to stay away from Jianghua City, to find a way to move Li Jingru. But none of it was possible now. She had only one path left. While everyone else sought refuge, she moved toward the negative 10th floor. She knew Song Huai was there, and Ji Chuan cared deeply about him. She had previously obtained access to the negative 10th floor from Su Huaiji, and now was the time to use it. She hoped to survive this ordeal by hiding in the highly secure negative 10th floor. Even if Ji Chuan discovered her Song Huai would still be there, and she could threaten Ji Chuan by taking him hostage. This was her only chance at survival. Su Wanwan, disheartened and desperate, ran toward the negative 10th floor, praying that the base's combat team could hold off Ji Chuan and his group, though she knew it was nearly impossible. From the moment Ji Chuan infiltrated the base, his goal was clear: rescue Song Huai and kill Su Wanwan. But Su Wanwan was just a blue crystal core, inconspicuous among thousands, so he could find her at his leisure after rescuing Song Huai. For now, heading straight to the negative 10th floor was best. He now had the confidence to rescue him. Ji Chuan arrived at the negative 10th floor and ceased to conceal his presence. He could sense the red crystal cores above ground dwindling rapidly. Shin Mingting was working efficiently. The remaining people in the base were nothing but lambs to the slaughter. If they were wise, they could survive as his subjects, for the progress of the faith god required more followers. It's number 1. He's already inside. The scattered guards on the negative 10th floor paled at the sight of Ji Chuan. Hadn't he vanished from the surface? Why was he here? Wasn't this floor supposed to be safe? The guard fell, never knowing what Ji Chuan had done to him. This terrifying zombie merely seemed to be taking a stroll. Ji Chuan strode deeper into the negative 10th floor. The metal security doors offered no resistance. Without any identity verification, they rose under his control through the essence of metal. The 2 guards outside Song Huai's room had a bad feeling. No one should be coming here at this time. But they distinctly heard the sound of doors opening. Their duty was to guard Song Huai, the most valuable asset of the Jianghua City superpower base. As the final door opened, they saw pale skin and crimson eyes. A faint smile played on number 1's face. Stunned. It was the holder of the golden crystal core, capable of stunning shouts. Ji Chuan had encountered these 2 before. The ground beneath Ji Chuan turned into a swamp. An ordinary person would surely have sunk in. The mire not only restricted movement, but also inflicted toxic damage. But Ji Chuan remained motionless, neither stunned nor sinking. Is that all? His icy voice carried a hint of mockery. Before the guards could realize why their abilities had failed, a searing pain struck, and they lost consciousness forever. The swamp vanished. Ji Chuan canceled his flight and continued walking on the metal floor. His footsteps echoed hollowly through the silent negative 10th floor. This room had been on his mind for so long. The door opened, and Song Huai stood there, still expressionless. A drop of luminous dew fell from above onto Song Huai's head, casting a faint glow around him. This was a control-breaking technique from Ning Che's spring. His eyes gradually focused, and his chest began to heave violently. He collapsed to his knees, gasping for air, as if awakening from a long nightmare. He looked up and saw a tall, robust figure, a man with pale skin and crimson eyes. But why did his features look so familiar? Chuan Chuan. Song Huai couldn't believe it. Though the man's height and build were completely different from his memory, that face was unmistakably Ji Chuan's. Ji Chuan crouched down and embraced Song Huai. Ah, why am late? Song Huai's tears flowed uncontrollably. He was just relieved that Ji Chuan was safe, who, seeing so many zombies near his home, he had feared the worst. How the hell did you get so tall and strong? I can't even reach your head. Song Huai sobbed as he cupped Ji Chuan's face, examining it closely. How had this kid become so handsome? But why was Ji Chuan's face, his entire body, so cold? Ah, why, it's not safe here. They'll have someone take you back first. He'll explain everything to you later. Song Huai nodded. Though his appearance and voice had changed drastically, the man before him gave him an indescribable sense of peace. Maybe Ji Chuan's superpower was just getting handsome. Song Huai was weak now, spending every day only working and sleeping like a programmed robot. He was utterly exhausted. Having been under mental control for so long, his steps were unsteady. He kept his hand on Ji Chuan, the only person he could trust now. Cui Zishuan, come to the negative 10th floor. Ji Chuan used his newly acquired telepathy, which functioned like a phone call, but was exactly what he needed. Though the voice sounded strange, Cui Zishuan dared not hesitate. As long as Ji Chuan was around, she could return to the superpower base without fear. A familiar figure appeared before them. Song Huai recognized Cui Zishuan. Her team had taken on his missing person search. Seeing Song Huai gazing at Ji Chuan with tear-filled affectionate eyes and Ji Chuan crouching beside him, Cui Zishuan finally understood who Song Huai had been looking for that day. Could it really be what she had suspected? Were these two a couple? but both were about 186 centimeters tall. Who was the husband? Still, Ji Chuan dared not show any disrespect. Ji Chuan was her leader now, though she planned to gossip with Song Hui privately. If such a handsome young man didn't like her, it would be upsetting. But if he was gay, that was a different story. They could be besties. Ji Chuan felt much better. She had teased Song Hui plenty before, but he always brushed her off. Take Ah Hui back to the stronghold and let him rest. He'll return after I've dealt with my own matters. Yes. Ji Chuan placed her hand on Song Hui's shoulder, and they vanished. Li Jingru paced the room like a caged beast as the base's alarms blared with news that Number 1 had launched an attack, bringing Shun Mingting along. He couldn't fathom how Number 1 had returned so swiftly, yet the imminent danger threatened everyone in the base. Could he issue the right commands? Li Jingru was deeply anxious, but it seemed no order could offer any glimmer of hope. Only 4 top-tier combat-type ability users remained, and none were the base's elite fighters. The sole viable option now was evacuation. Without hesitation, Li Jingru pushed open the door and strode toward his room, determined to persuade He to lead a swift retreat to another city. He had the chance to escape alone, but wearing He's face, no one would heed his orders. The only path to survival was to slip away unnoticed by Number 1 and flee by plane. Li Jingru dared not tarry, breaking into a quick trot toward his room. Chaos reigned across the base as combat team members rushed to the ground level. Fortunately, this floor wasn't a primary living area, so the sparse crowd might escape Number 1's notice. Knock, knock, knock. Commander. Commander. Li Jingru pounded on the door urgently. Rustling sounds came from within, yet no one answered. What the hell are you doing at a time like this? Li Jingru cursed under his breath. Any further delay could mean death. He had just acquired a body in its 20s and had no intention of losing it so soon. He still had countless dreams to fulfill. The noise inside grew louder, bustling yet oddly indistinct, neither footsteps nor voices. The door opened, but not in the usual sense. A slit was carved through it. Before Li Jingru could react, something like a scythe swung out from within. The blade nearly grazed his face. He stumbled back in alarm, glimpsing through the gap a room teeming with insects. What the hell are those? As he activated his ability, Li Jingru didn't wait any longer. He had to find the pilot immediately. Every second was critical, and he must fight for his survival. Aside from Number 1 and Shun Mingting, He was now a ticking bomb. Having never used this ability, Li Jingru had no idea what horrors those monstrous insects would unleash. But he knew that a queen ant reduced to a breeding machine would act on pure instinct, turning the ability user base into a colossal ant nest. Anything not of their kind would be prey. Ji Chuan's life-sensing ability detected something peculiar, the queen ant born from Li Jingru. Numerous life forms emerged around it, yet none carried any crystal cores. Was this the power of life creation abilities? Those beings were undoubtedly bred to confront him. Ji Chuan paid them no mind. His sole objective now was to find Su Wanwan, and he cared for nothing else. He sensed the distribution of blue crystal cores and noticed one, a water-type blue core, rapidly approaching his location. Su Wanwan quickened her pace. Level -10 was indeed deserted, far safer than the crowded zone on -4. She had to locate Song Hui first and wait until the danger passed before leaving. If she encountered Ji Chuan, she would threaten him by taking Song Hui hostage. But why was a guard lying at the entrance of -10? Had someone breached this level? Yet all was quiet with no sounds of struggle. With no other choice, Su Wanwan ventured deeper. The doors showed no signs of forced entry, and she dismissed her worries as overthinking. Just scaring myself. She pushed open the final door, only to find 2 more fallen guards. And standing before her was the man who haunted her nightmares. He was taller and sturdier than when she last saw him, his smile even more unbridled. Ji Chuan, go, what are you doing here? Su Wanwan instinctively stepped back, but Ji Chuan vanished before her eyes. I'm the one who wants to know what you're up to here. A deep voice rasped from behind her. Su Wanwan spun around to meet his bloodshot eyes seething with hatred. Startled, she sank toward the floor, her legs giving way. But before she could collapse, Ji Chuan seized her by the throat and hoisted her up. I never missed you. Su Wanwan understood his words' implication. His expression bore none of a lover's longing, only fervor and madness. Fear gnawed her heart, but she had to appease Ji Chuan to survive. Chuan Gu, I've been thinking of you too. Ugh. Countless shadow spikes pierced into Su Wanwan's flesh, starting from her feet and rising upward. Her face drained of color instantly, and beads of cold sweat dotted her brow from the excruciating pain. She tried to struggle, but Ji Chuan's grip was iron, and speaking was a struggle. He'll avoid your vital spots, so you can savor every moment of this agony. Tears streamed down Su Wanwan's cheeks as she shook her head in torment. Chuan Gu, please. No means yes. Just like when you said you didn't want a bag, you actually wanted me to buy it. See, I remember. Shadow spikes drove into her thighs, leaving her legs resembling 2 cacti. The searing pain robbed her of strength to lift her arms. Ji Chuan set her down, knowing she couldn't stand, let alone flee. The spikes continued their rhythmic assault on other parts of her body. Su Wanwan struggled to drag herself backward with her arms, blood pooling on the floor. But when her arms were pierced through, only despairing sobs escaped her. A metallic taste filled her mouth. The pain was so intense, she felt she might grind her teeth to dust, robbed of even the strength to scream. Her hair matted with blood, sweat, and tears lay scattered on the ground. Ji Chuan, however, laughed with delight. That day I fled in terror from a horde of zombies, but you only have to face me. Aren't I being kind to you? Blood trickled from Su Wanwan's lips, and she could only shake her head, desperately begging for mercy. Her limbs were immobile. The slightest movement brought excruciating pain. She felt she was about to lose consciousness from the agony. Ji Chuan raised a finger slightly. Ugh! The shadow spikes flew out of her wounds, and the shock of pain forced a scream from her before she collapsed into unconsciousness. A green light enveloped her. The sacred healing radiance Ji Chuan had released, capable of mending even severed limbs. Su Wanwan's wounds healed gradually, and she opened her eyes again. Her body felt no more pain, and she thought it was a dream. But Ji Chuan still watched her with gleaming excitement. This time no piercing. How about flaying the skin and stripping the flesh? Wanwan, I always find ways to please you, and this time will be no exception. Ji Chuan's smile was demonic. Su Wanwan screamed and begged, unable to fathom what awaited her. Regret flooded her. Why had she targeted Ji Chuan? Why had she flirted with other men? Why had she made Lu Hao throw Ji Chuan out of the villa? She had only followed her heart, living for herself in this life, striving for everything she desired. What had she done wrong? Why must she endure such torment? Ji Chuan furrowed his brow slightly, sensing the unusual atmosphere within the base. A vast number of life forms were vanishing, all due to the Queen Ant's ability. Why were the lives created by Li Jingru killing their own people? Although the loss of those individuals was regrettable as it would diminish his pool of faithful subjects, he was currently engrossed in tormenting Su Wanwan and had no desire to meddle. Please, I beg you, kill me. Su Wanwan's voice was faint, as if she were on the verge of madness. Ji Chuan was slicing away the less vital parts of her body piece by piece. Darling, I'm helping you lose weight. Didn't you always say you wanted to slim down? Wah! Su Wanwan felt her tears were nearly spent. If given another chance, she would never betray Ji Chuan. She would never again approach Ji Chuan to covet his wealth, nor live so ruthlessly. She began to yearn for the kind and sensible person she once was. Her mind felt chaotic. Had such a version of herself ever existed? The unrelenting agony was shattering her sanity, and Su Wanwan felt she was on the brink of complete madness. Ji Chuan frowned, sensing an abnormal fluctuation in Su Wanwan's energy. This was not the typical energy signature of a blue core. Could the extreme pain have triggered her latent potential? Enough, it's almost over. Granting you a swift end is my final act of tenderness. Hearing Ji Chuan's words, Su Wanwan's lips curled upward. Finally, she would find release. Thank you. The shadow needle pierced through Su Wanwan's brain, ending her hellish ordeal. Ji Chuan was astonished to find her core had vanished, a phenomenon he had never encountered. Had the prolonged torment drained her energy to sustain life? Or did the unending pain affect the core? Was the earlier energy fluctuation connected to this? Gazing at Su Wanwan's corpse, Ji Chuan raised his hand and released a fireball, engulfing the body in flames. He felt an immense relief, as if two heavy stones that had long weighed on his heart had been shattered. Now he had to deal with the insects. At this rate of reproduction, not only would the humans in Jianghua City's base become food for the swarm, but the city's survivors would face the same fate. As a city with sentimental value, Ji Chuan intended to make Jianghua his second colony. He needed to test Su Shun's loyalty, and since the base housed elite individuals, he was reluctant to lose too many valuable subjects. Ji Chuan moved toward the Queen and a location he recognized. It was Li Jingru's room. Along the way, Ji Chuan saw the creatures. The insects had spawned massive ants, unlike ordinary ones. Their forelimbs were like sharp scythes, and their mandibles were unusually large. A single swipe could cleave a person in half. Ants capable of carrying prey many times their weight possessed immense strength. In a fight between an ant and a human of the same level, the human would have no advantage. As he walked, Ji Chuan roasted the ants he encountered. While many insects could survive physical dismemberment for a time, fire was an efficient way to eliminate them. The door to Li Jingru's room had been gnawed into a gaping hole by the ants. Inside it was pitch black, but Ji Chuan's night vision allowed him to survey the interior clearly. Is that Li Jingru? Ji Chuan saw a monster. It retained a human upper body, but its face bore many ant-like features. Its eyes had become hard, protruding insectoid compound eyes, and antennae sprouted from its head. Multiple pairs of limbs grew from the sides of its abdomen. Below the abdomen, the body was bloated and bulbous, its massive white form nearly filling half the room. Its legs and feet were nowhere to be found. The white body writhed incessantly, and from its rear, ant eggs were continuously produced, hatching rapidly into highly destructive soldier ants. The room was filled with the sounds of ants hatching and moving, accompanied by Li Jingru's murmurs. His voice was androgynous, deep, and eerie. Save me. Who am I? I am He-Lei. No, I am Li Jingru. I am the mighty Queen Ant. Who am I? Who's there? Is it food? The antennae on his head shook rapidly, and the surrounding ants seemed to sense something charging toward Ji Chuan. Fire erupted in Li Jingru's room, accompanied by a sizzling sound like water boiling. Countless ants were reduced to ashes by Ji Chuan's flames. How dare you? How dare you harm my subjects? Li Jingru opened his mouth wide in fury, spraying green liquid toward Ji Chuan's face. However, a wall of earth conjured by Ji Chuan blocked it all. Flames scorched Li Jingru's body, and his face contorted in pain as he let out a harrowing scream. So hot. So painful. Stop. Ji Chuan flew before him and attempted mental control, but it seemed to have no effect, which puzzled him. He then tried soul reshaping on the chaotic Li Jingru. Ji Chuan had no desire to absorb his core, the ability disgusted him. Where am I? Who am I? Why is my voice so strange? Why am I a monster? Wah! Li Jingru wept like a child. When he saw his own bloated white body, he broke down. This was Ji Chuan's first time using this ability, and he felt a grasp over the target's soul. Unlike the control achieved through a soul contract, this power primarily destroyed the soul of the subject. You are the queen ant. Stop production and recall your minions, Ji Chuan commanded. The ants were killing too quickly, and he still needed the survivors for their faith energy. I am the queen ant. I can't control it. I can't. Then die. Ji Chuan despised such repugnant creatures. As he crushed its soul, the queen ant's body went limp and collapsed. Using his shadow power, he extracted the red core. He would bring it back to his stronghold as a collectible. It was after all a red ability, but he had no intention of absorbing it. This ability could grant a weakling formidable combat power, potentially even raising a city given enough time. But to a powerhouse like Ji Chuan, it was worthless. With the queen ant's death, the ants fell into chaos. The base's ability users could now fight back against the disorganized swarm, and Ji Chuan sensed the ants dying one by one. Seeing the situation under control, Ji Chuan set his sights on the star vision. The only red cores still moving were Helay's star vision and Jiang's island's force source. As luck would have it, they were together. Ji Chuan seemed to read their intentions and moved swiftly toward them. Once Helay was dealt with, this journey would reach a satisfying conclusion. Li Jingru first sought out Jiang Zhilan. He knew his chances of convincing the pilot were slim, so he only needed to persuade Jiang Zhilan. The pilot, having no regular duties, mostly did odd jobs in the logistics department where Jiang Zhilan was his direct superior. Zhilan, it's Jingru. No time to explain. Helay wished to become me, and our bodies have swapped. Jiang Zhilan looked at Helay with confusion. Helay rarely interacted with others, so Jiang Zhilan noticed nothing unusual, but his tone and demeanor did resemble Li Jingru's. Execute the relocation plan immediately. There's no time. Hearing this, Jiang Zhilan confirmed that this was indeed Li Jingru. During the meeting, the entire conference room had been isolated. Oh, no one outside the high ranks knew of the plan. Who do we bring? Just us two, hurry. Helay has already activated his ability. If number one didn't kill him, the ants surely did. Li Jingru only wanted to save himself. In such an urgent situation, every second counted. He now possessed this body in its 20s with many unfulfilled desires. The lives of others were irrelevant to him. Jiang Zhilan hesitated initially, wanting to call Su Huaiji, but recalling his intimate demeanor with Su Wanwan, a display far beyond mere colleagues, she trusted her woman's intuition. She steeled herself and nodded, contacting the pilot to rush to the base's secret passage. Without even packing luggage, the three hurried toward the tarmac. Though the ants seemed oddly weakened before their departure, Shin Mengting and number one were unstoppable. Staying behind would mean certain death. They had no extra supplies to bribe other cities' ability user bases, but the three of them held significant value in themselves. Every base required a pilot. A seasoned captain needed years of learning and training, and under current conditions, training new ones was impossible. They were essentially a non-renewable resource. Helay's starry vision could supply the base with many scarce resources and even resolve troublesome issues, a truly rare ability. Jiang's island's forest source could create a superior natural environment where various plants grew rapidly. As head of logistics, she oversaw the entire base's planting and breeding areas. The Jianghua City ability user base dared to absorb a large number of refugees, largely thanks to Jiang's island's ability. Even if the world turned to ruins, as long as she grew strong enough, she could gradually restore life to the world. Where are we going? Let's head to Jinglian City. We've discussed this with them before, and they need people, so they shouldn't reject us. The three ran quickly, and Jiang Zhilan was already panting. But as the secret passage door opened, they saw a pair of crimson eyes staring at them from the darkness within. They guessed who lurked in the shadows. A chill ran down their spines, their legs trembled involuntarily, and though they tried to retreat, all three fell heavily to their knees. Though there were two top-tier ability users, neither was combat-oriented. Even for a combat-type top-tier, number one had proven he could face 8 squad leaders simultaneously without issue. At that moment, they were merely ordinary people. Where are you going? Ji Chuan's voice echoed through the empty corridor. The base housed thousands, yet they couldn't fathom why number one was blocking just the three of them. Don't kill me. I always advocated for peaceful coexistence with you, but I had no voice in logistics. It was him. He was the one who wanted to attack you. Overwhelmed by terror, Jiang Zhilan reacted instinctively, unable to conjure any other plea for mercy. And what she said was true. When news came that number one wouldn't attack humans unprovoked, she had suggested peaceful coexistence. Li Jingru glared fiercely at Jiang Zhilan, then feigned confusion. Director Jiang, what are you saying? I'm just an ordinary base member. I don't have that authority. Ji Chuan narrowed his eyes. When he encountered the Ant Queen, he had heard the phrase, I am Helay, which had struck him as odd. Why would anyone say such a thing? But hearing Jiang Xilan's accusation, Ji Chuan understood. These two must have swapped bodies. Why else would Li Jingru, so desperate to live, sacrifice himself and let these three escape? So the current Helay was actually Li Jingru. But it didn't matter because whoever possessed the starry vision posed a threat to him. Number one didn't hesitate. He reached directly for Li Jingru's head, who screamed in terror. No, I don't want to die, I still. Oh. In an instant, Ji Chuan extracted the starry vision's crystal core from Li Jingru's brain. Jiang Zhilan saw the corpse beside her and wanted to flee, but found her knees pinned to the ground, as if nailed, unable to move. The captain beside her trembled violently. Don't kill me. I am useful. I can provide timber, medicinal herbs, fruits, vegetables. Jiang Zhilan quickly listed her worth, hoping to buy a chance to live. Animals can grow faster in the environment I create. The base's planting and breeding areas are my responsibility. I still have value. In truth, Ji Chuan had no intention of killing her. Such a crystal core needed a living person to work for him. He didn't want to absorb it and do the labor himself. I won't kill you. I will rule Jianghua City and grant you a state of loyalty. Only those who refuse submission will die. I accept. I accept. I will faithfully serve you. Jiang Zhilan quickly agreed. As long as she survived, who the leader was didn't matter. She hadn't been happy working under Li Jingru anyway with their conflicting ideologies. Ji Chuan's figure vanished, and Jiang Zhilan found her legs could move again. She slumped to the ground. Director, are we still leaving? Jiang Zhilan quickly covered the captain's mouth. If you want to die, don't drag me with you. She feared the captain's words might make Ji Chuan turn back. She had no idea how he appeared in that passage to block them, nor how he disappeared. He seemed to be everywhere in the base, even able to find such a hidden passage. She dared not make any further transgressive moves. Ji Chuan ascended to the upper level, where Shin Mingting was gleefully slaughtering the surviving ants, a look of intense excitement on her face. Seeing Ji Chuan, she quickly knelt on one knee. Master, you've returned. Ji Chuan nodded, ignoring Sun Tao beside him. My business is done. Cui Zixuan. As he spoke, Cui Zixuan appeared at the base entrance. Zixuan. Sun Tao was thrilled to see the familiar figure, his eyes full of longing for her, relieved to know she was safe. Chuan, this man saved me earlier and wants to join the stronghold. Can we take him back? Since signing the soul contract with Ji Chuan, Zeta viewed him through a rose-tinted lens, and he didn't mind her addressing him that way. Ji Chuan nodded. Since he intended to rule Jianghua City, the more sincere their faith, the stronger the faith energy they provided. Cui Zixuan was overjoyed. After Ji Chuan retrieved the crystal cores from the ground, he brought everyone back. Ji Chuan summoned Su Shun to conduct an experiment on range coverage. He had previously acquired a diffusion ability that could expand the influence range of an ability, and finding it useful, he had refrained from synthesizing it. Ji Chuan assisted Su Shun's loyalty bestowal with diffusion, allowing Su Shun to perceive the coverage range. Chief, the current coverage of the ability can reach an administrative district. Although Ji Chuan's energy was exceptionally powerful, diffusion was merely a purple crystal core, and covering an administrative district was already a miracle. Yet Ji Chuan was not satisfied with this effect. Ji Chuan, I want to try and help. Gu Yunxi felt her ability might change the current situation. Knowing how outstanding Zaida was, she sought more opportunities to prove herself. Gu Yunxi's words reminded Ji Chuan, prompting him to enhance both their abilities. Gu Yunxi concentrated, precisely locking the enhancement state onto the two individuals. Through training, she discovered that the more targets her ability affected, the weaker its effect. While broad coverage was easier to control, precisely selecting targets was key to maximizing the ability's potential. She shaped the green orb of light into a thin line with her mind, connecting Ji Chuan and Su Shun. Then she unleashed her ability to its fullest extent. Feeling the surge in his energy, Ji Chuan nodded at Su Shun and activated diffusion. Chief, it can cover the entire city. Su Shun excitedly told Ji Chuan the good news, amazed by the effectiveness of Gu Yunxi's enhancement. Gu Yunxi was also delighted, as this proved she still had value. Satisfied with the result, Ji Chuan soared into the sky. He intended to announce to the survivors of Jianghua City the arrival of the God of Faith. With Ji Chuan's energy bolstering the sonic pulse, his voice could reach every corner of the city. Survivors of Jianghua City, I am the holder of the God of Faith. If you become my followers and provide me with faith energy, I can rejuvenate this city. The zombies will be restrained by faith energy. They will not harm my followers. You can freely go outside and resume normal life. To prove my power, I will use the current faith energy to immobilize the zombies for 3 minutes. They will not move. After 3 minutes, offer your loyalty without resistance. Those who do not will become targets of the zombies. The choice is yours. Ji Chuan's words struck like a thunderbolt, breaking the city's deathly silence. Those scavenging for food halted, astonished to see the pursuing zombies frozen in place. The bold ones raised their weapons and struck the zombies' heads, joyfully discovering that the zombies did not retaliate. It was as if they were truly rooted to the spot. This God of Faith actually possessed such power. Some who were moments from death at the zombies' jaws found that after the voice ended, the nearby zombies stood motionless, as if devoid of their craving for flesh. They stumbled away, tears streaming, hoping the God of Faith would save the city. Of course, some strong individuals trusted only themselves. They had established their own organizations in the apocalypse, enjoying a life freer than before the fall of law. Worship another. Offer loyalty to a stranger. Impossible. They looked down even on official ability user bases, let alone this unknown figure. Safe in their stronghold with no zombies nearby, they hadn't witnessed the anomaly. Brother Chong, that broadcaster, claims to be the God of Faith, ha. Xie Chong snorted disdainfully. Just a clueless clown. The shark gang fears no one. We kill zombies as we please. Right, you are Brother Chong. Xiao Lu found another beauty in Zixin Jiyuan. We'll snatch her for you tonight. The lackey grinned obsequiously, and Xie Chong was pleased. You're the sharpest. In the lavish room, several women were bound disheveled and bruised, their faces etched with fear and defiance. My beauties am here. Tonight you'll have a new sister. Set a good example for her. Xie Chong licked his thick lips, believing the apocalypse was the start of paradise. Seeing the time was right, Ji Chuan prepared to have Su Shun release loyalty. Demonstrating his power early would convince more survivors, thus gathering greater faith energy. Before starting, he directed the sonic pulse toward the ability user base. If any of you refuse loyalty, I will kill you immediately. Panic erupted in the base. All the strong ones were dead, leaving no one to save them. Jiang Zhilan knew who had spoken. She realized the only choices were submission or death. If number one could truly deliver on his promise, allowing humans to live normally outside, then accepting his rule might even be a blessing. Loyalty spread across the city, and everyone felt a strange state. Those who had just escaped the zombies or noticed their odd behavior naturally accepted this state. Many in the base, having witnessed the deaths of the powerful, chose submission out of fear. Yet many remained resistant, believing they could evade detection among the crowd. As Su Shun's ability concluded, Ji Chuan sensed the faith energy from his followers. It was the first time he had gained so many believers at once, and he felt his own energy grow. Ji Chuan snapped his fingers, and the zombies in the city began moving rapidly. Through his evolved life perception, Ji Chuan shared the locations of those who hadn't accepted loyalty with every zombie in the city. The number of mutants was terrifying, and some zombies possessed devastating destructive power. Receiving clear orders from their king, the city's zombies surged with excitement, heading toward their targets to slaughter. Many were terrified as the zombies sprinted, only to find them bypassing those who had offered loyalty and charging in other directions. The god of faith is real. The zombies didn't attack me. Survivors on the streets exclaimed loudly, many grateful for their choice. God of faith, 25:48. Ji Chuan sensed the life forms in the city dwindling occasionally, noting useful crystal cores. After reshuffling the city, he planned to absorb them again. The absorption this time would be immense, possibly leading to a slumber. Now he headed to the ability user base to hunt down the foolish ones. When Ji Chuan's figure appeared in the base, Jiang Zhilan felt a sense of wonder. She had been terrified of him moments ago, but now she felt only respect and trust, a profound dependence welling up from the depths of her heart. The other members who had pledged their allegiance felt the same. Upon seeing Ji Chuan, they knelt on one knee to express their reverence. Those who had not yet sworn loyalty began to tremble with fear. They had not expected Ji Chuan to truly return. They had been gambling. They gambled that Ji Chuan could not distinguish who had not pledged loyalty. Mimicking the others, they knelt on the ground, but their eyes darted furtively toward Ji Chuan. The entire living plaza on the 4th basement level was densely packed with kneeling figures. Ji Chuan hovered in the air, surveying the crowd. I told you, those among you who refuse to accept loyalty will be killed by my own hand. I am a man of my word. A smile played on Ji Chuan's lips as he sensed the positions of every living being in the base locking onto those who had not yet pledged their allegiance. The power of shadow shot through the base like bullets, effortlessly piercing the heads of those marked. A multitude of people collapsed. Some even attempted to flee, but even when they hid in rooms, the shadow power would strike from their own shadows. Those who had become Ji Chuan's subordinates saw nothing wrong with his actions. In fact, they deemed it a betrayal of their master and believed such traitors deserved eradication. The area is cleansed. The base can continue to recruit members according to its capacity. Jiang Zhilan will become the new leader of the base. The base was attacked by number 1, and all the combat team members were killed. It was the god of faith who defeated number 1. I understand, master. I will handle this matter flawlessly. Jiang Zhilan felt not only the joy of survival, but also the fortune of having pledged loyalty to Ji Chuan. She never imagined that one day she would become the leader of the Jianghua City superhuman base. All this was thanks to Ji Chuan. Moreover, she could now live in safety. Jianghua City had been blessed with immense fortune. Jiang Zhilan ordered the members to clean up the base. She then walked into the control center to report to the Superhuman Base Alliance. I am Jiang Zhilan, former head of the logistics department of the Jianghua City superhuman base. Today, number 1 attacked the base, resulting in heavy casualties among the combat team. Leader Li Jingru was also killed by number 1 in the chaos. Fortunately, the god of faith arrived in time and used his immense power to defeat number 1. Jianghua City is now out of danger. I will assume the position of leader of the Jianghua City superhuman base. Jiang Xilan's news caused an uproar in the alliance, with many asking questions. Isn't the god of faith in Shinza City? How did he end up in Jianghua City? Our city discovered number 1 and requested help from Shinza City. Many thanks to Leader Fu for his assistance. You are welcome, Leader Jiang. We should all help each other. Seeing Fu Qingjia's reply, the other base leaders were filled with hope. If the god of faith was this powerful, even if they encountered number 1, they only needed to hold out until rescue arrived. Immediately, they began contacting Fu Qingyu, trying to build a closer relationship in case their own cities faced danger. With such good news, no one cared about Li Jingru's death. Along the way, Ji Chuan used his shadow power to sweep for crystal cores, feeling like he was picking up discounted vegetables at a morning market, only gathering the useful ones. With the influence of loyalty, Ji Chuan no longer worried about survivors in Jianghua City leaking his information. This city was about to be under his control. To ensure nothing went wrong, Ji Chuan sensed those powerful individuals still resisting. If they survived the siege of zombies, Ji Chuan intended to send them on their way. Brother Chong, what that person said might be true. A massive horde of zombies surged into the base of the shark gang, unleashing their abilities madly. Xie Chong had never seen mutant zombies act this way. It was as if they were an army following orders. True or false, they're just zombies. Kill them and be done with it. Xie Chong dared not stop his movements. He had been in the middle of something pleasurable, wearing only a pair of shorts. When the zombies poured in with their terrifying roars, his excitement immediately deflated. He rushed out to see what was happening, only to find a dense swarm of zombies converging from all directions. His left hand shot ice shards while his right hand unleashed flames. This was his unique dual-element ability of ice and fire. In the past, he had been nothing more than a scrubber at a bathhouse. He never imagined that after the apocalypse, he would awaken such a powerful ability. Not only was its destructive force astonishing, but its attack range was also vast. Killing mindless zombies was as easy as slaughtering chickens. But the zombie army before him felt unusual. He hadn't provoked them, yet so many had come. Moreover, they used their abilities more frequently. Some zombies with long-range projectile abilities gave Xie Chong a headache. Several times he narrowly avoided being hit by their abilities. Where's Xiao Lu and the others? Where's everyone? Sweat beaded on Xie Chong's forehead as he unleashed his abilities at full force. After the apocalypse, he had kidnapped several beautiful women, leaving his body weakened. The sustained use of his abilities had exhausted him. Brother Chong, we don't know. They went out to search in the afternoon and haven't come back yet. A few lackeys beside him were also struggling to resist, but their abilities lacked Xie Chong's range, making their counterattacks difficult. Brother Chong, save me. One of them, caught off guard, was dragged into the zombie horde. Flesh and blood splattered, and within moments he was devoured, not even leaving a chance to become a zombie himself. With such little strength, and you still refuse to pledge loyalty. A strange voice sounded from behind. Xie Chong turned to see a young man floating in the air, his eyes an unnatural red, seemingly glowing. Was this the one who made the broadcast? Xie Chong naively assumed that the voice that had echoed across the area was just someone using electronic equipment. He never imagined Ji Chuan could use his ability to broadcast his voice across the entire city. It's just that our shark gang isn't all here. If we were, these zombies would be nothing. Are you talking about those people, Following Ji Chuan's pointed direction, Xie Chong saw a group of people watching from behind the zombie army. His attention had been fixed on the zombies, so he hadn't noticed them in the distance. Although they were far away, he recognized them as familiar figures. It was Xiao Lu and his group. When Ji Chuan had warned everyone Xiao Lu was out searching, he realized that the voice was transmitted through a powerful ability. No electronic device nearby could produce such a loud sound. He also noticed the zombies' strange behavior. The entire street's zombies had indeed frozen still for 3 minutes. Anyone capable of such a feat was far stronger than Xie Chong. Being a lackey, anywhere he might as well find a more powerful boss. Watching the zombies ignore him, Xiao Lu knew he had gambled correctly. Those who had traveled with him but refused to believe his analysis were already dead. How could this be? Xie Chong had no choice but to believe that Xiao Lu had betrayed him. Moreover, they were close to the zombies, yet the zombies acted as if they didn't see them, only charging towards Xie Chong's position. So pledging loyalty really could avoid being attacked. I want to pledge my loyalty. From now on, you are my boss. Make these zombies stop. The opportunity only comes once. I'm in a hurry, so I won't waste time on you. The icy tone filled Xie Chong with despair. Just as a foreboding feeling arose, his head was pierced by the shadow power. Ji Chuan directly extracted the crystal core. A golden one, better than nothing. Ignoring the screams of the other lackeys, Ji Chuan prepared to feast on today's harvest. Ji Chuan, upon returning to the stronghold, sensed all the life forms across the city. Those who had not chosen to become believers had only a matter of time before their deaths. When faced with death, those people began to pray, once more hoping that some deity might come to their rescue. Yet the truth proved that when opportunity was placed before them, they failed to cherish it. Humans are truly paradoxical creatures. Having been occupied with immediate matters, Ji Chuan now noticed that the stronghold was missing 2 individuals. Where are Xiaomei and Dazhuang? They left here the night you vanished, likely in search of you. Ji Chuan understood and issued commands to the 2 via telepathy. The green crystal core's telepathy only allowed the recipient's voice to be heard when the user actively transmitted, functioning like a one-way call. Dazhuang returned to the Jianghua City stronghold. Upon hearing Ji Chuan's voice, Dazhuang leaped excitedly on the spot, crushing a 3-story building beneath him. Yes, master. Master hasn't abandoned me. I'm coming back right away. In truth, Dazhuang had sensed an anomaly during his journey. Ji Chuan's aura was moving, seemingly returning to the stronghold. Dazhuang had already reversed direction, fleeing once more under the terrified gazes of the people in Yuyang City, leaving everyone relieved. Only when he heard Ji Chuan's voice did Dazhuang feel completely at ease. Xiaomei received the message while waiting on the ground for Mao Jun to refuel the helicopter. Mao Jun's gaze was fixed on her, though she wasn't on a call. She spoke into the air, saying, King, I'll head back now. What are you staring at, worm? I'm going back to Jianghua City. Change course. Hearing Xiaomei's command, Mao Jun was elated and blurted out, as you command, my queen. Mao Jun nervously watched Xiamaya's expression, fearing she might show disgust, but she remained indifferent. His queen was likely going to meet her master, and he wondered what kind of person that would be. Though a hint of reluctance stirred within Mao Jun, he found no resistance in his heart, even a sense of anticipation toward the one she called king. Someone capable of taming such a queen must be a top-tier figure in their circle. Mao Jun swallowed again, savoring the rare chance for such an extended solitude with his queen. Before Ji Chuan could enter Song Huai's room, he heard Ji Chuan's excited voice. Bro, are you and the leader a couple? Which one of you is the top? Puffed. Song Huai spat out the porridge he was drinking, spraying it toward Ji Chuan by the bedside. But she reacted swiftly, teleporting aside to dodge it entirely. Still beaming, she approached the bed, awaiting Song Huai's answer. Chuan and I are childhood friends. Oh, so it's a sweetheart romance. No wonder you risked your life to find him at Lanshan Villa last time. Ji Chuan wore an expression of someone reveling in gossip. So who's the top? With Chuan so adorable, and me so bold and domineering, if anything I'd be the top. Song Huai rolled his eyes at Ji Chuan, his smugness undiminished, even while bedridden. The door opened, and Ji Chuan stepped in with a grim expression. A leader. Ji Chuan quickly knelt on one knee. A muscle memory born of fear when facing Ji Chuan. I still have supplies to gather. They'll get to it now. Ji Chuan didn't stop her, and Ji Chuan breathed a sigh of relief, hastily fleeing the scene. Song Huai felt uneasy seeing Ji Chuan's face. It was the look he wore before getting angry. Chuan, I'm still weak. I need to rest. Song Huai quickly burrowed under the covers, turning his back to Ji Chuan, leaving only his eyes exposed to sense the aura behind him. Ji Chuan sat by the bed, reaching out to pull back the blanket. Then he pinched Song Huai's cheek hard, saying, "What are you? Get your ass ready for me." Oh. Song Huai struggled fiercely, but found Ji Chuan's strength overwhelming. There was no room for resistance. How did you get so strong, you brat? Stop pinching, or your dad's face will be ruined. Seeming to realize he had used too much force, Ji Chuan let go, and seeing Song Huai in decent condition felt relieved. By the way, I noticed when I first saw you that your body was so cold, and your hands too. How did you get so tall, and your physique so good? Song Huai felt a pang of reluctance. He was supposed to be the 186cm handsome Hunk, but now the adorable 175cm Ji Chuan seemed even more manly than him, a truth he refused to acknowledge. Ji Chuan sighed and recounted the story of what had happened to him. Song Huai wasn't afraid of him being a zombie. Even if a loved one turned into a ghost, fear wouldn't arise, only longing for them. I said back then that Su Wanwan was no good. Why couldn't you lovesick fool listen? I've already killed her. It's all over. Song Huai clapped. When I heard that Gigolo kicked you out of the villa, my fists clenched. I was afraid you'd still be lovesick and grovel back to her. You finally wised up. Song Huai continued recounting Su Wanwan's deeds, including her sending him revealing photos. Things he had never dared to say before, fearing that soft-hearted Ji Chuan might fall into self-blame. But Ji Chuan seemed utterly indifferent, not even a flicker of anger on his face. Song Huai finally felt at ease. Oh, Chuan, I have some good news to share with you. Song Huai wanted to lighten the mood with a cheerful topic. What? I've awakened the power of the space god. I'm a god. Ji Chuan already knew, but he still mustered a smile. That's impressive. Of course it is. Let me show you. Song Huai fixed his gaze on Ji Chuan, and moments later the two vanished from the room. Ji Chuan was astonished to find their location had changed. Before them stretched an endless expanse of white, devoid of anything except piles of supplies. This is my space. Holy crap. Alright, all the supplies from Jianghua City's ability user base are here. We're rich up. Song Huai had forgotten about this. His memories had been hazy while under control, and he hadn't thought of it earlier. The dazzling array of supplies held extraordinary value in the apocalypse. Fresh ingredients were rare to come by, and this stockpile could last the stronghold's residents a lifetime. Ji Chuan marveled at Song Huai's ability. This spatial power far surpassed Juju's. The space seemed infinite, and all the ingredients remained perfectly fresh, requiring no external means to extend their shelf life indefinitely. Song Huai's space could well be called the world's refrigerator, which was why Li Jingru had used such harsh methods to keep him. Moreover, it offered excellent survival capabilities. Just retreat into the space when danger struck. How many people can your space hold? And where will you reappear when you exit? You're the first person I've brought in. I haven't tested this ability much, or I can try. To exit, Song Huai concentrated his will, and they reappeared in the room. The space didn't register changes from the outside world. Using this ability for survival was undoubtedly a gamble. If enemies stayed put and waited, returning to reality would mean death. Keep this function of your ability a secret, otherwise enemies could trap you here, and you'd have no escape. Got it. Song Huai was surprised to find that Ji Chuan seemed very different from before. He had become more thoughtful and cautious. Yet no matter what Ji Chuan became, he would always be that adorable, innocent little boy in his heart. Just as Ji Chuan was about to absorb the crystal core harvest, he heard Chen Yuru's excited voice. Moreover, a red crystal core had appeared in the base. Tang Yu's rebirth. Yeah, you're awake. Mom was so worried. Chen Yuru held Tang Yu's hand, weeping continuously. Where is this? Tang Yu looked bewildered, as if she were in a luxurious hotel. What time is it now? The door opened, and Ji Chuan walked in. Chief Yaya has finally woken up. Seeing Ji Chuan, Chen Yuru excitedly reported the good news. However, Ji Chuan noticed that Tang Yue, who was staring at him, bore an expression of terror, as if her demeanor before the coma had somehow changed. My head hurts so much I feel like I've forgotten so many things. Chen Yuru looked at Tang Yu with a face full of distress. It's all right. It's good that you're awake. You can recall things slowly. Mom will be right here with you. Ji Chuan felt a flicker of doubt. Had Tang Yu's prolonged coma damaged her brain? Was it merely amnesia that made her look at him with fear? What troubled Ji Chuan most was that Tang Yu's loyalty status had vanished, likely linked to her having died once. He had intended to ask Tang Yu where she had gone after her rebirth, but her current state was too poor, and with her memory loss he could glean nothing. This matter was not that urgent, so he gave some instructions to Chen Yuru and left. If you need any supplies, speak to Su Shun. The base is now very well stocked. Chen Yuru nodded. If you feel unwell anywhere, I can use my ability to heal you. Ji Chuan looked at Tang Yue, whose eyes held a suppressed wariness. No need. He'll try to adapt, it should be fine. My mind is a mess right now, and I just want to rest some more. Ji Chuan said nothing further and walked out. Su Shin, once Tang Yu's condition stabilizes, reapply the loyalty status. Understood. It seemed Tang Yu was awake. Su Shin asked no further questions. This was the first time Su Shun had encountered a case where the loyalty status vanished after being applied, but given Tang Yu's unusual circumstances, Su Shin found nothing strange about it. This presented a perfect opportunity to deepen his understanding of his own ability. As Ji Chuan's figure disappeared out of the room, Tang Yu loosened her grip on the corner of the blanket. Yeah. Sensing Tang Yu's vigilance toward Ji Chuan, Chen Yuru couldn't believe that Tang Yu seemed to have forgotten everything. Wasn't that our chief, just now? Don't you remember? Mom, wasn't that a zombie? His skin and eyes show he's a zombie. Why would you treat a zombie as the chief? Chen Yuru quickly covered Tang Yu's mouth, signaling her to stop. Yeah, you must not disrespect the chief. If not for his protection, we would have died long ago. Since you've forgotten, let's reintroduce you to everyone. Once you're more stable, we'll have them come see you. Chen Yuru decided to observe Tang Yu first, afraid she might say something irreverent in front of others. This base was too precious in the apocalypse. It was their only refuge. Moreover, Ji Chuan had treated them well. Chen Yuru was deeply grateful to him from the bottom of her heart. She had to change her daughter's mindset. Ji Chuan returned to his room and looked at the pile of crystal cores as if beholding a sumptuous feast. These were the spoils from conquering Jianghua City. He had chosen only the most useful ones to bring back. Too many had died for him to have the energy to collect every single crystal core. There were fewer red crystal cores this time. Su Wisey's Mountain God, He Jian's Poison Gu King Rin Shengji's Purple Firmament Sacred Thunder Feng Shui's Abyss Gate, He Lei's Stellar Vision, and Li Jingris Ant Queen. Ji Chuan had no intention of devouring Li Jingris core for now. He knew the ability user base had research projects that could use crystal cores as energy sources for abilities, though he wasn't sure if the relevant scientific personnel had survived. He planned to check on that when he had time. For now, there were many gold and purple crystal cores, mementos left by those who had sacrificed themselves. Ji Chuan scooped up handfuls of crystal cores and popped them into his mouth, like popcorn, savoring the refinement of energy, though he felt nothing unusual. Finally, he swallowed the last handful of red crystal cores. This time he was completely at ease while absorbing the cores, and nothing in all of Jianghua City could threaten him. Even if he fell into a slumber, the base's current defenses could protect him. He hadn't expected Shin Mingting to be so powerful. Fortunately, he had dealt with her using the illusion realm. It seems I won't need to sleep this time. Indeed, there is still a long way to go. Master, your body is like a vessel. At first it was just a bowl easily filled by crystal cores, but after you fully absorb them, the vessel expands. It will become a swimming pool, then a lake. Last time you absorbed too much, so now your body is like an ocean. To fill it, you need to absorb a vast number of crystal cores. Xiao Hei's reminder made Ji Chuan realize that his slumber was no accident. Each energy absorption seemed to multiply his capacity exponentially, reaching a terrifying level. He would likely need to absorb a massive number of special-grade crystal cores to undergo another transformation. After this absorption, Ji Chuan received a new prompt. Darkness Essence Corrupt Plague Wraith Necromancer Soul Reshaping and Abyss Gate could be combined into Death God. This was the first time Ji Chuan encountered an ability synthesized from 3 red and 2 gold crystal cores, and it seemed extraordinarily powerful. Ji Chuan chose to synthesize. A surge of black energy suddenly burst forth. The first time Ji Chuan had experienced energy overflow while conscious. The synthesized crystal core was a dark red, distinctly different from ordinary red cores. Xiao Hei, is this a unique colored crystal core? Master, this core has no core spirit, so it shouldn't be a unique colored core. Not unique colored. That meant red crystal cores weren't the highest level for ordinary people. He had unexpectedly obtained an ability that surpassed red crystal cores. Ji Chuan continued synthesizing. Gold essence, wood essence, water essence, fire essence, and earth essence. 5 gold crystal cores, combined into the red crystal core element God. Taste erasure, visual blinding, sonic attack, stench, and paralysis. Several low-level abilities, combined into the gold crystal core deprivation of the 5 senses. Telepathy and heart of accord combined into telepathic link. This was a communication type ability. Originally, telepathy allowed communication only through Ji Chuan initiating contact, while telepathic link could designate a target, enabling the other party to report urgent matters to Ji Chuan directly. Ji Chuan temporarily set the communication targets as Song Hui, Su Shenjiang Zhelan Xiao Shui Xiao Meida Zhuang, and Fu Qingyu, ensuring he would be promptly informed of any emergencies in the 3 bases. Ji Chuan had little interest in the synthesis information for many of the remaining low-level abilities. After this absorption, he had acquired an excessive number of abilities, some of which he might never use. Still, there was always a chance they could be combined with others in the future, transforming into higher-grade abilities worth preserving. Before the Jinglian City superhuman base, Luo Jiai was delighted after completing the test, having received compressed biscuits and water. The base had intended to grant him a residence spot. However, Luo Jiai asked if he could bring someone along. The base replied that the person would also need to pass the assessment. Upon hearing this, Luo Jiai declined. Because his younger brother could not undergo the test, and he insisted on staying with him, the offer was useless. Shall you have some biscuits? Luo Jiai cheerfully approached his brother and placed the water and biscuits into Luo Jiai's hands. Brother, let me take the test too, so we can get another portion. Shall you be good? I'm not hungry, you don't need to go. The 2 children walked toward their secret hideout, unaware that someone was following them. After learning that ability tests yielded supplies, Zhang Tsong and his group had been lying in wait. They had discerned a pattern. Those with formidable powers were offered residence spots by the base. Those who left with provisions were weak ability users, unwilling to join the base, but eager to claim the resources. The best strategy was to target these weaklings, and once they reached a secluded area, the supplies could be easily snatched. Not far away were 2 children. Zhang Tsong, a clever man, selected them as his seemingly safest targets. To deal with these kids, he wouldn't even need to use his ability. One hand would suffice to make them cry. The children obligingly led him to a desolate spot, an abandoned building that appeared to be their home. Seeing the meager belongings they had scavenged, Zhang Tsong hesitated briefly. Yet he steeled his resolve. In the apocalypse, kindness had no place. Kindness was merely a death warrant. If he pitied others, who would pity him? A single compressed biscuit eaten sparingly could sustain him for 2 days. Such filling portable food was precious. Even if he didn't eat it, he could trade it for valuable goods. Luo Jiao was about to carefully open the biscuit to share with his brother when an uninvited guest climbed in through an uncovered window. Kid, hand over the biscuit and water. Luo Jiai stepped in front of his brother, eyeing the man warily. My ability is strong. I advise you to comply, or you'll suffer. My brother and I haven't eaten in days. Please leave us this biscuit, Luo Jiai pleaded cautiously, hoping the man would take pity on them. Zhang Tsung's conscience wavered. Had it not been for the apocalypse, he wouldn't stoop so low. But he had no choice. Everyone fought to survive. A bottle of water, a bag of biscuits were life-extending elixirs. As if to bolster his courage, he raised his voice. Hurry up, kid, or I won't be gentle. Seeing no hope, Luo Jiai decided to resist. He hadn't stayed at the base because his ability was weak. He needed to protect his brother outside. Dark sky hangs low, bright stars follow. Fireflies fly. Whom do you miss? Zhang Tsung looked puzzled as the boy began to sing a nursery rhyme. The surroundings suddenly darkened, turning day into night. Light glowed above Zhang Tsung, who, looking up, he saw luminous rocks plummeting toward him. He dodged swiftly as the rubble beneath him was cratered by the falling stones. You're asking for death. Realizing the boy had used his ability, Zhang Tsung raised his hand. Though still some distance away, his arm elongated. Just as it was about to seize Luo Jiai, a massive insect flew in its claws, nearly severing Zhang Tsung's arm. Wincing, Zhang Tsung retracted his arm, grabbed a steel pipe from the debris, and picked up a stone with his other hand. Though he stood still, his arm stretched like rubber, striking at the insect. Tracking the insect's movements, his pliable body contorted to dodge its attacks. After a few blows, the insect dissolved into the air like salt in water. As Luo Jiai opened his mouth, Zhang Tsung's rubbery arm coiled around his head, covering his mouth, and dragged him close. Kid didn't expect such a surprising ability. I didn't want to kill you, but you're asking for it. Zhang Tsung's arm constricted like a python around Luo Jiai's neck. Brother. Ugh. Luo Jiao panicked. Luo Jiai wanted to tell him to run, but couldn't make a sound. His face swelled and reddened. Luo Jiao recalled the night the neighbor broke in. Their parents died, and his brother was choked and lifted by the neighbor while protecting him. The scene mirrored the present. He couldn't lose his only family. I must save my brother. Luo Jiao felt his consciousness fading. He had forgotten what happened that night. But his brother had survived. That was enough. Whatever happened, whatever the cost, as long as his brother lived, it sufficed. Luo Jiai watched in horror as his brother's body swelled and deformed. His skin turned murky and foul, smelling like gushing oil or a garbage-filled swamp. The viscous mass rose higher, taking on a monstrous shape. Where a head should be, countless bloodshot eyes opened, covered in thread-like veins. Whether blood vessels or tissue was unclear. Zhang Tsung stared in terror, releasing Luo Jiai. All he wanted was to flee. The monster's body was covered in repulsive pustules. Meeting its gaze, Zhang Tsung felt every hair stand on end. As he turned to run, his foot was seized and dragged backward. The monster's secretions acted like moldable superglue. A once-touched escape was impossible. Oh, what is this? Let me go? Ugh. The foul liquid coiled around his body, even forcing its way into his mouth like an octopus tentacles. Tears streaming down his face, Zhang Tsung found himself utterly trapped. Luo Jiai dared not make a sound, recalling the same scene from that night. The neighbor had been devoured by his brother. But the transformed boy seemed unable to communicate and remembered nothing upon waking. Though Luo Jia knew little about abilities, he understood that if the superhuman base discovered his brother's monstrous form, they would eliminate him. This creature was ominous and seemed to crave human flesh. Zhang Tsung dissolved into the monster's body in despair. The monster's eyes blinked, seemingly satisfied with its human meal. Luo Jia looked at the monster before him with some fear, but because it was his brother who had transformed, he mustered the courage to step forward. Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu. He remembered the first time his brother transformed like this after devouring a neighbor. His body continually shrank. The foul-smelling mass contracted inward, and his brother's form gradually emerged, lying there in place. Upon waking, he could not recall what had happened. Luo Jia did not want to tell his brother about his abilities. Even adults would tremble at the sight of that monster. His brother was so timid that he would never accept such a frightening version of himself. The monster before him had not reverted to Luo Jiayu's form at Luo Jiayu's call. Instead, those numerous eyes were fixated on him. Xiaoyu, wake up. Luo Jiayu was somewhat anxious. They were not far from the base of the supernatural beings, and if discovered, those powerful abilities might turn against his brother. The monster's eyes held a hint of greed and danger, and its murky tentacles reached out towards Luo Jiayu. Xiaoyu. Luo Jiayu could hardly believe his eyes. Was his brother also going to consume him? Despite the immense fear within him, he did not flee, for if his brother did not awaken, he would surely become a target for human hunters in this monstrous form. The tentacle was about to touch Luo Jiayu's face. The monster's eyes began to narrow, and some of the eyeballs trembled. The tentacle froze in midair. Although this monster had no mouth, a chilling sound resonated in the dimly lit room. The monster seemed to be struggling in pain. It lowered its tentacles, but did not revert to Luo Jiayu's form. The monster unexpectedly withdrew. Xiaoyu, where are you going? It's dangerous outside. Luo Jiayu wanted to follow, but the monster's tentacle lashed out at him like a whip. The monster left behind a trail of foul liquid on the ground. Although it moved slowly, its form was gradually vanishing. Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu. Luo Jiayu rushed to the place where his brother had disappeared. If not for the traces left by the monster on the ground, he would have doubted whether it had all been a hallucination. The cold wind blew through the ruins behind him, producing an empty echo. Luo Jiayu looked at the compressed biscuits and bottled water on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he helplessly surveyed his surroundings. His only brother was missing. Where should he look for him? Luo Jiayu's mind was in chaos. He seemed to be dreaming. In the dream, he was no longer hungry, enjoying many of his favorite foods, even remembering the small pastries his mother used to bake for him. But deep down there was a sense of unease, as if he had forgotten something important. He found himself in a cozy little house resembling a cottage in the countryside. The decor was clean and warm, with a fire crackling in the fireplace. The sound of the burning wood lulling him into drowsiness. He felt so warm now. In the apocalypse, he and his brother wore thin clothing, and every night they huddled under the blankets and old clothes they had scavenged to sleep. But now he felt incredibly comfortable, as if he had returned to a warm home. Right, brother? Luo Jiayu suddenly recalled that his brother seemed to be in danger, and he must save him. As he prepared to open the door, a familiar voice came from behind him. Xiaoyu, where are you going? Luo Jiayu turned around to see his mother. Mother! He quickly ran over and hugged her tightly. He missed his mother so much. His mother gently stroked his head. Xiaoyu, sit at the dining table. I've prepared a lot of food for you. Luo Jiayu obediently sat at the dining table as his mother brought out dish after dish of delicious food from the kitchen. He felt so happy, not only reuniting with his mother, but also enjoying her cooking. For so long he had been in a state of hunger, and now this sumptuous food made him feel satisfied. Xiaoyu, stay here with your mother. I will find you lots of good food. Looking into his mother's gentle eyes, Luo Jiayu nodded, seemingly forgetting something important. But how could there be anything more important than being with his mother? Team 3 has arrived at the scene, requesting reinforcements. Dong Chun shouted in fear. Upon receiving the reconnaissance team's message, his squad rushed over quickly. An invasion had occurred in the residential area, with a large number of survivors being devoured by a monster. Originally thought to be merely a mutated species with displacement abilities invading the safe zone, but was this monster a zombie? Dong Chun was uncertain. The creature resembled a mound made of decaying mud with countless eyes visible within. It looked terrifying beyond measure, displaying combat power that surpassed all the mutated species they had encountered so far. Anyone who came close would be dragged into its body as if they were directly digested. Being a close combat type ability, user rushing in now would be akin to seeking death. The long-range attackers among the team having lower levels found their attacks on it ineffective, as if their strikes sank into the depths of the sea. Its tentacles kept extending, searching for surviving humans. Those who were caught wore expressions of sheer terror, yet had no means to escape its grip. After being touched by its tentacles, their bodies felt extremely weak. Agonizing pain coursed through them, and their limbs became powerless. In despair, they became part of the foul liquid it exuded. Fall back. Quickly. Dongchen realized that as the monster consumed more people, its range of attack seemed to expand. Just moments ago, the distance was such that its tentacles would never reach here, yet now one was already approaching. It seemed the monster had discovered their position. Run! The team members quickly dashed backward at their leader's command. However, everyone felt as if they were running slower, sharp pains erupting from various parts of their bodies. Watching the members beside him, Dong Chun noticed that the exposed skin of the team members was visibly developing festering sores. He looked at the back of his hand where the source of pain had sprouted. Similar sores to his body began to feel hot, and his mind grew a bit hazy. Is it caused by inhaling its gas? He wanted to relay this information to the base. This monster could not only drag people with its tentacles, but its odor seemed to be toxic, resembling a plague. But before he could pass the message, the tentacles had caught up with them, and he watched as he and the team members were dragged to the ground. The festering sores oozed blood as they rubbed against the ground, and the team members could not even scream. Those tentacles burrowed into their mouths. They were getting closer to the monster's body like planets drawn into a black hole, unable to escape the fate of being devoured completely. Mother, please stop cooking. You come eat with me too. Xiao Yu watched as his mother busily worked in the kitchen, her eyes filled with a gentle smile. I'm not tired, Xiao Yu. As long as you eat, well, I'm happy. These are all top quality ingredients. Luo Jieyu found it a bit strange. He usually couldn't eat so much. Yet now it felt as if he could never be full, as if his mother's cooking was too delicious. Since he could eat, he must not let down his mother's intentions. Ji Chuan, who had not fallen into a deep sleep, arrived at the ability user base only to find that it had been cleaned up in such a short time. Jiang Xilan's leadership abilities were commendable, and managing logistics in the apocalypse was no easy feat that required meticulous attention to ensure tasks were carried out orderly. Members of the base greeted Ji Chuan respectfully, and not only the base members, but all survivors in Jianghua City were now subjects of Ji Chuan. Despite their loyalty, they could potentially break free from it under tyranny and threats. However, the current loyalty of the people in Jianghua City would slowly rise as they discovered that the promises of their faith were indeed true. Jianghua City had begun to gradually resume production, with people ignoring the zombies, which now resembled mere ornaments on the streets. They could even be moved aside if they obstructed the way. Jianghua City was set to become the first city to end the apocalypse. However, at Ji Chuan's request, this news would be kept confidential. Such a situation was quite rare in the apocalypse, and he did not wish to draw attention. Before other unique crystal cores revealed themselves, he needed to focus on his own development. He arrived at the research center, where Xiao Desheng approached him with a fawning expression. Ji Chuan handed him a red crystal core, which was from Li Jingris' Ant Queen. The red crystal core was highly valuable and would serve as a rare research material, causing Xiao Desheng's eyes to shine with excitement. Chief, I will definitely study this thoroughly. As a scientific fanatic, Xiao Desheng did not care who the chief was. He only wished to continue his research projects. Once the loyalty state was established, he promised without any hesitation. Just as Ji Chuan was about to leave, he spotted someone who caught his attention. The person had two crystal cores, a green one labeled positioning sound, and a blue one labeled telekinesis. Ji Chuan entered the room where the person was, which resembled a prison cell. Chief, this is the only successful experimental subject so far. He has successfully completed the crystal core embedding. Before Xiao Desheng could bring the key, Ji Chuan had already opened the door. Xiao Desheng was somewhat surprised, but there was no doubt that their chief was exceptionally strong. He looked at the elderly man inside the room, who respectfully knelt down and said, I pay my respects to the chief. One of the old man's eyes was very cloudy, seemingly blind. Ji Chuan sensed the energy emanating from the old man's body, who, although his vital signs were stable, it seemed he had suffered mental damage. Ji Chuan released a special ability to restore mental state on the old man. Zhuai Jian Pain felt a refreshing clarity in his head as the feeling of fragmentation finally disappeared. Since he had been embedded with a new crystal core, his behavior sometimes did not reflect his true self. He became irritable and anxious, occasionally feeling inexplicable fear, tormented by pain every day. But now his chief had healed him. Thank you, chief. Have you developed a specific method for crystal core embedding? Ji Chuan was also very interested in this project. Many abilities had shortcomings, and if this technology matured, many people's strengths could see a leap. If Song Hui were embedded with a displacement ability combined with his space power, he could achieve near-perfect escape. If Gu Yunxi were embedded with an offensive ability, she would become a formidable force. Embedding enhanced abilities in Cui Zixuan would mean she could move long distances without the need for planes. Chief, please give me more time for research, or I have found that the success rate for embedding cores of the same type is higher. I will certainly produce results soon. Okay, I will send mutated zombies to the base. You can collect whatever crystal cores you need. If you come across good ones, report back to me as I might use them. Ji Chuan expanded the targets of his mental connection to include Xiao Desheng. He did not have the time to open every crystal core in the city. Now was the time to utilize his many subordinates. He would leave the task of cracking the crystal cores to them, and he could periodically return to collect the good ones. Xiao Desheng's eyes sparkled. He had not expected the new chief to possess such capability, as the efficiency of crystal core collection had been quite low in the past. Some mutated species did not show obvious traits, and there were still casualties in battles. But now the mutated species were directly filtered by their chief, making various crystal cores easily accessible. This would become his ideal laboratory. Thank you for your help, chief. I will definitely do my best in my research. Ji Chuan nodded and prepared to leave, but he heard Jiang Jilan use mental connection. Chief Jinglian City is requesting assistance, saying a huge monster has appeared in their city. It seems it is not a zombie, as it can infect and devour humans. They hope the god of faith will intervene. A huge monster, not a zombie. What could it be? Ji Chuan felt curious, was there something other than zombies that was eating people? Originally, he intended to return to Shinza City to firmly establish his rule there, but out of curiosity, he wanted to know what the monster mentioned by the people of Jinglian City was. Ji Chuan believed it would not be one of his subordinates, as those scattered subordinates had all appeared in the city after transformation. He had never been to Jinglian City. He also wanted to know if there were any other beings capable of threatening him besides the powerful ability users. You tell Jinglian City that I will go over. Understood. After receiving Jiang Xilan's affirmative response, Meng Haonian let out a sigh of relief. His favor was owed to Li Jingru, but since Li Jingru was already dead, he feared Jianghua City would not assist him. Fortunately, Jianghua City extended a helping hand. Jinglian City was currently in dire need of combat power. Although they had recently absorbed some powerful ability users, they still lacked battle experience. Meng Haonian did not want to send newcomers to their deaths. If they could hold out for a few hours, the God of Faith should be able to resolve the current difficulties. Ji Chuan planned to go himself this time. He wanted to know what this man-eating monster was. If it was safe, he could bring Su Shun and Gu Yunxi to establish loyalty in Jinglian City next time. Going by himself would actually be faster. He possessed Battle Mecha, and as long as he used this ability, he could move swiftly without worrying about the consumption of abilities, as the energy used for travel was trivial for him. Moreover, using this ability allowed him to perfectly conceal his appearance, and combined with holding his breath and quieting his presence, no one would suspect that the God of Faith was a zombie. Ji Chuan arrived at the open space outside the base. This was his first time using this ability. He had thought the mecha would look like it did when Shirkai used it, but his mecha appeared far more luxurious and intricate. If Shirkai was an Iron Man, Ji Chuan was like a Gundam with the joints of the mecha glowing in various colors reminiscent of the ambient lights in luxury cars that could change colors. This is too extravagant. Ji Chuan looked down at his entire body, feeling a bit embarrassed, and his voice took on a more mechanical quality. Such an appearance would undoubtedly mask his original form. Flames ignited beneath his feet, propelling him towards Jinglian City like a rocket launch. Zishuan, wait for me. Ever since Sun Tao arrived at the outpost, he had trailed closely behind Cui Zishuan, terrified of losing her again. Could you please stop clinging to me? We wind element zodiacs dislike being smothered. Cui Zishuan was exasperated. Why did Sun Tao persist in such obsequious devotion? Since childhood, she had always been drawn to boys who showed no interest in her. She preferred taking the initiative, but the more someone resisted her, the more fiercely she craved their attention. Those who openly adored her instantly dampened her enthusiasm. She longed to break this pattern, yet had not yet succeeded. Sun Tao was undeniably admirable, yet his suffocating attachment left Cui Zishuan feeling utterly unfulfilled. In the dining hall, Wu Qian beamed upon spotting Cui Zishuan with Sun Tao. Just as expected, the young man had finally tracked her down. Reuniting with former teammates at the outpost was a rare joy. Zishuan, Sun Tao, come sit with us. Wu Qian waved warmly. Among the elders, seating tended toward familiarity. The younger generation naturally gathered in small fluid clusters. This was the perfect opportunity to formally introduce Sun Tao to the team. After fetching his meal, Sun Tao obediently joined Wu Qian's table, while Cui Zishuan turned and seated herself beside Song Huai. Captain, I'll go tend to Brother Xiao Huai. Sun Tao sprang up only to be gently but firmly pressed back into his seat by Wu Qian. Patience, you're pursuing Zishuan too intensely. Don't you know her nature by now? Captain, I believe affection should be expressed openly and directly. You're still too young. Sometimes subtlety in love is more than enough. Xiao Yin, try this. Today's fish prepared by Chef Zhao is absolutely exquisite. Cough, cough. Zhou choked mid-bite. You and your teammate are cut from the same cloth, honestly. He thought this silently, yet continued calmly serving himself food. Wu Qian glanced briefly at Zhou before turning back to Zhang Yun. Xiao Yun, this is Sun Tao, one of my former team members. Back at the Esper base, I served as both his and Zishuan's squad leader. In those days, I stood entirely on my own merits. Sun Tao, meet your elder sister Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun offered Sun Tao a gentle smile. Her peripheral gaze, however, remained fixed on Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian, eat properly first. Only after finishing your meal may you play with Xiao Hui and Danan. Your little sister hasn't eaten much yet. Zhang Yun flushed slightly as she glanced at Zhou Mi. Xiao Xian is terribly mischievous. I'll discipline her properly later. It's fine. Only since Chief Ji Chuan's return have these two children relaxed so completely. Let them play while they can. Since Ji Chuan's disappearance, Zhou Mi had lived each day in quiet dread, fearing any accident might shatter this fragile post-apocalyptic sanctuary. Qin Ruishu and Wang Wei sat in silence, their position profoundly awkward, as though they were captives forcibly brought from Shinja City. Qin Ruishu longed desperately to ask Ji Chuan for permission to return home and reunite with his granddaughter, yet no opening ever arose. With no acquaintances here, loyalty compelled him to revere Ji Chuan deeply, yet he resolved at last to raise the matter. Wang Wei knew of Elder Qin's presence, but was unfamiliar with him. They sat together solely because their circumstances mirrored one another. The group conversed at a leisurely pace. In contrast, the younger table buzzed with far livelier energy. Hey brother Xiao Huai, was what you said last time true or not? Are you really the dominant one with the chief? Song Huai managed to suppress his reaction this time. Yet Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi burst out laughing. I'm sorry Su Qi, could you please clean this up later? Su Qi stared blankly in their direction. It's all right. What's going on with Ji Chuan? Is that really true? Song Huai and the chief are a couple. Then what about my brother? If Song Huai is the dominant one, then the chief must be. So that's why brother has dated so many sisters-in-law. He could never possibly be the submissive one. Zhu Zhu's expression lit up with excitement, her spoon trembling slightly in her hand. Su Shen's cheeks flushed faintly. Xia Yiqing and Song Ci, previously deep in conversation, now turned their full attention to Song Huai. The entire dining hall seemed to hush. Song Huai felt every gaze converge upon him, intensely uncomfortable, even flustered. What on earth are you saying? Last time was just joking around. Both of us have dated girlfriends before, and he was just betrayed by his ex-girlfriend after the apocalypse began. As for me, I have my own goddess Xiaoyida. Hearing this, Gu Yunxi exhaled softly in relief, wondering why her thoughts had veered so strangely. No sooner had Song Huai finished speaking than the sharp, rhythmic tap of high heels echoed from the entrance. Click, click, click. All heads turned instinctively. High heels were a rarity in this ruined world. Before she appeared fully, her legs came into view. Xiaoyida strode in gracefully clad in haute couture. No way. Song Huai felt he must be dreaming, or trapped in some Esper's illusion. Could it truly be Xiaoyida standing right there inside the outpost? Years ago, he'd arrived hours early at the Guamao Center just to secure a front-row seat for her appearance. Is that really Xiaoyida? Is she part of our outpost too? Frantically, Song Huai confirmed with those nearby, and when nods affirmed it, he shot upright. He didn't pause to wonder how Ji Chuan had accomplished this miracle. Summoning courage, he strode straight towards Xiaoyida. Miss Xia, I'm Song Huai. I've admired you for years. I watch every one of your films at least 3 times. Thank you for your admiration. We can certainly be good friends, but I'm already in love with someone else. Clatter. Gu Yunxi's stainless steel spoon clattered onto her plate. Lin Lulu looked at her curiously. Sister Yunxi, what's wrong? Nothing's wrong. I'm just pondering something. Gu Yunxi knew precisely whom Xiaoyida loved, yet hadn't expected her to state it so plainly. Song Huai did not retreat. In this apocalyptic world, affection eroded with time and distance, but as long as they shared the same outpost, hope remained alive. Who among the outpost members could possibly rival him? In appearance alone, perhaps only Xia Yiqing. Yet he spent all his time with Song Ci, and something clearly simmered between them. That left only himself. Ha 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 ha. Heaven treats me well indeed. Inside, Song Huai bubbled with delight, convinced Xiaoyida would one day choose him. Xiaoyida wore a smile calibrated to perfection, warm yet reserved, approachable yet never overly familiar. The ideal distance between idol and admirer. As the chief's partner, she bore dual responsibilities, maintaining her elegance to honor Ji Chuan's stature and preserving respectful boundaries with fellow members. She was the consummate goddess, graceful, discerning, radiant, and wise. She politely declined Song Huai's offer to fetch her meal and glided naturally toward a central seat at the younger table. I had no idea the outpost chef's skills were this exceptional. I'll need extra exercise this afternoon. Her dazzling smile left every man nearby momentarily breathless. Song Ci kicked Xia Yiqing lightly beneath the table, prompting him to bury his head deeper into his meal. Gu Yunxi studied Xiaoyida's silhouette, the swan-like neck, elegant shoulders, slender arms, such flawless proportions, yet disciplined to near austerity. Xiaoyida's plate held only a few vegetables and morsels of fish. Did she truly need exercise after consuming so little? Lulu, I can't finish this. Gu Yunxi set down her spoon, suddenly finding the meal tasteless. Xiaoyida possessed an uncanny sensitivity to emotion, but she had long noticed Gu Yunxi's gaze lingering on Ji Chuan, different from everyone else's. Yunxi, shall we exercise together this afternoon? There's much I'd like to learn from you. Crude manipulators resorted to passive aggression, but a refined lotus like her cultivated friendship with potential rivals. In the entertainment industry, artificial sisterhood abounded. Artists infiltrating peers' social circles to seize scarce resources and connections. Xiaoyida disdained such tactics as she lacked for nothing in terms of opportunity. Yet in matters of the heart, she deemed such strategy essential. Her Moonlightan Piral ideal, Ji Chuan, was too extraordinary, kind, virtuous, and powerfully capable. She would spare no effort to extinguish any spark of rivalry before it could ignite. After Ji Chuan's return, morale across the outpost visibly lifted, except for Xiao Hui, who bore the quiet exhaustion of childcare. When Ji Chuan arrived in Jinglian City, Meng Haonian was already waiting there with his people. Jinglian City awaited this legendary god of faith. To be safe, Meng Haonian also contacted Shannon City, where powerful psychics were said to have appeared. Unexpectedly, the god of faith flew over in his mecha. The distance from Jianghua City to Jinglian City was considerable, yet after sustaining such a long flight with his powers, he showed no sign of fatigue. His strength was evident. Where is the monster? His voice was deep and mechanical like an AI. 6 kilometers southwest. I'll lead the men. No need. Following Meng Haonian's directions, Ji Chuan used his life-sensing ability to locate the target. Without hesitation, he flew toward it. What do you sense? Nothing. Not even the presence of life. He might have some way to cloak himself, or his power exceeds my perception range. Meng Haonian was surprised at how cautious the god of faith was. Either way, it proved his strength. Jinglian City might yet be saved. When will you Een from Shannon City arrive? They left 2 hours ago, Chief. They should be here within half an hour. Meng Haonian nodded, thoughtfully seeing this as a double insurance. He could not let his hard-won Jinglian city fall to ruin. Ji Chuan was surprised during his flight. The strongest energy fluctuation at the target location came from a person, specifically a holder of a unique colored crystal core. Gray crystal core plague, right? Ji Chuan didn't know its exact ability, but it seemed to use viruses as a weapon, posing little threat to him. His perfect body could nullify any abnormal status, but he still needed to observe further. Why would a unique crystal core holder attack humans? Ji Chuan couldn't understand. According to reports from Jinglian City, this monster had already devoured many survivors and members of 2 or 3 combat squads. This was a devastating blow to the already weakened city, and Meng Haonian dared not send more reinforcements. If only he hadn't sent Shin Mengting and the others to Zhonghua City, he wouldn't be so helpless now. But regret was useless. Jinglian City had found no time reversal psychics. Such beings, if discovered, would be heavily protected. From the sky, Ji Chuan spotted the monster from afar. It was already as large as the Zhuang, roughly 3.5 meters tall. If not for its movement, it would look like a mountain of trash. Its body was embedded with countless eyes, and as Ji Chuan drew closer, its appearance disgusted him. The monster's tentacles extended in all directions, pulling nearby survivors into its body. Ji Chuan observed closely. As humans merged into it, their lives and crystal cores vanished together. Meanwhile, the monster's energy grew. Good thing I came, Ji Chuan mused. This gray core was dangerous, a growing ability. Compared to his own caution, this brute was taking a direct approach. Too reckless. It would surely attract stronger beings to destroy it. Ji Chuan felt his own strategy was correct. Yet, as Ji Chuan sensed the core holder's true self, it seemed not in a normal state. Master, that's the core's spirit of another crystal. She has taken control of her host and is rapidly gathering energy. She may succeed soon. Xiao Hei's warning enlightened Ji Chuan. The reason for such blatant killing was likely a struggle for control of the body. None of you core spirits are easy to deal with, Ji Chuan sighed, recalling how he had nearly fallen to Xiao Hei himself. We do what we believe is right. That one may think becoming stronger is the priority now. Compared to Xiao Hei's cunning and caution, this core spirit was more reckless. But without interference, she would surely succeed. So recklessness wasn't always bad. Ji Chuan decided to test her strength and stance. If she showed hostility, he wouldn't mind tasting a unique colored core. Can you talk, little core? Ji Chuan transmitted his voice via soundwave pulses to the monster's location. The monster paused, searching for the source. Dozens of eyes spun rapidly before locking onto Ji Chuan in midair. She couldn't understand how this man knew she was a core spirit, nor why he had no aura. But she sensed he was strong. Absorbing him would skyrocket her power. The monster's tentacles reached for Ji Chuan, the stench intensifying. But Ji Chuan didn't need to breathe, and even if he did, the virus was harmless to him. Looks like we have to do this the hard way, little core. The approaching tentacles burst into flames. High-temperature sterilization should work, he thought. As the elemental god, he had mastered the 5 elements and began probing the monster. But even as the tentacles turned to ash, the monster showed no discomfort, as if they were mere mud. The monster halted its other actions. Those half-dragged survivors tried to escape, but found themselves too weak to move, their minds clouded by rising fevers. The monster aimed at Ji Chuan, launching stinking mud like bullets. They seemed weak, but pierced the steel plate he created. Ji Chuan landed quickly, dismissing the plate. Yet the bullets were incinerated as they neared him, as if his surroundings were a blazing furnace. Ji Chuan tried his newly acquired Death God ability on the monster. A shadow seemed to slash at the monster in an instant. So fast Ji Chuan couldn't see it clearly. Though the monster appeared unaffected, it seemed frightened. It stopped attacking, panicked, and its massive body began moving away, growing transparent. Trying to run. A gray orb shot toward the monster, turning the area gray-white. Ji Chuan's time freeze. But in moments, cracks appeared around the monster, as if it was breaking free. A massive hell gate materialized before the monster, its frame adorned with strange skulls of unknown origins. The gate opened, emitting a terrifying sound. Screams of fear, pain, and despair. A tremendous pull began, drawing the struggling monster inside. The monster's eyes trembled violently, understanding the consequences. It resolved to make a final desperate move. Locking onto Ji Chuan, its piled body burst into a mud-like net. It enveloped Ji Chuan instantly, then reverted to its original form. The hell gate slowly closed, and the monster breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Chuan appeared beside a rustic cottage, glancing around with a hint of bewilderment. All was serene and peaceful as smoke curled up from the chimney and the aroma of food wafted through the air. The wooden door swung open, revealing a young boy staring at him with joyful surprise. The child dashed into his arms, crying out, "Brother!" Ji Chuan returned the embrace in a daze, only then realizing that he was nearly as tall as the boy. "Jia, you're back. Wash your hands quickly. Mother has made you lots of delicious food." The little boy took Ji Chuan's hand and led him inside. On the wooden table lay an array of sumptuous dishes that seemed out of place in such a humble abode. A gentle woman bustled about in the kitchen, wiping the sweat from her brow and offering Ji Chuan a natural warm smile. He looked around, curiosity flickering in his eyes. He sensed the flow of energy, and a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The woman kept stealing glances at him, her expression gradually growing uneasy. Ji Chuan walked over to the young boy and gently pressed a finger against his forehead. The woman rushed out of the kitchen tense. Jai, what are you doing? Don't tease your little brother before dinner. So this is your host. At Ji Chuan's words, the woman knocked a bowl to the ground, the shattering sound piercing the air. Dark energy emanated from Ji Chuan. No longer in the guise of a child, he now appeared as a pale-skinned youth, his true form beneath the mecha. How can you still retain your consciousness? The woman's face twisted with shock. This was her domain where targets were supposed to have their thoughts dulled and play their assigned roles. Because of me, a one-eyed demon materialized beside Ji Chuan, circling him with a hint of pride. A black crystal core. The woman's form began to shift, her face contorting. Mother! The boy's consciousness wavered, and he fainted, his body slowly fading away. The woman reverted to her true form. She wore a medieval robe adorned with intricate decorations that upon closer inspection were made of human bones. In her hand, she held a lantern emitting a blue-green glow. Her eyes were pitch black, revealing no emotion. Dozens of small skulls floated around her. Even if you haven't lost your mind, you can't kill me in my domain. The cozy cottage vanished, revealing a village littered with corpses. The sky was blood-red, low and gloomy. The dead bodies on the ground began to rise, shambling toward them like zombies. Is that so? Ji Chuan used his death ability on her again. He was certain it had hit its mark, and she had tried to flee after the first strike. So why did it seem to have no effect? As you can see, your attacks are useless against me. Oh, then why is your energy depleting? Ji Chuan continued to channel death, and as he persisted, the crystal core spirit's face finally showed panic. Stop. Master, she's transferring the damage to the humans she's absorbed. At Xiaohei's reminder, Ji Chuan looked around and noticed that many of the reanimated corpses had collapsed again. So this gray crystal core not only strengthened itself by devouring humans, but also used them as extra lives. If it absorbed enough people, it could achieve near immortality, a truly formidable ability. With each use of death, one of the lives she had absorbed was consumed. The death ability caused instant death, but with so many lives the effect wasn't obvious. However, she understood what was happening and tried to escape. The lives you've absorbed won't last me 5 more minutes. The woman began to tremble. He had seen through her completely. She had only recently awakened and hadn't had time to grow. The gap in their power was too vast. Stop. If you kill me in my domain, you'll be trapped here forever. Ji Chuan's expression remained unchanged. Is that so? What if this is no longer your domain? The closed gate reappeared before the woman. She had sensed its ominous nature earlier and felt the threat it posed to her. The gates of hell swung open, and a terrifying roar echoed through the blood-soaked village. The plague ritual spirit struggled against the immense suction, her expression shifting to terror. No. She was pulled into the abyss. It was a realm of lava and black rock, the sky as dark as night. At the center of this hell stood a throne of skulls. A young man with crimson eyes sat upon it, a smirk playing on his lips. How can you break my domain? The plague ritual spirit was incredulous. A domain shouldn't be dispelled unless its caster was severely wounded. Because this is my forbidden domain. My ability far surpasses yours. Impossible. I'm a monochrome crystal core. We're equals. She thought he was bluffing. There was no way a crystal core of the same level could completely overpower her ability. She raised her soul lantern to unleash her plague on Ji Chuan. But nothing happened. To her astonishment, the lantern's glow had vanished. The forbidden domain means you can't use any abilities here. Ji Chuan's words filled her with dread. She had no means of resistance against him. Xiaohei, is it dangerous to devour her? Master, I sense no threat. I can proceed. The plague ritual spirit's black eyes trembled violently. What was he saying? He could devour her. Was this the secret to his overwhelming power? She could have kept absorbing humans and become the ruler of this world. How could this be? Wait, don't devour me. I have greater value. Ji Chuan stared at her, waiting. I can form a contract with you. My host and I will serve you faithfully. I have a very useful ability. I can spread plagues among living beings and control the timing of their onset. In danger, I can teleport myself into the body of a plague carrier. And if you're in my domain, I can take you with me. This was a skill Ji Chuan desperately needed. Traveling was far too time-consuming. If I absorb you, can't I just use this ability myself? No, I can find targets to infect for you so you don't have to waste your own time. Moreover, my domain can hold many people. I can be your driver. That would be more befitting of your status. Ji Chuan was tempted. While the ability was useful, using it himself would make him a bus responsible for transporting all base members. With this tool, things would be different. Besides, her attack methods were too